Chapter 1. The Incompetence of the Senior Brother. The senior brother could not protect you. Today is your funeral. This was the first phrase that GCI heard upon awakening. He remained silent for a moment, gazing at the dark, ominous coffin lid, devoid of panic or screams, and instead calmly inquired of the inexplicable system in his mind. "What should I do?" The system replied. "Kick open the coffin lid, slap the faces of the many disciples in the mourning hall, return with a vengeance, and reclaim your peak." GCI understood. Thus, he forcefully kicked the tightly sealed coffin lid open amid the swaying white candle flames. GCI, dressed in a burial robe, appeared strikingly conspicuous. The disciples, previously kneeling in sorrow, were taken aback, and the youngest among them, trembling, stood up and fled, shouting at the top of his lungs. Resurrection! The senior brother has resurrected. Instantly, the mourning hall erupted into chaos. GCI sat within the coffin, his complexion pale, hair disheveled, and the corners of his lips curling up slightly as he smiled at the crowd. "My dear friends, why such alarm? Your senior brother is not dead, yet why the haste to arrange my funeral?" The elder disciples at the forefront, more composed, maintained their calm despite witnessing such an astonishing scene. Frowning, one of them asked, "Are you senior brother G?" GCI looked at him with keen interest. "I'm not. Could it be that you are?" The disciple bit his lip and retorted, "Do not speak nonsense. Senior brother Jai's soul lamp has long been extinguished. Elder Hansheng personally verified this. It cannot be false." He swiftly produced a yellow talisman from his hand. "Who are you, you wretched creature, daring to wreak havoc within the Three Qing Dao sect?" As his words fell, the yellow talisman, enveloped in white light, flew directly towards GCI's face. GCI recognized that the talisman was specifically designed to confront evil entities, effective only against vengeful souls with malicious intent. Confident that he was not a vengeful spirit, GCI remained unperturbed by the talisman. The moment the talisman touched his forehead, the white light flared violently, a burning odor wafting through the air, before swiftly turning to a pile of ashes. Seeing this, the disciples' eyes widened in disbelief. Not a wretched creature? GCI felt relieved and casually placed his legs upon the spirit platform, facing them with a feigned sense of regret as he shook his head. "I merely took a nap. Why were you all so eager to bury me?" How disheartening. The disciples in the mourning hall exchanged glances, revealing expressions of confusion and uncertainty. For a moment, silence enveloped the room. GCI observed this scene with satisfaction. At that moment, he remembered to inquire of the system, "What role am I playing?" The system responded with solemnity. "A cannon fodder male supporting character who failed to harm the junior disciple and was instead slain by a demonic beast." GCI's smile immediately froze. The system, feeling somewhat guilty, transmitted the belated world information to GCI. He had transmigrated into a novel, assuming the role of a cannon fodder male character in a certain Green River literature. This cannon fodder character was maliciously selfish, while the protagonist of Green River was gentle and noble. The system informed GCI that his primary task in this world was to survive. The cannon fodder survival system would never let go of any cannon fodder. It would also never miss any chance to survive. GCI silently retracted his legs from the spirit platform and cleared his throat. "Well, having lain in the coffin for so many days, I must thank all of you junior disciples for your care. Otherwise, I wouldn't have awakened from my coma so smoothly." The young man flashed a genuine smile. "I just woke up and wasn't quite clear-headed. I may have spoken impulsively and acted rashly. Please do not take it to heart." The foremost disciples exchanged glances, scrutinizing him with skepticism. "Are you truly senior brother G?" GCI nodded. "Yes, indeed." While rapidly perusing the temporary information the system had sent him, he warmly addressed them. "You must be the brothers Qing Feng and Mingyue, right? It's commendable that you were so attentive to me, following the funeral so closely." Mingyue and Qing Feng frowned. "It's nothing. The elders were all busy tending to the comatose junior disciple and could not attend, so they sent us here." GCI's smile faltered once more. He then realized that, in the grand mourning hall, there were not many disciples kneeling. Upon closer inspection, there were merely a dozen or so. Moreover, apart from Mingyue and Qing Feng, The others were all dressed in the lowest rank of outer sect attire. The system timely reminded him. Host, the original body was discovered alongside the junior disciple in the secret realm at that time. The original body had perished, while the junior disciple was gravely injured and unconscious, remaining so until now. In other words, you may lay low for a while during this period. You can deceive these disciples with lies. GCI fell silent. He did not anticipate such misfortune. In his previous life, he had been struck by a reckless truck while bending down to pick up a tattered corner of a paper bill in the street. Who would have thought that upon awakening, he would find himself lying in a coffin, only to be informed that he was a villainous cannon fodder character in this world? GCI forced a smile. Brothers, since I have awakened, let us hasten to see the junior disciple. He has been gravely wounded and unconscious for so long as a senior brother. I am quite worried. Upon hearing this, Mingyue and Qingfeng deemed it reasonable and dismissed the weeping disciples in the morning hall, leading GCI to the mountain where the junior disciple was resting. This mountain was remarkably tall, with steps carved from white marble, exquisite in detail, adorned with engravings of bamboo, presenting an air of elegance. The summit towered high, shrouded in layers of mist, a magnificent sight to behold. GCI marveled. The mountain of the junior disciple is surprisingly opulent. Our Tao sect is indeed affluent. Mingyue glanced at him, expressionless, and replied, "This is not the junior disciple's mountain. It is the peak where the sect leader resides." GCI. Qingfeng quickly elaborated. After the junior disciple was gravely injured, the sect leader and the elders were concerned, so they personally brought him to the sect leader's mountain for better care. The abundant spiritual energy in the mountain is highly beneficial for his recovery. Mingyue eyed him warily and asked, "Senior brother G, you do not recognize the sect leader's mountain?" Sis' throat tightened, pondering how to remedy the situation when Qingfeng interjected. "Do not be rude. Senior brother has been in the sect for 10 years and has never been received by the sect leader. The sect leader's mountain is a sacred place. It is understandable for senior brother to misidentify it on his first visit." GCI. Mingyue then realized, "I see." He displayed an apologetic expression. "My apologies, senior brother." GCI forced a smile. No matter. Though he had long been aware that the junior disciple held the role of a cherished and adored character, he had not anticipated that his own standing within the sect would be so low. It made sense. While the original body held the title of the sect's eldest disciple, he was still but a cannon fodder character, a malicious one at that, and it was only natural for him to be overlooked within the sect. Having come to this understanding, GCI exhaled, rejuvenated, and followed Mingyue and Qingfeng toward the mountain where the junior disciple was recuperating. From a distance, GCI caught sight of the pale, slender fingers of the young disciple resting on the bed. Just then, as Elder Hanxing stood by the bedside, gazing worriedly at the junior disciple, a figure suddenly burst through the door, a disheveled man clad in a coarse white burial robe. He dashed forth at great speed, kneeling before the sickbed, weeping in anguish. "Junior disciple, it is the senior brother's incompetence. I could not protect you."
Chapter 2. The Awakening of the Young Junior Disciple. The young disciple, surnamed Qin, bears the single character Ju as his name. Born of humble origins and without parents, he was a promising child plucked from the impoverished slums by the sect leader during a time of famine to assist with disaster relief. After a thorough cleansing, the young disciple's delicate face became fair and handsome, showcasing his remarkable talent. In the second year after his retrieval, he established his foundation, and by the third year, he had reached the realm of golden elixir. He epitomized the trifecta of beauty, strength, and tragedy, much to the jubilation of the entire sect. GCI could easily envision the splendid scene that must have unfolded within the sect at that time. "Pamper him to the utmost," GCI wailed, kneeling by the sickbed. Before he could finish his lamentation, he was abruptly yanked to his feet. "Who is this beggar, daring to wail before young Ju?" GCI hastily wiped his face dry. "It's me, elder." Upon hearing this voice, the elder paused, furrowing his brow as he scrutinized the young man before him. The youth kneeling on the ground had long brows, fair skin, phoenix-like eyes, and ruby lips, the natural curve of his mouth hinting at a smile even when his expression was otherwise neutral. Despite his disheveled hair and clothing, he resembled a dashing young gentleman. "Elder Han Sheng," GCI exclaimed. Rising quickly from the ground, Is truly me. After my brush with death, I find myself longing for. Before he could finish, he was reprimanded sharply. Who told you to come dressed in funeral garments? Young Ju is still recuperating. If you bring him bad luck, what punishment do you deserve? GCI felt a lump in his throat, stifled by a torrent of words. Damn it. He finally understood why his original self had become a villainous counterpart. Just returned from the brink of death, this elder, indifferent to his plight, was more concerned about the potential bad luck he might bring to the young disciple. If it were him, he would have turned dark too. Yet, recognizing that his original self had acted first, GCI dared not argue further and simply fell silent. Fortunately, Elder Han Sheng soon realized something was amiss, his eyes widening slightly. Wait, GCI, wasn't your soul lamp already extinguished? At this, GCI immediately lifted his head, determination gleaming in his eyes. Elder Han Sheng, this tale is rather lengthy. That day in the secret realm, I encountered a beast. I fought valiantly to shield the young disciple. Believing I would surely perish, yet unexpectedly, I survived in the form of a soul. Elder Han Sheng frowned, skepticism lacing his voice. A soul? Indeed. GCI asserted with conviction. It is indeed rare for a soul to leave the body, yet it is not entirely absent from historical accounts. After my soul departed, I remained by young Ju's side, guarding him against any further threats from other beasts. I thought I would never return. But during the funeral, my body uncontrollably drew me back. GCI knelt again, his expression one of sorrow and indignation. Upon awakening, I dared not slacken my efforts, rushing to the young disciple's bedside. My failure to protect him has resulted in his current state, and for that, I deserve to die 1,000 deaths. He felt quite proud of his eloquence, though he worried whether Elder Han Sheng would believe him. As he spoke, he noticed a flicker of emotion in the elder's gaze. Clearing his throat, Elder Han Sheng remarked, "The separation of soul and body is indeed uncommon. Yet I have encountered similar descriptions in various strange tales and historical texts. Your account does not seem fabricated. Moreover," he continued, extending a finger to press against GC's forehead, "your soul appears stable, and your aura is pure, unlike the signs of a malicious possession." Upon hearing this, GCI felt a wave of relief wash over him. It seemed he had successfully deceived the elder. He subtly surveyed Elder Han Sheng, pondering, wasn't it said that the young disciple was showered with affection? Why was there only one person at his bedside? The Tao sect harbored 3 elders, Han Sheng, Qing Yu, and Gu Hong. Each possessed profound cultivation, rarely matched even within the broader realm of cultivation. Serving as the sect's pride, the sect leader's power was even more formidable, nearly stepping into the realm of ascension. With him present, no one dared to infringe upon the Tao sect. The system, likely a novice, nervously interjected, "The other elders and the sect leader have ventured out to seek celestial herbs to heal the young disciple, leaving only Elder Han Sheng to attend to him." Hearing this, GCI could not help but feel a twinge of jealousy. How infuriating that the 4 most powerful men in the cultivation world were all revolving around him. Truly enviable. Even a fraction of that attention would suffice. Yet, GCI forcibly reined in his thoughts. No, he wasn't interested in men. Let Qinju bask in this fortune. After all, it was not he who would suffer the consequences. Still, he had to act the part. GCI wiped away the tears threatening to spill and turned once more to kneel by the young disciple's bed, softly lamenting, "Young disciple, it is all my fault. When you awaken, I promise to protect you well, ensuring you will never again find yourself in such peril." As if struck by a sudden realization, GCI exhaled deeply. What if the young disciple wakes up? Will I be struck by heavenly retribution? The system reassured him, "No, during that day in the secret realm, your original self acted with great stealth. The young disciple remains unaware. If you are truly worried, I can help erase the young disciple's memories of that day." At this, GCI was filled with elation. "Really? Please, do it quickly. I hadn't anticipated such generous benefits from your department. Surviving this ordeal would be a breeze." The system hesitated, revealing a hint of unease. "While I can erase the memories from the secret realm, those of your original self's past bullying towards the young disciple cannot be removed." GCI felt a lump form in his throat, forcing a calm facade. "That's fine. Please clear the memories of the secret realm first." What transpired there was a matter of life and death, while the previous bullying was merely trivial. I can distinguish between the two. Thus, GCI ceased his lamentations, for Elder Han Sheng had reprimanded him, threatening to cast him down the mountain if he disturbed the young disciple. Left with no choice, GCI fell silent. Meanwhile, the system commenced their department's secret technique, striving to erase every trace of that day's memories. Yet, unnoticed in a corner, the young disciple's fingers twitched slightly, hinting at signs of awakening. Qin Ju's consciousness was shrouded in chaos, fragments of broken images flashing through his mind. A series of scenes unfolded before him. Mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Brutal and bloody, he saw himself wielding a bloodied sword, droplets of crimson cascading from its edge as he advanced toward a group of figures, now devoid of human form. These individuals, perhaps dismembered or with half a shoulder severed, bore faces ravaged beyond recognition, yet they spewed the most vile and despicable words, unabashedly cursing him. With a swift strike, those who had never known fortune met their demise. In the haze, the faces of those severed heads gradually crystallized in the crumbling dreamscape, revealing the very mentors he had once held in high regard. With consciousness muddled and memories intertwining, Qin Ju opened his eyes amidst endless suffering. His gaze was a fierce crimson, imbued with a thirst for blood. Chapter 3. The elder brother comes to care for you. GCI, positioned closest to Qin Ju, was the first to witness his awakening. His heart raced, and with a mix of trepidation, he called out, "Elder, the young disciple has awakened." No sooner had he spoken than he was jostled aside by others kneeling at the bedside. His already disheveled hair became even more chaotic, with a stern expression. GCI hastily tousled his hair and cried out as he rushed into the throng, "Young disciple! Young disciple!" After much pushing and shoving, GCI finally received permission to see the young disciple. With tears brimming in his eyes, he knelt. "Young disciple, how do you feel now? Is there any discomfort? It is my fault. I failed to protect you. If you wish to blame anyone, blame me, but I assure you, I shall never again allow you to find yourself in such danger." Previously, he had not taken the time to truly observe this legendary young disciple. Between kneeling in despair and defending himself before the three elders, he had never had the chance to gaze upon his face. Now, he could see that the young disciple was indeed a beauty. It was no wonder he was the center of everyone's adoration. After all, he was someone capable of becoming the male lead in the realm of cultivation on his own. Though barely 16, Qin Ju's face was strikingly handsome, unforgettable in its elegance, with long brows that met his hairline, a well-defined nose and features that held a hint of femininity, yet his piercing gaze unmistakably asserted his masculinity. In summary, at such a young age, he exuded an aura that demanded reverence, a wondrous sight indeed. Considering the young disciple's tragic yet admirable persona, GCI couldn't help but feel envious. How could anyone withstand such allure? Perhaps GC's exaggerated cries startled Qin Ju, as the latter momentarily paused. A flicker of surprise crossing his eyes before a gentle smile emerged. "Elder brother, you need not bear the burden of blame." The young disciple's forehead still bore traces of perspiration, indicating he was not entirely at ease. Yet his smile remained unwavering, embodying a refined grace. "It is merely my misfortune. I was careless." Upon discerning the decorations surrounding him, Qin Ju paused momentarily, a shadow of gloom flickering in his gaze, which was swiftly restored to its previous state. "However, this place is the Master's bedroom, and it would be inappropriate for a disciple to linger. In his previous life, he had been deceived into coming here, where his esteemed mentor had attempted to strip him of his cultivation. Although he ultimately managed to escape and retaliate, his eyes still reflected nothing but disdain upon revisiting the scene." "What are you saying?" Just as his words fell, the voice of Elder Han Sheng drifted from the side. Clad in white robes, the man possessed an elegant visage, his tone unexpectedly gentle, devoid of the earlier indifference he had shown towards GCI. "Xiao Ju, you are injured. The Master's mountain peak is abundant in spiritual energy, far superior to your own abode. It would be wise to recuperate here for now. Besides, the Master has always cherished you. You are not merely a stranger here. It is just a bedroom, so do not be overly courteous." Qin Ju swallowed, his gaze deepening slightly, the curve of his lips suggesting a profound meaning. "It is nothing." As a disciple, staying in the master's quarters would surely invite ridicule, moreover. He then glanced at GCI, who was huddled in the corner like a quail. My senior brother will take good care of me. Won't you? Suddenly called upon, GCI appeared somewhat dazed. Why are you dragging me into your conversation? Just as he hesitated to speak, the long silent system abruptly interjected with a serious tone. Agree with him. GCI immediately replied, of course, Elder Han Shang. You can rest assured that I will take excellent care of our junior brother. After saying this, he turned to Qin Ju. The junior brother smiled faintly. I will trouble you during this time. Senior brother. GCI hastily responded, It's nothing, it's nothing. Qin Ju concealed the unusual glint in his eyes. In this new life, he did not possess a clear recollection of memories unrelated to those four individuals. However, he did have an impression of this person, having encountered GCI in the earlier decades of his life, a figure whose malice and foolishness were evident on his face. This individual had engaged in numerous underhanded schemes, yet none bore significant threat, merely petty mischief. Only his actions within the secret realm had barely earned him a reputation. Regrettably, even that incident had backfired, costing him his life. Fool. Moreover, this person ought to have perished long ago within the belly of a beast. How could he still be alive? Could it be that he shares a fate similar to mine? A trace of malevolence flickered in Qin Ju's eyes. Regardless, facing GCI was far more comfortable than confronting Han Shang. Should GCI dare to act ruthlessly towards him, he would not hesitate to disregard their brotherly bond. Meanwhile, GCI sneezed violently. He blinked, looking up at the man. Elder Han Shang, our junior brother has his own considerations. You needn't interfere. Besides, I have experience and will certainly care for him well. Elder Han Shang paid no heed to his words. His expression darkened as he ignored GCI's comments and turned to Qin Ju. Speaking softly, Xiao Ju, do you feel uncomfortable here? If so, you may come to my mountain peak. You used to enjoy discussing celestial techniques with me there. I imagine it would be more pleasant than staying here. Qin Ju smiled, subtly averting his gaze. Elder Han Shang, you are overthinking this. I simply wish to be alone. Furthermore, my own residence is the most comfortable and familiar place for me, far superior to your mountain peak. I hope Elder Han Shang can grant me this request. As soon as these words fell, the atmosphere in the bedroom plummeted to a freezing point. GCI could no longer endure it. He quickly flashed a smile and interjected between the two. Elder Han Shang, I know you mean well for our junior brother, but as the saying goes, a golden nest or a silver nest is not as good as one's own doghouse. A sick person indeed recovers faster in their most familiar surroundings. Even if you do not consider our junior brother's feelings, you must think of his health. Upon hearing this, Qin Ju paused, glancing at GCI in surprise. Unaware of the impact of his words, GCI continued to babble. Moreover, our junior brother has just awakened. Why must you quarrel over such trivial matters and disrupt the harmony? When I first entered, you complained that I was wearing funeral clothes, bringing bad luck. Now that our junior brother is recovering from a serious illness, you are still angry over this. Is that not inviting misfortune upon yourself? Elder Han Shang, you are so strict with others but lenient with yourself. It is hardly fair. I shall raise a ruckus otherwise. Elder Han Shang, overwhelmed by GC's stream of words, felt a headache coming on. Enough. When did I ever notice you were so troublesome? GCI immediately fell silent but, having once been a bright and sunny college student, could not resist adding, just admit that I make valid points. Elder Han Shang sighed. All right, you may leave. If you do not take good care of Xiao Ju, I will hold you accountable. GCI replied. Disciple obeys. With that, he turned to Qin Ju, eager to take credit. Junior brother, come home with me. I will take care of you. Qin Ju regarded the oddly dressed young man before him, lost in thought, his gaze shifting. Chapter 4. The reluctant good man as the most cherished disciple of the entire sect. Qin Ju's mountain peak, while not as grand as those of several elders, could still be considered a paradise. The landscape was picturesque, brimming with spiritual energy, with a hidden bamboo grove directly behind the courtyard, where a warm spring bubbled, providing a soothing soak that nourished his meridians. At the very least, he had been well cared for in this place over the past few days. GCI held a folding fan in one hand, donned in blue and white attire embroidered with gold threads. His cascading black hair was tied up with a golden crown, lending him an air of elegance. Yet, this striking young man was comically balancing a bucket of water freshly drawn from the well. one hand holding the fan and the other the bucket, an absurd sight indeed. This bucket of water was specifically for brewing medicine for the junior brother, as the well water in the courtyard was of exceptional quality. A fact Elder Han Shang had emphasized. Every day, GCI had to haul up such a large bucket, meticulously following the recipe for the medicine. If he miscalculated or failed to use the well water, Elder Han Shang would threaten to chop off GCI's hand and toss it into the well. GCI was quite displeased with this arrangement. In a proper cultivation sect, why resort to such gruesome measures? If a hand were to be thrown into the well, wouldn't the entire well become unusable? What then could be used to brew medicine for the junior brother? When GCI had voiced his concerns, Elder Han Shang had coldly replied that they could use GCI's own blood. Consequently, GCI dared not defy the elder and obediently fetched water to prepare the medicine. The concoction was exceedingly bitter. As GCI squatted by the stove, adding kindling with his left hand while fanning the flames with his right, he controlled the heat with remarkable precision. A bowl of medicine emerged, its color bright and Chinju. Indeed, he has gained a bit of weight during this period, albeit just a smidgen. There is no refuting that. Once, when GCI got up in the middle of the night to use the restroom and passed by the little junior brother's bed, he inadvertently had a lock of his hair severed by his own spiritual sword. He was heartbroken. In his previous life, GCI was a medical student who took great pains to maintain his luscious locks. Now, having finally grown such a thick mane in this life, he could not bear to see it cut. Although the little junior brother later apologized, GCI remained deeply saddened. He decided to carefully preserve the severed lock of hair in a silk pouch he had embroidered himself. Chinju watched as his senior brother sat beside him, tending to his medicine while embroidering the pouch, without uttering a word. Observing the haphazard stitching, he couldn't help but frown. How ugly! What on earth are you embroidering? GCI, holding the needle, squinted his eyes, resembling a septuagenarian. A lotus flower, can't you tell? Is that truly a lotus flower? Chinju dared not agree. Unable to bear it any longer, he remarked disdainfully, it's hideous. The moment those words escaped, GC's eyes brimmed with tears. You heartless wretch! I toil day in and day out to care for you, scarcely able to find a moment's rest, and the moment I slip out for a quick restroom break while you sleep, you sever my hair with your sword. It was my precious treasure, and I wanted to keep it safe, yet you stand by, criticizing every little thing. Is there anyone more wretched than I? Why must my fate be so cruel? Chinju. His temples throbbed painfully as he snatched the pouch from GC's hands. I shall embroider it, GCI, delighted to be relieved of the task, boldly leaned in to tease. My dear husband? You are truly wonderful. Chinju took a deep breath, gritting his teeth. Silence. Chinju's embroidery skills surpassed GC's by leaps and bounds. The lotus flower came alive in his hands, exquisite beyond compare. GCI cherished it dearly, never parting with it. Observing the youthful figure before him, Chinju fell into contemplation, pondering how different this person was from his previous life. Could it be that he had been possessed? Yet if that were the case, Elder Han Shang would have discovered it long ago. It could not possibly fall to him, Chinju, to investigate. A flicker of doubt crossed Chinju's eyes that day. GCI dutifully washed the empty medicine bowl before assisting Chinju in practicing swordplay in the courtyard. Watching the little junior brother wielding his spiritual sword, leaving traces in the air, GCI couldn't help but exclaim, truly, he is an exceptionally talented and resilient little junior brother. Look at his diligent efforts. No wonder the 4 men in the sect are utterly bewitched by him. Just as he was lost in thought, a loud thud echoed in front of him. GCI quickly snapped back to reality, noticing that the little junior brother had seemingly lost his strength, causing the spiritual sword to clatter to the ground, along with him struggling to maintain his balance. GCI rushed over and caught him just before Chinju collapsed. Little junior brother? Chinju's hands trembled slightly, yet he still struggled to retrieve the sword from the ground. GCI, feeling anxious, helped him lift the sword but did not hand it back. Instead, he placed it behind himself. Speaking earnestly, look, I have told you before, there must be moderation in training. Your body is not yet fully recovered. Why must you disregard your limits? Now look, you have fallen. Chinju was pressed against GC's chest, struggling to breathe. Due to the abhorrent coveting he had endured in his previous life, He now loathed any physical contact from others. Forgetting his physical condition, he forcefully pushed GCI away. "Let go of me." GCI, feeling urgent. "You have no strength left. Let me carry you back to your room." This statement seemed to trigger something in Qin-ju, causing him to struggle violently once more. As a cultivator, Qin-ju had never neglected his physical training. Despite his earlier weakness, he unexpectedly unleashed a remarkable strength in his frantic struggle. GCI, caught off guard, lost his grip, and both of them tumbled forward. Just as they were about to hit the ground, with the little junior brother still in his embrace, GCI instinctively protected Qin-ju's head with his hands. They landed heavily. Their combined weight was not to be underestimated. And GCI let out a cry. A searing pain shot through his right hand. Just then, a furious voice rang out from outside the courtyard. "GCI, what are you doing?" GC's heart raced, and he quickly turned to see it was Elder Han Sheng. Oh no! He glanced down at their precarious position. He was entirely on top of the little junior brother, their faces alarmingly close. Qin-ju's pale face was set in a cold frown, resembling a noble youth being coerced by a bullied. GCI thought, "Heaven is out to ruin me." Chapter 5. A sense of crisis. GCI scrambled to his feet. "Elder Han Sheng? It's not what you think." Before he could finish, Qin-ju unexpectedly tugged at him, causing GCI to stumble and fall back on top of him once more. GCI. This time, it was not he who initiated the contact, but Elder Han Sheng was not concerned with who made the first move. He only knew that this audacious disciple had his cherished little Jew pinned beneath him. And right before his eyes, he pressed down again. In a fit of rage, he unleashed a formidable wave of spiritual energy. GC's eyes widened in terror. Just as he thought he would be sent sprawling, Qin-ju suddenly stepped in front of him. The 16-year-old boy moved with remarkable speed, causing Elder Han Sheng to startle and instinctively retract his energy. Redirecting spiritual energy back and then retrieving it was severely damaging to the body. Yet he merely furrowed his brow and chose to overlook the incident. With a hint of irritation in his gaze, Elder Han Sheng addressed Qin-ju. "Little Jew, what are you doing? He is taking advantage of you." As the words fell, a flicker of disgust passed through Qin-ju's eyes. He could discern who among them were hypocrites and who harbored ulterior motives. The boy lowered his gaze. "Elder, you have misunderstood. Just now, I lost my balance while practicing swordplay and nearly fell. My senior brother rushed over to catch me. He intended to bring me back to my room to rest, but after exerting himself throughout the day, he ultimately lost his strength, leading us both to fall to the ground." Qin-ju's eyes met GC's, his voice barely a whisper, tinged with guilt. "Moreover, it seems my senior brother was injured while protecting me." Elder Han Sheng frowned as he turned to GCI, indeed noticing that his right hand was a ghastly sight. What had once been long, fair fingers were now marred, flesh torn, with dark red blood seeping from the wound, clearly excruciating. Elder Han Sheng paused, furrowing his brow. "How could you be so careless?" In that moment, GCI finally registered the searing pain in his hand. Ouch! He had barely noticed it until they mentioned it, but now the wound throbbed painfully. GCI felt somewhat helpless. "It's nothing, merely a minor injury. The important thing now is the little junior brother." Before he could finish, he saw Qin-ju rise to his feet, then pull him up from the ground as well. The boy, who had maintained a stoic expression for days, finally showed signs of emotion. "It's my fault. If I hadn't he struggled, GCI wouldn't he have been injured." Having been in this place for a few days, GCI felt a warmth at being cared for the first time. He was momentarily touched and replied, "It's nothing, little junior brother. For you, I would gladly endure it." "Qin-ju." He released GC's hand. "Let's go inside and apply some ointment to your wounds." The two chatted away, completely forgetting about Elder Han Sheng. The elder, feeling somewhat dissatisfied, wished to say something, but as he was the one who had misunderstood, he remained silent and followed behind. Stepping into the courtyard, Elder Han Sheng was taken aback. He had been to Qin-ju's quarters before. Qin-ju was inherently aloof, only revealing a hint of youthful spirit when facing their few masters. The room was filled only with scrolls. Devoid of any vibrancy, he never expected that just a few days later, it would be transformed so drastically. The most striking change was the pile of pots and pans in the corner. Though they had been scrubbed clean, some residue still clung to the floor on the bookshelf, which had previously only held scripture. now sat a tin box. After receiving permission, Elder Han Sheng opened it and discovered it contained candied fruits. It was well known that Qin Ju had never had a sweet tooth and would never allow such items to tarnish his bookshelf. To him, a bookshelf was meant solely for books, and everything should be placed correctly, not in such disarray. For some reason, a sense of foreboding crept into Elder Han Sheng's heart. He looked at GCI, who was seated in a chair applying medicine to himself, and inquired, "Did you add all these things?" GCI evenly spread the ointment across his hand and replied, "Yes, if you ask me, little junior brother's previous living conditions were too meager. There wasn't even any ash in the stove." "Does he not eat at all?" Elder Han Sheng's brow twitched. "He has been fasting." GCI, puzzled. "What's wrong with fasting? Can't one eat while fasting, Elder? You must know about nutritional supplements, right? Little junior brother is injured now. He needs to eat something nourishing." To this point, the young man's eyes lit up. "Just so happens that the kitchen lady caught a chicken for me today. I plan to cook it for little junior brother tonight. Elder, would you like to join us?" Elder Han Sheng. No need. It is no wonder that he has noticed Qin Ju has recently gained a bit of weight. Whenever GCI begins to speak, he rambles endlessly, prompting Qin Ju to frown and say, "Please say less." Furthermore, he added, "I have no desire to eat roast chicken." GCI turned to him and replied, "If you do not wish to eat roast chicken, we can make chicken soup instead. Chicken soup is highly nourishing. You simply must try it, little junior brother." Qin Ju fell silent. After spending so many days together, he had come to realize that he could not possibly compete with GCI in the realm of verbal sparring. Observing their dynamic, Elder Han Sheng felt an inexplicable sense of urgency arise within him. He subtly diverted their conversation, asking, "Qin Ju, how have you been feeling lately?" Qin Ju glanced at him and politely responded, "I am well. The elder brother has been very attentive. I feel much better now." Han Sheng nodded. "Then would you like to come to my place tomorrow to borrow a book? I recently acquired a rare edition from the market that I have yet to read, and I thought it would be nice to study it together with you." In the past, whenever he extended such an invitation, the book-loving Qin Ju would agree without a second thought. However, this time he replied, "No, I cannot. I have made plans with my elder brother to review the scriptures assigned by the old master of the Shan High Hall once I recover from my illness. After all, the sect's major examination is only half a month away." GCI, who was diligently applying medicine, paused, his expression one of confusion. When had they made such an arrangement? He was completely unaware. Yet, as a struggling pawn in this game of survival, GCI wisely chose not to voice his objections. Han Sheng looked at GCI with a complex gaze. "Qin Ju, your foundation is solid. You should not fear this sect's major examination." Qin Ju replied, "I am not afraid, but my elder brother has neglected his studies while taking care of me, so as his junior, it is only natural that I assist him." "Elder brother, do you not agree?" GCI blinked. Little junior brother speaks true. Han Sheng was left speechless. He felt that ever since Qin Ju had awakened from his coma, he had become markedly different. He had once been so dependent on them. Yet now he seemed solely focused on supporting GCI. A shadow flickered in Han Sheng's eyes. This was not a favorable development. They had raised Qin Ju, and he must remain firmly within their grasp. How could he be allowed to forge connections with outsiders? Chapter 6. Was GCI ever like this? GCI was unaware that Han Sheng regarded him as an outsider. After Elder Han Sheng departed, he cautiously inquired, "Little junior brother, when did we agree to review our studies together?" Qin Ju leisurely cast him a glance. The youth's features were cold yet exquisite, his eyes elongated with a slight upward tilt, exuding an air of pressure as he regarded GCI. He simply did not wish to be in the company of Elder Han Sheng. Upon hearing this, GCI was even more perplexed. "Why? You used to have such a good relationship with Elder Han Sheng." The elders were certainly his. Qin Ju's gaze turned icy, piercingly painful. "Do not mention him again. I have my own considerations with that." He began to tidy away GC's medicine and returned to his desk to practice calligraphy. GCI was utterly bewildered, but chose not to press further. Shifting his thoughts, he asked, "Little junior brother, do you truly not wish to eat roast chicken?" Qin Ju closed his eyes briefly. "Is it you who wishes to eat it?" Caught off guard by the revelation, GCI felt a wave of guilt wash over him. "What nonsense are you spouting? I merely thought that you typically eat rather blandly. Occasionally indulging in a feast is necessary." Roast chicken could be considered a feast? Chinju fell silent for a moment, pondering whether this elder brother had ever truly enjoyed a good meal. He no longer wished to endure GC's incessant chatter. Let us just have roast chicken. GCI immediately quieted down and hurried outside to scald the chicken with hot water. In Chinju's chamber, there was a window facing the courtyard. His gaze drifted beyond the window to the young man in the courtyard, the tip of his pen pausing, with his cultivation from his past life. Eliminating those elders had been quite a challenge, and after executing his plans, he had not reaped many rewards. But now, things were different. He had ample time to hone his skills. It seemed that fate had deemed his previous acts of vengeance insufficiently satisfying. If possible, a glimmer of delight flickered in Chinju's eyes. He hoped to soon exact his revenge on those hypocrites, those beasts in human guise. As for GCI, Chinju furrowed his brow. This youth had not originally been part of his plans, yet having used him as a shield so many times, he had likely caught Elder Han Shang's attention. Very well, considering their recent camaraderie, he would ensure the young man's safety. Just then, GC's voice rang out from outside, "Little junior brother. Little junior brother. This chicken pecks." Chinju inhaled deeply, muttering under his breath, "Fool." In the end, GCI delivered the chicken into the hands of the kitchen matron. She regarded the chicken in her hands. "Are you implying that I should assist you in slaughtering this chicken?" GCI nodded vigorously. The matron closed her eyes briefly. "Chickens are not meant to be lent out. But I made an exception for you due to Chinju's sake. And now you tell me you do not know how to kill a chicken?" GC's throat tightened, feeling somewhat guilty. "Matron, it's not that I didn't think of it. I truly do not know how to kill a chicken. If you do not know how to kill a chicken, then why did you borrow it in the first place?" GCI attempted to shift the blame onto Chinju. "It is because my little junior brother was injured, and I wanted to treat him to something nice." Upon hearing Chinju's name, the matron's anger somewhat subsided. She tossed the chicken, which had been scalded, into a wooden basin, grasped its 2 feet and flapping wings with one hand, while the other wielded a knife, swiftly slicing its neck. Blood gushing forth, GCI did not hesitate to offer his praise. "Matron, you are magnificent." The matron huffed, ignoring him. GCI continued, "Truly, I have never seen anyone with such swift knife skills as you." That last stroke, though it merely nicked the chicken's neck, I could almost feel the sharp pain. The blade was so keen, the wound so neat. Without decades of diligent practice, one could never achieve such proficiency. "Matron, the disciples of the Tao sect must surely adore your cooking." No cook would refuse such praise, especially given the handsome young man before her with a naturally smiling countenance. Despite his flattery, he was quite charming. The matron could no longer remain angry, and she smiled involuntarily. "Scolding, you little rascal, so smooth-tongued," GCI beamed. "Wherein lies the deceit? All I speak is truth." Seeing the matron preparing to pluck the chicken's feathers, GCI hurriedly offered his assistance. "Matron, allow me to help." The matron glanced at his silk garments and scolded. "What are you doing here? You'll ruin your fine clothes." GCI dismissed her concerns. "What does it matter? Clothes can be washed, but if the feathers are not plucked now, they will be lost. Besides, it must be exhausting for you to do it alone. I am a cultivator, strong and capable. Plucking a few feathers is nothing." With that, GCI discarded the fan he had been using for show and rolled up his sleeves, ready to start plucking the chicken. The matron regarded the young man before her and shook her head with a smile. This young fellow was quite endearing. How had she not noticed it before? Once they finished plucking the feathers and dealing with the innards, it was already late afternoon. The matron handed GCI a burlap sack, instructing him to place the chicken inside. GCI slung the sack over his shoulder, securing the fan at his waist, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. Just as he was about to leave, the matron called out to him, "Here, take this back to eat." Inside was a beautifully crafted box of pastries, shaped like lotus flowers, glistening and translucent, a sight to behold, and they undoubtedly promised a delightful taste. GCI hastily accepted. "Understood. I shall share these with little junior brother." The matron scoffed. "What little junior brother? This is specifically for you." GCI was taken aback. "For me?" "Indeed," the matron explained. "Chinju does not care for sweets, but you seem to enjoy them. Consider this a small token from me." Upon hearing this, GCI was deeply touched. "Thank you, matron. You are like a second mother to me." How could one not be moved? In the Three Clear Tao sect, everyone knew only of the little junior brother, unaware of the elder brother. Whenever someone saw GCI, their first question was always about how the little junior brother was faring. Then they would offer him food and gifts, cautioning GCI not to indulge, claiming all of it was meant for the little junior brother. This was his first time receiving gifts from others within the sect. The matron observed the young man before her, overwhelmed with gratitude, recalling that he had recently returned from the brink of death, and sighed, "All right, hurry back. Who wishes to play the role of your mother? I certainly do not have a son as troublesome as you." GCI responded with a soft ah. Leaving the kitchen, he carefully stowed away the box of pastries, planning to share them with his little junior brother upon his return. Just then, a deep voice called out from behind him. "GCI?" GCI came to a halt, turning back to glance at the figure behind him. Clad in flowing white robes, with an elegant visage and a folding fan in hand, he resembled a refined young gentleman, none other than Elder Qingyu, who had ventured out to gather medicinal herbs. Qingyu took a few steps forward, intending to inquire about Xiao Ju's condition, but stopped short upon seeing GC's face. It struck him as peculiar. Had GCI always looked like this? Chapter 7. Qingyu is nothing but a well-dressed beast. His memory was hazy, but he recalled that although GCI had held the title of senior brother and possessed decent talent, he paled in comparison to Xiao Ju. Furthermore, with his gloomy disposition and tendency to keep his head down, lost in thought, Qingyu had never paid him much heed. However, today, he realized to his surprise that GC's appearance was quite commendable. GCI seemed momentarily dazed. Elder Qingyu? Once he regained his composure, he hastily set down the burlap sack containing the chicken and bowed slightly, saying, "I have the honor of meeting Elder Qingyu." No need for such formalities. Qingyu closed his folding fan and focused his gaze on GC's face, smiling gently. How is Xiao Ju? GCI thought to himself that indeed, the first question from everyone was invariably about his junior brother's condition. He cleared his throat and replied, "Xiao Shidi is doing much better now. Would you like to pay him a visit, Elder?" Qingyu rested his chin on the fan, pondering for a moment before shaking his head. "Never mind, I have just returned with herbs that require refining. I must attend to that first. Please convey my regards to Xiao Ju." GCI nodded solemnly. "Rest assured, I will do so." Qingyu raised an eyebrow, a smile playing on his lips, about to say something more when his gaze suddenly froze, brow furrowing. "What happened to your hand?" GCI was taken aback, quickly realizing what Qingyu meant. This? I bumped it and scraped the skin a bit." "There's no need for concern, Elder. I've already applied some medicine. It will heal swiftly." Qingyu chuckled softly, his tone gentle. "No, I merely wish to ask, since you and Xiao Ju live together, and you suddenly sustained such a serious injury, Xiao Ju is unharmed?" "Is he?" GC's expression stiffened, the warmth he had felt moments ago dissipating. He replied in a low voice, "Elder, you need not worry. Even if I were to be flayed and left hanging by a thread, I would ensure not a single hair on Xiao Shidi is harmed." Upon hearing this, Qingyu gazed at him tenderly. "Not speak such ill-meant words," GCI retorted, "but you seem quite pleased with this promise." He suppressed his inner turmoil and picked up the burlap sack once more. "Elder, if there's nothing else, I shall take my leave. Xiao Ju is waiting for me to prepare roasted chicken for him." As he spoke, GCI made to depart. "Wait," Qingyu suddenly interjected, retrieving a white jade jar from his sleeve and placing it in GC's hand. "This is a wound ointment I concocted. It is far superior to ordinary remedies. Your hand appears to be quite injured. If you do not mind, please use this." The white jade jar felt cool in his hand, exuding a fragrant aroma that moved GCI deeply. "Thank you, Elder." Qingyu smiled warmly. "If you truly wish to express your gratitude, do share some of that roasted chicken with this Elder." GCI felt that compared to Elder Hansheng, Elder Qingyu's gentleness was astonishing. He immediately agreed. "Elder, rest assured, even if I do not eat, I will ensure to set aside some roasted chicken for you." Qingyu chuckled softly, as if amused. "Good, do not let Xiao Ju go hungry," GCI affirmed. "I certainly will not." After their exchange, he bid farewell to Elder Qingyu once more and headed towards his junior brother's mountain peak, burlap sack in hand. Once GC's figure had completely vanished from view, the gentle smile that had graced Qingyu's lips faded away. The man narrowed his eyes in contemplation, revealing an inscrutable expression. Upon returning to Qinju's peak, GC's first task was to stoke the fire in the kitchen. The chicken had already been cleaned meticulously, its feathers plucked and innards removed. Just looking at it, GCI could almost imagine how fragrant the roasted chicken would be once cooked. He licked his lips and worked even harder. When the fire in the kitchen was nearly ready, GCI wrapped the chicken in banana leaves and placed it in the oven to roast. Estimating that it would take some time, he decided to take a break and retrieve the wound ointment that Elder Qingyu had given him, heading back inside to apply it that moment. Qingyu was meditating on the bed. GCI sat down on the chair beside him, marveling once more at his junior brother's stunning beauty before twisting open the white jade jar. The distinct fragrance of the herbal medicine quickly filled the room, and the familiar scent caused Qingyu, who had been meditating, to open his eyes abruptly. Unbeknownst to him, cold sweat had formed on his brow. Upon seeing the item in GC's hand, his pupils constricted, and he exclaimed sternly, "Where did you get that?" GCI was startled, nearly dropping the ointment. He looked bewildered. "Elder Qingyu gave it to me." "Xiao Shidi, is there a problem?" Qingyu remained silent, his gaze fixated on the jar of medicine. After a long pause, he finally spoke softly, "Give me the medicine." GCI was puzzled and somewhat reluctant. "Xiao Shidi, are you injured?" He glanced at the ointment in his hand, and seeing that Qingyu truly desired it, he sighed and handed it over. Go his shock. As soon as the ointment reached Qingyu's hand, he forcefully smashed it to the ground. The sharp sound of the jade shattering jolted GCI from his confusion. He stared in disbelief at Qingyu. "Xiao Shidi, what are you doing?" GC's heart ached. "That was the wound ointment bestowed upon me by Elder Qingyu. You just smashed it." He started to rise to inspect the damage. However, before he could approach, his arm was seized by the young man, who pulled him back firmly. GCI fell onto the bed. At this point, even GCI's usually good-natured temperament began to fray. "Xiao Shidi, what has gotten into you?" Qingyu's eyes were red, his gaze icy as he fixed his stare on GCI for a moment. His lips moved slightly before he coldly diverted his gaze. "I warn you, do not accept his things." GCI pressed his lips together and asked, "Who?" "Elder Qingyu." Qingyu remained silent, affirming with his silence. GCI wanted to say more, but as his gaze flickered, he noticed the faint redness at the corners of his junior brother's eyes, his lashes slightly damp, his lips pressed into a stubborn line, appearing both pitiful and endearing. Yi thought to himself that he finally understood why everyone adored Xiao Shidi. With such a wronged expression, who could resist feeling soft-hearted? He sighed. It's just a jar of medicine. Why make such a fuss over it? Now, it seemed that he would be the one cleaning up the mess. With that, GCI rose from the bed, stepped outside to fetch a broom, and began sweeping up the shards. Qingyu seemed still slightly dazed, and after a long while, he lifted his head, his gaze fixed intently on GCI. "Do not take his things." GCI looked at him, puzzled. Do not take anything from Qingyu." Qingyu only murmured this one sentence before closing his eyes once more. Elder Qingyu is nothing but a well-dressed beast, outwardly appearing gentle and kind, yet harboring the darkest intentions. His usual tactic is to lace potent aphrodisiacs into his medicinal remedies, a trick he had previously fallen for. Fortunately, he had managed to endure. But if it were GCI, this foolish lad, who knows what might happen? Chapter 8. Xiao Shidi won't be shy, will he? GCI could not comprehend why he should not accept the items given by Elder Qingyu and found it somewhat unreasonable. However, gazing at his junior brother's stubborn face, he could not help but soften. All right, if you don't want me to take it, I won't. Xiao Shidi, you are just two. Why must you be so domineering? Do you think he is trying to steal you away? The thought left GCI bewildered. Come on, he was a handsome young man of 20. While not the most muscular, he was at least broad-shouldered and long-legged, with a chiseled abdomen. Moreover, he had no interest in men. Even if he did, he would be drawn to someone as beautiful and refined as Xiao Shidi. Why would he compete with those who were bulkier and perhaps even more well-endowed? GCI shook his head and turned to Qingyu, his expression filled with affection. Xiao Shidi, rest assured, I harbor no improper thoughts. Upon hearing this, Qingyu looked at him with a complex expression before finally whispering, the sect leader and those elders are not good people. Do not get close to them. GCI smiled and agreed. Qingyu continued, stay by my side. I will protect you. GCI replied with a playful tone. Then I shall depend entirely on you for protection. dear senior brother. With that, he set aside the broom and said, "Xiao Shitty, it's time to get up and eat some roasted chicken." I spoke. He watched Qinju for a moment, then pulled out a handkerchief and leaned in to wipe the sweat from his junior brother's face. Qinju's eyes widened, instinctively leaning back. "What are you doing?" "Wiping your face," GCI replied innocently. Noticing Qinju's look of resistance, he felt somewhat displeased. "Xiao Shitty, when you first arrived here and were unconscious, I wiped away every drop of sweat for you. Not just your face, but your entire body, day and night, tirelessly. You are quite something. Upon awakening, you immediately begin to show ingratitude, my dear junior disciple. Such behavior may indeed cause me sorrow. One must not forget their roots." Qinju's expression stiffened, nearly gasping. "Wipe your body." "Indeed," GCI smiled wryly, teasingly asking if the junior disciple was feeling shy. "However, if I do not assist you in wiping down, you shall awaken to an unpleasant odor." Qinju replied, "Please, no more." He shut his eyes briefly, a faint blush gracing his youthful visage, appearing quite bashful. GCI found this amusing, unable to suppress a chuckle, only to be met with a sharp glare from Qinju. Instantly, GCI wisely silenced himself, yet his bright eyes sparkled with mirth. The young man leaned closer, his complexion fair, lips curved in a smile as he gently wiped the perspiration from Qinju's face with a handkerchief. Their proximity was such that it could easily overwhelm Qinju, compelling him to flee. Nevertheless, the youth valiantly restrained this impulse, his gaze inadvertently falling upon the other's long eyelashes, lingering for a moment before averting his eyes. "All done," GCI observed with satisfaction as the boy's face regained its pristine complexion, placing the handkerchief into the basin of water kept nearby, and led Qinju out of the room. The earlier commotion had not distracted him from monitoring the roast chicken. GC's fire burned so swiftly, partly due to his reluctance to scold his junior disciple, and partly from his fear that a noisy quarrel would divert him from tending to the chicken. For heaven's sake, he had painstakingly prepared that chicken. If it were to burn, he would be devastated. With this thought, GCI sighed and enthusiastically fanned the flames with a folding fan. Qinju sat on a stone bench in the courtyard, not far from the stove, able to clearly observe GC's actions. The fan was exquisitely crafted, its black gold surface adorned with an ethereal landscape painting, featuring a red seal from a renowned artist at the bottom left. Such a fan could easily cost several thousand taels of silver. Qinju furrowed his brows in silence, eventually unable to contain himself. "Senior brother, this fan is precious. Is it truly appropriate to use it to fan the flames?" Upon hearing this, GCI nonchalantly replied, "One must utilize items to their fullest potential. Whether it be a paper fan or a gilded one, as long as it serves its purpose, it is a worthy fan." Qinju pondered this, finding a semblance of logic. "I stand corrected." Before long, the tantalizing aroma of the roast chicken wafted through the air. GCI brought forth the chicken, wrapped in banana leaves. Placing it on a plate and setting it upon the stone table, initially intending to eat with his hands, he glanced at his junior disciple's slender, fair hands and deemed such a crude method unbefitting of his junior's refined demeanor, ultimately opting for chopsticks instead. Upon unveiling the banana leaves, a fragrant scent enveloped them. Even Qinju, who had previously dismissed the roast chicken as a mere snack, found himself swallowing involuntarily. Though GCI lacked the skill to slaughter a chicken, he excelled in roasting. The chicken was generously coated with Sichuan pepper and a blend of proprietary seasonings, the meat tender and fragrant, the skin crisp to perfection. GCI could hardly contain his saliva. He noticed his junior disciple's hesitance and took the initiative to serve him a sizable drumstick along with some larger pieces of meat, affectionately saying, "Eat up, and do have more. It will help you grow." Qinju's fingers twitched, yet he silently picked up his chopsticks and began to eat. The chicken met his tongue, and after a few chews, a look of astonishment flickered in his eyes, though it quickly vanished. The youth's pace of eating subtly quickened, yet his demeanor remained composed and graceful. Observing this, GCI felt a swell of contentment. Considering their ages, in his past life, he had been 23. In this life, he was 20, while the young man before him was merely 17. GCI regarded Qinju with the tender affection one might have for a child. Seeing his junior disciple relish the meal brought GCI great joy. Just as he intended to serve himself a piece of chicken, A thought struck him, halting his motion. Hadn't Elder Qingyu requested that he save some for him? GCI gazed at the glistening drumstick, swallowing hard, and settled for a chicken wing instead. After all, Elder Qingyu was a senior. Good things ought to be reserved for one's elders. This realization nearly brought tears to GC's eyes. Is this the noble virtue of a contemporary? Sunlit young college student? How touching. After the meal, GCI sent Qinju back to rest, ensuring the youth had departed before he stealthily packed away the remaining drumstick and some chicken into a lunchbox, intending to deliver it to Elder Qingyu. Although Qinju preferred that GCI not maintain close ties with Elder Qingyu, GCI had his own considerations. On one hand, he had promised Elder Qingyu to bring the roast chicken, and on the other hand, GCI believed Elder Qingyu to be an exceptionally good person, an elegant gentleman, refined and courteous, who had even gifted him healing ointment, despite it ultimately being shattered by Qinju. Regardless, this roast chicken must be delivered. Chapter 9. What mischief is this elder up to in his alchemy room? GCI merely greeted Qinju before stepping outside. His voice was clear and melodious, particularly pleasant to the ear. Qinju held his sword, meticulously polishing it with a handkerchief. He was exceedingly careful, the sharp blade slicing through the cloth and leaving a small cut. Although Qinju heard the greeting, he said nothing, his pupils dark and deep. Lately, it seemed that his senior brother had been spending more time away. GCI wandered around the Taoist sect, holding the lunchbox, but after a fruitless search, he casually grabbed a disciple and inquired, "Excuse me, could you direct me to Elder Qingyu's peak?" The disciple, clad in the sect's uniform of dark blue robes, with wide sleeves and intricate hexagram patterns embroidered upon them, had his hair secured by a simple wooden pin, exuding an ethereal air. Upon recognizing GCI, the disciple immediately bowed respectfully, greeting him, "Greetings, senior brother." The Taoist sect maintained a strict hierarchy, with clear distinctions between outer disciples, inner disciples, and direct disciples. While one could enter the inner circle through examinations, only those of exceptional talent could be chosen by elders or the sect leader to possess their own peak. And only direct disciples could forego the uniform. The disciple replied, "Elder Qingyu cherishes tranquility and resides on Wu Wei Peak, at the westernmost edge of the sect. He has recently returned and, I believe, is currently in the alchemy room refining medicine." GCI nodded, acknowledging the information, then cleared his throat to ask, "And where is the alchemy room?" The disciple raised an eyebrow. "Senior brother does not even know where the alchemy room is?" GCI blinked innocently. "I have just returned from the afterlife. You know, a funeral was held not long ago. Have you forgotten? My memory is a bit muddled since awakening. Please forgive me." The disciple reluctantly accepted this explanation and pointed him in the right direction. Following the indicated path, GCI soon encountered a towering black tower, the very place where Taoist disciples refined elixirs. Ordinary disciples could only gather on the lower levels to concoct potions, while direct disciples and elders had the privilege of selecting private alchemy rooms on the top floor. After inquiring with the disciple in charge of the Black Tower, GCI received the desired information and ascended to the top level. He carried the lunchbox and knocked on Elder Qingyu's door. However, after a prolonged wait, silence greeted him from within. Puzzled, GCI wondered if this was indeed the right room. He stepped back to examine the number engraved on the doorframe. It was indeed the correct one. Could it be that Elder Qingyu was absent? After contemplating for a moment, he knocked again, yet still received no response. Glancing at the lunchbox in his hand, he finally steeled himself and pushed the door open, entering without further ado. The alchemy room was unlocked, allowing GCI to enter with ease. The room was spacious, adorned with a massive Taiji Bagua diagram on the wall, and at the center stood an enormous alchemical furnace, nearly touching the ceiling. The fire within the furnace still burned, yet the room was devoid of any occupants. GCI had originally intended to set down the lunchbox and leave, but suddenly, a faint popping sound erupted from the furnace. It was subtle but unmistakable. GCI finally realized that the fire in the furnace was perhaps too fierce. If the flames were not tamed soon, not only the elixirs within would be lost, but the entire furnace might explode. With this troubling thought, GCI grew anxious. The furnace was still ablaze. How could Elder Qingyu be absent? His fire safety awareness was appallingly lacking. If an explosion were to ignite, the entire wooden structure of the Black Tower would undoubtedly meet its demise. With this thought in mind, GCI let out a sigh, crouching down to tend to the flames within the alchemical furnace. Though he had not been in this place for long and had seldom engaged in cultivation, he had read a plethora of various texts. His memory was quite remarkable. During his academic days, he could recite even the most intricate passages of Marxist philosophy verbatim, let alone the myriad of books discussing elixirs and magical artifacts. Alchemy happened to be one of GCI's more captivating subjects, and he skillfully adjusted the fire's intensity. The flames within the furnace gradually stabilized under his guidance, settling into a relatively tranquil state. Observing this, GCI breathed a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to set down the tongs he used to manipulate the kindling, his keen eyes caught sight of something resembling a book nestled within the roaring flames. What could that be? The tome was wedged into the farthest corner of the furnace, a spot untouched by the flames. With only the edges slightly curled from the heat, revealing some scorched marks, GCI gazed at the book for a moment, biting his lip. Ultimately, driven by the scholarly virtue of curiosity, he carefully extracted the book. It was exceedingly hot, and when his hand accidentally brushed against it, he let out a hiss, quickly shaking his hand in the air. Once it felt bearable, he took a folding fan to leaf through the pages. How pitiful this book was. As the saying goes, books are the ladder of human progress. To leave it here to burn would be a tragedy. Allow me, a noble gentleman, to save you. Upon opening the book, GCI expected to uncover some extraordinary martial arts or transcendent mental techniques, only to be rendered dumbfounded. The reason was simple. Every page was filled with images of Qin-Ju, and not just any ordinary depictions. The illustrations portrayed Qin-Ju unclad. GCI couldn't help but curse. What the hell is this? He quickly flipped through a few more pages, finding the content increasingly explicit, and with a frown, he abruptly closed the book, feeling as though he had sullied his own eyes. Although he had long been aware that the world he inhabited was a cliché and contrived narrative, after spending so much time with Qin-Ju, he viewed him as a diligent 17-year-old boy, still underage and devoted to his practice, not as depicted in those illustrations, disgusted by the images he had seen. GCI grimaced and was about to return the book when he noticed a splash of red on its spine. GCI paused, flipping the book over to examine the spine. There was a crimson seal, inscribed with the words Qin-Yu. GC's expression shifted. Suppressing his nausea, he turned to the last page and saw the same seal. The placement of this seal was remarkably clever, as if the artist, having completed an exquisite masterpiece, was satisfied enough to imprint their mark upon it. The seal exuded arrogance, pride, and a sense of superiority. Ironically, this vulgar mark likely belonged to the otherwise refined elder Qin-Yu. As GCI remembered him, furrowing his brow, GCI closed the book carefully and placed it back in its original position, adjusting it meticulously to ensure it appeared exactly as he had found it. After completing this task, GCI set down the tongs and was about to rise when suddenly, someone grasped his wrist. The hand was icy, causing GCI to shiver involuntarily. At that moment, a slow, deliberate voice from behind him spoke. "Young friend G, what are you sneakily doing in my alchemical chamber?" Chapter 10. The diligent young husband preparing breakfast. GCI froze in place. The scenes from the book flashed through his mind, and he felt a wave of nausea rising in his throat, nearly overwhelming him. "Nothing," GCI replied with a smile, feigning normalcy as he politely handed the lunchbox he had set aside to Elder Qin-Yu, saying, "Elder, this is the roast chicken I promised to bring you. Please enjoy it while it's hot, or it will cool down." A faint smile graced Qin-Yu's lips as his gaze fell upon the lunchbox. Seemingly surprised. "Roast chicken? You truly brought it for me. Consider it a small token of gratitude for the elder," GCI replied, his tone lively, his voice naturally rising at the end, giving the impression that he was perpetually cheerful. Seeing that Elder Qin-Yu accepted the roast chicken, GCI felt a sense of relief and said, "Well, I only came to deliver the chicken. Elder Qin-Yu, I shall take my leave now." With that, GCI hurriedly attempted to make his exit. However, Qin-Yu called out to him, "Wait." GCI abruptly halted. There's something else. Elder Qin-Yu." Qin-Yu's ink-dark eyes scrutinized him for a moment. The other man's pristine robes were unblemished, his fingers long and delicate, his voice smooth as jade striking stone. "Did you touch my alchemical furnace, young friend G?" GC's throat constricted, yet he managed to reply nonchalantly, "Ah, Elder Qin-Yu, you seem rather carefree. You didn't have anyone watch over it before stepping out. If I hadn't been present, that furnace could have ignited into a raging fire. Upon hearing this, Qing Yu's gaze shifted slightly. Is that so? Indeed. You have no idea how intense the flames were at that moment. Without anyone to keep an eye on it, the entire tower could have been reduced to ashes. The young man before him was strikingly handsome. His lips curved in a smile, his bright eyes and charming tone making his words particularly endearing. He did not seem to be feigning. Qing Yu's slightly furrowed brow relaxed as his voice softened. It is indeed my oversight. Thank you for your assistance today, young friend G. GCI waved his hand with a smile. It was merely a small matter. Elder Qing Yu, may I take my leave now? Qing Yu nodded slightly, and GCI departed. After a while, the man gazed indifferently at the alchemical furnace, ignoring the roaring flames, and directly retrieved the book hidden within it was still not secure enough. Upon returning to the courtyard, GCI immediately rushed to Qin Ju, who was practicing swordplay, exclaiming, "Little junior brother." Qin Ju paused momentarily in his movements, then continued to wield his sword as if unfazed. His sword techniques were fierce, imbued with a palpable sense of lethality. Seeing that he was preoccupied, GCI settled down to wait nearby. The youth's earnest demeanor while practicing was evident. He had evidently reached a profound level of expertise in his swordsmanship. Such exceptional talent meant that if he did not ascend to the pinnacle of the cultivation world, it would surely become a lingering regret for little junior brother. The more GCI thought about it, the more uncomfortable he felt. Damn this ridiculous contrived narrative. Little junior brother's promising future could not be allowed to be ruined by those people. All of them. Elder Qing Yu is not a good person. And what about the other elders? The system replied honestly. If I had to say, it would be that aside from the protagonist, none of them are particularly virtuous. GCI understood, his gaze growing ever more resolute. After approximately half an hour, Qin Ju finally stopped. He stood still for a moment, then turned his head to see his nominal senior brother sitting on a stone bench, eagerly watching him. He was likely uncertain whether to continue practicing, which is why he hadn't approached immediately. What a fool. With that thought, Qin Ju sheathed his sword and walked towards GCI. Realizing that little junior brother had finished his practice, GC's eyes lit up. Qin Ju's gaze remained calm. Is there something you need? GCI looked at him, the young man before him standing tall and proud, much like a bamboo shoot flourishing in growth, tinged with a hint of arrogance. His expression serious, GCI asked, "Little junior brother, what are your thoughts on the elders and the sect leader?" Upon hearing this, Qin Ju raised his brow. He regarded GCI with keen interest, his gaze filled with depth. He smiled slightly and queried, "Why does senior brother suddenly inquire about this?" GCI evaded the question, urging, "I'm simply asking. Hurry up and tell me." Seeing the young man's eager expression, Qin Ju repressed his smile and replied flatly, "I have no particular feelings. They are merely a group of trash that will eventually fall beneath my sword." "Really?" GCI pressed further. Qin Ju met his gaze. Truly. Upon receiving this affirmation, GCI felt as if a weight had been lifted. Exhaling in relief. "That's good, that's good." Qin Ju observed his expression with quiet scrutiny. "Senior brother seems quite concerned about my emotional state." "Of course I'm concerned," GCI said nonchalantly. "I have to keep an eye on you." "You precious jade cabbaged, this." Qin Ju halted, his expression complex. "Precious jade cabbage? Where did you come up with that phrase? Why was it that his senior brother always spoke in such peculiar terms?" GCI regarded him affectionately. "It's not wrong. Aren't you just a precious jade cabbage that everyone wants to get their hands on?" "Qin Ju," GCI continued, "so precious and sweet. One bite and it's incredibly crunchy." Qin Ju, not wanting to endure GC's nonsensical chatter any longer, said coldly, "Enough, be quiet. We're going back." GCI cheerfully replied, "All right," and casually picked up some twigs from beneath a tree to take back, placing them by the stove to use as firewood. "Little junior brother, what do you want to eat tonight?" Qin Ju's tone was frigid. "Stir-fried cabbage." GCI burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, you really hold a grudge, don't you? But if you want to eat it, I can certainly make it for you." "Why are you silent? Should we add chili to the stir-fried cabbage?" "Be quiet." Not long after, Qing Yu arrived at Qin Ju's courtyard. Holding the newly refined elixir, GCI rose early, as he needed to start the fire to prepare breakfast. Hearing the knock, He quickly wiped his hands and hurried to open the door. Upon seeing Qingyu, he was momentarily taken aback, then smiled gently and said, "Elder Qingyu, what brings you here today?" "I've come to deliver medicine," Qingyu replied in a soft voice, then inquired, "Where is Xiaoju? Is he still asleep?" Although he asked about Qingju, his gaze remained fixed on GCI. The young man before him had likely been busy, with a hint of stove ash still on his hands. His hair was casually tied back, and he bore a clean, fair complexion, looking rather handsome, akin to a dutiful husband who rises early to prepare breakfast for his wife. Unaware of Qingyu's gaze, GCI stepped aside to allow him entry, saying, "My junior brother has also risen, but he is currently practicing swordplay in the backyard." He paused, then subtly added, "Elder Qingyu, if you have something to deliver, I can pass it on for you." Qingyu glanced at him and chuckled. "No need, since I am here. I must see the person himself." GCI understood he could not deter him and relented. Just as he intended to return to the stove, his arm was gently grasped by Qingyu. With his ever-gentle tone, yet an unyielding grip, he asked, "Ji Xiaoyu, have you not applied the medicine I sent you? If you have, considering the days that have passed, your injury should be healed by now." Upon recalling the jar of ointment, GCI felt a pang of guilt. The medicine had been discarded by Qingyu, shattered beyond use. Naturally, he could not confess this in front of Elder Qingyu. Thus, he laughed and said, "The ointment you provided, Elder Qingyu, is far too precious. I cannot bring myself to use it. Besides, this minor injury is of little consequence. I shall apply it when I truly need it." Hearing this, Qingyu's smile faded as he echoed GC's words. "When you truly need it, Ji Xiaoyu, must you wait until your injury is severe before you will use it?" GCI bit his tongue until he felt a sharp sting, then replied, "Ahem, I misspoke. Elder Qingyu, I shall apply the ointment shortly, and I assure you, I will not waste your thoughtful gesture." Qingyu scrutinized him for a moment, saying nothing, leaving GCI feeling uneasy under his gaze. He regretted previously characterizing Qingyu as genteel. Now he felt like an utter fool. Lowering his gaze, GCI gently withdrew his arm and asked, "Elder, are you hungry? Would you care to join us for a meal?" Before he could finish withdrawing his hand, a cool voice from behind interrupted, "What are the two of you up to?" Startled, GCI turned to see his junior brother clad in simple white robes, hair tied back with a ribbon, a long sword resting on his back. Due to his sword practice, some strands of hair were damp with sweat, and his gaze was deep and inscrutable. Seizing the opportunity, GCI rushed to Qingyu's side, warmly offering a handkerchief to wipe away his sweat, chiding, "Look at you, after practicing, you haven't even wiped your sweat. It's windy today. Do you wish to catch a cold?" In truth, GCI had often taken out a handkerchief to help clean Qingyu's face in recent days, though Qingyu had always been unaccustomed to it, frequently dodging his gestures. However, this time, their eyes met, and with a slight smile, Qingyu allowed GCI to wipe his forehead without protest. Afterward, GCI felt puzzled, thinking, "Why is my junior brother so docile today?" Qingyu merely smiled in silence and approached Qingyu. Greetings, Elder." Observing their interaction, Qingyu showed no trace of anger, unlike before when his gaze had been sharp enough to pierce through GCI. Reflecting on this, GCI felt a twinge of fear. He had acted deliberately to keep peculiar individuals away from his junior brother. It was just a customary meeting between elder and junior. After Qingyu offered his greetings, Qingyu revealed a warm smile, saying, "There is no need for such formalities between us." Qingyu averted his gaze, responding coolly, "It is only proper." Noticing the chill in Qingyu's demeanor, Qingyu's smile waned slightly as he produced a small medicine box from his sleeve, saying, "This is a specially refined elixir for you. It will aid in your recovery." Qingyu accepted it with an air of composure, replying, "Thank you, Elder." A flicker of irritation crossed Qingyu's brow. In the past, Qingyu would never have behaved so formally before them. Their relationship had always transcended such superficialities, yet something felt off. Qingyu couldn't pinpoint the cause of his unease, but it left him feeling slightly agitated. His gaze unconsciously drifted to the young man toiling away at the stove. Xiaoju and Ji Xiaoyu seemed to have formed quite a bond. Sitting on a stone bench, Qingyu took a sip of the tea GCI had prepared earlier, stating, "For some time now, my senior brother has been looking after me. Ji Xiong is a wonderful person." Qingyu's eyes flickered with interest. "I am genuinely pleased that Xiaoju has found a new companion." As he spoke, Qingyu concealed the depth of his gaze behind the teacup. Why is this so? Merely a few days of unconsciousness, and the presence of another has fostered such closeness. Has Qingyu always been so easily approachable? No one knew better than they. Qingyu was cold and distant, likely fixated solely on his sword. They had spent considerable time softening Xiaoju's heart and drawing him closer. Yet this GCI seemed to possess a remarkable ability to achieve such intimacy in a matter of days. Qingyu's hand trembled slightly around the teacup. Just then, Qingju's cool voice broke the silence. "Elder, will you be staying for a meal?" Upon hearing his voice, Qingyu instinctively smiled, his demeanor as gentle as ever. Ji Xiaoyu also extended an invitation for me to stay. It would be rather inappropriate to refuse again. Qingju frowned slightly. Why senior brother invited you? He turned to GCI, who was dressed in a simple manner while expertly tending to the stove. Sleeves rolled up as he stoked the fire. It was unclear if he practiced swordplay under the sun, but he was remarkably fair-skinned, his complexion radiant as if reflecting light, resembling a refined scholar from the human realm. Qingju found himself gazing longer than intended, only snapping back to reality when GCI brought over the prepared dishes. Turning his head, he clearly saw the underlying significance in Qingyu's eyes. "Elder Qingyu, are you truly staying for dinner?" Qingyu lowered his gaze, then raised it again, appearing as composed as ever. "Since I have nothing pressing, I suppose a meal would not be amiss." He had long since ceased to consume earthly fare. Having abstained for many years, GCI had only offered the invitation out of politeness. He had not anticipated that Elder Qingyu would genuinely stay for a meal. He had not even set aside a portion of rice for Qingyu. Would there be enough to eat? GCI kept this concern to himself as he begrudgingly prepared their servings. After a lengthy silence, the system finally chimed in hesitantly. "Host, they could very well serve themselves." It was evident that GCI had already prepared the meal. Having worked hard all morning, why should he still be tasked with serving? GCI sighed, his tone laden with weariness. "System, you simply do not understand why junior brother is younger than me, while Elder Qingyu is older. Here I am, stuck in the middle, having to respect the elder and care for the younger. It is truly a daunting task." The system listened, somewhat perplexed, sensing that its host had perhaps taken his sense of duty a touch too far. GCI set the meal on the table and beckoned them to join him. Qingyu was aware of GC's culinary skills. He had tasted a bit of the roast chicken previously and found it delightful. Now, it appeared that GCI was also adept at preparing a variety of home-cooked dishes. Qingyu smiled. "Ji Xiaoyu, your cooking is excellent. The future wife you marry will be quite fortunate." This. GCI coughed awkwardly. "Oh, it's nothing special." "Oh, not be modest." Qingyu replied warmly. "I still remember the taste of the roast chicken you sent me last time." Just as GCI was about to agree enthusiastically, a sudden realization struck him, leaving him frozen in place. Qingju's calm voice cut through the air. "So, my senior brother shared a portion of that roast chicken with Elder Qingyu." The seemingly innocuous statement sent a shiver down GC's spine. Before he had sent the roast chicken, Qingju had warned him against getting too close to Elder Qingyu. At the time, GCI had been oblivious to the deeper implications. Now, however, upon meeting Qingju's knowing gaze, he felt a sense of impending doom and, with a stiff smile, placed a pair of chopsticks filled with greens into Qingju's bowl, saying, "After all, I had already promised. It would be disingenuous to back out now." The once bright eyes of the youth now flickered with a hint of evasion, exuding an aura of guilt. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Qingju found this demeanor oddly amusing, and a faint smile graced his lips. Yet, to GCI, this smile felt distinctly chilling. He was not afraid of Qingju, but rather, he was consumed by an unusual sense of guilt. GCI cleared his throat a few times, lapsing into silence. A gentle breeze swept through the courtyard, sunlight filtering through the aged leaves of the tree, imbued with the unique warmth of the morning. Qingyu's gaze lingered on the two of them for a while. Lost in thought, he pursed his lips, and the tenderness and kindness of your evaporated into thin air. His voice, barely above a whisper, suggested, "It seems that during this time, Xiaoju has indeed formed a harmonious bond with Ji Xiaoyu." Qingju cast a sidelong glance at GCI, who was still gnawing at a meager morsel of rice, his brows subtly furrowing before he averted his gaze and said, "I have come to regret not meeting my senior brother sooner. In the past, my senior brother was always preoccupied with official duties. rarely spending time with someone of my humble standing, leading me to believe he harbored some resentment towards me. It appears that I was the narrow-minded one all along. With a gentle smile, Qin Ju met Qing Yu's gaze with an air of openness and sincerity. However, shadows flickered in Qing Yu's eyes. Isgci truly that remarkable? I heard that not long ago. Han Shang invited Xiao Ju to discuss rare texts, but you declined. As he spoke, Qing Yu's eyes were fixed on Qin Ju, scrutinizing his every expression. Qin Ju maintained his composure. I have been preoccupied with recuperating and preparing for the sect's major examination, leaving me little time. Is that so? Qing Yu's demeanor hinted at a loss of composure. I was informed it was because Xiao Ju intended to assist Ji Xiaoyu with his studies. The smile had vanished from his lips. His gaze icy, demanding a satisfactory explanation. Yet, Qin Ju seemed unfazed by the intensity of Qing Yu's scrutiny, responding nonchalantly, that is indeed one of the reasons. Qing Yu nearly lost his grip on the wooden chopsticks he held. Taking a deep breath, he was about to say something more when a melodious voice interrupted. Elder Qing Yu, it seems your bowl is empty. Would you like some more food? The interruption incited Qing Yu's ire. But he had yet to articulate his displeasure when Qin Ju spoke up, his tone laced with gentle admonishment. Senior brother, what kind of talk is this? Asking if you want more food? How superstitious. Qing Yu paused. GCI, seeming to just realize the situation, smiled apologetically. You're right. I apologize, Elder Qing Yu. I spoke out of haste and misspoke. Please do not take it to heart. Qing Yu lowered his gaze, his fingers trembling slightly as he murmured, it's nothing. For the first time, he regarded GCI with earnest consideration. The young man's complexion was fair, his features strikingly handsome, and upon closer inspection, there was a subtle femininity about him. Yet, the sharpness of his features and the slight smile at the corners of his lips tempered this quality, in both the realm of cultivation and the mortal world. He stood out remarkably. It was no wonder that their Xiao Ju had become so enamored, letting down his guard and growing increasingly intimate over the past few days. At that moment, Qing Yu's gaze was profound, and GCI felt a wave of discomfort under his scrutiny. Fortunately, it was not long before Qing Yu spoke. It would be an imposition to stay for the meal. I have pressing matters to attend to and must take my leave. With that, he exited the small courtyard. Once his figure had completely vanished, GCI exhaled a sigh of relief, muttering, it's just as well. There wasn't enough food anyway, and I barely had a bite. The keen ears of cultivators caught every word, and GC's remark reached Qing Yu, who had just begun his descent down the mountain. The man paused for a moment, his brow furrowing, before he continued his way down with an impassive expression. Qing Ju intervened to halt his reckless behavior but chose not to elaborate. Qing Yu was the most ostentatious among them, rarely shedding his veneer of propriety. Upon reflection, it seemed that as long as one did not genuinely provoke him, he was the easiest to handle among the four. Qing Ju lowered his gaze, observing GCI, who still appeared hungry, and stood up to leave. GCI, holding a piece of meat with his chopsticks, instinctively asked, where are you going? There was no response. Given that this insolent child had often ignored him, GCI dismissed it and continued to eat. It was not until he heard the sound of water being drawn that he turned to see his typically aloof junior disciple, who never handled ladles but wielded a spiritual sword, was actually washing rice. GCI was momentarily taken aback. Junior disciple, what are you doing? Qin Ju ignored him, placing the washed rice on the stove to cook. GCI, curiosity piqued, approached and asked again. Qin Ju glanced at him. Weren't you still hungry? GCI blinked in surprise. Huh? Qin Ju's tone grew cold, laced with subtle sarcasm. Knowing full well the rice is insufficient and still leaving it for him to eat, and having only a meager portion yourself this morning, should I commend you for your respect towards your master? GCI seemed oblivious to the sarcasm, his eyes sparkling with delight as he exclaimed. So this is specially for me? Qin Ju, somewhat irked, retorted. Are you really that dense? Can you not grasp such an obvious implication? GCI, unfazed, chuckled. Why are you scolding your senior brother? Qin Ju fell silent, noticing that he seemed disinclined to engage further. GCI shrugged and rolled back to the stone table to continue eating. Many believed he possessed a good temper, but in truth, he was simply more open-hearted than most. His previous life had been fraught with difficulties. He had to care for himself, his younger brother, and his ailing parents. Without a broad-minded attitude, he likely would have succumbed to despair. Reflecting on it, GCI felt that his purpose here was to look after his junior disciple. In that light, it bore a striking resemblance to his former life. Lost in thought, GC's eyes sparkled with mirth until Chinju placed a bowl of rice before him, prompting GCI to regain his focus. "Eat quickly," Chinju urged, his tone tinged with exasperation. "The food will go cold." GCI snapped back to reality and began to eat. The young man had impeccable table manners, chewing slowly and savoring each bite. His long eyelashes casting shadows on his cheeks, illuminated by the sunlight that revealed the fine down on his skin. He resembled one of those affluent and leisurely young gentlemen of the mortal realm. Chinju observed him for a while before shifting his gaze away, choosing not to practice swordplay, instead sitting on the stone bench beside him, polishing his sword to a brilliant shine. Chapter 13. Preparing to escape at the Wu Wang peak of the Sanqing Dao sect. The residence of Elder Han Sheng lay before them. Clad in a deep blue satin robe and adorned with a jade crown, he stood before an expansive chessboard. Since that day, he fell unconscious. "Xiaoju has scarcely visited us." Elder Han's demeanor was grim as he placed a black piece at the edge of the board. Qingyu nodded slightly. He has indeed grown close to that senior brother. At this remark, Han Sheng scoffed, a young lad in his 20s. "What does he have to contend with us?" This time, Qingyu did not immediately concur. His gaze darkened. "Do not underestimate him, the one named GCI." Before he could finish, Han Sheng interrupted. "You truly regard him with any significance?" The man's expression was chilling as he forced a smile. "GCI possesses mediocre talent and cannot attain the great Tao. To eliminate him would merely require a flick of our fingers." Qingyu lowered his gaze, the image of the youth's ever-smiling face flashing in his mind. He frowned. "We cannot harm a disciple of the Dao sect." Upon hearing this, Han Sheng broke into a grin, as though he had heard something exceedingly ludicrous. "Tell me, Qingyu, when you harbor ill intentions towards Xiaoju, do you not consider that he is a disciple of the sect? A child you have watched grow." Qingyu clenched his fist, remaining silent. "Hypocrites," Han Sheng remarked. The four of them had been remarkably consistent since childhood. Their appearances, talents, and backgrounds were all exceptionally superior, especially in terms of aesthetic appreciation. As Xiaoju matured and blossomed, Qingyu realized that none of them could escape the allure. Initially drawn by mere appearance, it had ultimately morphed into an obsession that was impossible to sever. Suppressing the unsettling thoughts within, Qingyu replied coolly, "If you wish to avoid reproach, it is best not to touch GCI. Xiaoju is quite fond of him, so do not act impulsively." Han Sheng fell silent, leaving one to wonder if he took the warning to heart. After a lengthy pause, he finally spoke. "If I am not mistaken, Gu Hong is likely returning. Jiu Hong, the elder? What has happened to him?" GCI sat before a low bed, perusing a half-read scripture. The pages were marked with red ink, outlining various key points for the upcoming examination, densely packed. Earlier, Chinju had used the pretense of helping his senior brother study as a reason to decline Elder Han Sheng's invitation, only for it to become a reality now. GCI had indeed forgotten all the knowledge he once possessed. Chinju continued to circle the key points with the red ink, then softly cautioned. "Elder Gu Hong is capricious by nature. You must avoid provoking him." "Capricious? What a peculiar descriptor," GCI mused, bewildered. "Why do you always urge me to steer clear of the elders and the sect leader? Shouldn't you be the one avoiding them?" Chinju did not even lift his eyelids. "Because you are foolish and may draw the elder's ire, GCI." He reluctantly propped up the scripture, refusing to look at Chinju. "Cursing at every turn, how can you behave like this as a junior brother?" GCI complained. Chinju turned to him. "What do you think I should do?" GCI pondered for a moment. "I won't ask you to take care of me, but at the very least, your words should be sweeter. Just call me senior brother and say something nice." Chinju, with a hint of a smile, replied, "Have you ever seen a junior brother who needs their senior brother to help with their studies?" GCI was momentarily at a loss for words. He quickly shifted the topic. "Ahem, I need to memorize texts now, so don't disturb me." Chinju's gaze remained indifferent as he continued with his earlier advice. Elder Gu Hong was born in the Miao region, adept in witchcraft, and his mastery of Taoist sword techniques is quite profound. If he offers you some peculiar trinkets, make sure you do not accept them. Even if you must, destroy them immediately when no one is around. GCI nodded, signaling his understanding. He memorized quickly. nearly having the scripture committed to memory. Afterward, GCI began to daydream. He felt that his junior brother was nothing like the stereotypical, melodramatic protagonist. Qinju was immensely powerful, excelling both psychologically and physically, a standout among the younger generation in the realm of cultivation. If he was not mistaken, his junior brother must have already sensed the elder's intentions towards him and felt disdain. No wonder he was always instilling such messages into him. With this thought, GCI felt a wave of comfort, akin to the pride of watching one's young kin grow up. Just as GCI was lost in his musings, Qinju suddenly spoke, "I will be descending the mountain soon." GCI was taken aback. Descending the mountain? For what purpose? To avoid the limelight. It is certainly better than staying within the sect. He never concealed his disdain for this place in front of his senior brother, partly because Qinju considered GCI to be akin to family. Moreover, Qinju felt that if he did not express this clearly, this naive lad might mistakenly believe he still had an attachment to the place that raised him. Qinju thought no one could be more foolish than his nominal senior brother. Naturally, this was a sentiment he could only keep to himself, for if that person found out, it would surely cause a commotion. Upon hearing his plan, GCI found it quite reasonable. Then shall we choose a day to go to GUI building to collect our tokens? At this, Qinju looked at him as if he were simple-minded. GCI blinked. Isn't that the case? The Sanqing Dao sect strictly prohibited disciples from leaving the sect alone unless they were to collect tokens for tasks at GUI building. These tasks mostly originated from the inspection towers established across the continent, which were responsible for monitoring whether there were any disturbances caused by evil spirits, and then passed to the various sects for their disciples to resolve. This served as both training and a means to protect the people, as well as a prime opportunity for the younger disciples of the sect to make a name for themselves. In short, one could not leave the sect without collecting tokens from GUI building. Qinju certainly understood this principle, but the issue was that he had just recovered from a serious illness. If he went to GUI building to receive tasks now, it would undoubtedly attract the elder's attention. At that point, he might not only be barred from the Sanqing Dao sect, but might even find it difficult to leave this courtyard. After this explanation, GCI comprehended the situation. He lowered his voice. Then how do we get out? As he spoke, he leaned closer to Qinju. His thick eyelashes fluttered, the corners of his eyes slightly raised, and a hint of red tinged his cheeks from the fatigue of memorizing texts. Qinju noticed a small, faintly colored mole on the right side of his nose. He discreetly averted his gaze and replied nonchalantly, "I possess a treasure that can silently breach the sect's restrictions without alarming anyone." Upon hearing this, GCI felt both exhilarated and curious. How impressive! Where did you acquire this treasure? Qinju looked at him, his eyes filled with profound meaning. It is from the secret realm that caused me to fall unconscious. As soon as these words left his lips, GCI fell silent. The mere mention of that secret realm reminded him of the little mischief the original body had played on Qinju. Although the system had surely erased his memories, he still felt a twinge of guilt. How infuriating! Why should he feel remorse for the misdeeds of the original body? Chapter 14. If you're jealous, just say it. They did not linger for long. After the sect's grand examination concluded, they began planning their escape even before the results were announced. GCI had only recently arrived at the Sanqing Dao sect and was already contemplating an escape, which felt exhilarating. Qinju observed GC's inexplicable excitement, pondering what could possibly be the source of his joy. Well, he had always been this way. The treasure Qinju spoke of was, in fact, an ordinary-looking stone, devoid of any distinctive features. It resembled a river stone, adorned with uneven patterns. Qinju closed his eyes and recited incantations over the stone. Before long, it began to emanate a golden light and was then tossed beside the sect's restrictions. The sect's restrictions were formless, but once the stone was thrown, GCI distinctly felt that the wind brushing through his hair was different from before. The wind direction had changed. It was now blowing in from the outside. GC's eyes lit up. Before he could react, Qinju firmly grasped his hand and leaped down the mountain. Simultaneously, the sound of a sword unsheathing rang out, accompanied by a dazzling golden light. Dressed in white, Qinju stood atop the sword blade, resembling an otherworldly sword immortal. The young man's stature was tall and straight, an embodiment of refreshing grace. GCI found himself in Qinju's embrace. He attempted to break free, but the latter's grip was too strong, leaving him unable to escape. It was puzzling how a youth recovering from illness could possess such strength. GCI also had a sword, but it was the original body's possession and seemed to not recognize its current master. He had previously attempted to use it, only to discover that he could not summon even a fraction of spiritual energy through it. The notion of flying with a sword, something so glamorous, seemed entirely out of reach for him at this moment. In light of this, he was grateful for Qin Ju's ability to carry him. GCI looked down at the undulating mountains beneath them and asked, "Junior brother, where did your spirit sword come from?" Qin Ju glanced at him. It was drawn from the spirit sword pool. GC's eyes widened. The spirit sword pool? What is that? It was a place to obtain superior spirit swords, with another option being to have a weapon master forge one. This was common knowledge, and GC's ignorance of it was rather unusual. However, Qin Ju did not inquire further. He slowly added, "When we are outside in the future, do not continually ask questions as you do now." GCI frowned. "Why not? My mouth is on my face. Am I not allowed to use it?" Qin Ju. He opened his lips, eager to say something, but ultimately refrained, stating only, "You will be laughed at for asking." Upon hearing this, GCI was entirely unconcerned. And what of it? Should I refrain from asking because others might laugh? Qin Ju. Some people are just thick-headed. The young man's voice carried a hint of irritation. In short, if you have questions, come to me. Do you understand? GCI cheerfully affirmed that he understood, then foolishly added, "Junior brother, if you're jealous, just say it, I won't mind." Qin Ju. He almost wished to toss GCI off the sword. They landed in a prosperous town near Jing Lake. The city was bustling with activity, selling everything from paper crafts to silk and candied hawthorns. The streets were filled with lively chatter. GCI, clad in moon-white brocade, with a golden crown binding his hair and a black gold folding fan in hand, looked less like a disciple of the immortal realm and more like a young master from a prestigious family out for some amusement. Beside him, Qin Ju, dressed in white, exuded an exquisite demeanor with a cold temperament, a long sword resting on his back, making it evident to any discerning eye that he was a celestial being descending from the mountain. The distinction between cultivators and mortals was akin to that of gods. Throughout their journey, young girls with veils would approach, attempting to strike up conversations with Qin Ju. They would shyly toss their handkerchiefs towards him. But Qin Ju paid them no mind. If a handkerchief accidentally landed on GCI, he would turn back and smile at the girls. Despite being just over 20 years old, he was in the prime of his youth, and his smile was charming and graceful, causing the girls to blush beneath their veils. GCI eagerly leaned closer to his junior brother, teasing, "I never expected such a young junior brother to attract the admiration of so many girls." Qin Ju shot him a glance, feeling that this statement was somewhat misguided. It was clearly GCI who thrived in this environment. They did not wander the streets for long and soon found an inn to rest. GCI lay on the bed, allowing the sunlight streaming through the window to warm him, before lazily asking, "We can't possibly stay outside the sect forever, can we?" Qin Ju retrieved his sword and rested it on his knees. Lowering his gaze to fiddle with the sword tassel, "We'll set off tonight to visit the Li residence." GCI was puzzled. The Li residence? A wealthy merchant in the city, with the surname Li. "We'll pay them a visit tonight." "How do you know so much about this place?" GCI inquired, looking at him. Qin Ju replied, "I've simply made more preparations than my senior brother." With a slight huff, GCI expressed his displeasure. This fellow seemed to be subtly mocking him from every angle. Indeed, being a senior brother was no easy task. Even a mere boy of 15 or 16 proved difficult to manage. GCI, recognizing the magnanimity of adults, asked without a hint of concern, "So, what are we going to do?" Qin Ju drew his sword from its sheath, the silver blade glinting sharply in the dim light. Though this sword had yet to taste human blood, it already bore an ominous aura, a reflection of its master. "We are to slay demons," Qin Ju replied. Upon hearing this, GCI scrambled from his bed in excitement. "Is that true? Slay demons? How do you know there are demons in the Li residence?" "Of course, it is from the memories of my past life," he thought but did not say aloud. Instead, he replied, "You don't need to know so much. Just follow me tonight, and you'll see." With no other choice, GCI acquiesced. After about 2 hours, the inn delivered their dinner. GCI insisted that the meal lacked the flavor of his own cooking and demanded Qin Ju's opinion. Qin Ju, puzzled by the need for comparison, thought it was merely a meal. Yet, the earnestness on GC's face was unmistakable. especially since not responding would incite his senior brother to ramble on. Why aren't you speaking? I toil daily to prepare your meals, and this is how you repay me. Not even a kind word. While other couples may not boast excessive affection, at the very least they share mutual respect. Yet here was GCI, stirring discontent. Unable to endure any longer, Chin-ju bluntly stated, "Your brother's cooking is good. Is that satisfactory?" GCI regarded him, then averted his gaze, a smirk playing on his lips. "You only say that because you're annoyed with me. I understand. No need to elaborate, it's merely a ruse to placate me." GCI felt he had grasped the essence of Lin Mei's literary style. Not only must one refrain from expressing anger, but even when they do, they must feign indignation. Chin-ju frowned, bewildered by his senior brother's numerous quirks. Chapter 15. Abducted by a zombie on a moonless night with a fierce wind howling. Although they had not committed any heinous acts, sneaking into someone's home in the dead of night through climbing walls was hardly virtuous. Clad in their regular attire, Chin-ju stood out in his bright white clothes. An eye-catching sight against the night. GCI was uncertain of their purpose, but recognized that his junior brother possessed a clear sense of direction. He merely needed to follow him. The Lee residence was vast, exuding the opulence of a wealthy Jiangnan family. Though it could not rival the grandeur of the Nine Heavens, every brick and tile spoke of considerable wealth. With his sword in hand, Chin-ju scaled the wall into the Lee residence's rear courtyard. A secluded haven for the womenfolk and illegitimate children. "Junior brother, you don't have a romantic interest here, do you?" GCI quipped, unable to contain his curiosity as they landed quietly. Ignoring him, Chin-ju simply commanded, "Be quiet." GCI raised an eyebrow but obediently fell silent. They stealthily located a dilapidated courtyard, the door locked from the outside, the wooden bolt showing signs of decay. GCI fixated on the wooden bolt for a moment before Chin-ju pulled him away. They climbed over the wall once more. Inside, it was pitch black, devoid of lanterns or candlelight. The adjoining rooms were eerily silent. As soon as they touched down, Chin-ju approached the locked door and forcefully broke it down to enter. GCI, baffled, followed him inside. The interior was even darker, but GCI soon spotted Chin-ju in the bedroom, his sword drawn, pressing the blade against something. GCI paused, rushing over. "What are you doing?" As his words fell, the moonlight streaming through the window illuminated what Chin-ju held captive. A boy of about 17 or 18, chains pierced through his skull, arms, and thighs, his pallid face agape revealing sharp teeth. GCI gasped in shock. "Is this a person or a ghost?" Chin-ju replied calmly, "He is a person. Help me hold him down." "All right," GCI complied, positioning himself to restrain the boy's arms. The boy's hands were also pale, with long, sharp, grayish nails. "He looks like a zombie," GCI remarked. "Quite similar to one," Chin-ju said, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Excitement flickered in his eyes, akin to discovering a long-lost treasure, with a hint of madness barely concealed. When GCI glanced his way, Chin-ju lowered his gaze, masking any abnormal emotion. Oblivious to the underlying tension, GCI held the boy's hands, his tone filled with genuine curiosity. "Why is there such a creature in the Lee residence?" Chin-ju leisurely retrieved a yellow talisman from his sleeve, the intricate patterns drawn in red ink swirling elegantly. "To pacify malevolent beings, a folk remedy," he explained. "This zombie has been refined from a living person." GCI was taken aback. "Refined from a living person? Is this the work of the Lee family?" Chin-ju nodded slightly, his silence speaking volumes. GC's expression shifted, a flicker of concern crossing his face. He turned his gaze back to the zombie, who emitted an unearthly growl, its demeanor fierce. Feeling sympathy, GCI addressed the creature. "Don't worry, we are here to help you. Soon, you won't be trapped here anymore." To his astonishment, the zombie actually quieted. GCI turned to Chin-ju, who pressed the talisman to the boy's forehead. The creature began to thrash violently, straining against GCI's grip, nearly breaking free. Simultaneously, the talisman ignited in blue flames, quickly reducing to ashes. GCI, his lips pressed tightly together, murmured, "We came here to subdue him, didn't we? To guide him to the afterlife?" At this, Chin-ju paused, suppressing a smile at the corners of his mouth. Half serious, half teasing, "Yes, to guide him. During the day it's inconvenient. Too many eyes, too strict security." The master of the Lee residence relies on this zombie for fortune, so it would be impossible for him to relinquish it to us. GCI understood now, his gaze falling upon the zombie's eyes, murky and bloodshot. Filled with resentment, he sighed, lamenting the whims of fate, and queried, "Junior brother, how did you know there were evils lurking here?" Qin-ju met his gaze, unhurriedly responding, "I have a good relationship with a senior brother from the Gu-E building." Realization dawned upon GCI made sense. Among the entire sect, who wouldn't be fond of the junior brother? With just a word from him, they would eagerly rush to assist. Amused by this thought, GCI chuckled. Qin-ju brandished his sword and quietly instructed, "Senior brother, you should leave now. I am about to take action." GCI was taken aback. "Do you not need my assistance?" Qin-ju smirked, "No, just step outside for now." "Very well." GCI did not press further, offering a few safety reminders before exiting the room. As soon as GCI left, the smile faded from Qin-ju's lips. This zombie was ferocious, filled with deep resentment in his past life. This creature had not been entirely subdued by the Lee family. After escaping, it had laid waste to the entire town, rivers running red with blood. Only Elder Loneliness had managed to exterminate it that time. Qin-ju believed that such a malevolent being deserved to be obliterated. But now, a fierce glint flickered in his eyes. Such a powerful evil, why should it not serve his purpose? The notion of transcending the undead was merely a deceptive pretext employed by him to placate his senior brother. What Qin-ju truly aspired to was to bind this zombie with shackles, rendering it wholly under his control. Such a thought was exceedingly audacious, far beyond what an ordinary person could fathom, let alone his excessively kind-hearted senior brother. With this contemplation, Qin-ju's lips curled into a faint smirk. A pristine yellow talisman was thrust into the zombie's chest, and in a flash, the blade leapt from its sheath. Glinting with silver brilliance, GCI waited outside, utterly oblivious to the correct procedure for liberating a zombie. His sole task was to remain still and avoid causing any trouble. The courtyard was desolate. GCI observed that there wasn't even a single flourishing tree in sight. Fortunately, the moonlight was bright enough to dispel the shadows, alleviating his fear of the darkness. GCI felt a surge of spiritual energy within him. And among his peers, he was indeed a prodigy, yet he lacked a suitable weapon. The spirit sword of his original self did not recognize him, necessitating the forging of a new one. It would be a lamentable fate to inhabit a realm of cultivation without the ability to wield spells. As these thoughts crossed his mind, the sound of something shattering echoed from behind him. Suddenly, the door was violently breached, and a pale blue figure darted out at an astonishing speed. GCI instinctively sidestepped, his mind racing to call out for Qin-ju. However, before he could vocalize his plea, something seized his shoulder, sharp claws piercing through fabric and flesh. He looked up to behold the ghastly visage of the zombie. Its mouth agape, drool cascading down. GCI felt a sense of suffocation. The stench was unbearable. The zombie leaned down, sniffing at him before emitting a furious roar and dragging GCI into the depths of the night. When Qin-ju emerged, clutching his injured hand, GC's figure had already vanished, and the boy's face bore no trace of surprise, only a flicker of contemplation in his eyes. Chapter 16. This is a good corpse having been abducted by a zombie. GCI was utterly disoriented. The creature moved with remarkable swiftness, the wind slicing past his ears like a blade, leaving him in distress. He couldn't possibly bury his head in the zombie's embrace to shield himself from the gusts. He hastily opened his folding fan, using it to shield his face. While the wind diminished, the fan slapped against his face uncomfortably. Time stretched endlessly until, with a resounding thud, GCI was unceremoniously tossed into a cave. The injury on his shoulder intensified. Gritting his teeth, GCI attempted to rise, only to find a shadow looming over him. He looked up to see the zombie that had carried him for an unknown distance. In this day and age, was it possible for zombies to comprehend the concept of food reserves? GCI retreated slightly, maintaining his composure. The zombie, sensing his movement, roared in anger and shredded the fan he had used for protection. GCI lamented, that fan was worth its weight in gold. Yet, fortunately, the zombie seemed to harbor no intent to further harm him. It scrutinized GCI for a moment, let out another roar, and then walked to the far end of the cave. Standing there like a sentinel, a cold sweat trickled down GC's forehead. He was uncertain why the zombie had captured him, nor did he know when Qin would arrive. Lacking a spirit sword for self-defense, his only recourse was to rely on the combative incantations he could recall. However, the essence of the three purities sect lay in swordsmanship. Without a sword, the effectiveness of his incantations would pale in comparison to that of a spirit sword. Moreover, GCI cast a glance at the zombie nearby. Its skin was tough, its claws sharp. Even Qin, armed with his life spirit sword, struggled to subdue it, let alone himself. GCI felt a wave of despondency wash over him. Was he to wait indefinitely for Qin to come to his aid? He hesitated. Well, since the zombie appeared to have no immediate intent to attack, he resolved to bide his time. GCI stole another glance at the zombie, pressed his lips together, and began to remove his outer garment, tending to the wound on his shoulder. The injury was a gruesome mess, deep gouges left by the zombie's claws, and even the slightest touch sent waves of pain coursing through him. Lacking the habit of carrying medicinal supplies, he could only tear a small piece from his clothing to hastily bandage it. The pain was excruciating. He worried that, although he had not been bitten by the zombie, the scratches might lead to his transformation. What would he do if he turned into a zombie? How could he protect his little junior brother then? Just as GC's thoughts raced, the zombie suddenly stood and ambled toward the mouth of the cave. GCI felt a surge of excitement. Was it about to leave? Once the zombie fully exited the cave, GCI could no longer contain himself and stepped forward, eager to escape. However, as soon as he emerged, he locked eyes with the zombie. Before he could react, the creature opened its mouth wide and roared, sending him tumbling back inside with a swipe of its claw. GCI sighed. Great, now my wound is bleeding again. He resigned himself to the situation, leaning against the cave wall in silence, closing his eyes to feign death. After all, the zombie did not seem inclined to kill him, so he would endure for a while longer. In a drowsy haze, GCI eventually fell asleep. When he next opened his eyes, a filthy fish lay before him, its strong odor permeating the air, nearly lifeless from lack of water. Where did this fish come from? GCI kicked it away in disgust. Yet, no sooner had he done so than the zombie, appearing from nowhere, lunged at him with another roar. After its outburst, it lumbered back to retrieve the fish, placing it once more at GC's feet, glaring at him with its pale blue eyes. GC's throat tightened. He averted his gaze, battling the absurd thought that perhaps this zombie had caught the fish for him to eat. Surely not, surely not. Could a zombie really catch fish? GCI mentally screamed, especially since the fish was raw and inedible. He felt on the verge of tears, while the zombie emitted a series of strange sounds that somehow conveyed urgency. GC's eyes fell on the fish once more, before he raised his head and shook it, signaling his refusal to eat it. He was unsure if the zombie could comprehend him, but if it could not, then perhaps he could manage to stomach a bit of raw fish. To his surprise, the zombie seemed to understand. It stared at GCI for a moment, then, with its sharp claws, picked up the fish and exited the cave once again. GCI was left in a state of bewilderment. Could it be that this zombie possessed some semblance of reason? However, a rational zombie was still a zombie, and its next return was with a bloodied, mangled rabbit carcass. The zombie tossed the rabbit before GCI, emitting several guttural roars. The sickening smell of blood overwhelmed GCI, and he couldn't help but turn away, gagging. Upon seeing his reaction, the zombie discarded the rabbit and left the cave once more. The third time it returned, it bore a dead duck. The fourth time, it brought back a gasping deer. Other offerings followed: a foolish roe deer, a mountain chicken, a fox, a wild wolf, and even a lifeless tiger. GCI had no desire to consume any of it. On its final return, the zombie roared at GCI in a fit of rage, then hurled a collection of wild fruits at his feet. GCI assessed the assortment. There were various sizes and colors, red and green, though he couldn't ascertain whether they were poisonous. However, he reasoned that they were certainly better than the bloody raw meat. At least they appeared more appetizing. He selected a fruit roughly the size of half his palm, cautiously took a bite, and was pleasantly surprised by its sweet and crisp flavor. With newfound relief, GCI focused on consuming more of these fruits. Meanwhile, the zombie continued to emit inhuman growls, its eyes wide with lingering fury. It stared fixedly at GCI until he finished an entire fruit. at which point the zombie ceased its roaring and lowered its head to begin devouring its own catch. After eating a few fruits, GCI found that while they did not fully satiate his hunger, they at least eased his discomfort. He glanced at the zombie, which was gnawing on the hind leg of its prey, blood splattering onto the cave floor and walls. AI diverted his gaze. Lost in thought, this zombie appeared to possess independent thought, not merely a mindless creature of slaughter. While the circumstances surrounding his junior brother's attempt at transcending the undead remained a mystery, GCI began to suspect that this zombie might not be entirely malevolent. Meanwhile, at the Lee residence in town, it was already late into the night. Yet the estate was ablaze with light, the shrieks of servants echoing through the halls, crimson lanterns racing through the winding corridors toward the entrance. Qin, his once snow-white garment now stained with droplets of blood, swept through the threshold, a disembodied head in hand. Upon reaching the main hall, he cast the head down before Old Master Lee. The voice of the youth, sharp as ice, echoed through the chamber. "Where did your eldest son like to go in life? Speak, and I may spare you." Chapter 17. I have been frantically searching for you during this time. Upon the utterance of the title young master, the members of the Lee family, led by Old Master Lee, instantly widened their eyes in shock and fell to their knees in a state of panic, repeatedly pleading, "Immortal, spare us! Immortal, spare us! We were merely momentarily bewitched by our own folly, which led us to contemplate the heinous act of using living beings to refine corpses for the purpose of warding off evil. We were wrong. We were wrong. We beseech the immortal for mercy." Listening to their nonsensical ramblings, Qin narrowed his eyes slightly, his voice chillingly cold. "I shall repeat my question one final time. Where did your young master most enjoy going during his lifetime?" Old Master Lee quickly regained his composure and responded, "The back mountain. Behind our town lies a mountain named Jawan. My eldest son always loved to run off and play there." Qin's expression was inscrutable. "Is that truly the case?" Old Master Lee prostrated himself, declaring, "If this statement is false, I shall certainly die in penance." Upon hearing this, a faint, humorless smile tugged at the corners of Qin's lips. "Yet the atrocities you have committed are already enough to condemn you to death 800 times over." As soon as the words left his mouth, the spirit sword flew from Qin's hand, its blade razor-sharp. With a flash of silver light, the heads of these people were strung. A flicker of surprise crossed Qin's eyes. He was not known for his benevolence. The question remained whether this zombie was indeed protecting GCI. A mere test would reveal the truth. Without delay, Qin spun around and dashed towards GCI with remarkable speed, closing the distance between them to a mere half-inch. GCI was utterly unprepared for Qin's sudden approach and momentarily froze. At the same time, the zombie, propelled by inertia, lunged towards them, its sharp claws poised to strike. Qin's gaze darkened as he drew his sword, ready to intercept the impending blow. He understood that if he failed to deflect this strike, he might endure the consequences, but GCI would certainly not survive. In that critical moment, GCI sensed something amiss and looked up, meeting the zombie's fierce gaze. The claw halted mere inches from them. GCI felt a haze of confusion. Brother corpse? The zombie emitted no breath. Yet its chest heaved with rapid, heavy breaths. It had realized something and, in a fit of rage, raised its claw to strike fiercely at Qin. This time, Qin did not flinch or evade. He braced himself for the impact. He understood the source of the zombie's anger. It was simply that when Qin had been probing the zombie's intentions, he had shown no regard for GC's safety. Had the zombie not halted its attack, GCI might have met his end right then and there. Unexpectedly, this zombie proved to be more steadfast in loyalty than he. Qin's gaze fell, and he coughed up blood. He acknowledged his own lack of sentimentality. GCI had treated him well and aided him greatly. In Qin's eyes, he could protect GCI to an extent. But at the crucial moment of life and death, he would never sacrifice his own life to afford GCI a chance at survival. He was not so noble. He couldn't help but wonder how his absurdly kind-hearted senior brother would perceive him upon realizing this. A sardonic smile crept across Qin's lips. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a sudden chill brushed against his lips. He turned to see GCI holding a silk handkerchief, furrowing his brow as he dabbed at the blood at the corner of Qin's mouth. Despite having spent an extended period in the cave, the young man appeared well-groomed, his face clean, with a layer of dark feathers framing his phoenix-like eyes, now brimming with concern, Qinju's view. Those delicate lips parted. Don't you have a sword? Isn't it foolish not to block the attack? As he spoke, the pressure from the handkerchief increased. Qinju was momentarily taken aback. He pressed his lips together, lost in thought, and raised his gaze to fixate intently on GCI. Before he could contemplate further, GCI scolded. How dare you glare at me? Why do you have such a fiery temper for someone so young? You came over here and thrust a sword at someone. Who's to blame for the fight? Qinju's expression grew complex. His lips moved as he instinctively replied. Don't you have any sense? But before he could finish, GC's anger interrupted him. He flung the handkerchief at Qinju's face, retorting, How can you blame me for your brawl? Qinju's chest heaved violently, his pale lips contrasting with the icy demeanor in his eyes. Yet he wore a hint of annoyance. Fool! Qinju spat back. GC's anger flared further. Who are you calling a fool? What's wrong with you today, Qinju? Qinju closed his eyes, wishing to ignore him. GCI, exasperated, shot back. Just suffer in pain then. Beside them, the zombie seethed with rage, emitting hissing sounds as its claws twitched menacingly, its gaze fixated on Qinju, as if eager to strike again. GCI, troubled by the sight, scolded, What are you doing? Put your claws away. The zombie paused, recalling the prohibition against directing its fury at GCI. It turned its head and let out a roar into the void before glaring angrily at GCI. As if accusing him of being ungrateful, GCI had no desire to engage with either of them. He wished to distance himself from both the human and the corpse. The cave fell into an eerie silence, punctuated solely by the zombie's impotent rage and its relentless hammering against the cave wall, frustrated that GCI forbade it from confronting the intruding human. The zombie was infuriated, unable to comprehend why its cherished human would protect that vile character, especially when that very wretch had sought to use it to kill GCI. However, the zombie was incapable of speech, unable to convey these thoughts to GCI. Qinju opened his eyes, observing the zombie's frantic attempts to batter the wall, pondering that perhaps this creature possessed more cunning than GCI. Blood began to seep from his wounds once more. After a few coughs, he raised his hand, struggling to wipe the blood from his lips, but before he could begin, he felt another wave of coolness. GCI had once again approached, his expression stern as he tended to Qinju's injuries. He first cleaned the blood and then used torn cloth to bandage Qinju's wounds. Qinju stared at him intently, pressed his lips together, and muttered once more, Idiot. Slap. The handkerchief struck Qinju's face with force, leaving a red mark. He lowered his gaze, his expression cold. Chapter 19. How pure-hearted my junior brother is. GCI felt that his junior brother had likely gone astray. As his words had become exceedingly irritable, he deliberately applied excessive force while bandaging Qinju, yet the junior brother remained silent, not even a sigh escaping his lips, so cold and indifferent. GC's frustration intensified. Even the zombie sulked in a corner, pounding the wall in its anger. The atmosphere in the cave turned peculiarly tense. GCI sat atop a pile of grass, idly drawing circles in the dirt with a stone. He was genuinely pleased that his junior brother had come to him, yet the moment he arrived, a fight ensued, and he was scolded. This was quite aggravating. GC's gaze fell, his thoughts drifting. He recalled the sight of Qinju rushing towards him, the zombie looming behind, on the verge of entering a frenzy. Why had his junior brother chosen that moment to run to him? Before he could ponder further, GCI shook his head, dismissing the thought. Overthinking was unwise. Fewer worries would lead to fewer troubles. Ultimately, his primary goal was to survive alongside the protagonist while simultaneously protecting that jade-inlaid golden cabbage. With this mindset, GCI felt considerably better. Time passed without him noticing, and just as he was beginning to drift off, a rustling sound stirred beside him. He struggled to open his eyes, only to hear his junior brother's low, cool voice whispering, Sorry. The words resonated in GC's ear. He turned his head to see Qinju, weary yet with deep-set eyes. Noticing GC's gaze upon him, Qinju repeated, Sorry. GC's lips twitched, and he huffed. At least you know how to be sensible. Qinju said nothing, a faint smile gracing his lips. Upon reflection, their silent standoff had lasted less than an hour. His junior brother's initial apology suggested he still possessed some semblance of conscience. Meanwhile, the zombie coldly observed them. GCI glanced at the zombie and inquired, "What should we do with it?" Chinju lowered his gaze and asked, "Does it listen to you?" GCI hesitated. "It should, right?" With this, he raised his hand, waving towards the zombie. "Come here." The zombie withdrew its claws from the wall and slowly approached. Once it was near, it ignored GCI and instead fixated its murky eyes warily on Chinju. Chinju returned its gaze, expressionless. The zombie appeared to be provoked, emitting a low growl from its throat. Although the atmosphere was tense, they refrained from further conflict. Chinju, however, was taken aback. Was it truly so obedient? A flicker of contemplation crossed his eyes before they faded into darkness. GCI, unaware of Chinju's thoughts, stared at the zombie in a daze, asking, how did it become an evil being? Chinju withdrew his gaze from the zombie and replied coolly. It was originally the legitimate son of the Li family, but when he turned 17, the family's fortunes began to decline. The head of the Li family, fearing bankruptcy, resorted to sinister means, hiring a sorcerer to transform his legitimate son into an evil being to ward off misfortune. From that moment on, the Li family's business revived and flourished. Upon hearing this, GCI was taken aback, then seethed with anger. What a beast! His expression became intricate. To be slain by one's own father before reaching adulthood. All for the sake of wealth and hollow prestige. GCI could not fathom such actions. Sensing GC's despondency, the zombie retracted its fierce gaze from Chinju and awkwardly reached out to pat GC's arm. GCI snapped back to reality, scrutinizing the zombie before him for the first time. If one overlooked its pale skin and the ominous black markings, the zombie's face was rather decent, resembling that of a rebellious young man. GCI asked, what is his name? Chinju recalled the information he had gathered from the Li household and responded, Li Mingyuan. GCI blinked. Ah, it's Mingyuan. Upon hearing this name, the zombie seemed to respond, tilting its head with a hint of confusion. GCI beamed. See, it understands. Chinju replied with a slight nod. I know. This zombie exhibited a degree of sentience and retained a semblance of rationality. Rare qualities indeed. Moreover, it was unusually obedient. Chinju's expression grew complex. Should we perform a rite for Li Mingyuan? GCI inquired. Does he wish to? Chinju chuckled softly. The two turned their gaze towards Mingyuan. Understanding their conversation, the zombie shook his head, expressing his unwillingness. GCI sighed. But if we do not guide him, where will he go? If he were to be released carelessly, he would merely be a zombie. And should he frighten passers-by or suddenly lose his sanity one day, it could lead to perilous consequences. GCI found himself in a quandary. Adjusting his posture, Chinju looked at him, subtly suggesting, what if we keep him by our side? GCI was taken aback, struggling to believe his ears. What? Keep him with us, Chinju continued. Letting him go would inevitably pose hidden dangers. Since Mingyuan listens to you, it would be far safer for you to watch over him personally. GCI frowned. But such a large zombie by our side would surely frighten others, not to mention bringing him into the Sanqingdao sect. If discovered, he would undoubtedly face a grim fate. Sensing GC's dilemma, Chinju smiled and produced a ring from his sleeve. Pure silver, devoid of any adornment. This is the mustard seed ring, wear it. And you can place Mingyuan inside without anyone noticing his presence. GC's eyes lit up at the mention of the spatial ring, and he eagerly accepted it. Mingyuan, without protest, was obediently stored within. After sufficient rest, the two rose, intending to leave the mountain. Upon descending and returning to town, GCI learned of observing your previous demeanor. I was led to believe that you had indeed been expelled from the sect by the master. Gu Hong exuded an imposing aura, his eyes as dark as the abyss, causing GCI to feel an inexplicable apprehension in meeting his gaze, in stark contrast to Han Shang and Qingyu. Gu Hong appeared far more somber and elusive. He resembled a solitary wolf or a venomous serpent, poised to strike, capable of extinguishing a life at any moment. He bore none of the characteristics of a celestial sect member. Rather, he seemed akin to a disciple of a demonic cult. Noticing GC's avoidance of eye contact, Gu Hong disinterestedly diverted his gaze towards the depths of the inn, his voice softening. Where is Chinju? Is he inside? Chapter 21. With a punch like that, I might just perish. Absurd. Your health is perfectly fine. Why did you stealthily leave the sect? In response to Elder Gu Hong's barrage of inquiries, Chinju remained silent. He retained his usual aloof demeanor, his gaze cast downward as he meticulously polished his spiritual sword. The officials had long since been dismissed by Gu Hong, leaving only 3 individuals in the room. Elder Gu Hong lowered his black cloak, fully revealing his somewhat fierce visage, yet he displayed an uncharacteristic gentleness when addressing Qin Zhu. Qin Zhu poured a cup of tea and placed it in GC's hands. GCI, ever mindful of his mission, accepted the tea and flashed a cheerful smile at his junior brother. Their interaction unfolded without regard for the world around them, until Elder Gu Hong finally ceased his muttering and regarded GCI with an inscrutable gaze. It had come to his attention that GCI had recently formed a close bond with Qin Zhu, a notion he had previously dismissed until today, when he witnessed Qin Zhu emerging from the sect with GCI in tow. Prompting a clearer understanding of their relationship, Gu Hong's gaze was excessively somber. Even Qin Zhu could sense it. He calmly interjected to divert attention. Elder Gu Hong, my intention was not to abscond from the sect. Surprisingly, Gu Hong paid him no heed, his focus still fixated on GCI. Perplexed, GCI struggled to maintain his smile, finally stating, Elder Gu Hong, Qin Zhu is over there. Gu Hong regarded him with a half-smile. I never noticed before that you possess such striking features, Ji Xiaoyu. Upon hearing this, GCI bashfully replied, it's nothing compared to Elder Gu Hong's unparalleled beauty. Ji Hong snorted, remarking, flatterer. GCI took no offense. Merrily finishing the tea that Qin Zhu had previously handed him. Qin Zhu, come back to the sect with me. Qin Zhu lifted his gaze, coolly responding, I have matters to attend to. I won't return. Elder Gu Hong furrowed his brow, but the Shangyuan Grand Assembly is to commence in a month. This is a splendid opportunity for you to make your name. Qin Zhu replied calmly, I can achieve renown by slaying demons in the lower realm just as well. That is not the same, Gu Hong insisted. If you claim victory at the Shangyuan Grand Assembly, you shall be the foremost among the younger generation of the cultivation world. Are you truly willing to forfeit such an opportunity? Qin Zhu countered, it's merely a hollow title, this. GCI nodded in admiration, thinking to himself how remarkable it was that his junior brother held such lofty ideals, dismissing even such a glorious title. Had it been GCI himself, he would have rushed forward with his sword drawn. Oh, but wait, he had no sword. This thought left GCI feeling a twinge of disappointment. Bored by the conversation, he lowered his head and began fiddling with the mustard ring on his finger. The movement quickly caught Gu Hong's attention. His gaze fell upon the ring, and his expression twisted momentarily. How did this mustard ring come to be in your possession? GCI, bewildered, raised his head and I gifted it to him. Qin Zhu replied first. Gu Hong's expression was complex. This was a gift from us to you. Is it? Qin Zhu mused with a slight smile. After all, the elders have bestowed so many treasures upon me. It's easy to forget some. This mustard ring is quite lovely, and it just so happens that my senior brother needs one as well. So I gave it to him. Once a treasure is in the disciples' hands, they surely have the right to dispose of it, do they not? Gu Hong pursed his lips, his voice low. That is indeed the case. Seeing his acknowledgement, Qin Zhu chuckled twice and turned to GCI, saying, Senior brother, could you go outside and fetch me some candied hawthorns? GCI hesitated for a moment before responding, all right, I'll be waiting for you. Junior brother, with that, he exited the room and made his way out of the inn. Outside, he found a vendor selling candied hawthorns, and he approached, retrieving 2 copper coins from his pocket to purchase 2 skewers. However, upon acquiring them, he did not return immediately but instead strolled leisurely down the street, eating as he went. GCI was not foolish. His junior brother had no fondness for sweets, so it was likely this was a ruse to send him away. He wondered what secret conversation Qin Zhu and Elder Gu Hong might be having. Nevertheless, he reassured himself that Elder Gu Hong would likely not harm his junior brother, and besides, Qin Zhu was astute enough to avoid trouble. With that thought, GCI relaxed, swinging the pouch he had cleverly taken from his junior brother, filled to the brim with money. It was of no concern that he himself was impoverished. His junior brother's funds were ample. The mere fact that his junior brother allowed him access to his pouch indicated permission to spend freely. With this in mind, GCI turned his steps towards a roasted chicken shop. The roasted chicken there was quite delectable, and GCI savored it with great delight. He even thoughtfully set aside half to bring back for his junior brother. After all, who in the world could resist roasted chicken? With its crispy skin and tender, fragrant meat, slathered in sauce, it was simply irresistible. Lost in thought, he was suddenly interrupted by a young voice from the shop's entrance. What a terrible establishment! Can anyone even eat here? It's filthy. GCI, with a chicken leg in his mouth, glanced over, somewhat displeased. At the entrance stood a young man clad in extravagant attire, his flamboyant red outfit and hair tied back in a ponytail. He appeared rather handsome, yet his demeanor resembled that of an irate rooster. The tables and the floor are covered in grease. I can't even bear to look, the young master exclaimed. And what is this? You don't even remove the skin from the chicken? Absolutely revolting. I refuse to dine here. I'm heading to the restaurant over there. The young master shouted loudly, but no one paid him any mind. Growing increasingly irate, he stomped over to GC's table, his back to him, and bellowed to his attendant. Eating here is permissible, but the establishment must remove the chicken skin. Does anyone actually consume chicken skin? It's disgusting. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned with bravado, only to find GCI shoving chicken skin into his mouth right in front of him. The young master, GCI, with a smile, raised an eyebrow at the young master. The latter's face turned ashen, clearly repulsed. Unfazed, GCI himself was not particularly fond of chicken skin, but he couldn't abide the young man's spoiled behavior in public. Demanding that the establishment remove the chicken skin was utterly unreasonable. A roasted chicken was hardly expensive. What right did this brat have to make such demands? With that thought, GCI let out a derisive snort, not bothering to hide it, which the young master overheard. The young master glared at him. Are you mocking me? How dare you laugh at me? GCI blinked innocently, looking up at him with bright eyes while continuing to munch on the chicken leg. The young master, incensed, directed his attendant to teach GCI a lesson. GCI immediately clutched his chest, feigning vulnerability. Brother, if you strike me, I might just perish. Chapter 22. I believe I have just caught sight of my beloved. The attendant, likely taken aback by such a threat, found himself momentarily at a loss, unsure whether to lower or raise his fist. The young master scolded fiercely, Are you blind? Look at him. Does he seem like someone you could knock out with a single punch? Hearing this, the attendant hesitated briefly. A robust man, in his eyes. While the young man before him was not particularly frail, he still felt the disparity was too great. The young man's physique resembled that of a scholar who had trained a little in martial arts. Seeing the attendant hesitate, the young master, now infuriated, shoved him aside. Useless fool. He then turned his fierce gaze back to GC. I chuckled heartily, finding the young master amusing, and pointed to the seat across from him. Then tore off another chicken leg and offered it to the young man. Would you like some? Though the young master looked down upon the establishment, the aroma of the roasted chicken wafting from GC's table was undeniably enticing. Eventually, he took a seat across from GC. GCI noted that this young master was even more particular than his own junior brother, as when GCI merely held out the chicken leg by its bone. The young master declared it dirty and refused to eat it. Instead, he ordered his attendant to fetch another one. GCI shrugged. It mattered little to him. If the young master wouldn't eat it, then that chicken leg would be saved for his adorable junior brother. As they sat facing each other, the young master frequently complained about the table's cleanliness, noting the grease that adorned it. Unable to bear it any longer, GCI took a handkerchief and wiped the entire table down. After a series of demanding requests, the young master finally settled down. He eyed GCI with a complex expression and asked, Is this how you always are? GCI, puzzled, responded, What do you mean? The young lad was racking his brains, ultimately managing to conjure up a description that resembled a dutiful and amiable little wife. One who would acquiesce to any request without a hint of annoyance, just as before. GCI, feigning a disingenuous smile, remarked, I fear that you, young master, may provoke the ire of the crowd here, ultimately leaving your parents unable to recognize you after a thorough beating. You ought to be grateful to me, you little rascal. The boy's expression darkened instantly. He savagely bit into a chicken leg. The two soon found themselves at ease, engaging in a myriad of conversations. It was only then that GCI realized that this lad was named Tang Zicheng, the young master of the Nine Heavens, who had come here to hunt monsters. Little did he know that his attendant had failed to bring sufficient funds, leaving them no choice but to settle for this humble roast chicken shop. GCI understood that the Nine Heavens was renowned for its wealth. If the Three Clear Dao sect was known for its formidable power, Then the nine heavens was celebrated for its opulence. These two sects stood as towering entities at the pinnacle of the cultivation world, with the Tao sect wielding immense strength and influence. While the nine heavens basked in lavish riches, they possessed such wealth that even the monthly stipends for outer disciples were enough for them to acquire a grand residence in the mortal realm. As the young master of the nine heavens, Tang Zicheng was undoubtedly affluent, yet here he was, reduced to dining on roast chicken. Tang Zicheng, perceptive as ever, remarked, "Do not regard me with such pitying eyes. My purpose in coming here is not solely to exorcise demons." Hearing this piqued GC's interest. "Oh? And what is your true purpose?" As the words left his mouth, he noticed that Tang Zicheng's face had inexplicably flushed. Leaving him somewhat bemused, Tang Zicheng confessed, "I have come to seek my beloved, this revelation." GC's curiosity grew exponentially. He abandoned the roast chicken, raising his eyebrows in excitement. "Really? Indeed," Tang Zicheng replied, glancing shyly at the young man across from him. Instinctively averting his gaze as he spoke softly, "My beloved resides nearby. Once I have dealt with the monsters here, I can go to him and claim my achievements." GCI felt a swell of emotion. "Your beloved must surely be proud of you." When the topic turned to matters of the heart, any trace of Tang Zicheng's earlier arrogance seemed to dissipate. He shook his head, sighing, "Alas, my beloved is far more capable than I." GCI, eager to flatter, insisted, "How could that be? You are quite formidable yourself. A single punch from you could easily fell me." Tang Zicheng retorted, "Now is not the time for jest." GCI, unperturbed, felt his curiosity bubbling. "Who is this person you admire?" "He is quite extraordinary." Tang Zicheng lowered his voice. "He is a disciple of the Three Clear Tao sect." Upon hearing this, GC's expression shifted, a flicker of concern crossing his face. "A disciple of the Tao sect?" Tang Zicheng, oblivious to GC's reaction, continued, "Yes, his name is Qin Zhu, the most talented disciple of the Tao sect. We are of the same age. I caught but a glimpse of him 3 years ago and was utterly captivated. Since then, I have been unable to forget him. This sentiment I dared not reveal until today. When I found such camaraderie with you, I inadvertently divulged this secret. You must promise to keep it." At this moment, Tang Zicheng realized that GCI seemed not to be listening, and irritation washed over him. "Hey, I'm confiding in you. What are you doing?" GCI, lost in thought, mused, "I wonder why, no matter where I go, there are always those coveting my family's jade-inlaid golden cabbage." Tang Zicheng, baffled, inquired, "What cabbage? Are you mad?" GCI coughed a few times, then looked at Tang Zicheng with a certain indescribable expression in his eyes. "Never mind. Go on." Tang Zicheng, having scrutinized GCI for a moment and ascertained that he was still sane, continued, "I just arrived in the city to resolve a case at the Li residence. This." GCI froze. "The Li residence? You don't mean the Li residence's zombie, do you?" "Precisely," Tang Zicheng affirmed. "Once I've finished this roast chicken, I shall rush to the Li residence's backyard and exorcise the zombie." GCI, absent-mindedly touching the mustard ring on his finger, questioned, "But hasn't that task already been claimed by someone else?" Tang Zicheng replied confidently, "Impossible. I just accepted this mission at the sect this morning. It couldn't have been claimed beforehand." GCI furrowed his brow. "Is that so? Then how did that junior disciple bring you here?" "The disciples of Gui Tower have no reason to inform Qin Zhu about this task and then leave it unclaimed for others to waste their efforts on. But if Qin Zhu did not learn of the situation at the Li residence from Gui Tower, where else could he have obtained that information?" As GCI pondered this, Tang Zicheng suddenly leaped to his feet, excitement radiating from him. "I think I see my beloved." GCI blinked, momentarily taken aback. "What?" Tang Zicheng's gaze darted past GCI, fixating on the entrance of the roast chicken shop, nervously adjusting his clothes and hair, mumbling incantations under his breath. Just as the light in his eyes grew brighter and he was about to stretch out his hand to greet this beloved, he beheld his heart's desire resting a long, finely boned hand upon GC's shoulder, a gentle expression on his face. "I've been searching for you for quite some time. What brings you here?" Chapter 23. "Bashu, weren't you the one who asked me to come out for candied hawthorn? I thought I would stop by here for a meal on the way," GCI replied, blinking his eyes. Upon hearing this, Qin Zhu's lips curled into a smile as he asked, "And what of my candied hawthorn?" "I consumed it all." GCI raised an eyebrow. "Besides, You never liked sweets. Indeed, my senior brother speaks the truth. At that moment, Tang Zicheng stood frozen, utterly dumbfounded. It seemed as if Qin Ju had only just noticed him, smiling as he inquired, "Senior brother, is this your new acquaintance?" Hearing this, GCI felt a twinge of awkwardness. "Yes, I just met him." He was somewhat disheartened, fearing his junior disciple might be whisked away by someone else. So he preemptively asked, "Have you finished your discussion with Elder Gu Hong?" Qin Ju nodded, a glint of sharpness flashing in his eyes. Yes, it was reasonably pleasant. Relieved that Elder Gu Hong had not made things difficult for him, GCI reluctantly introduced, "This is Tang Zicheng, a friend I just made." Qin Ju followed GC's gesture, smiling. "A pleasure to meet you." Tang Zicheng's demeanor shifted from shock to calm. So they were merely fellow sect members. And he had thought. Tang Zicheng beamed, completely shedding his earlier arrogance. "Tang Zicheng, we met 3 years ago during the meeting between the Tao sect and the Nine Heavens. Do you recall?" Qin Ju maintained his smile. "I seem to have no recollection." "My apologies. At this, Tang Zicheng's spirits plummeted. "Oh, well, that's all right." Qin Ju's smile faded slightly. "Tang Zicheng, we have matters to attend to, so we must take our leave." Tang Zicheng was taken aback. "What? Won't you stay a while longer?" Qin Ju replied apologetically, "There are pressing matters." As Tang Zicheng gazed at that countenance, he felt as if his soul had departed, merely able to press his lips together. "Very well, then perhaps we shall meet again by chance." Qin Ju nodded, "Indeed." With that, he took GC's wrist and pulled him out of the roast chicken shop, leaving Tang Zicheng in stunned silence. Once outside, GCI exhaled in relief, though he felt a hint of dissatisfaction. "Junior brother, I haven't packed my roast chicken yet." "You've had more than enough," Qin Ju stated. Listening to Qin Ju's indifferent tone, GCI felt a surge of frustration. "Why is it that you treat others with such warmth, yet remain so cold towards me? Are you still my junior brother?" Hearing this, Qin Ju paused, glancing at the youth whose wrist he held. The other's cheeks were tinged with a faint blush from irritation. His thin upper lip slightly pursed in a way that conveyed a hint of grievance, revealing only a glimmer of what appeared to be remnants of roast chicken, sparkling in the light. He sighed, thinking it wouldn't hurt to placate him a little. "You are unlike anyone else to me, senior brother." As soon as those words escaped his lips, GC's discontent dissipated, and he couldn't help but smile. "In what way am I different?" Qin Ju observed his exuberance, wanting to say that he was a bit foolish, but ultimately swallowed his words. "There is no reason. To me, my senior brother is irreplaceable." The words seemed rather perfunctory, yet they sufficed to placate GCI. In an instant, he was cheered up, with no trace of gloom lingering between his brows. Qin Ju inwardly mocked him for lacking temperament, yet his mind was still occupied with the scene he had just witnessed. GCI? Sitting with a smile at the edge of his lips, his palm resting on a cloth that had just brushed the table. The striking youth across from him spoke animatedly, his words seemingly enchanting. And to Qin Ju's surprise, his senior brother revealed an unguarded smile, appearing exceptionally lighthearted. Observing this moment, Qin Ju suddenly realized that his senior brother's kindness was not reserved solely for him. He bestowed the same warmth upon anyone without hesitation. Whether it was helping to wipe the table or voluntarily cooking while living together, GCI embodied a certain domesticity that Qin Ju had come to define him by. It was hard for anyone not to like such a young man. One who could attend to others with meticulous care. Over time, it seemed impossible for anyone to harbor ill feelings toward him. Just then, not far away, GCI tossed his money pouch into the air. Standing by a candied hawthorn stall and waving to him, beckoning him to come over. Qin Ju hesitated for a moment before making his way over. The icy candied hawthorn was soon pressed against his lips. And GCI, with a beaming smile, urged him to take a bite. Qin Ju's gaze fell upon him as he opened his mouth to bite into one, leaving the remainder for GCI to consume. They departed from the town, apparently granted passage by Elder Gu Hong. GCI exclaimed in wonder. Elder of a grand sect truly differs. A town of this size, and he can simply allow us to leave. Qin Ju's expression remained cool. Jinghu is the domain of the Tao sect, protected by them. The words of a Tao sect elder carry more weight than those of the county magistrate. "Ah, I see." GCI lounged casually atop his horse. "So where are we headed now? Aren't you unable to wield a spiritual sword? I'll take you to the spiritual sword pool to choose one." Upon hearing this, GCI immediately straightened in his saddle. Really? Chinju looked at him, mimicking his usual playful eyebrow raise, and replied, Indeed. The youth's demeanor was somewhat aloof, yet the raised brow added a touch of youthful bravado. GCI was momentarily taken aback, then murmured, Little junior brother, you truly are handsome. No wonder everyone likes you. Chinju recalled the earlier encounter with Tang Ziqing, the smile at the corner of his lips fading slightly. Not as beloved as my senior brother. Tang Ziqing had gazed at him as if he were a rare sight, while GCI remained blissfully unaware. As a result, GCI reacted as if he had heard the greatest of jokes. Like me? Little junior brother, you must be dreaming. Chinju fell silent, spurring his horse forward with increased speed. They journeyed in haste and eventually exchanged their mounts for a spiritual boat, finally reaching the location of the spiritual sword pool. Nestled within Ba Shu, the spiritual sword pool was situated in the heart of Baidi City. Countless cultivators flocked to the spiritual sword pool each year, and it opened its doors only in the middle of each month. With still over 10 days left until that time, Chinju booked a room at an inn, dragging the exuberant GCI inside. Baidi City was neither too large nor too small. The entire city was populated by cultivators, often embroiled in conflicts for various reasons. GCI leaned against the window, watching two loose cultivators brawl. Suddenly, he recalled, Wait, isn't Ba Shu part of the Nine Heavens? Chinju nonchalantly twirled a sword flower and murmured in acknowledgement. GCI immediately thought of Tang Ziqing. Forget it. He is probably still at Jinghu. How could he return so suddenly? Just then, Chinju spoke up. Who are you thinking about? GCI instinctively replied. The one named Tang something I met earlier. The next moment, Chinju's face darkened. Chapter 24. His muscles are quite appealing. Tang Ziqing. Do you like him? Chinju asked ambiguously while polishing his sword. The commotion outside the inn had escalated to a fever pitch. With a throng of onlookers gathering, GCI, leaning against the window, absent-mindedly replied. He's all right, but I have little interest in wild boars that want to encroach upon my cabbage. This. GCI snapped back to reality and added to Chinju. You really are something. How is it that every time you step out, you encounter admirers? Upon hearing this, Chinju turned to him. My admirers? GCI responded. What else could it be? Apparently, he has liked you for many years. As soon as the words left his lips, Chinju let out a derisive snort. His admirer, the one who would blush at GC's face and avoid eye contact, was indeed Tang Ziqing. Chinju found it utterly laughable. Sheathing his sword, he said coolly, Let us go. It's time for dinner. GCI reluctantly cast one last glance out the window before following Chinju out of the room. Baidi City was built in a mountainous region, with a humid and hot climate that led the locals to have a penchant for spicy food. GCI stared in awe at a large plate, piled high with chili peppers. Is there water? Is there water? GCI urged, as he picked up a piece of meat drenched in chili sauce. Little junior brother, hurry and fetch me a glass of water. Chinju shot him a glance. Seemingly surprised at how adeptly his senior brother commanded him, and after a brief pause, he stood up to find a waiter for water. The inn was packed with people, and the city was bustling with cultivators bearing swords and blades. Just as GCI and Chinju were immersed in their meal, a dispute suddenly erupted at the neighboring table. A few sharp words were exchanged, and the wooden table splintered into pieces, some shards even falling into GC's spicy soup. GCI was taken aback, then voiced his displeasure. Hey, what is going on? My soup. Unfortunately, no one paid him any mind as the individuals at the neighboring table had drawn their swords and chaos ensued. GCI instinctively looked up, witnessing the three individuals almost entangled in a fierce struggle, speaking in a foreign tongue he could not comprehend. What is happening? GCI pushed his dish aside and nudged Chinju. Little junior brother. Do you understand? Chinju, opting for a lighter meal, glanced over with casual indifference, replying, A conflict of interests, just a matter of killing and robbing. Upon hearing this, GCI grew anxious. Isn't anyone going to intervene? How could they act so recklessly in broad daylight? Chinju chuckled. Senior brother, sometimes I truly wonder if you are a bodhisattva descended from the heavens. What? GCI was perplexed. In the world of cultivation, it's survival of the fittest. Killing and looting are commonplace. The strong take what they desired. As he spoke, Chinju placed a piece of meat into GC's bowl. The youth before him seemed to find this revelation astonishing. furrowing his brow in confusion. But the Dao sect's rules state, they are loose cultivators. Qinju interrupted, and besides, they are not from the Central Plains. We needn't concern ourselves with the rules of foreign lands. After hearing this, GCI fell silent. He listlessly consumed his meal, occasionally glancing over. Time passed, and the outcome of the brawl at the neighboring table became clear. The golden-haired man had a gaping wound in his chest and clutched a glowing stone in his hand. He erupted in hearty laughter, uttering something that Qinju could not hear. The next moment, the glowing stone was hurled with force, striking GCI squarely. GCI winced, clutching his aching body, still momentarily dazed. When suddenly, the man wielding a large curved knife lunged at him. Just as the blade was about to make contact, a frost-colored sword intercepted it, halting the strike. GCI instinctively gripped the S in summary. This is a divine artifact of refining. Upon hearing this response, GCI turned his head aside. The speaker, a man with golden hair and emerald green eyes, wore a golden silk robe that revealed his chest. His physique both delicate and robust. Noticing GC's gaze, he inclined his body slightly, performing an exquisitely gentlemanly bow. GCI raised an eyebrow and whispered to Qinju, "He has quite an appealing physique." Qinju lifted his eyelids to regard him. "Is that so?" GCI nodded, contemplating. "He seems to be a bit more muscular than I am. I feel a twinge of envy." The corners of Qinju's lips flattened, becoming unusually straight. The man from the western regions, adorned in gold and silver, appeared to be well off. He approached their table with a smile, looking at GCI. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Wei Qi. May I inquire about your names? You may call me GCI, and this is my junior disciple, Qinju." Wei Qi followed his gesture to Qinju, raising an eyebrow. "Young friend Ji, your disciple possesses quite an attractive appearance." Upon hearing this, GC's sense of crisis surged. "What are you implying?" Wei Qi laughed heartily. "Nothing at all, merely finding you, young friend Ji, to be exceedingly interesting. After all, in this world, no one would be foolish enough to give away their treasures without reason." Thus, when he heard GC's earlier remark, Wei Qi couldn't help but chuckle. Chapter 25. Wei Qi takes the initiative. The youth before him was undoubtedly handsome, yet his demeanor and actions exuded a naivety and innocence untouched by worldly affairs. Perhaps even more unreliable than the nearby lad of 16 or 17. Are these two truly brothers in arms? Wei Qi merely smiled in silence. Noticing GC's wary gaze upon him, Wei Qi raised the corners of his mouth. "Do not be so fierce. I was merely complimenting your disciple." GCI furrowed his brow. "I warn you not to harbor any ulterior motives." Wei Qi smiled and nodded. Compared to the icy beauty beside him, it seemed that this lively and innocent little son was more to his liking. Yet, he refrained from voicing these thoughts. After a brief silence, GCI urged his junior disciple to eat quickly. Expressing concern, "Junior disciple, why is it that wherever we go, someone is shamelessly coveting you?" Qinju lowered his gaze, recalling the way the man from the western regions had stared at GCI. And he couldn't help but curl his lips in irony. "Brother, I truly suspect whether you are pretending or genuinely foolish." Upon hearing this, GCI promptly retrieved the meat he had just placed in Qinju's bowl. Grumbling, "Then go eat plain rice. Why must you always resort to insults?" GCI sighed. Lamenting internally, in the following days, GCI found himself encountering Wei Qi at various times and places. They were already staying at the same inn, so the opportunities to meet were plentiful, not to mention Wei Qi's repeated chance encounters. After several days, GCI could no longer endure it. He set down the water bucket and furrowed his brows at Wei Qi. "Stop being delusional. My junior disciple will never be interested in you." Upon hearing this, Wei Qi raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Do you think I am here for your junior disciple? What else could it be?" GCI bumped into him with the water bucket and walked on. "Then why do you keep blocking my path?" Wei Qi stood still for a moment, a meaningful smile spreading across his face. He then quickly caught up. "Why do you think I came here for your junior disciple? Aren't you all the same?" GCI rolled his eyes, suppressing the words about lustful intentions for his precious cabbage. Realizing that this man from the western regions seemed to be more powerful than he, and it was best not to provoke him lightly. Hearing this, Wei Qi chuckled and made no denial. Instead, shifting the topic, "Young friend Ji, why are you carrying such a large bucket of water?" "To cook." GCI, finding Wei Qi's presence bothersome, pushed him aside. My junior disciple cannot handle spicy food, so I am going to prepare something light for him. Wei Qi, full of enthusiasm, asked, "You can cook?" Indeed. GCI poured oil into the pot, proudly declaring, "This is a fundamental skill for an outstanding man." Upon hearing this, Wei Qi beamed. Ignoring any objections, he leaned in. "Do you need any help?" "No, you're in the way." GCI irritably brushed him aside and went to fetch some cabbage. Wei Qi looked quite innocent as he said, "I can cook too. Do you need a sous chef?" Only then did GCI grant him a glance of acknowledgement. "What can you do?" Wei Qi volunteered. "I can wash pots, wash vegetables, and peel." GCI clicked his tongue, tossing a few muddy potatoes from the bamboo basket to Wei Qi, instructing him to peel them. It resembled the way one would delegate tasks to a child. Wei Qi momentarily fell silent, ready to protest, but upon seeing GC's face, he hesitated. GC's lips were pursed, his high nose bridge lending him an air of quiet dignity, and in this moment of cooking, he exuded a gentle and nurturing aura. Wei Qi quieted down and began peeling the potatoes, which were quite dirty with mud. His brow furrowed tightly as he endured the task until he had finished peeling each one. Meanwhile, GCI was busy placing cabbage into the pot, contemplating whether he should make some dumplings for his junior disciple. As merely vegetables would hardly suffice, this thought troubled GCI, for the meals in Bai Di City were never light, and Qinju disliked eating them. GCI had noticed that his junior disciple seemed to have lost quite a bit of weight over the past few days. Every time this topic arose, Qinju claimed GCI was overthinking things, that he was merely being blind. Yet GCI remained unconvinced. He could see that his junior disciple's once chubby cheeks had lost their baby fat. Filled with concern, GCI ultimately resorted to pilfering his junior disciple's purse, using the money to borrow the inn's kitchen, intending to prepare a meal that his junior disciple could eat. He may not excel in other areas, but his culinary skills were quite decent. With Wei Qi's diligent assistance, the dishes of dumplings, stir-fried meat slices, and mushroom soup were soon ready. Having added only a hint of spice, GCI sampled a bite. Finding it devoid of any heat, it should be suitable for his junior disciple. He was thoroughly satisfied, packing the dishes into a lunchbox, eager to take them up to his junior disciple. However, upon turning around, he collided with Wei Qi's chest. The man seemed to have grown muscle from who knows what, and the impact left GC's nose stinging with pain, nearly bringing him to tears. Wei Qi licked his lips, watching with keen interest as GCI raised a hand to wipe away the tears at the corners of his eyes, then inquired, "Given that I've assisted so much, young friend Ji, won't you allow me even a taste?" Hearing this, GCI hesitated. It seemed reasonable. After all, he couldn't let someone work for free, could he? "How about I give you some money?" GCI proposed. Wei Qi replied, "No, I simply wish to taste a bit of the dish you've prepared. Just a small portion." GCI lifted his gaze and found Wei Qi's expression earnest, which softened his heart. All right, just a little." He then retrieved a clean pair of chopsticks for him. However, Wei Qi raised his own hands, which were caked in dirt, and pitifully said, "Young friend Ji, why not feed me instead?" Indeed, his hands were filthy. GCI pondered. What was there to lose between two grown men? Fine. With that, GCI opened the lunchbox, carefully picking up the smallest piece of meat, preparing to feed it to Wei Qi. Yet before he could do so, a cold, irate voice suddenly rang out from a distance. "What are you two doing?" GCI froze, turning his head. At that moment, Wei Qi seized GC's wrist, guiding his hand to feed himself. GCI was stunned. "What are you doing?" Wei Qi released his grip, smiling. "It tastes quite good. But my hands are dirty. My sleeves too." GCI, thoroughly annoyed, disregarded Qinju's presence and turned to wash his hands. Thus, he failed to notice the darkened expression on Qinju's face as he stared intently at Wei Qi. Wei Qi swallowed the piece of meat GCI had fed him, raising his eyes to offer a provocative smile at Qinju. Chapter 26. Obediently listen to your senior brother. Qinju's expression instantly turned icy. At that moment, GCI was still washing his hands, calling out, "Junior disciple, why are you down here? Did I not ask you to wait upstairs? The kitchen is filled with smoke. You should go outside first." Unable to endure any longer, Qinju bypassed Wei Qi and grabbed GC's arm, dragging him upstairs. GCI was bewildered, quickly patting Qinju's arm. "Hey, the lunchbox. The food I made for you." Struggling free from Qinju's grip, He dashed back to retrieve the lunchbox. Upon turning around, he was met with Chinju's cold, sullen gaze. GCI paused. "What's wrong with you?" Before Chinju could respond, Weiqi interjected, "Young friend Ji, your disciple has quite the temper. He claims he cannot handle spice, yet his temperament seems rather fiery." This statement, in GC's ears, translated to, "Young friend Ji, your junior disciple is indeed spicy." GCI, like a firecracker igniting, erupted, "Lecture. Who gave you the right to speak about my junior disciple like that?" Weiqi. With a hasty demeanor, GCI strode past him, seizing Chinju's hand and leading him upstairs. Throughout the entire encounter, Chinju remained silent, merely casting a fleeting glance at Weiqi as they rounded the corner of the staircase. His eyes heavy with unspoken warnings. Weiqi, equally solemn, muttered a curse under his breath. Meanwhile, GCI pushed Chinju into the room, incessantly chattering, "Little junior brother, Weiqi is not a good person. You should keep your distance from him. It's best if you turn and run the moment you see him." Clearly still agitated, GCI busily arranged the dishes while grumbling several complaints. Chinju gazed at him with indifference and suddenly spoke. "What about you?" GCI, taken aback, replied, "Me? What about me? Shouldn't you keep your distance from him as well?" GCI pondered for a moment before nodding. "You're right. We should both steer clear of him. However, as your senior brother, if he dares to bother you, I will certainly intervene. Rest assured, little junior brother, as long as I'm around, no one will touch even a hair on your head." As GCI spoke, he nearly moved himself to tears with his own sentimentality. Yet Chinju merely lowered his gaze, fingers clenched tightly, producing a faint cracking sound as he asked, "Does brother believe Weiqi is interested in me?" GCI nodded earnestly, advising, "Of course, little junior brother. When you're out and about, looking so beautiful, you must be cautious. Is that so?" Chinju chuckled ambiguously. Observing the young man basking in sunlight, handsome, poised, and vibrant, radiating an air of innocence and joy, one could not help but linger their gaze upon him. Even the most solitary and withdrawn souls, some individuals are simply born to be cherished. None would dare shatter such beauty. Chinju lowered his gaze, ultimately refraining from further comment. Days passed, and at last, the day of the Ling Jianqi's opening arrived. Brimming with excitement, GCI, wary of getting lost in the throngs of people, grasped Chinju's sleeve tightly as they walked together. As they strolled, he couldn't help but glance around, taking in the sights of the bustling streets. Before long, they reached the perimeter of the Ling Jianqi, where a sea of countless heads surged before them. Chinju was jostled and inadvertently bumped into GCI, who instinctively wrapped him in an embrace. In an instant, Chinju's face flushed crimson as he struggled, forcing out a request through clenched teeth. "Let go of me, I won't," GCI replied, peering ahead and coaxing, "Be good. Listen to your brother. There are so many people ahead. If you get pushed around, I would be heartbroken." Although only 17, Chinju was already remarkably tall compared to his peers, yet still slightly shorter than GCI. Witnessing his continued struggle and bashful demeanor, GCI burst into laughter, saying, "Wait until you grow taller than me. Then you can tell me not to hold you. At that point, it will be you who won't let go." Upon hearing this, Chinju fell silent, a faint blush coloring his usually composed face as he replied, "You said this." GCI dismissed the comment lightly. "Indeed. Anyway, once little junior brother comes of age, my task of survival will be nearly complete. Whether to leave the Dao sect for another pursuit or return to my original world will solely depend on my whims. Besides, what's wrong with being embraced by my adorable little junior brother? He is so cute and fragrant. I wouldn't mind at all." Feeling overwhelmed by the crowd, they decided to spend some silver to rent a private room in a nearby tall building and retreated there. The room was lavishly decorated, and as GCI reclined on a sumptuous couch, he casually remarked, "This room looks rather expensive." "Indeed, 10,000 taels of silver," Chinju replied coolly. GCI nearly choked on the grapes he had just eaten. "So extravagant, little junior brother. How can you be so extravagant?" he lamented, clutching his chest in mock pain. Chinju shot him a sidelong glance. "Better than being held by someone down there." GCI feigned sorrow. "Not even willing to let me hold you. Truly, you wound your brother's heart." Chinju could not be bothered to respond at that moment. A servant from the Ling Jianqi approached respectfully, handing them a numbered token. When their number was called, It would be their turn to select a spirit sword. They did not wait long. By evening, a slumbering GCI was awakened by Qin Ju, and the two made their way to the entrance of the Ling Jianqi. As they descended the stairs, GCI casually glanced to the side and spotted a fleeting figure. Blinking in surprise, he poked Qin Ju in the back. "Little junior brother, I think I saw Tang Ziqing." Qin Ju, unperturbed, shifted the topic. "We should go. Don't dawdle." "All right then." The Ling Jianqi, as the name suggests, is a pool filled with spirit swords. However, it also serves as a natural lake, rumored to have been the resting place of the swords left behind by heroes who perished in a cataclysmic battle between immortals and demons eons ago. Regardless of the veracity of this tale, most swords drawn from the Ling Jianqi are of superior quality, including the one currently held by Qin Ju. He nudged GCI towards the pool. His tone indifferent. "Go find a sword that suits you." GCI approached the edge of the pool, gazing down at the myriad of spirit swords before returning a glance to his junior brother. The latter's expression remained calm, unwavering in his focus. GCI smiled at him, accepted a closing water pill from a servant, held it in his mouth, and leaped into the pool. The moment he hit the water, all the noise from the shore faded away. GCI steadied himself and swam towards the bottom. Chapter 27. The sheathed willow sword. The water was eerily tranquil. The deeper he swam, the more potent the spiritual pressure became. Countless spirit swords were embedded in the rocky bottom, a stunning array of colors, red, white, green, and pink, creating a spectacular scene. After finally reaching the lakebed, he stepped onto the soft sand and approached the rocky outcrops. A glance caught his eye, a striking crimson broad sword. This sword exuded an aura of majesty. Fiery red crystals adorned both the hilt and blade, catching the light and shimmering brilliantly in the water. GCI was instantly captivated, reaching out to draw the sword. However, it seemed rooted to the rock, resisting all efforts to pull it free. GCI realized this was the sword's way of rejecting him, and he felt a tinge of disappointment. With the closing water pill in his mouth, he couldn't speak, but his mind was rife with complaints. "You won't choose me? Just you wait. There is no man more formidable than GCI in this world. All the others who come here will be wheezing just from walking a few steps, perhaps unable to even lift a sword." Though he said nothing aloud, his eyes betrayed his defiance. The spirit sword radiated a powerful aura. Sending GCI tumbling backward, he fell onto the sandy bottom and, expressionless, picked himself up to explore the opposite side of the rock. What does not welcome the master will surely have a place for him elsewhere. After a detour, GCI spotted several exquisitely beautiful spirit swords on the far side of the rocky outcrop. Each was gracefully designed, vibrant in color, and as GCI approached, they eagerly trembled their blades. Eager to be chosen, GCI resolutely rejected them. He sought a sword that matched his robust identity. Unfortunately, fate did not favor him, as all the swords vying for his attention resembled delicate pretty boys. One sword even managed to free itself from the rock and excitedly approached GCI, but when he turned away and feigned indifference, it retaliated by poking him in the backside with its hilt. GCI jumped in surprise, thinking, "What a rogue sword." It was evident that this sword was also of superior quality, with a white blade and a green hilt, intricately entwined with slender willow branches, making it exceptionally elegant. At that moment, this exquisite spirit sword was displaying itself in every conceivable manner, hoping to capture GCI's attention and be taken home. GCI steadfastly refused and swiftly swam away. The spirit sword, incensed, emitted a sharp ringing sound and quickly jabbed him again. After a prolonged chase beneath the water, both GCI and the sword were finally fatigued. GCI gazed at the formidable spirit sword before him and exhaled deeply. Reaching out to grasp the hilt in the next instant, a brilliant light erupted, and a soft green glow radiated from the blade, penetrating GC's spiritual talisman. His once barren spiritual realm flourished as if nourished by rain, blossoming into a vibrant expanse of greenery, teeming with life, akin to a newborn. Simultaneously, GCI sensed a burgeoning potential within his spiritual realm, hinting at an impending breakthrough. Clutching his chest, he looked at the sword in his hand with a wry smile. They say fierce women fear clingy men. Now it seemed fierce men also dread clingy swords. The spirit sword emitted a ringing sound, and GCI offered a brief reassurance before swimming upward. A bitter smile on his lips as he ascended towards the surface. As he broke through the water, the first sight that greeted him was Qin standing on the shore. The young man, like a graceful tree of jade, stood poised with his sword, his gaze as cold and clear as glass, lips pressed together. The moment GCI emerged, this seemingly chiseled figure flickered to life. Brother? As GC's lips curled into a bright smile, he executed a deft somersault out of the water. Thanks to the effects of the closing water pill, he remained completely dry. The young man drew forth his spirit sword, presenting it to Qin with an air of triumph. Upon seeing this, Qin cast a glance downward, somewhat astonished. A high-grade spirit sword? GCI replied, Indeed. Isn't it impressive? The spirit sword appeared quite lively, having seemingly begun to develop its own consciousness. Upon receiving praise from its master, it proudly began to quiver its blade. Very well, Qin remarked. His fingers brushed over the inscription of Folding Willow on the hilt, a smile blossoming in his eyes. Little junior brother, let me tell you, Folding Willow is not at all reserved. I didn't even choose it. It came down from the rocks on its own and poked my backside, insisting that I select it, or else it would stubbornly refuse to leave. Hearing this, Qin paused, his gaze shifting to a more complex expression. In a certain sense, spirit swords exist in connection with the spirit sword pool. Leaving the rocks would mean losing its place of existence, and if it had not yet been chosen by a master, it would likely face oblivion. It seemed that this Folding Willow truly favored GCI. Qin buried this matter deep within his heart and simply stated, It is time to depart. We must not delay. All right, GCI replied. As they exited the spirit sword pool, GCI recalled his own impending breakthrough and was about to inform his little junior brother when a voice suddenly called out from behind. Qin Shixiang. Qin Shixiang. The voice struck him as somewhat familiar, causing both of them to halt. A look of distaste crossed Qin features as he was about to urge GCI to hurry. But the other party turned around first, perplexed. Tang Zicheng? This individual was none other than the young master of the Nine Heavens whom they had encountered previously in Jinghu Town. Upon realizing that GCI remembered him, Tang Zicheng excitedly waved his hands and approached quickly. Yes, it's me. His gaze briefly scanned Qin face before he awkwardly diverted his eyes, focusing intently on GCI. Since you've come to Bashu, would you like to visit our Nine Heavens? GCI raised an eyebrow. Nine Heavens? Tang Zicheng nodded. Having heard of the Nine Heavens' immense wealth, GCI indeed felt a tinge of curiosity to explore. He nudged his little junior brother with his elbow and asked, Shall we go? Qin replied coolly, There is nothing of interest at the Nine Heavens. We have matters to attend to. Upon hearing this, Tang Zicheng's expression fell. The young man's previously vibrant demeanor dulled, making him appear obedient and pitiful. GCI mused to himself that indeed, one thing diminishes another. This fellow had been quite imposing outside, yet now resembled a mouse confronted by a cat. He reached out and casually ruffled Tang Zicheng's hair, causing the youth to look up in shock, his cheeks flushing crimson. Why are you touching me? GCI raised his eyebrows, a playful smile dancing at the corners of his lips. What's wrong? At such a young age, can I not touch you? Tang Zicheng, flustered, appeared as if his cheeks were painted with blood, caught between anger and embarrassment. All right, I won't tease you anymore. GCI withdrew his hand and casually draped it over his little junior brother's shoulder. This is a rare visit to Baidi City. We can't just return with a sword. How dull that would be. Qin remained silent, his gaze resting on GCI's face before shifting away. Do as you wish. GCI promptly turned to Tang Zicheng. We want to visit your home. Dealing with relatives would be too bothersome. Show us what Baidi City has to offer instead. GCI's utter astonishment. Tang Zicheng's proposal to explore Baidi City turned out to be a visit to a brothel. At first, he hadn't even realized that this opulent establishment was such. Inside, there was no trace of superficial luxury or lewdness. The decor was elegant and beautiful, exuding a refined atmosphere. Even the incense was of a particularly high quality. It wasn't until they settled into a private room that a few women dressed in sheer skirts entered, holding pipa and guqin, that GCI finally understood. He leaped up, covering Qin's eyes in shock. Wait, is this a brothel? Indeed, Tang Zicheng answered, raising his wine cup. We're here to enjoy the flower wine. GCI's expression darkened instantly. You beast? My little junior brother is only 16. The two exchanged glances for a moment before Tang Ziqing finally grasped the gravity of the situation. Hastily clarifying, no, no. They are all songstresses, selling their art, not their bodies. He gestured toward the songstresses and dancers, who immediately understood and began to play a melodious tune, their skirts swirling gracefully, a feast for the eyes. Only then did GCI slowly release Qinju. Tang Ziqing glanced between GCI and Qinju, feeling a twinge of jealousy. 3 years prior, he had eagerly approached Qinju, hoping to befriend him, but had been met with indifference, even evasion from his touch. Now, someone else had the audacity to cover his eyes, and Qinju showed no sign of protest. As for GCI, Tang Ziqing felt a sense of frustration. Both he and Qinju were 16. Why was it that only Qinju received such attention? These conflicting thoughts left Tang Ziqing in a state of discontent. Realizing that this was not an ordinary brothel, GCI felt much more at ease. He poured himself a drink and found the sweet flavor delightful, unable to resist pouring several more cups. Observing his enthusiasm, Qinju, for reasons unknown, also poured himself a cup. Yet, before the wine could even touch his lips, GCI snatched it away, nonchalantly tilting his head back to gulp it down. The graceful curve from his chin to neck was mesmerizing, a few drops of clear liquid sliding down before lingering on his pronounced Adamus apple, eventually falling to the floor. Tang Ziqing instinctively averted his gaze, and even the songstress playing the pipa made a few mistakes in her tune. Qinju frowned, feeling inexplicably irritable. Meanwhile, GCI remained oblivious, placing the wine cup back on the table and playfully draping his arm over Qinju's shoulder. Come now, little one, children shouldn't drink alcohol. Qinju pushed his hand away. At 16? Some have already married. Why can't I drink? GCI lazily replied. Then are you married? What nonsense are you spouting? Qinju retorted. GCI remained silent, a teasing smile playing on his lips. Be good now. My little junior brother cannot drink before he turns 18, and certainly cannot marry. His tone was reminiscent of coaxing a child, causing Qinju to press his lips tightly together, ultimately saying nothing. Meanwhile, Tang Ziqing looked at his own empty wine cups, murmuring, Why is no one stopping me? GCI seemed to hear him. Appearing somewhat tipsy, he chuckled and said, How could you compare to my little junior brother? Tang Ziqing instinctively wanted to argue otherwise, but upon catching a glimpse of Qinju, he found himself at a loss. All right, it seems I cannot compare, he conceded, recognizing the purity radiating from Qinju. This realization left him feeling somewhat disgruntled. Earlier, GCI had been so attentive, yet now it seemed as though he was invisible. The stark contrast in treatment caused Tang Ziqing to feel disheartened. So he quietly resumed drinking. This establishment was quite elegant, devoid of any peculiar atmosphere, and GCI found it to be rather pleasant. However, as they neared the end of their outing, GCI had indulged to the point of inebriation. The wine in Bashu was sweet and deceptively mild, yet its potency was considerable. While Tang Ziqing managed to hold his own, GCI could barely stand. He attempted to assist GCI, but before he could touch him, Qinju effortlessly lifted the young man onto his back. Tang Ziqing stood in shock, biting his lip. Do you need my help? Without GCI's mediating presence, their conversation felt stilted and cold. Qinju cast a glance at him. No need. His tone was gentle, yet for some reason, Tang Ziqing sensed a hint of threat in his words. He instinctively froze in place. Only after Qinju had carried GCI out of the brothel did Tang Ziqing dare to move. In his mind, he couldn't shake the image of GCI's flushed cheeks in his drunken state, which added an enchanting allure to his usual demeanor. Qinju returned to the inn with GCI. As they descended from the carriage, he spotted Wei Qi at the entrance. Qinju paused, his expression icy as he prepared to stride past him. However, Wei Qi, seemingly oblivious to his displeasure, approached them with a smile. He grabbed GCI's dangling hand and unconsciously squeezed it. Qinju immediately reacted, spinning around to separate the two. His expression was as frigid as ice. Get away. Wei Qi, wearing a roguish smile, spread his hands. No need to be so fierce. I merely wish to lend a hand. It must be tiring for you to carry him alone. Would you like some assistance? Unnecessary, Qinju replied curtly. Turning to enter, his tone coldly warning, Do not think I am unaware of your intentions. Upon hearing these words, Wei Qi's smile faded, and he clicked his tongue. That makes it rather dull, little friend. Your senior brother seems to think I fancy you. Do you have no response to that? Qinju halted, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. If you utter one more word, I shall render you incapacitated. Ha ha ha. Wei Qi tilted his head, gazing at him. Your senior brother is quite well-rounded, yet he lacks discernment. I am not the least bit interested in you, my dear boy. It is your senior brother who piques my interest. No sooner had the words left his lips than a silver flash surged towards Wei Qi. He sidestepped, drawing his sword to parry, yet was still forced to slide back a step. Surprise flickered in his eyes. Who would have thought you possessed some skill? The sword in his hand was freshly drawn from the spirit sword pool that very day, a fiery red, with a broad blade. That moment, GCI, who had been languishing, groggily opened his eyes and instinctively reached out toward Wei Qi. Sensing something, Wei Qi raised an eyebrow and horizontally offered the sword, his voice coaxing. Do you desire it? Chapter 29. How dare mere creatures vie for what belongs to him? What one cannot obtain is eternally the most enticing. This was particularly true for GCI. The fiery red sword had captured his desire. He had thought he would never see it again, yet it seemed to materialize before him once more in a haze. He instinctively leaned toward Wei Qi, softly murmuring something. Qinju, closest to him, heard it clearly. The lad was expressing his desire. Qinju grasped GCI's chin, compelling him to meet his gaze. GCI, who had been striving to lean toward Wei Qi, was now held fast, unable to divert his gaze from the person before him, confusion evident in his eyes. He recognized this person as his beloved junior brother. GCI blinked, and then he heard his junior brother lower his voice, emotion swirling in his eyes. Do you want the sword, or do you want me? GCI froze instantaneously. His mind was clouded, unable to comprehend how the situation had turned so peculiar. Yet, he understood the words. He turned to look at the fiery red sword, desire gleaming in his eyes, then shifted back to scrutinize his little junior brother for a moment. His thoughts muddled, he sighed. Then it must be my little junior brother. As soon as the words left his lips, he distinctly felt the pressure around him eased. A hint of a smile graced Qinju's lips, his frosty demeanor breaking to reveal a glimpse of vitality rarely seen by others. He calmly regarded Wei Qi, a slight smile playing at his mouth. Thank you for your consideration. Wei Qi's expression darkened, as if the fiery red sword had lost its luster, tossed back into its sheath like refuse. He regarded the two for a long while before chuckling. On what grounds do you contend with me? Qinju looked at him with indifference. Wei Qi continued. Let me guess, you do not truly care for GCI. You merely regard him as your possession, forbidding others from encroaching. When GCI can see only you, you feel pleasure, satisfaction, even unwilling to let him engage with the outside world. Am I correct? Qinju remained silent, his gaze growing colder. The audacity of you is truly laughable, Wei Qi scoffed. Who GCI fancies or chooses to befriend has nothing to do with you. You are merely his junior brother. He extends humanitarian concern and care toward you, and you presume he belongs to you. Do you believe that if our positions were reversed, he would not care for me with equal attentiveness? Seeing only me? What would you amount to then? No sooner had the words left his mouth than a blade pierced Wei Qi's shoulder, blood gushing forth. Yet, Wei Qi's expression remained unchanged. Qinju sheathed his sword, calmly uttering two words, loudmouth. Having spoken, he cast no further glance at Wei Qi, taking the dazed GCI upstairs. Wei Qi stood rooted, his gaze laced with venom. Once upstairs, Qinju laid GCI on the bed, meticulously wiping the hand that had been touched by others with a handkerchief. He continued until the long, fair hand was nearly raw before he ceased. How dare such common creatures lay their hands on him? Qinju's expression darkened, his eyes filled with a deep-seated fury. Yet, he could not deny the truth in Wei Qi's words. He had indeed despicably viewed GCI as his possession, equally detesting anyone who dared approach him. Qinju felt no remorse. He regarded GCI as one with their spirit sword, unwilling to allow others to touch either. Just as he would care for his spirit sword, he would protect GCI. This was his utmost sincerity. With this thought, a pleasant smile graced Qinju's lips. The night was still long, the crescent moon hanging high in the sky, gradually descending with the gentle breeze until it vanished from sight. When GCI awoke, He was engulfed in the aches and dizziness of a hangover. He touched his chest, sensing something amiss. The spirit abode felt somehow more expansive. DCI, bewildered, thought to himself. Had he slept and somehow broken through to the Yuan infant stage? Surely not. Could he truly be such a prodigy? He quickly rose from the bed, calling out, "Little junior brother? Little junior brother?" Before long, Qin pushed open the door, entering with a steaming bowl of porridge, calmly regarding his agitated senior brother. "What is the matter?" GCI, brimming with excitement, grasped Qin hand, urging him to feel his chest. "Please check if I have broken through to the Yuan infant stage." Qin eyelashes fluttered. He withdrew his hand. "Wait a moment." With that, he set the porridge on the table and sent a thread of spiritual awareness into GC's spirit abode. GCI felt a brief tingling sensation in his body, which vanished almost immediately. After the probe, Qin expression turned somewhat astonished. "Indeed, you've broken through to." As soon as the words were spoken, he added, "Congratulations." GC's eyes sparkled. "No way, no way. Surely no one can break through just by sleeping? What an unparalleled talent." Qin merely smiled in silence. GCI seemed to recall something, suddenly drawing his sword, eager to test it. Earlier, without a sword, he had been unable to channel any spiritual power. Now, he felt a strong urge to indulge in the thrill of swordplay. As he prepared to practice a few moves from memory, Qin approached with the porridge. "Drink this first, GCI." Feeling impatient, protested, "I'll drink it later." However, Qin demeanor grew insistent as he brought the porridge closer. "Drink?" After several unsuccessful attempts to refuse, GCI finally accepted the porridge and obediently began to drink. Once he finished, he enthusiastically practiced his swordplay within the room. Qin stood by, surprisingly noting that his senior brother's grasp of swordsmanship seemed exceptionally outstanding. The Taoist sect swordsmanship emphasized the balance of rigidity and flexibility. Yet not everyone could achieve this. While Qin was naturally gifted, his sword strikes retained an undeniable sharpness. In contrast, GC's swordplay was subtle and soft. Yet each strike was decisive, revealing lethal intent when necessary. In his recollections, GCI had never possessed such profound swordsmanship. Qin's gaze deepened. "Senior brother, we should return." GCI lowered his sword, questioning, "Return? To where?" "To the Three Clear Dao sect." At that moment, GCI instantly recalled those few perverted individuals. Instantly deflating. "No way. So soon?" "Indeed." Qin nodded. "Originally, Gu Hong intended to forcibly take me back, but I fabricated a story about your spirit sword being broken, claiming I needed to bring you here to retrieve a new one before returning to the sect." Hearing this, GCI finally understood. So that was the case. Qin regarded him. "After we return, it won't be long before the Shangyuan Grand Ceremony. I will be attending." GCI was about to cheer him on from the sidelines when he heard Qin leisurely add, "You will too." Chapter 30. Old Bai plays a game he can't win. GCI was taken aback. "Why must I also participate?" He could hardly fathom it. "We are in the same cohort for the Shangyuan Grand Ceremony. You are 16, and I am already of age. Is this not bullying a child?" "Bullying a child?" Hearing this, Qin chuckled and replied, "Senior brother, you only just reached adulthood this year. There isn't much difference between us. Moreover, the Shangyuan Grand Ceremony measures cultivation levels, not age. Though I am merely 16, I am already at the late Yuan infant stage. GCI. He recalled his recent breakthrough to the Yuan infant stage and had just boasted to Qin about being a genius. Flushing with embarrassment, Qin, however, remained unfazed, his demeanor ever steady as he slowly packed their belongings. "Let us go, senior brother, back home." Though he did not particularly favor the Three Clear Dao sect, remaining there was certainly preferable to allowing GCI to continue gallivanting about. Once they had gathered their belongings and exited the inn, GCI lifted the carriage curtain to glance outside. He happened to see Wei Qi standing at the inn's entrance, who, upon noticing GC's gaze, inclined his body and offered a smile, his demeanor gentle and courteous. GCI lowered the curtain and said, "Little junior brother, I just saw Wei Qi and so." Qin inquired expressionlessly. GCI contemplated whether to greet him before departing, but upon catching a glimpse of Qin's demeanor, he wisely chose to remain silent. Perhaps the junior disciple had indeed sensed that this individual harbored ulterior motives. GCI, with a face full of admiration, remarked, "Junior disciple, you are right. One should disregard those who covet your appearance and physique. Qin Ju merely chuckled. The Tao sect held Qin Ju in high esteem. This became apparent to GCI once again upon their return to the sect's mountain gate, where they encountered 3 elders standing in neat formation. They did not reprimand Qin Ju for his transgression of sneaking out. Instead, they merely advised him to take care of his health upon his return. Qin Ju bowed in acknowledgement, his response lacking any particular enthusiasm. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Qin Ju was about to escort GCI back to their mountain peak when Elder Gu Hong's voice rang out from behind. "Hold on," GCI stazed. At these words, GCI understood that he was about to face an unpleasant consequence. He turned around, feigning a smile, and inquired, "Elder Gu Hong?" The elder's eyes, as dark as ink, regarded him with indifference. "As an elder brother, you have condoned a junior's transgression of sneaking out of the sect. What punishment do you deserve?" GCI nearly faltered in maintaining his smile, internally lamenting whether kneeling and admitting his fault would suffice. This group of elders was exceedingly biased. As he silently grumbled, Qin Ju interjected, "Elder Gu Hong, it was the disciple's decision to leave the sect." As soon as he spoke, Elder Gu Hong's expression darkened considerably. "Xiao Ju, do not speak nonsense." Qin Ju remained unfazed, his voice steady. "The magical artifact that breached the sect's barrier was obtained by me during the last secret realm exploration. This matter has nothing to do with Senior Brother G." GCI glanced at him and then at Elder Gu Hong, who was clearly seething with anger, showing signs of an impending outburst. What if he lost control and endangered the junior disciple? GCI sighed, preparing to kneel and admit his fault, but before he could descend, Qin Ju grasped his arm with considerable force, preventing him from kneeling. Feeling a twinge of pain in his arm, GCI gently patted Qin Ju and whispered, "What are you doing?" Qin Ju's expression was icy, his gaze like a deep abyss, ignoring GCI entirely as he fixed his stare on Elder Gu Hong. If Elder Gu Hong truly wishes to punish, then let it be shared with the disciple. This matter is not the fault of Senior Brother G. Elder Gu Hong's gaze fell upon their intertwined arms. What a display of brotherly affection. However, Xiao Ju, how could an elder bear to punish you? Qin Ju pressed his lips together, tightening his grip on GC's hand. GCI winced slightly but, upon seeing Qin Ju's expression, refrained from pulling away. Just as he found himself in a dilemma, he suddenly felt a cold gaze upon him. Turning to look, he found it was Elder Gu Hong, his demeanor dark as a storm cloud. "You are well aware that we 3 hold you in the highest regard, yet you take advantage of our affection, leaving the sect with GCI before your wounds have fully healed. I cannot bear to punish you, but GCI, we can certainly deal with him." Upon hearing this, GCI could not help but lick his teeth. What were the odds of him transforming into a ferocious dog and biting this old elder to death? This bias was utterly outrageous. Qin Ju interjected, "What do you mean?" Elder Gu Hong remained silent, raising a hand, and suddenly, GCI felt his body weaken, uncontrollably collapsing into the elder's grasp. He had always thought Elder Gu Hong resembled a venomous snake, and now it seemed entirely accurate. The elder's icy hand sent chills down GC's spine. Unable to suppress his discomfort, GCI pleaded, "Elder, please let me down. Your hands are cold, I assure you I won't run away." Elder Gu Hong cast a frigid glance at him. GCI felt even colder and obediently sealed his lips, smooth-tongued. Elder Gu Hong remarked dismissively before continuing, "Xiao Ju, return to your mountain peak. We will handle GCI accordingly." Qin Ju lowered his gaze, "Elder, this is unjust." Elder Gu Hong scoffed, "As a senior brother, GCI not only failed to dissuade the junior from wrongdoing, but instead indulged and even accompanied him. Should he not be punished?" Qin Ju's palm clenched tightly. Elder Gu Hong, however, appeared oblivious to his distress, coldly stating, "Your injuries have nearly healed. GCI will return to his own mountain peak from now on. Though your bond may be strong, it is inappropriate for you to remain together at all times." Qin Ju, evidently enraged, rendered the atmosphere considerably more silent. The previously reticent Han Shang could no longer hold back. "Xiao Ju." Qin Ju disregarded him, raising his gaze to meet Elder Gu Hong's, a self-deprecating smile gracing his lips. "The disciple understands." With that, he cast one final glance at GCI before ascending the steps back to the mountain peak. GCI tilted his head, watching him depart. Was he really leaving just like that? Without a few more words of contention? GCI felt a pang of discomfort. The idea of leaving the sect had not even originated from him. So why was he the sole one being punished? Before GCI could ponder further, the scene abruptly shifted, in the next moment, he found himself standing on a magnificent white jade floor, a surge of spiritual energy striking his knee, causing him to uncontrollably kneel. Elder Gu Hong stood before him, his expression frigid. Rise only when you acknowledge your wrongdoing. GCI, unwilling to suffer indignities, promptly declared, I was wrong. Elder Gu Hong, taken aback by GC's unabashedness, fell silent for a moment before angrily sweeping away his sleeves and departing. Spineless wretch, how could Xiaoju possibly have a good relationship with you? Just kneel here. Do not rise without my permission. As his words echoed, even the heavens began to shed snowflakes, which quickly intensified. GCI, feeling bored, scooped up a handful of snow. This old elder truly could not handle losing. Chapter 31. Apologies for the delay amidst the heavy snowfall. A young man of striking appearance and tall stature knelt upon the white jade tiles, allowing the ice and snow to accumulate upon his head and shoulders, evoking a classic scene from a historical drama. Unfortunately, GCI lacked the fortitude to maintain such a fade. He had already sneezed multiple times. The thin garment he wore was intended for the spring and summer months, and the snow seemed to be conjured by Elder Gu Hong's magic, rendering GCI incapable of warding off the cold with his current cultivation level. As the snow piled higher on the ground, GC's knees had grown numb from the chill. His originally fair and slender hands bore some abrasions, and his fingertips were tinged with redness from the frost. Feeling immensely bored, he crafted several snowmen. These snowmen were devoid of eyes and noses, merely two small mounds stacked together, adorably awkward, lined up before him. He admired them for a while, then cupped his hands together and blew into them. Am I going to freeze to death? The system, which had remained silent for an extended period, suddenly chimed in with utmost seriousness. Not at all, host. Even if you were to perish, we could always start anew. The thought of going through such torment once more in the icy cold made GCI feel he might as well endure it for now. Time passed, and suddenly a wave of warmth enveloped him from behind. Simultaneously, something seemed to shield him from the falling snowflakes. GCI turned his head to see Elder Qingyu, clad in azure robes, donning a snow-colored cloak, holding a bamboo umbrella, standing beside him with a gentle gaze. The umbrella shielded GCI from the majority of the wind and snow, providing a moment of respite for his numbed body. Though Qingyu was not known for his kindness, the sight of him on such a snowy day brought tears to GC's eyes. Elder Qingyu. Qingyu nodded slightly. Yes, it is I. He had come intending to reprimand this audacious disciple, but upon crossing the threshold and seeing the young man standing tall like bamboo, he felt a moment of softening within. Had GCI truly been kneeling here all along? Had he not taken even a moment to rest, to ease his back or shift his knees? Yet, after observing GCI for some time, it was clear he had not slacked off even a bit. He was sincerely repenting. With that thought, Qingyu lowered his eyelashes and stepped forward to tilt the bamboo umbrella, shielding him further from the elements. GCI, oblivious to his internal musings, remained motionless, partly out of fear of being discovered by Elder Gu Hong and partly because he was engrossed in playing with his snowman. Feeling touched, he expressed, Thank you, Elder Qingyu. Are you here to visit me? Qingyu parted his lips, his gaze resting on the frost-laden eyelashes of the young man before him, and finally replied in a subdued tone. Yes, that was splendid news. GCI smiled shyly, delighted that someone had come to check on him. I am very happy to have you visit, Elder Qingyu. Qingyu observed him closely, finding no trace of resentment in his demeanor. GCI was not lamenting their perceived injustices, but instead remained calm and earnest in his contrition. Qingyu's expression turned complex. It had been a long time since he had encountered someone so innocent. Do you not resent us? GC's body stiffened momentarily, and he touched one of his snowmen, responding, No, I do not resent. What nonsense! Are you suggesting that I should voice my grievances in front of them? GCI is no fool. Besides, after kneeling for such a long time, any lingering resentment would have dissipated. If he were to endure both physical suffering and mental anguish simultaneously, what would be the point of GCI continuing to live? He might as well suffocate himself in silence. The jade-faced Qingyu, seemingly lost in thought, unexpectedly uttered, I feel for you. GCI retorted, If you truly feel for me, then help me up from the ground. Mere words without action do not make one a hero. That moment, Qingyu noticed the snowman before them and inquired, "What is this?" GCI gazed at the small snow figures and whimsically explained, "These are representations of me and my junior brother." Qingyu paused. All of them. Upon hearing this, GC's throat shifted, and a spark of inspiration struck him. He shook his head, asserting, "No, this one is Elder Qingyu." He pointed to a slightly taller snowman, then casually indicated two others, claiming they were Han Shang and Gu Hong. Finally, with a touch of sincerity, he added, "I am aware of my mistakes. I failed to dissuade my junior brother from making errors. So I crafted snowmen representing the elders before me, kneeling to admit my faults." As his words fell, Qingyu found the situation somewhat absurd, yet upon observing GC's expression, he realized the young man seemed earnest. The snowmen, lacking eyes and noses, were nonetheless crafted with great care, their round forms indicating meticulous effort. He felt a twinge of emotion inside. "You have suffered. I shall plead your case before Elder Gu Hong." GCI lowered his head. "No need. I deserve the punishment." In the midst of the wind and snow, the young man stood tall, his exposed skin devoid of color, appearing pitifully fragile. After a moment of silence, Qingyu removed his cloak and draped it over GCI. Once this was done, he stepped into Gu Hong's quarters. As soon as his figure vanished, the look of despair on GC's face faded entirely. He touched the cloak on his shoulders, thinking it was high time it was given to him. GCI knelt for a while, expressionless, gazing at the snowmen he had pointed out as the elders. Then, in a fit of rage, he flattened them with a slap. "Damn it, a bunch of scoundrels. Do they really think I have no temper?" After flattening them, GCI grew anxious that Qingyu might notice when he emerged. So he hastily rebuilt the snowmen. Time slipped away, and GCI lost track of how long he had been kneeling. His mind grew muddled in a daze. He thought he heard the voice of his junior brother. GCI slapped his forehead, attempting to clear his head, but soon felt something warm against his cheek, soft and heated. His nearly frostbitten face quickly flushed. When GCI opened his frost-encrusted eyes, he beheld the face of Qingyu. He blinked, momentarily disoriented. "Junior brother?" "Yes, it's me." Qingyu held a bag filled with warm water, carefully pressing it against GC's cheek. GCI noticed that his hand had also been placed in Qingyu's embrace, gradually regaining some strength. "So, had he fainted from the cold?" Qingyu's voice was remarkably calm. "I apologize for being late." GCI was about to say it was no trouble, that it wasn't too late, when he caught a whiff of blood. Confused, he raised his nearly numb hand to touch Qingyu, discovering a bleeding wound on the young man's chest. The blood felt thick and hot. GCI gasped in shock. "Did they hurt you?" Qingyu grasped GC's hand and lowered it, his voice cold and steady. "No, they wouldn't hurt me." He lifted his gaze to meet GC's, then reached out to brush the frost off GC's eyelashes. "But the restrictions in this courtyard are quite formidable. I sustained some injuries while hastily entering." Chapter 32. "My junior brother can actually cook some injuries," GCI exclaimed, exasperated. "You need to go back immediately. That wound is going to fester." As he spoke, GCI pushed Qingyu away. Qingyu remained unmoved. "It won't fester so easily. Elder Han Sheng said that as long as I can break through the restrictions, I will be allowed to take you back." Upon hearing this, GCI felt a chill in his heart. "What if you fail to break the restrictions?" Qingyu pressed the warm water bag against GC's neck, sensing the sudden tremor in his body, and smirked. "Then I suppose I have no idea how long you will remain here kneeling." With that, he stood up and extended his hand to pull GCI up from the snow. Elder Han Sheng initially intended to stop me, but he couldn't. GCI detected a hint of pride in his words and chuckled. "How impressive." Qingyu paused for a moment. Indeed. The two made their way out of the courtyard. Outside, the air was free of magically conjured ice and snow, and the temperature had risen considerably. GCI and Qingyu supported each other as they walked. GCI glanced at the youthful contours of Qingyu's profile and couldn't help but say, "I am sorry." Qingyu emitted a single syllable of inquiry. "I thought that after you left, you wouldn't come looking for me again. I was cursing you in my heart," GCI confessed. When Qingyu had said he was leaving, it had seemed as if he didn't care at all. To say he wasn't hurt would have been a lie. Qingyu replied, "Is that so? What did you curse me as?" GCI pondered for a moment. I called you a despicable wretch, a creature worse than a pig or a dog, a bastard whose conscience was devoured by dogs. As he spoke, GCI couldn't help but chuckle. Chinju scoffed, your tongue is quite sharp. Yet, he knew it was not unfounded. He had indeed not intended to provoke the elders. But upon returning to his own mountain peak and seeing the box of preserved fruits on the shelf, he felt an inexplicable pang in his heart. After considering various aspects, he had made the decision to seek out GCI. Rarely did Chinju act impulsively, but he feared if GCI were to perish at this moment, he would never be able to forget him, which was not a promising omen. Lost in thought, Chinju suddenly felt a poke on his shoulder. He turned to see GCI grinning, holding out a translucent little snowman as if presenting a treasure. This is what I just made for you, little Chinju, isn't it lovely? The snowman was indeed round and adorable, though it lacked eyes and a nose, giving it a somewhat comical and clumsy appearance upon closer inspection. Chinju paused and couldn't help but remark, what an ugly thing you made. I made it especially for you. How can you say little Chinju is not good-looking? GCI retorted, growing flustered, almost ready to shove the snowman into Chinju's face. Looking at the snowman in front of him, Chinju sighed, fine, it's good-looking. GCI beamed. So it is good-looking? Then I shall gift it to you. The snowman had been infused with a bit of spiritual energy during its creation, ensuring it would not dissolve or melt. It would serve perfectly as a small ornament. Without saying a word, Chinju accepted the little snowman and tucked it into his sleeve. After that day, GCI developed a high fever. He lay in bed for nearly half a month before finally beginning to recover. It must be said that Elder Gu Hong's snow was indeed formidable. While GCI lay in bed, coughing incessantly, he dreamt of pressing Elder Gu Hong's face into the snow and rubbing it repeatedly. During this time, several elders came to visit him. However, GCI was not fully conscious. Upon seeing Elder Gu Hong's face, he would have nightmares, leading Chinju to coldly expel Elder Gu Hong from the room. Elder Gu Hong left with a scowl, his expression increasingly sullen. By the time GCI was nearly well again, the grand ceremony was fast approaching. He lay in bed, bending the Jai Lu sword in his hands. Thoroughly entertained, GCI laughed, declaring that the sword had come to life. When Chinju entered the room, it hasn't come to life. It's a sword spirit. Sword spirit? GCI raised an eyebrow. Upon hearing this title, the Jia Lu sword became particularly animated, its blade standing proudly on the bed, its middle bulging outward as if showing off like a proud human. GCI looked at it disdainfully and scolded. Don't point the sword tip at the bed. I'm still lying here. What if you end up cutting my pants? You'll see how I deal with you then. Chinju replied. Senior brother, please refrain from such nonsense. Terrified, the Jai Lu sword obediently retreated back into its sheath. GCI accepted the soup brought by his junior brother. This little sword spirit is quite amusing. Junior brother, do you think this sword spirit has a human form? If it does, is it male or female? Can it be my wife? Chinju pressed GC's hand down and poured the medicine into his mouth, silencing his incessant chatter. During this time, Chinju had been tirelessly tending to GCI, and the entire sect was aware of GC's injuries, leading many disciples to visit him. Even the cook from the sect's dining hall brought over 2 old hens, ready to prepare a meal. Upon hearing the news, GCI had intended to get up to check on things, but Chinju stopped him and went on his own. After the cook finished preparing the chickens, she smiled at Chinju. Little Jew, can you cook? Chinju hesitated. Not really, he could only steam rice. Upon hearing this response, the cook was momentarily taken aback, then said, no worries, I'll handle it. But little Jew? As the junior brother, you should take good care of your senior brother. It's usually GCI who cooks for you, right? Look, this little one has fallen ill, and now you have no food to eat. Chinju did not mention that those who practice fasting need not eat, but after a moment's hesitation, he said, then, please teach me, Auntie. The aunt chuckled, all right, good child, come here. After resting for more than half a month, GCI was finally permitted to get out of bed and walk. Upon exiting his room, he happened to see Chinju standing by the stove, seemingly preparing a meal. Was it possible that the junior disciple could cook? GCI felt a surge of curiosity and approached, asking, are you cooking? Chinju glanced at him, then went to sit at the table, waiting to avoid being engulfed by the smoke. GCI was delighted not to have to lift a finger but still pretended to protest, saying, oh dear, this won't do. Your hands are far too precious. Let me take over. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Qinju expressionlessly raise a piece of charcoal. GCI realized that if he did not step aside, that charcoal would soon be aimed at his face, and he quickly retreated. How peculiar it was that the junior disciple could now cook. He thought to himself that being ill had its unexpected advantages. Just as GCI was lost in thought, a sudden series of knocks echoed from outside the courtyard. He hurried to the door, and upon seeing the person standing outside, his face turned pale. Elder Gu Hong. Chapter 33. The storyteller surprised to see me? Elder Gu Hong's voice was as low and cold as ever, laced with a hint of venom. TOGC's ears, it sounded that way. He couldn't tell if Elder Gu Hong spoke this way to him alone. GCI replied, "It is indeed a pleasure for Elder Gu Hong to grace my humble abode." Nonsense. He wished he could crack open Elder Gu Hong's head. Elder Gu Hong shot him a glance, uncertain if he believed the words. The man leisurely adjusted his sleeves and then walked into the courtyard, continuing, "Did I not instruct you to leave Shaoju's mountain peak? Why are you still here?" GCI thought to himself that he relished being with the junior disciple all day long, and the junior disciple did not seem to mind him either. Why should Elder Gu Hong interfere with matters that both parties were content with? However, GCI was timid and did not dare to voice this. The injury hasn't healed yet. To be honest, I still feel a bit dizzy. Elder Gu Hong turned around, his voice icy. Are you implying that Xiaoju must care for you? Do you think you deserve that? GCI paused, growing increasingly irritated with the old man, and finally said bluntly, "What difference is there between me and the junior disciple? Aren't we all human? Aren't we all disciples of the Tao sect? Do you believe that, in your eyes, only Qinju's life matters?" Upon hearing this, Elder Gu Hong's expression faltered. "I have never said such a thing." "But that is precisely what you mean," GCI retorted coldly. Elder Gu Hong felt a surge of anger welling up within him and was about to reprimand GCI loudly when he noticed the young man's pale complexion and bloodless lips. Resembling a frail figure on the brink of death, instinctively, he swallowed his words. Upon reflection, they had indeed been excessively biased. Yet their favoritism had always been blatant, for not only they, but even ordinary disciples of the sect clearly favored Qinju. They naturally saw nothing wrong with this. Elder Gu Hong's expression grew complex as he gazed into GC's bright, dark eyes, momentarily speechless. He did not believe that his previous punishment of GCI had been erroneous. He merely worried that this time his actions had been too biased, potentially inciting discontent among the sect's disciples. Elder Gu Hong's face darkened. "A cultivator who cannot withstand this little wind and snow. Have you been eating white rice all these years?" Upon hearing this, GCI paused and replied, "Indeed, Elder Gu Hong. How did you know? The white rice I cooked is quite delicious. Would you like to try some?" Elder Gu Hong, observing the sudden shift back to GC's carefree demeanor, felt increasingly perplexed by this disciple. Especially since that day, Qingyu had even come to him to plead on GC's behalf. Wasn't Qingyu someone who typically ignored matters concerning anyone other than Xiaoju? This thought ignited a wave of anger within Elder Gu Hong. He stepped forward, stopping before GCI, leaning down slightly, and fixed him with an oppressive gaze. "I do not care what methods you employed, but should you dare to act recklessly before me, I would not hesitate to expel you from the sect." With that, he straightened up and casually pulled a high-grade spirit stone from his sleeve. "Take this as an apology from this elder." Having spoken these words, Elder Gu Hong turned and left, not even pausing to exchange a few words with Qinju. GCI stared at the high-grade spirit stone in his hand, raising an eyebrow. Did this old man believe that this one spirit stone could erase everything? Though the stone was indeed of exquisite quality, rare in the world, whether sold at an auction or forged into a treasure, it was a considerable boon. Yet GCI felt he was not so easily appeased. Nevertheless, he tossed the spirit stone in his palm before stowing it away in his storage ring. He would certainly make use of this spirit stone, and he would also provoke Elder Gu Hong in due time. With these thoughts in mind, GCI swiftly dashed towards Qinju, who was still at the stove. "Junior disciple, when does the Shangyuan grand ceremony begin?" "Ah, next week, right? I've got it." A few days later, the Shangyuan grand ceremony arrived as scheduled. This was a grand event for the younger generation of the entire cultivation world, and few would miss the opportunity to make a name for themselves. GCI was no exception. However, he sought not only to elevate his own reputation, but also to enhance Elder Gu Hong's. Just thinking about it brought him joy. The ceremony was to be held at Jing Lake, under the jurisdiction of the Sanqing Dao sect, which served as the home ground for the Dao sect disciples. As GCI rode over on his majestic steed, he was greeted by a throng of people filling the venue. The arena was packed, as was the stage, and the stands overflowed with excited ordinary spectators. The bustling crowd rivaled that of the Lingjian pool. At this moment, various sects were warming up, and the sound of clashing swords echoed from the arena, accompanied by cheers from the onlookers, creating a lively scene. GCI nudged Qin Ju's arm and inquired, "Where will the elders be?" Qin Ju pointed to the sky. Following his direction, GCI then noticed that clouds were supporting a grand platform in midair, lavish and extravagant. Presumably, that was where the elders and leaders of the various sects would be seated. GCI exclaimed, "How magnificent! How luxurious! How wealthy! Do you wish to go up there?" Qin Ju asked. GCI smirked. "I'd only consider sitting up there if I had nothing better to do, with so many people watching. Almost half the crowd would be distracted by that grand platform. What if the elders embarrassed themselves?" GCI licked his lips and questioned, "I heard there will be performances after the Shangyuan Grand Ceremony?" "Yes," Qinju nodded. "They will set up a stage for plays and storytelling." Storytelling usually involved recounting the deeds of past heroes, often regarded as the most tedious activity. GC's eyes sparkled as he asked, "Where is the storyteller?" Qinju, sensing something amiss, noted, "What scheme are you concocting this time?" GCI feigned innocence. "What ill intentions could I possibly have? Just tell me where the storyteller is. I merely wish to greet him." Though Qinju did not understand what a nameless storyteller warranted a greeting, he resignedly pointed out a direction. "Over there? There's a small house where the troupe and storyteller are. Just remember to come back quickly." "Got it, got it," GCI replied casually before darting off towards the direction he had indicated. Before long, GCI indeed found a small house with white walls and black tiles. Upon entering, he immediately bumped into a young actor. GCI quickly stopped him. "Young sir, do you know where the storyteller for this event is?" The young actor regarded him for a moment before pointing inside. "Go in, then turn right. There's a room where Mr. Zhang is." GCI peered inside and said, "Thank you." He then proceeded deeper into the house. Chapter 34. Insulting their pure friendship without much effort, GCI found Mr. Zhang. The man wore a long gown, with his black hair tied back and a hat upon his head. Upon noticing a visitor, he turned his head slightly. When he saw that it was a handsome young man, Mr. Zhang raised an eyebrow in mild surprise. "And you are?" GCI hurriedly stepped inside and cautiously closed the door. His actions akin to a thief sneaking in. "Mr. Zhang, I have something to discuss with you." Upon hearing this, Mr. Zhang pursed his lips, seemingly hesitating. "What is it?" GCI spoke earnestly. "The matter is this. We have an elder in our Dao sect, and he is exceedingly—" GCI proceeded to use every negative term he could think of to describe Elder Gu Hong, painting him as a quintessential villain. In the end, GCI sincerely said, "I hope that during today's storytelling segment, you can publicly announce this matter in front of all the participants." The sentence was left unsaid, and Mr. Zhang, initially moved, instantly lost his expression of shared indignation. He spoke solemnly, "Young lord, this may not be appropriate. The Dao sect is the foremost among the three great sects, and its elders possess extraordinary power. I am but a mere commoner. How could I dare to provoke such formidable beings of the cultivation world?" GCI took out the high-grade spirit stone that Elder Gu Hong had previously given him as compensation, and with a righteous demeanor, pressed it into Mr. Zhang's hands, saying, "Will this suffice?" After confirming the quality of the spirit stone, Mr. Zhang's face transformed into one of righteous determination. "Young lord, I understand. Such a scourge must not be allowed to continue wreaking havoc in the realm of cultivation. I shall expose his true nature at the upcoming Shengyuan Grand Ceremony." GCI, moved to tears, replied, "Then I thank you, sir." Mr. Zhang declared, "This act is for the greater good." With that, he tucked the spirit stone into his pocket. The two exchanged knowing smiles. When GCI exited the room, he felt invigorated. The gloom that had previously clouded his brow dissipated entirely. He could hardly believe that Elder Gu Hong could deny the truth in front of so many witnesses. With this thought, GCI found himself elated, eagerly anticipating the moment he would witness Elder Gu Hong's disgrace. Calculating the time, he realized there was still a while before the Shengyuan Grand Ceremony commenced, so he strolled along the path ahead. Jinghu, rich in mountains and lakes, surrounded the competition grounds with fields and water. As GCI took in the scenery, he felt his eyes relax considerably. Just as he stood by the edge of a lake, preparing to savor the view, he was suddenly met with a soft, sultry sound. Initially, he could hardly believe it. How could anyone be so brazen as to engage in such activities with the grand event approaching? Curiosity got the better of him, and he thought perhaps he had misheard, so he glanced towards the source of the sound, only to be met with a shocking sight. There, behind a large rock by the lakeshore, were two bodies entwined together, stark naked. The wave of nausea washed over GCI, and he swiftly turned to flee, having barely caught a glimpse of their identities. In his haste, he collided with someone else, causing a startled yelp from above. GCI quickly looked up, only to find it was an old acquaintance. "Yuchi, what brings you here?" GCI exclaimed in surprise. Yuchi, with his curly golden locks and striking features, smiled as he replied, "How could I miss the Shangyuan Grand Ceremony for the younger generation? I am only 20 this year. Of course, I can participate." GCI, taken aback, stammered, "You? 20? Yuchi chuckled, his eyes glinting mischievously as he asked, "Is there something wrong with that?" "Not at all," GCI replied, though surprised. Given Yuchi's mature appearance, one might easily mistake him for being in his 30s. Perhaps sensing GC's thoughts, Yuchi's expression turned slightly wistful. "Do I look that old?" GCI, feeling guilty, replied, "Not really, you just seem rather mature." Yuchi raised an eyebrow, but remained silent, clearly intrigued. "What happened just now? You seemed quite flustered." GC's expression turned complex. "It's nothing. Just a little startled." Yuchi feigned astonishment. "What could possibly scare you, my young friend G?" His curiosity was palpable, and he seemed eager to investigate. I quickly intervened. "Such matters are not for mere observation." Seeing GC's serious demeanor, Yuchi relented with a touch of disappointment. "Very well, I shall heed your advice and refrain from looking." His tone carried a hint of fondness, though GCI remained oblivious to it. Yuchi's gaze lingered on the rosy hue gracing GC's cheeks and ears, then he subtly inquired, "Isn't your little junior brother usually by your side? Why isn't he here today?" Upon hearing Yuchi mention Chinju, GC's guard was instantly up. "Why do you inquire about my junior brother? I'll have you know, he would never harbor any feelings for you." Yuchi found this amusing. "Who said I had feelings for your junior brother?" GCI attempted to appear profound. "I can see it in your eyes." Yuchi smirked. "How do you know I fancy your junior brother and not you?" His tone turned increasingly teasing and flirtatious. However, GCI, perhaps lacking in perceptiveness, frowned and retorted, "Don't jest. You find me appealing? Spare me the disgust. I prefer girls." Upon hearing GC's initial comment, Yuchi appeared somewhat resigned, but his interest piqued with the latter statement. "So you say you like girls?" "What else could it be?" GCI replied matter-of-factly. "What do you take me for? I'm not one of your kind." Yuchi probed further. "Then why do you treat your junior brother so well?" "I am his senior brother. Is it wrong to take care of him?" GCI responded, puzzled. "You don't think I have feelings for him, do you?" Yuchi merely chuckled, saying nothing. However, the implication was clear, and GCI jumped up in alarm, declaring, "I warn you not to insult our pure friendship, or I shall make you regret it." Yuchi stepped back. "I apologize. I simply didn't consider." After all, GCI and Chinju were quite close, and he couldn't help but wonder. Moreover, although GCI appeared resistant and upright, Yuchi couldn't shake the thought of GC's reaction when facing Chinju, which made him chuckle. Feeling humiliated, GCI stormed off in a huff. Yuchi watched him leave, then turned and walked slowly to the lakeshore, his voice low and bitter. "Well, now that it's all out in the open, they certainly have no shame." Chapter 35. The preliminary round. GCI returned to the Shangyuan Grand Ceremony venue, his expression still somewhat gloomy. When he found Chinju, his junior brother had just come down from the arena, a few drops of blood on his sword, though not much. Evidently, his opponent had not been seriously injured. Seeing GC's demeanor, Chinju asked calmly, "What's wrong? Are you unhappy?" GCI gazed at him, opening his mouth but hesitating to speak. Chinju stood quietly before him, waiting for him to voice his thoughts. Yet, no words came forth. Chinju, sensing the silence, prompted gently, "Can't you say anything?" "It's nothing." GCI sighed, just a bit taken aback by what I saw by the lakeshore. a pair of wildlings engaging in activities under the broad daylight. It was quite an eyesore. Noting GC's nonchalant expression, Qin understood that he hadn't expressed everything but chose not to press further. Instead, he lowered his gaze, wiping his sword with a handkerchief, and advised, in the future, don't wander off if you see something like that. Just walk away, GCI retorted. Of course I walked away. Would I linger any longer? He pondered how those two could even think of such behavior in broad daylight, with people coming and going along the lakeshore. Who knows how many had witnessed it? With a sigh, GCI draped his arm over Qinju's shoulder, affectionately suggesting, little junior brother, there seems to be a vendor selling rice cakes up ahead. Shall we go have some? Qinju allowed GCI to lead him along. After enjoying themselves for a while, it was soon time for the Shengyuan Grand Ceremony to commence. GCI and Qinju stood at the back of the crowd, while everyone solemnly listened to the Dao sect elder's speech. GCI stuffed sweet rice cakes into his mouth, and not content with just eating himself, he offered some to his junior brother, urging, is it delicious? If it is, have more. Qinju expressionlessly swallowed the rice cake lodged in his throat and snatched the rice cakes from GC's hand, forcefully stuffing them into GC's mouth. MMMPH, GCI choked, unable to suppress his laughter, tears nearly spilling from his eyes. Once he managed to swallow the last of the rice cakes, he beamed. Look at that, our little junior brother is so lively now. Qinju chose to ignore him. After the elder's lengthy exhortation, it was time for the drawing of lots. All the competing disciples lined up in an orderly fashion to take their turns. When GCI's turn arrived, he discovered that he would be participating in the last round of the first match. After drawing his lot, he squatted nearby, and when Qinju arrived, he inquired, which match are you in? Qinju cast his gaze downward. In the afternoon, the first match. Perfect. We can watch each other's matches, GCI exclaimed. His eyes lighting up, he stood up and, wrapping an arm around Qinju, urged, come on, let us head over to the arena. According to the passage of time, when GCI ascended the stage, it was precisely noon, the moment when the sun was at its zenith and most scorching. As GCI vented his frustrations about his unfortunate luck to Qinju, he eagerly gazed towards the stage. Qinju, however, remained unperturbed, his demeanor calm, even taking the time to inquire about GC's studies. GCI, covering his ears, resolutely refused to listen. The sun moved swiftly across the sky, and it was soon time for GCI to take the stage. He embraced Qinju tightly, their cheeks pressed closely together, causing Qinju to feel a modicum of discomfort. Yet, oblivious to this, GCI affectionately released him, brandishing his sword, grasping the edge of the arena, and with a forceful push and a leap, he nimbly vaulted onto the platform. Once atop the arena, GCI noticed that the cacophony of voices around him had noticeably diminished, likely due to the establishment of a soundproof barrier. He drew his Zhilu sword, which sang with excitement, eager for battle, as it accompanied its new master into combat for the very first time. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the arena, GCI's opponent also climbed onto the stage. Observing his movements, GCI concluded that this fellow did not execute his ascent with the same flair. Then, as he focused his gaze, he let out a long, sharp whistle. Ah, an old acquaintance. Upon hearing GC's voice, Tang Zicheng trembled in surprise, furrowing his brow. Why are you here? GCI tilted his head. Yes, it's me. That's strange. Tang Zicheng remained silent, averting his gaze, his tone grave. There's no point in talking. I will assuredly win this match. He appeared considerably more serious than before. In response, GCI adopted a more earnest demeanor. Then let us await the outcome. In the next moment, the sound of war drums heralded the commencement of battle. Simultaneously, GCI and Tang Zicheng charged at one another, their swords clashing with a piercing screech. The Nine Heavens sword technique was swift and ferocious, while the Dao sect style combined offense and defense, exhibiting a calmness akin to warm water. Particularly GCI, who had become addicted to swordplay during this period, wielded the ancestral sword technique of the Dao sect with remarkable skill, moving gracefully like a startled swan. Akin to a wandering dragon, his Zhilu sword alternating between rigidity and fluidity. Despite numerous attempts, Tang Zicheng found himself unable to breach GC's defenses. More importantly, GC's movements were exceptionally nimble. Showing no signs of exertion whatsoever, surprise flickered in Tang Zicheng's eyes, and he pressed his assault even more fiercely. GCI deftly spun away from the attack, retreating. Frustrated by the missed opportunity, Tang Zicheng snapped, "Is dodging all you can do? Coward!" Unfazed by the provocation, GCI merely shook his head with a sigh. Youth, so fiery. This remark seemed to only infuriate Tang Zicheng further. Nonsense. You're not even much older than me. There's no need to lecture me with such a condescending tone. With that, he lunged forward once more. GCI raised his Xiaolu sword, successfully blocking the strike. The two found themselves in close proximity, and GCI, observing the determined expression on the young man's tightly pressed lips, instinctively winked at him. Tang Zicheng, taken aback by this unexpected gesture, froze for a brief half-second. Seizing the opportunity, GCI thrust his sword forward. Tang Zicheng hurriedly dodged, yet the tip of GC's blade snagged a small corner of his garment. Watching the torn piece of fabric fall to the ground, GCI smirked. "How can you be so inattentive during a match?" Deeply humiliated, Tang Zicheng disregarded the comment and charged at him once more. This time, GCI, uninterested in engaging with this brash young man, danced around him with agile footwork, evading Tang Zicheng's strikes with ease. Such swiftness and finesse were beyond even Qin Zhu's capabilities. Observing this, several Dao sect elders atop the high platform exchanged glances, their expressions laden with complexity. Realizing that he was being toyed with, Tang Zicheng grew increasingly enraged. Losing all sense of composure, he could not comprehend why he was so furious. Ever since GCI left Bashu by D-City, he had been in a constant state of distraction, vexed by Qin Zhu's lack of intimacy and GC's apparent indifference towards him. As Tang Zicheng pressed forward, GCI dodged, simultaneously flicking the tip of his sword to dislodge the glass lantern from Tang Zicheng's waist. According to the rules of the Shangyuan Grand Ceremony, having one's lantern knocked off was considered a defeat. Tang Zicheng stood in stunned silence, gazing at the lantern that lay shattered on the ground, his expression somewhat dazed. GCI sheathed his Xiaolu sword, extending a hand towards him with a bright smile. "It was merely a preliminary match. Why so despondent? Perhaps after this round, I could stand still and let you strike me at your leisure?" Tang Zicheng regarded him with a complicated expression before lowering his sword. "No need. This time, I concede to your superior skill." Hearing this, GCI raised an eyebrow, murmuring something under his breath. Tang Zicheng strained to catch his words. Recognizing his acknowledgement, the match concluded swiftly, resulting in an overwhelming victory, evident to all that GCI had not exerted his full strength. Upon GC's return to the sidelines, the cheers of the crowd nearly drowned him out. Yet, he remained remarkably composed. Approaching Qin Zhu, he instinctively draped an arm around his shoulder, shaking his head in feigned exasperation. "These spectators are rather excessive. It was just a minor preliminary round. Is Tang Zicheng truly such a remarkable figure to warrant such excitement?" This comment seemed to reach Tang Zicheng not far away, as the sound of his sword striking the ground echoed sharply. GCI nonchalantly averted his gaze. Qin Zhu, smiling slightly. "Tang Zicheng is the young master of the Nine Heavens. Many have high expectations for him in this competition. To lose in the first round is quite a blow. At this, GCI still struggled to understand. What of the young master? Does being a young master guarantee victory? His eyes gleamed as if struck by an idea. Moreover, look at Elder Gu Hong, always boasting. Others might think him formidable, yet he is still under the thumb of the sect leader, and no sooner had he spoken than a solid object fell from above. Striking GCI on the head with considerable force, infused with spiritual energy, he yelped in surprise. "Who has such poor manners? Throwing objects from a height could be deadly." Qin Zhu sighed, weary of engaging with him further. "Do refrain from speaking carelessly." GCI wished to protest that he had not spoken out of turn, but upon looking up, he saw a red date in Qin Zhu's hand. It had been this very item that struck him. In that moment, he realized the source of the spiritual energy. Elder Gu Hong. GCI promptly fell silent. The earlier duel had been thrilling, and the Dao sect elders had likely finally recognized that GCI was far from an ordinary contender, prompting Elder Gu Hong to divert a portion of his attention. Unfortunately, GC's irreverent remarks had reached the elder's ears, inciting his ire, resulting in the date being hurled down. GCI, wary of provoking Elder Gu Hong further, quickly pulled Qin Zhu away. They retreated to a location farther from the elevated platform, and GCI whispered, "Is Elder Bai Deng still watching me?" Qinju took a moment to decipher that Elder Bai Deng referred to Elder Guhong. Momentarily at a loss for words, "You call him that so casually. Do you wish to be punished?" GCI blinked innocently, grinning. "Then it seems he has ceased to pay attention to me." He chuckled lightly, muttering a few more grievances against Elder Guhong, revealing the depth of his resentment. Meanwhile, the ongoing matches on the platform caught GC's eye, and he noticed a familiar figure. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was Wei Qi. Surprised, he remarked, "Ah, he is competing at this time too." Qinju, possessing a dislike for Wei Qi, tugged at GCI to leave. Yet, GCI, evidently intrigued, stubbornly refused to budge. "Wait. I want to observe the Western region swordsmanship." The fiery red spiritual sword in Wei Qi's hand exuded an air of majesty that left GCI envious. "Look at that sword, it's so impressive," he exclaimed. Qinju glanced over before returning his gaze with a nonchalant demeanor. "I know you admire it." After all, GCI had been raving about Wei Qi's sword even in his drunken stupor. He subtly redirected GC's attention. In truth, the knife techniques of the Western region are more exquisite, and their practitioners are more adept with blades. GCI, fixated on the arena, replied somewhat dismissively, "What of it? By that logic, Tang Ziqing should have bested me too, yet look at how he was defeated." Qinju remarked. If Tang Ziqing were to hear that, he would likely fly into a rage. Nevertheless, he could not deny that Wei Qi wielded his sword exceptionally well, the fiery broad sword in his hands exhibiting its full potential. The style was rugged and fierce, exuding an intimidating aura. Before long, Wei Qi's opponent began to falter, and soon, the glass lantern shattered, declaring Wei Qi the victor. Upon exiting the arena, he immediately spotted GCI below. A broad smile broke across Wei Qi's face. "Young friend Ji, have you come to watch my match?" GCI, disinterested in such pleasantries, remarked, "Your swordsmanship is impressive." Given his fondness for swords, he naturally appreciated those skilled in their use, and Wei Qi had earned a modicum of respect in his eyes. Perceiving GC's admiration, Wei Qi replied, "Not only am I proficient with the sword, but my knife techniques are commendable as well. Would you care to test your skills against me?" At this, GC's eagerness was palpable. "A friendly spar?" Wei Qi slightly raised his brows, about to respond, when a voice from beside him interrupted. "It's getting late. We should have lunch." The moment those words were uttered, GCI, who had been brimming with fighting spirit, instantly wilted. "Ah, but we haven't finished yet." Qinju's tone was calm, laced with an almost alluring undertone. "But, senior brother, I'm a bit hungry." Upon hearing this, GCI found his desire to continue the sparring evaporating. He turned to Wei Qi and said, "I'm sorry, but I have something to attend to, so I'll have to leave. Let us arrange another time." With his junior brother feeling famished, he could hardly prolong the matter. Sensing the younger disciple drawing closer, GCI instinctively wrapped an arm around him and waved goodbye to Wei Qi, preparing to head back. However, Wei Qi was not one to let him off so easily. He hurriedly caught up with them, his spirits high. "Where are we going to eat? Can I join you?" A hint of annoyance flickered across Qinju's brow. Yet his voice remained as composed as ever. "The esteemed lord of the Western regions doesn't he even have a place to eat or stay? Surely, at the very least, there will be food provided at the grand ceremony." Wei Qi was hardly surprised that Qinju had seen through his identity. He adopted a pitiful expression. "But the food at the grand ceremony isn't that great. Besides, as an outsider in the Central Plains, I am unfamiliar with the area. If not for my wealth, I would have long since been wandering the streets." He had hoped that this confession would evoke some sympathy from GCI. But to his dismay, it didn't seem to resonate at all. GCI felt a slight aversion to the wealthy. At first, he found the earlier comments tolerable, but as the conversation progressed, he grew increasingly uncomfortable. What did it mean to say that at least he had money? If he truly had wealth, why not simply dine at a restaurant outside rather than cling to him? To GCI, it seemed evident that this fellow was still eyeing his junior brother, and so he had no intention of being amicable. "If you have money, then go eat out by yourself and don't disturb us." Wei Qi realized that GCI was not as purely kind-hearted as he had thought. He pressed his lips together and sincerely stated, "Actually, my wallet was stolen by a pickpocket on the way here. Now that I have no money, I might have to sleep on the streets." Chapter 37. You have no right or position to compete with me. Upon hearing this, GCI halted. Is that true? Wei Qi blinked innocently indeed. After a moment's thought, he continued, if I sleep on the streets and lack funds for food, I want to be able to wield my sword, miss the grand ceremony, and I want to be able to spar with you, Ji Xiaoyu. Enough, be quiet. GCI interrupted him, his expression complex. Then you might as well come with us. Wei Qi's face lit up with gratitude. Thank you, Ji Xiaoyu. With that, he leisurely fell into step behind the tude. Qin Ju's expression remained inscrutable, an icy demeanor that always sent chills. He glanced back at Wei Qi, a warning hidden in his gaze. Wei Qi feigned ignorance, pretending not to notice. The main venue for the grand ceremony was at Jinghu, within the territory of the Sanqing Dao sect, where the disciples of the sect would undoubtedly receive certain privileges. For instance, the buildings constructed along the periphery of the venue were specifically designated for disciples who did not wish to return to their sections. The interiors of these accommodations were understated yet comfortable. Lacking extravagance but offering all necessary amenities, originally, each disciple of the Dao sect was allotted their own room. However, since Qin Ju and GCI were often together, they had surreptitiously moved a bed into sleep side by side. Wei Qi inadvertently caught a glimpse of this scene through a crack in the door, and his heart sank to that moment. GCI was busy in the kitchen. However, his busyness consisted of hopping around, occasionally lending a hand, while the actual cooking was being done by Qin Ju. Growing weary of his antics, GCI remarked, "Why don't I take over? Aren't you hungry?" "Not particularly," Qin Ju replied calmly. "And you've just recovered from an illness. You should rest properly first." GCI felt a rush of gratitude. "Thank you, junior brother. You're so kind to me." Since he was no longer needed in the kitchen, he decided to seek out Wei Qi for a sword duel. Before he could dash out, Qin Ju's voice cut through the air, cold and firm. "There's something you need to do. Come back." The last sentence bore an added weight. GCI had no choice but to return, looking somewhat dejected. "Then what is it?" "Help with the cooking," Qin Ju succinctly instructed, tossing him a bundle of vegetables. GCI, holding the vegetables, felt a surge of dissatisfaction, but when he caught a glimpse of his junior brother's beautiful, earnest profile, his frustration dissipated. Fine. I want to hold it against you. After all, junior brother is exceptionally good-looking. With that thought, GCI resigned himself to washing the vegetables. As they busied themselves, footsteps suddenly echoed from behind. GCI turned around momentarily and exclaimed, "Come here. Even if you're a guest, you still have to wash the vegetables." Wei Qi, who had never done any heavy labor, inquired, "What should I do?" GCI looked at him incredulously. "You can't possibly not know how to wash vegetables at your age." Wei Qi attempted to defend himself. But before he could speak, Qin Ju interjected coldly, "You're not needed here. Just wait to eat." As soon as those words left his mouth, GCI protested, "No way. Why should he do nothing and still get to eat? That's unfair. He should pitch in too." Qin Ju's brow twitched, and he ultimately retorted, "Do as you wish." The tone suggested he was indeed angry. GCI remained indifferent, unconcerned, believing he had done nothing wrong. His junior brother's tendency to get angry so easily needed to change. Otherwise, he would surely worry himself to death one day. He then pulled out a vegetable basin from behind him, thrusting it into Wei Qi's hands, and divided a significant portion of his own vegetables to offer to him. Wei Qi glanced at the overflowing basin in his hands, and then at GC's empty one. Hesitant to speak, GCI, unusually feeling a twinge of guilt, feigned a smile. "Wei Qi, hurry and wash the vegetables. Why are you just standing there?" The moment that term left his lips, both Wei Qi and even Qin Ju, who had been chopping meat, froze momentarily, the knife striking the cutting board with a muffled thud. Startled, GCI scolded, "Junior brother, be careful. Don't break the cutting board." Qin Ju remained silent, his expression eerily stern. In contrast, Wei Qi appeared quite pleased, eagerly lifting the vegetable basin. "Big brother, I'll go wash the vegetables right now." The sound of the knife hitting the board grew louder. GCI discreetly stole a glance at Qin Ju. Noticing his tightly pressed lips, which indeed suggested he was not pleased, a sense of unease washed over GCI. But was it just washing vegetables? Why such anger? He couldn't fathom it and decided to dismiss the thought. After the meal was prepared, GCI eagerly set about serving rice and dishes, continuously offering food to Qin Ju. "Junior brother, Try this. Junior brother, this one is delicious. Junior brother, why aren't you eating what I've served you? Qin Zhu remained unresponsive, not even sparing a glance at GCI, which left GCI feeling somewhat disheartened. Observing this, Wei Qi's lips curled into a subtle smile. He casually remarked, Ji Xiaoyu, it seems your junior brother is quite the cook. Whenever someone mentioned Qin Zhu's name, GCI would instinctively grow wary. He turned to Wei Qi and replied, yes, what of it? Nothing, Wei Qi chuckled. I just find it curious. If he can cook, then why didn't he do it himself last time in Bashu and instead made you do it? GCI responded, he only learned recently. He probably didn't know back then. Really? Wei Qi's smile faded slightly. I still believe Ji Xiaoyu's cooking is superior, and no sooner had he spoken than Qin Zhu's voice cut through the air. Low and dangerous, if you don't like it, you can leave. The atmosphere around the table grew tense, and GCI, fearing a confrontation, hurriedly served Qin Zhu some cabbage, cheerfully suggesting it's cooling and calming. Qin Zhu glanced at him before lowering his gaze again. The atmosphere at the table was odd. GCI could not discern what had upset Qin Zhu, leaving him utterly bewildered. He suddenly regretted bringing Wei Qi back for dinner. Wei Qi, ever chatty, continued to chatter throughout the meal. When it came to an end, however, he abruptly fell silent and beckoned GCI over. Ji Xiaoyu, come here for a moment. Huh? GCI, puzzled, approached and asked, what is the matter? Before he could finish speaking, Wei Qi suddenly leaned in, their faces mere inches apart, causing GCI to furrow his brow. Simultaneously, a flying sword shot towards Wei Qi's shoulder. It was deftly intercepted by Wei Qi's spiritual sword. GCI felt an inexplicable paralysis wash over him. Unable to move as Wei Qi produced a handkerchief and gently wiped GCI's lips, murmuring with a soft intimacy, it's dirty here. Let me clean it for you. Once done, he raised his eyes to meet Qin Zhu's dark, inscrutable gaze, and then smiled faintly. As I said, you have no right or position to compete with me. Chapter 38. Disrupting the occasion. After Wei Qi departed, GCI remained in a state of confusion. What was that all about? What were you two competing for? He was as perplexed as a monk who could not fathom the complexities of his own mind. Turning to inquire of Qin Zhu, yet, the young disciple was in a somber mood, pursing his lips and remaining silent. GCI hurried over, waving his hand at him. Why the silence? Qin Zhu gazed deeply at him before replying. It's nothing. Merely a bit fatigued. However, the expression on his face suggested that this weariness was not sudden. GCI pondered for a while, but ultimately dismissed the thought. After all, the child had grown up and harbored his own concerns. As a guardian, he could not overstep his bounds. With this in mind, GCI cheerfully returned to his room to sleep. The only regret lingered from the quarrel between Qin Zhu and Wei Qi, which inadvertently disrupted his own sparring session with Wei Qi. This thought cast a slight shadow over his mood. Just as he was lost in contemplation, Qin Zhu unexpectedly entered, his voice calm. Care to spar with me? Upon hearing this, GCI leaped from his bed, looking at him in surprise. With you? Indeed, Qin Zhu replied. Shall we give it a try? Just a sword duel. GCI felt a flicker of excitement at the prospect. All right. The two swiftly made their way to the courtyard, drawing their swords to engage in practice. Qin Zhu consciously restrained his cultivation and spiritual power to ensure a fairer contest. After the bout, GCI sat on a stone bench in the courtyard, panting as he remarked, You can't go on like this, little junior brother. Qin Zhu sat opposite him, his eyelashes fluttering slightly. Your swordsmanship is too aggressive, and it seems much of it does not align with Taoist sword techniques, Qin Zhu softly admitted. I've learned a bit of everything, I see, GCI replied, tossing the concern aside. It's fine to learn broadly, but your swordplay is still too reckless. You must be more composed. Otherwise, facing someone of lower cultivation might be manageable, but against someone stronger, you would be in dire straits. As he spoke, GCI touched the hilt of the Zhuliu sword. Speaking of which, he couldn't shake the feeling that little junior brother's earlier swordplay, if he was not mistaken, bore an ominous air, lacking the purity typically associated with Taoist techniques. Generally, students like Qin Zhu, who were nurtured by the elders from a young age, should not exhibit such a malevolent essence in their swordplay. Yet, before long, GCI rationalized this notion away. After all, those elders were eccentric, and it was no surprise that an eccentric would produce another. With this thought, GCI felt a pang of heartache. Little junior brother, why not study Taoist swordsmanship closely with your elder brother? Upon hearing this, Qin was taken aback. Is that permissible? GCI waved his hand dismissively. Why wouldn't it be? Qin appeared troubled. What if it disrupts your sparring with Wei Qi? GC's smile faltered for a moment, then he carelessly replied, It's just a spar. How could my little junior brother be of lesser importance? As these words left his lips, a gentle smile graced Qin lips. That's good. This is what you, elder brother, have stated. For some inexplicable reason, GCI felt as though he had been outmaneuvered. Yet, there was no time for further contemplation, as he had only a short while to teach sword techniques before it was time for little junior brother's match. GCI urged Qin onward without delay. He appeared even more anxious than Qin, who was about to compete, as he stuffed 2 pieces of rice cake into Qin mouth. The rice cakes were delectable, sweet, yet somewhat cloying. Qin, having been fed several pieces by the nervous GCI, felt parched and finally pushed GC's hand away as he leapt onto the stage. GCI found the action particularly impressive and couldn't help but cheer. The opponent facing Qin was not as handsome as he, and as a face-conscious individual, GCI surmised that the opponent's strength could not possibly match that of Qin. Standing at the sidelines, GCI continuously cheered for his little junior brother, his voice drowned out by the crowd, rendering him somewhat inconspicuous. However, the elders atop the high platform heard him clearly. The master of the 9 heavens looked on with keen interest, chuckling. It seems this pair of brothers from the Taoist sect share a profound bond. Upon hearing this, the expressions of several Taoist elders soured, particularly Han Shang, who wore a stern countenance, gripping his porcelain teacup with such force that it shattered under the pressure. The commotion drew the attention of leaders from other sections. What was amiss with Han Shang? Qin, maintaining composure, deftly redirected the conversation. The younger generation is exceptionally strong. Perhaps they are merely overly excited. Their sect was already in disarray. The repercussions of any revelations could be dire. The master of the 9 heavens nodded, laughing heartily. Indeed, but my son remains lackluster, bested by your Taoist sect's elder brother in just a few moves. What a shame. Qin smiled slightly. Young Master Tang has always been a standout among his peers. His ranking in this grand festival shall surely be commendable. Ha ha ha, I appreciate your kind words. After exchanging pleasantries, their gazes returned to the arena. Meanwhile, Han Shang's expression remained dark. Qin match was a decisive victory. Concluding swiftly, he fought with fervor, seemingly unable to restrain himself, shattering his opponent's Liuli lantern. Upon his descent from the stage, GCI began to admonish him. Didn't I tell you not to be so fierce? Were you angry just now? Qin looked at him, his expression one of innocence. I apologize. I simply lost control a bit. Seeing this, GCI grew anxious, sighing, Never mind, I shall dedicate more time to instructing you. Qin's lips curled into a slight smile. Thank you, elder brother. After the match, they were free for the day, and Qin initially intended to return promptly. However, GCI had other thoughts, seizing Qin's arm and insisting they stay to watch the performances. Thus, they lingered on. As evening approached, after the first round of the grand festival concluded, the arranged performances commenced. The troupe of performers danced gracefully, their movements fluid and astonishingly beautiful, their singing remarkably melodious. GCI watched with great enthusiasm. And when the storyteller took the stage, he couldn't suppress himself and playfully slapped Qin's thigh. Qin. GCI was entirely unaware that he had locked eyes with Mr. Zhang on stage, only for both to nonchalantly look away, pretending not to have noticed each other. Just then, Mr. Zhang struck the wooden block, and the audience fell silent. His voice, booming and powerful, indicated he possessed some cultivation, allowing everyone present to hear him clearly. In the southern continent, there exists a water town, rich and prosperous, with sects that are equally affluent and renowned for their strength. Yet, within such a sect, there lies a grave injustice, resources unevenly allocated, with elders leading the charge in favoritism. The most egregious of these is an elder named Fei Hong. This opening line was laden with implications, and the mention of the southern water town and powerful immortals made it difficult for the crowd not to draw parallels to the Sanqing Dao sect. Coupled with the elder referred to as Fei Hong, whispers began to circulate among the audience. Qin furrowed his brow and turned to Ji say, GCI immediately feigned ignorance, displaying a look of surprise on his face as he tugged at his little junior brother's sleeve. Little junior brother? What is he talking about? Qinju regarded him with a complex expression. You truly do not know. How could I? GC's shock and confusion appeared genuine. Mr. Zhang continued his tale, and the crowd seemed engrossed in the gossip, captivated by the unfolding narrative. Eventually, the elders atop the platform could no longer contain themselves, and Elder Feihong was the first to rise. What nonsense are you spouting? Mr. Zhang, undeterred, continued his storytelling, in quick succession. A beam of condensed spiritual energy crashed onto Mr. Zhang's table with a thunderous sound, scorching it significantly, yet Mr. Zhang remained unscathed, his tone unwavering. At this, GCI felt a twinge of surprise. This Mr. Zhang possessed remarkable composure and seemed quite capable. Elder Feihong, unable to act against a commoner in such a public setting, could only maintain his stern demeanor and demand. Mr. Zhang, what is the meaning of this? Upon hearing his name, Mr. Zhang finally snapped to attention. He looked up, bewildered, at the elders on the platform, saying, Elder Feihong, were you calling for me? His feigned ignorance was infuriating. Do not play the fool. Your veiled insinuations and disturbance in the Taoist sect are of what intent? With this, Mr. Zhang became flustered, quickly responding, Elder, I harbor no intention of offense. This story was passed down from my master and bears no connection to the Sanqing Dao sect. Are we to be judged solely based on similar names and backgrounds? Mr. Zhang spoke these words with profound indignation, a blend of sorrow and resentment. While the crowd refrained from expressing their beliefs outright, they collectively urged Elder Guhong to show leniency. After all, it was merely a name that seemed plausible, accompanied by an exceedingly vague background. To inextricably link it to the Three Clear Dao sect and Elder Guhong felt rather far-fetched. Moreover, the Immortal sect was precisely that, a sect of immortals, not a tyrannical emperor of the mortal realm. There was no need for such sensitivity regarding these matters. Even the leader of the Nine Heavens began to console him. Enough, Brother Guhong, it is merely a tale. Do not take it to heart. The surrounding populace echoed similar sentiments, urging Elder Guhong not to dwell on it. Yet, regardless of his discomfort, Guhong could only swallow his grievances in silence. Even the other elders of the Dao sect transmitted messages, advising him to remain calm. With a wave of his sleeve, Guhong returned to his seat, his expression laden with anxiety. Had to be that GC's mischief. If anyone in the entire sect held discontent towards him, it was undoubtedly GCI. Guhong clenched his fists, his gaze darkening. Meanwhile, GCI remained oblivious below, hesitantly grasping Qinju's arm, whispering, the story this storyteller is recounting is rather sensitive, isn't it? Qinju furrowed his brow at him before averting his gaze. Indeed. Yet, even if GCI were responsible, he still had to assist in concealing it. In impeded Mr. Zhang, who resumed his storytelling at the charred table, and the audience listened with utmost seriousness. Although Mr. Zhang clarified the origins of the tale, its ambiguity was undeniable. A mere hint could lead one to associate it with the Dao sect and Elder Guhong. Almost everyone anticipated that following this grand ceremony, rumors regarding Elder Guhong would inevitably circulate. Ironically, Guhong remained perched on the high platform, compelled to endure Mr. Zhang's continued narration. Just the thought of it was stifling. Before the gathering dispersed, GCI, fearing retaliation from Elder Guhong, took the initiative to leave with Qinju. Thus, the two silently agreed to move past this incident, and neither mentioned it again. That night, the two lay in a shared room. GCI observed the slumbering Qinju beside him, while he himself found it difficult to rest. An inexplicable excitement coursed through him as he toyed with the Jialu sword, his thoughts wandering without direction. Just as he was nearing slumber, a rhythmic tapping sound suddenly emanated from the window. Upon hearing it, GCI swiftly glanced at Qinju, and upon realizing he showed no signs of waking, he quietly slipped out of bed. He opened the window and, as expected, beheld Mr. Zhang's face peering in, comically perched against the wall. How did you get here? GCI inquired. Mr. Zhang clicked his tongue. You had me confront Guhong directly regarding such a significant matter. When I returned, I was drenched in cold sweat. After much contemplation, I concluded that a single spirit stone was insufficient. GCI chuckled. Did you not claim it was for the greater good of the world? Mr. Zhang remained unfazed. I never said such a thing. I am but a worldly man who relishes wealth. I do not engage in matters devoid of monetary gain. At these words, GCI raised an eyebrow and returned home to present all his possessions to Mr. Zhang. Here, a total of 20 superior spirit stones. The stones were exceedingly precious. 20 superior spirit stones could procure Mr. Zhang a grand estate in the capital. Mr. Zhang's eyes gleamed at the sight of the wealth, and he grinned as he stroked his goatee. Very well, in light of your earnestness, I shall impart one more piece of information. GCI felt a chill. What is it? Mr. Zhang retrieved the spirit stone GCI had given him earlier. Speaking with a hint of pride, there is a cursed insect within. Upon hearing this, GCI froze, repeating, cursed insect? Are you serious? Mr. Zhang nodded. In my years of traveling far and wide, while my cultivation may not be profound, I possess enough discernment. This cursed insect is highly toxic. If carried for too long, it will drain your essence, ultimately leading to a gruesome demise. A silence ensued as GC's breathing quickened. He suddenly recalled Qinju's earlier warning about avoiding contact with Elder Guhong and discarding any gifts immediately. How could he have forgotten? What about this stone then? Mr. Zhang, embodying a sage-like demeanor, replied, I shall keep it for you. The moment you revealed that spirit stone, I knew I was destined to assist you. Such a malevolent object, whether in your possession or circulating among the populace, bodes ill. GCI suppressed his playful demeanor, responding earnestly, thank you for this. Not at all, Mr. Zhang replied. Those elders of the Tao sect, one look at them and it's clear they are hypocritical individuals not to be trusted. GCI wholeheartedly agreed. Just as he reflected on the abundance of experts among the populace, Mr. Zhang patted his shoulder. Being pressed against the wall is quite tiring. I shall take my leave. Also, your dear junior brother has been eavesdropping on our conversation for quite some time. Tread carefully. GCI? Chapter 40. It's all for his own good. After uttering this, Mr. Zhang swiftly vanished from the window. GCI was still processing this when he turned around to find his junior brother sitting cross-legged on the bed, fingers gliding over the spirit sword, his gaze calmly fixed on GCI. When did you wake up, little junior brother? Why didn't you say anything to your senior brother? GCI, feeling guilty, leaned closer to Qinju and spoke. Qinju's gaze lingered on the window for a moment before settling on GCI, his lips pressing into a thin line. Was that Mr. Zhang after the grand ceremony? GCI immediately feigned ignorance. What? I don't know him. Qinju raised his eyes to meet GC's, directly exposing his pretense. Stop pretending. Realizing he could not evade the matter, GCI sighed. How unfortunate that his little junior brother awakened at such a moment. I just couldn't bear it, GCI said, grasping Qinju's hand. Elder Guhong is so biased, it's infuriating. How can I swallow this indignation? I can't confront him openly, so I have to resort to some underhanded tactics. Fearing that Qinju would blame him, GCI oscillated between feeling pitiful and shaking Qinju's shoulder, hoping for some sympathy. Qinju pushed GC's hand away, his voice icy. Have you considered what Elder Guhong might do to you if this matter were to be exposed? GCI fell silent, his gaze evasive, before stammering, then, if you don't reveal it, can't we avoid trouble? I certainly want to reveal it, but what about that storyteller? Qinju's eyes darkened. How long have you known him? A mercenary who is only motivated by money. Why would he keep your secret? GCI released Qinju's shoulder, attempting to defend himself. I don't think he is that kind of person. Do you think everyone is a good person? Qinju's tone was laced with anger. GCI was momentarily taken aback, confusion clouding his expression. Why was he suddenly so angry? Qinju scrutinized GCI for a moment before turning his gaze away, feeling deeply conflicted. Elder Guhong was known for his vindictiveness. If he discovered GCI was behind this, the consequences would be dire. He understood GC's motivations, but was equally concerned about the potential fallout. Qinju's fingers clenched tightly as he looked back at GCI. The latter appeared utterly bewildered, clearly not grasping why Qinju was upset. GCI genuinely did not know. Upon reflection, he recognized his lack of foresight. He hesitated for a moment before finally reaching out to touch Qinju's hand. I'm sorry. I didn't think it through. But, GCI paused, ultimately adding, but I did spin the spirit stone Elder Guhong gifted me. Didn't I? That counts as a twist of fate. Think about it. If I hadn't found Mr. Zhang and spent that spirit stone, that cursed insect might have infested my body. Wouldn't you agree? Qin Zhu's eyes flickered. Seizing the opportunity, GCI pressed on. Do you want to watch your senior brother succumb to a cursed insect, draining his essence and vitality until he dies a bloody death? As GCI continued, his tone grew increasingly pitiable, laced with an undercurrent of grievance. Qin Zhu frowned. I don't mean that. Then why are you blaming me? GCI released his hold. You should be confronting Elder Guhong instead of taking it out on me. Qin Zhu retorted, wait, who is truly upset here? GCI, feeling emboldened, declared, moreover, that Mr. Zhang initially refused to help me, but upon seeing that cursed spirit stone, he decided to avert this disaster for me. And you, labeling him a mercenary. As if that were not enough, GCI continued to chastise, and that spirit stone was so dangerous. You learned about it, and instead of asking how I was, your first instinct was to blame me and lash out. Little junior brother, is this how you treat your senior brother? Qin Zhu. He raised his hand to rub his brow, unwilling to utter another word, and lay down to sleep. In the meantime, GCI, growing increasingly agitated as he spoke, became more and more sorrowful, convinced of his own righteousness. Indeed, that spirit stone was clearly problematic. After listening for so long, there was no way you could have been unaware. Yet you came up to berate me? Qin Zhu. Qin Zhu shut his eyes, pretending not to hear. By the next morning, GCI had still not calmed down. This was evident in his rising early but only preparing breakfast for himself. The portions were just right, and by the time GCI had finished eating, the pot was completely empty. Even the rice had been devoured clean. Qin Zhu surveyed the barren kitchen and bent down to nonchalantly prepare a new meal. In truth, he had intended to inquire further about the spirit stone and the goo worm that night. However, Qin Zhu believed that as long as they found the goo worm, the spirit stone was not beyond resolution. Yet, if GCI were to hold a grudge against Guhong, future troubles would only escalate. Thus, Qin Zhu chose to disregard the spirit stone, especially considering GC's lively demeanor, which hardly suggested he was affected by the goo worm. Little did he know, this had become a lever in GC's hands. With no other choice, Qin Zhu finished cooking and sought out GCI to apologize. However, GCI didn't cast a glance in his direction, opting instead to practice swordsmanship alone in the courtyard. The weather was pleasant that day, and GCI stood with his sword, casually performing a few moves in the gentle morning breeze. He vaguely sensed that he possessed some talent in the way of the sword. Thus he practiced with even greater diligence. Yet, his mind was restless today, constantly drifting to Qin Zhu. In reality, his junior brother's concerns were justified, whether from the perspective of the goo worm or Guhong. It was indeed for his own good. But could GCI be the first to relent? No, he could not. Even if given another chance, GCI would still choose the same course of action. After all, the satisfaction of watching Guhong suffer humiliation in public was simply too delightful. The sight of Guhong's face ignited GC's anger. What a worthless piece of trash, that old Bai Deng. All day, he only knew how to fuss over Xiao Zhu, as if Xiao Zhu cared about him at all. Such a narrow-minded fool should hasten his descent into hell, just as he was lost in thought. A voice suddenly rang out ahead. GCI instantly halted his covert complaints, raising his head with sparkling eyes to gaze at the courtyard entrance. Elder Guhong, what brings you here so early? I was just about to seek you out. His words were filled with exaggerated warmth, as if he had not just been cursing Guhong moments before. Guhong's expression was cold, his countenance quite grim. What trickery are you up to now? I asked you, yesterday. Hurry, Elder, please come inside, or the meal I so painstakingly prepared will go cold. GCI interrupted Guhong, reaching out to grasp his sleeve and draw him inside. Guhong furrowed his brow. GCI? I must tell you. GCI feigned ignorance, exclaiming, Junior brother, Elder Guhong has arrived ahead of schedule. Quickly, bring out the meal we just prepared. Chapter 41. Dining with Guhong. Upon hearing his words, Qin Zhu was momentarily taken aback before quickly regaining his composure, smiling as he nodded. Of course, with that, he dashed into the kitchen, bringing out all the dishes he had just prepared but had not yet had the chance to eat. Qin Zhu always took his cooking seriously. Even for breakfast, he would habitually make it lavish and exquisite. He aimed for perfection in all he did, and cooking was no exception. GCI half pulled, half dragged Gu Hong to a chair, then sat beside him, grinning. I didn't expect the elder to arrive early. I was planning to bring you some food myself. Ji Hong's expression was quite complex. Bring me food? Why? Previously, I was in the wrong. GCI paused for a moment, then continued. I have been reflecting deeply these past few days. As the senior brother, I should not have taken my junior brother down the mountain without permission. Last time, I was punished by the elder, but this time is different. This time, I am here to make amends. GCI spoke with wide-eyed sincerity. Elder, these dishes are all made by my own hands. Do give them a try. Once these words left his mouth, Qin Ju, who had just brought over the dishes, raised his eyes, casting a perplexed glance at GCI. GCI pretended not to notice. He was overly enthusiastic, using chopsticks to serve Gu Hong. Come, elder, try this. It's delicious. GC's actions were swift and decisive, successfully diverting Gu Hong's attention. Without hesitation, he picked up his chopsticks and began to eat. In truth, he had not had breakfast before coming out. He initially intended to confront GCI about the previous day's events. However, Gu Hong, observing GC's carefree demeanor, felt a sense of disbelief, as if GCI lacked the cunning to orchestrate such a scheme. Just as this thought crossed his mind, GCI enthusiastically placed a piece of green vegetable into Gu Hong's bowl. Ji Hong. He found it difficult to articulate his current feelings, but they were certainly far from delightful. At that moment, Qin Ju approached as well. He carried a steaming cup of tea, which he respectfully placed beside Gu Hong. At this moment, Qin Ju lacked the earlier hostility and appeared somewhat docile. Watching such a Qin Ju, Gu Hong felt his mood gradually calm. Yet, questions still needed to be asked. He momentarily set aside Qin Ju and directed his inquiry towards GCI. What are your thoughts on yesterday's events? GC's eyes brightened. So the elder has indeed taken notice of my victory, right? He excitedly slapped the table and stood up. That match was extraordinary. The young master of the 9 heavens was utterly defeated beneath my sword. Without any means to retaliate, Gu Hong. He was rarely at a loss for words, striving to clarify. I was referring to the storytelling event after the competition. Oh? You mean that, elder? GCI sat down, somewhat dejected, hesitating. I think that storyteller lacks perception. Ji Hong looked at him. Lacks perception? Indeed. GCI rested his chin on his hand, his expression appearing somewhat indignant. Elder, think about it. This is the sacred festival, taking place in Jinghu, our Daoist sect's territory. You were watching from the stage, and he openly told ambiguous stories. The more GCI spoke, the angrier he became, finally exclaiming, in truth, the reason I wanted to bring you food today was not just to apologize, but also because I was worried that you might be affected by that storyteller's words. As his voice fell, GCI once again served food into Gu Hong's bowl. Here, elder, eat more. The youth's expression did not seem feigned. His fair and handsome face bore a genuine smile, as if truly concerned that Gu Hong might harbor resentment over the previous day's events. Ji Hong's eyes flickered, and eventually, he picked up his chopsticks. Qin Ju sat opposite them, his expression neutral, his gaze shifting between the two before finally lowering. Typically indifferent, Qin Ju seemed unusually accommodating now. Having shed some of his previous rebelliousness, he responded respectfully to Gu Hong's inquiries. Exhibiting impeccable manners, Ji Hong swallowed the piece of pork belly in his mouth, pondering whether he had misjudged the situation. Perhaps this matter truly had nothing to do with GCI? Meanwhile, GCI was being exceedingly well-behaved, hardly eating himself, instead serving food to Qin Ju and Gu Hong in turn. Noticing this, Gu Hong inquired, What about you? Aren't you going to eat? Upon hearing this, GCI paused for a moment, then smiled. No worries, I'm not hungry. I woke up early and, fearing my cooking skills were lacking and that I might waste ingredients, I only prepared enough for 2. You 2 go ahead and eat. As his words fell, Qin Ju accidentally choked on a grain of rice, coughing a few times. GCI immediately looked over, concern etched on his face. Junior brother, are you all right? Once he recovered, Qin Ju looked at his beloved senior brother, his lips twitching before he smiled. I'm fine, Doc. GCI earnestly admonished. Really? How careless. You must be more cautious while eating next time. Qin Ju. All right. Ji Hong observed their interaction, a strange and indescribable feeling swelling within him. He glanced at the bowl of rice in his hand, perplexed. He had initially intended to come over and reprimand GCI. After much contemplation, Gu Hong ultimately voiced a casual concern. "You should eat something." Qin Ju could not help but interject. "I'm fasting. I want to starve." Just as he finished speaking, GCI pursed his lips, revealing a troubled smile. "Then you two go ahead and eat." This little display was utterly pitiful. Gu Hong watched, unable to suppress himself. "Xiao Ju, don't speak like that. After all, he is your senior brother." Qin Ju. "Yes." He lowered his gaze, picking up a piece of green vegetable. It was unassuming, yet he held it quite high, deceiving even Gu Hong. Yet upon reflection, it made sense. If his skills were lacking, how could he have survived in this place? Upon this realization, Qin Ju let out a barely audible scoff. Over there, GCI was still exerting himself to feign pity, bowing his head as he relentlessly piled vegetables onto the bowl. The heap of vegetables grew alarmingly high. Reluctantly, Gu Hong had to intervene, urging him to stop. Only then did GCI relent. Gu Hong was not particularly skilled at offering comfort, and after hastily finishing his meal, he departed. Once Gu Hong's figure had completely vanished, GCI removed the mask of despondency from his face. Flinging his chopsticks onto the table and casually nudged Qin Ju with his elbow. Qin Ju closed his eyes to savor the moment and remarked, "He has truly left." I then exhaled in relief. At last, he is gone. Instantly, he shifted his posture, nonchalantly resting his knee against the table edge, leaning back in his chair, and letting his feet dangle, swaying them leisurely, exuding an air of utter contentment. GCI unabashedly praised himself. "I am indeed a genius, effortlessly managing to deceive Gu Hong." Qin Ju looked at him. "Am I expected to commend your prowess?" "Of course," GCI replied. "I have yet to settle the score from last night." Qin Ju stood up to clear the dishes from the table. "Whose score are we settling? You heartless rascal." Chapter 42. The Institute of Moral Cultivation after the preliminary rounds of the grand ceremony concluded. A period of respite was afforded to the younger disciples of the various sections historically. This has been the liveliest time in Jinghu, where these cultivators were never short of wealth, their pockets brimming with spirit stones, and they were eager to spend. The surrounding towns of Jinghu were bustling with merchants who had come from afar. They set up stalls and opened shops, incurring substantial fees, allowing the citizens of Jinghu to profit immensely from the stall fees alone. Consequently, the town was abuzz with excitement. The Tao sect had arranged a secluded courtyard for its disciples, conducive for cultivation. However, GCI had a penchant for liveliness. After finishing his sword practice, he would climb to the rooftop to gaze at the distant marketplace. Not only did he climb alone, but he also brought along all the younger disciples of the sect. Herein lay the matter. Over the years, the renowned young talents listed in the grand ceremony were predominantly captured by the Tao sect and the Nine Heavens. To uphold this honor, the elders mandated that everyone continue cultivating in the courtyard during their rest periods, forbidding any form of laxity. Yet GCI simply could not remain idle. He practiced swordplay to the point of exhaustion, and over the course of a few days, he had broken through several minor realms, nearing a level even above Qin Ju. He was uncertain if the others were progressing at the same pace. But GCI felt that reaching this level was sufficient, at least to secure a commendable rank in the grand ceremony. Thus, he began to feel rather self-satisfied. He ascended to the rooftop, surveying the distant curling smoke. With his keen eyes, GCI promptly recognized that the white plume of smoke was emanating from a barbecue stall in the northwest. Although he could only glimpse a hint of the smoke, his remarkable imagination vividly conjured the scene of a large piece of beast meat sizzling over the flames. The surrounding spices and chili powder made his mouth water at the thought. Several disciples, weary from sword practice, lifted their heads during their break and were taken aback to find their senior brother perched on the rooftop like a monkey, sparking their curiosity and prompting them to inquire about his activities. GCI then turned around and waved at them. The disciples exchanged glances before scampering up to the rooftop, all landing beside GCI. The Tao sect was relatively affluent. During the maintenance of their buildings, they spared no expense. GCI believed that their number would not be sufficient to collapse the rooftop, so he allowed them to climb up with ease. Soon, the modest rooftop was crowded with individuals. Except for the leader clad in blue and white attire, the rest were all donned in dark green, wide-sleeved robes. From a distance, they resembled a flock of crows settled atop the roof. "Senior brother." What are you watching? GCI raised his chin, pointing towards the distant smoke. The white smoke. It must be from the Northwest barbecue. The disciples exchanged glances and then asked, "Is the Northwest barbecue delicious?" GCI licked his lips. "Of course it's delicious. Incredibly fragrant. Is it more delicious than sweet rice balls?" The disciple posing the question was a native of Jiangnan, who adored sweet rice balls and crab roe noodles. GCI clicked his tongue. Your Jiangnan snacks are sweet, while their Northwest barbecue is savory. Picture a whole piece of meat roasting over the fire until the skin is crispy and tender, dripping with juices. Then, when you take it down, the plate beside it is filled with sauces, spices, and chili powder. When you cut off a piece and dip it in, it's simply divine. At this description, the nearby disciples were left drooling. "Is it really that delicious?" GCI replied, "Of course. Has any one of you ever undertaken a task in the Northwest?" The crowd answered in unison. No, they tended to accept tasks only nearby, at most venturing around Jinghu. Beyond that, they would not go, as other sects governed those territories. Alas, what a pity, GCI lamented dramatically. The disciples became intrigued. After descending from the rooftop that day, they felt an insatiable itch, craving barbecue. Ultimately, they conspired to sneak out that evening, concealing their plans from the elders, to visit the night market ahead. Jinghu town had no curfew, and barbecues were available at night. The Tao sect disciples acted swiftly, slipping out under the cover of darkness. Clad in their dark green robes, sweeping through the entire street, they devoured the food as if they had been starving for 8 lifetimes, finishing their meals and even packing some to take back. One disciple knocked on Qin Ju and GC's door, excitedly sharing half of his barbecue with them. GCI was overjoyed, embracing the disciple and calling him brother for a significant time. Their camaraderie palpable. The Tao sect disciples, as if they had unlocked their meridians, practiced diligently during the day and indulged heartily at night. Their fervor did not escape the notice of the elders. But other sects were the first to take note. Many prominent sects attended the grand ceremony, one of which was the Institute of Moral Cultivation, renowned for its focus on talismans. They must have spent considerable resources to rent a house directly opposite the Tao sect's courtyard. Upon their arrival, they chanced upon the Tao sect disciples gorging themselves. The Institute of Moral Cultivation held a certain reputation in the martial world, boasting formidable strength. The leading figure, clad in white, stood tall, sporting a small goat beard. Observing the Tao sect disciples' lackadaisical approach to cultivation, he immediately chastised, "Is this the demeanor of disciples from the foremost immortal sect? Such laxity in cultivation speaks volumes." A fellow disciple in white chuckled. "Brother Qiu Chuan, do not waste your breath on them. We shall focus on our own cultivation, and you need only prepare to claim the top position in the grand ceremony." This comment. The members of the Institute of Moral Cultivation laughed even more heartily. The Tao sect disciples, who had been enjoying their barbecue, fell silent, suddenly reflecting on the fact that they indeed had not been as diligent as before. Just then, GCI nudged a daydreaming disciple, pointing at those across the way. "Which sect are they from?" The disciple snapped back to reality, glancing at Qiu Chuan's uniform. They seemed to be from the Institute of Moral Cultivation. "The Institute of Moral Cultivation?" GCI scratched his head. "I haven't heard of it. What sort of minor sect is that?" GC's voice was not deliberately lowered, and everyone present heard him clearly. The members of the Institute of Moral Cultivation were incensed upon hearing GCI refer to them as a minor sect. "You insolent brat. How dare you? You haven't even heard of the illustrious name of the Institute of Moral Cultivation." How ignorant! GCI genuinely could not recall, so he pondered for a moment. "Oh, you are the sect that cultivates both immortality and governance, correct?" Qiu Chuan's face twisted into a smug smile. "At least you are somewhat perceptive. The Institute of Moral Cultivation not only cultivates immortality but also teaches the art of ruling, nurturing virtuous ministers in the mortal realm, with each disciple well versed in literature." Qiu Chuan raised his hand. "Boasting, my senior brother has descended the mountain to become an imperial tutor for the Great Liang dynasty, now a crucial minister of the realm." "The Great Liang dynasty?" GCI mused, the name sounding vaguely familiar. After a moment, he suddenly recalled that the original owner of his body was the crown prince of the Great Liang royal family, recognized for his exceptional talent and taken as a direct disciple by the Tao sect's founder during his travels. Upon further reflection, he seemed to recognize the name of that imperial tutor. "How interesting," GCI smiled. The imperial tutor you speak of wouldn't happen to be the one renowned for his flowery rhetoric, occasionally engaging in trickery, failing to summon rain, retreating in defeat during military campaigns, and even engaging in bribery, would he? Qiu Chuan, wearing an innocent smile, retorted, but I recall that during my childhood, this imperial tutor was dismissed by the Liang Emperor due to moral failings. No. Chapter 43. A beating the moment those words were uttered. It was as if a thunderclap had struck, leaving everyone present utterly bewildered. Qiu Chuan's expression darkened instantly. What do you mean by that? Do not speak nonsense. GCI spread his hands. I am not speaking nonsense. I am merely stating the truth. Moreover, he added, snatching a piece of barbecue from the nearby disciple and chewing it before swallowing. The management style of your Institute of Moral Cultivation is fundamentally flawed. You should focus on your cultivation instead of seeking a position in the government. If you were to enter through the traditional examination system, it would be one thing, but you have chosen to rely on the recommendation letter stamped by the sect leader to brazenly secure positions in the government. What about the ordinary commoners? They toil and strive to achieve their degrees, only to find their official titles snatched away at the last moment. What can be done about this? GC's words resonated with a profound sense of justice. And the disciples of the Tao sect, considering the situation from another's perspective, could not help but agree, casting glances filled with disdain towards the disciples of the Xishou Academy. It was utterly despicable to take such shortcuts at the expense of ordinary citizens. The Xishou Academy disciples were thrown into a complete panic. You are slandering us. With a clear conscience, they protested. We have done no such thing. GCI bit into a piece of roasted meat, stating bluntly, but it is indeed the truth. To ordinary people, the immortal sect is inherently respected. The foundation of the Xishou Academy is rather shallow, having been established for less than a century. Throughout the generations, the sect leaders have taught the outer disciples the ways of governance, claiming that as long as a letter from the sect leader is sent, securing a position in the Great Liang would be a trivial matter. This has drawn a large influx of students. The current state of affairs is not unrelated to such promotions. Yet, these individuals are evidently deeply poisoned in their thinking, believing themselves to be superior. Their faces adorned with arrogance. Qiu Chuan, in a fit of rage, exclaimed, "You speak nonsense. Do you dare to compete with me?" Upon hearing this, GCI set down his meat, took a napkin to wipe his hands, and looked at Qiu Chuan with curiosity, asking, "Are you sure you want to challenge me?" "Who else could it be?" Qiu Chuan replied, his brow furrowed with hostility. GCI casually remarked, "I fear you may end up on the ground, crying out for your mother." The disciples of the Xishou Academy roared in anger. How outrageous! Growing weary of their shouts, GCI retorted, "If you're so loud, why don't you come and fight me?" His aura was terrifying, and the surrounding Tao sect disciples clearly displayed a demeanor of unwavering support towards him, suggesting a significant status and formidable cultivation. The disciple fell silent in an instant. When GCI called him a coward, no one responded. Instead, Qiu Chuan's face darkened further, and without a word, he charged forward with his sword drawn. GCI had not brought his own sword. He was genuinely fond of swordsmanship, treating the Jialu sword as a beloved companion, and at that moment, the Jialu sword was still enjoying a soak in the hot springs. Observing the evidently short-legged and feeble disciple from the Xishou Academy before him, GCI deemed it unnecessary to engage his beloved sword against such a novice. He leaned back, his waist bending with remarkable flexibility, evading Qiu Chuan's strike. Then, he deftly sidestepped to the side. Qiu Chuan, consumed by fury, unleashed attacks imbued with immense hostility, showing no signs of restraint. Meanwhile, GCI hardly lifted a hand. Retreating step by step was his form of engagement. Qiu Chuan, provoked, shouted, "Coward! Are you afraid to face me head-on?" GCI raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Really? You expect me to catch a blade with my bare hands? How petty of you." After saying this, he swiftly turned and moved sideways, seizing a sturdy branch from beneath a tree to use as a weapon. When Qiu Chuan attacked, the branch proved capable of blocking his strike. In GCI's hands, the branch emitted a force rivaling that of a spiritual sword. Upon collision, Qiu Chuan felt a numbing sensation in his wrist. His expression shifted to one of grim determination, and he pressed on with even greater force. To outsiders, Qiu Chuan's assaults appeared ferocious, while GCI seemed to evade at every turn. However, GCI regarded Qiu Chuan's attacks as crude and lacking finesse, raising doubts about whether he had ever trained in swordplay. Then it dawned on GCI that this individual was a talisman practitioner. Some Dao sect disciples could no longer contain themselves. "You bully our senior brother for not bringing a spiritual sword. You despicable scoundrel!" Qiu Chuan ignored them, focused solely on defeating GCI. Indifferent to the fairness of their conflict, as he continued to strike with increasing intensity, the sword never grazed GCI's finger, only fueling Qiu Chuan's frustration. At that moment, GCI lifted the branch, using its momentum to deflect Qiu Chuan's blade with a gentle but effective motion, sending Qiu Chuan staggering back, causing him to cough up blood. GCI clicked his tongue. "Is brute force all you know?" As GCI spoke, Qiu Chuan raised his head, eyes filled with resentment, and pulled a yellow talisman from his sleeve. This time, he displayed some skill. His technique for casting the talisman was remarkably professional, the thin paper exuding even sharper brilliance than his sword. His eyes widened in astonishment. A voice from the Dao sect disciples called out, "It's an explosive talisman, Senior Brother G, quickly dodge." An explosive talisman? GCI understood the gravity of the situation. He infused his spiritual energy into the branch, causing a layer of white frost to form. With a deft flick of his wrist, he unleashed an overwhelming pressure. His peak nascent soul cultivation was formidable among these younger disciples, and the explosive talisman quickly shattered under the weight of his aura, reducing it to mere scraps scattered on the ground. As the pressure dissipated, GCI casually approached Qiu Chuan, using the branch to lift his chin, smiling as he remarked, "If you can't wield a sword, perhaps you should refrain from attempting. This spiritual sword is of decent quality, and you seem to be wasting it." This taunt was profoundly insulting, and Qiu Chuan, predictably, spat out another mouthful of blood. "Senior Brother Qiu." The anxious voices of the Qiu Academy students echoed behind him. GCI turned to face them, stating firmly, "Mind your words in the future. Our Sanqing Dao sect is not for others to slander." With that, he seized Qiu Chuan by the collar and hurled him back with great force. The Qiu Academy students dared not utter another word, hastily assisting Qiu Chuan as they retreated to their own courtyard. Observing their flight, the Dao sect disciples erupted in laughter, cheering, "Well done, Senior Brother G." GCI tossed the branch aside, declaring, "You all have been far too humble. Have you not considered that as disciples of the Dao sect, the foremost immortal sect in the world, you have every reason to boast?" The disciples fell silent, each one contemplating his words. GCI raised an eyebrow at them. "Am I wrong, brothers? When the occasion calls for it, you absolutely can assert yourselves as Dao sect disciples, and as long as you stand firm, no one will dare to bully you." Just then, a trembling Dao sect disciple raised his hand. "Senior Brother G? Elder Qingyu has arrived," GCI replied. "What did you say?" At this moment, Elder Qingyu stood at the courtyard entrance, his expression calm, seemingly unaware of how long he had been listening to GCI's bluster inside. GCI fell silent for a moment, then retrieved a skewer of roasted meat from the grill and offered it to Elder Qingyu, saying, "Elder Qingyu, would you care for some roasted meat?" Elder Qingyu gazed into GCI's hopeful eyes and sighed. "What kind of words are these?" GCI feigned innocence, pretending not to hear, and forcefully pressed the skewer into Elder Qingyu's hand, changing the subject with determination. "Elder Qingyu, do try this. It's delicious." Fortunately, the surrounding Dao sect disciples were quick to understand, rushing over to offer skewers to Elder Qingyu. "This potato slice is what Senior Brother G taught me to roast, soft and sweet, exceptionally good. This grilled rib is also taught by Senior Brother G. It's incredibly fragrant. Would you like to try, Elder Qingyu?" And this grilled corn. Elder Qingyu was encircled by the disciples, his gaze drifting above the crowd. Landing on GCI at the back, he seemed quite pleased to have narrowly escaped a predicament, fanning the flames beneath the grill with a borrowed palm fan from an elderly woman. Throughout, aside from the initial nervous offering of roasted meat, he had paid GCI no further mind. Elder Qingyu lowered his gaze, parting the crowd to stand beside GCI. At that moment, GCI had just tossed aside the fan, grilling a large piece of meat over the coals, his nose dusted with soot. Elder Qingyu observed this and felt an impulse to reach out and wipe the ash from GCI's nose, but he ultimately restrained himself. Noticing someone beside him, GCI looked up and managed a perfectly timed expression of surprise. Elder Qingyu, weren't you outside dining with the other disciples? He deliberately avoided mentioning his earlier boastful claims about using the Tao sect's name to intimidate others. Were they inadequate in their hospitality? Fear not, Elder Qingyu. I will ensure you have a delightful meal. Saying this, GCI once again pressed a skewer of roasted meat into his hand, a tea that moment. Elder Qingyu found himself holding skewers in both hands, his authoritative demeanor diminished. He shook his head in resignation. GCI, you should take it easy. GCI looked at him innocently. Rest assured, I know my limits. After all, he hadn't killed Xiao Chuan, and wasn't that a matter of restraint? Elder Qingyu could tell GCI had not genuinely reflected on his actions, and he beckoned for a seat to be brought over. Soon, a disciple carried a chair over, and Elder Qingyu sat beside GCI, speaking slowly. As disciples of the Tao sect, humility and respect are paramount. Regardless of how outsiders provoke you, you must remain calm and undisturbed by external matters to truly cultivate the Tao. Once he began, he could go on indefinitely, and GCI listened with great annoyance. If someone strikes him, can't he strike back? This is exceedingly unfair. GCI furtively raised his gaze to glance at Qingyu, who was still expounding at length, feeling somewhat resentful within. If you truly possessed a profound understanding of righteousness and a steadfast heart, should you not let go of your junior brother? However, GCI dared not voice this thought. Instead, crouching on the ground, poking at the embers of the charcoal fire with a twig, allowing the sparks to fall upon himself. Just as he was growing drowsy from listening, a clear voice suddenly rang out beside him. Shixiang. GCI was jolted awake. What was the junior brother doing here? Shouldn't he be focused on his cultivation? Upon approaching, Qingju noticed Qingyu and paused for a moment, then slowly bowed. Elder Qingyu. It had been quite some time since the two had exchanged words, and at this moment, Qingyu found himself at a loss for words as he gazed upon the tall and elegant youth before him. Meanwhile, GCI appeared remarkably at ease. He rose from the ground as if granted a pardon and threw an arm around Qingju's shoulders. Perfect timing. This saves me from having to bring the roasted meat back inside. Come, have a taste of this. As he spoke, GCI sliced off a piece of roasted meat, spearing it with the tip of his knife and offering it to Qingju. Noticing this, Qingyu instinctively wanted to say that Xiaoju never ate anything offered by others. Yet, before he could articulate his thought, he watched as Qingju opened his mouth and accepted the meat, swallowing it without a change in expression. Qingyu's words fell silent. He lowered his gaze. His emotions inscrutable, while his fingertips curled tightly. What had transpired during Xiaoju's period of unconsciousness? In the past, Xiaoju would never have treated him in such a manner. As for GCI, who had barged in midway, relying solely on his handsome visage and having cared for Xiaoju for a brief period, what gave him the audacity to act so recklessly in front of him? Qingyu found it utterly laughable that not long ago, he had pleaded for GCI. Just as his anger intensified, a slender, fair hand suddenly appeared beside him. The fingertips, dusted with a bit of charcoal ash, appeared surprisingly clean. The young man's voice rang out lightly. Elder, why not enjoy the skewer in your hand? Is it unappealing? Would you care to try this instead? Qingyu lifted his head and discovered that GCI had cut the piece of meat with remarkable precision. The edges perfectly. As the conversation progressed, Han Shang's anger became increasingly palpable. Hearing this, GCI was taken aback. Even Elder Gu Hong had come here to plead for him. Could it be true? Even Qingju was momentarily stunned. His brows knitted slightly, as he faintly sensed that the situation was beginning to spiral beyond his control. Observing the astonishment on their faces, Han Shang's gaze grew colder still. Today, you shall kneel here until the sun sets. It was hardly noon. Yet Han Shang's demeanor suggested he intended for GCI to remain in this position for the entire day. GCI felt a twinge of frustration but acquiesced. Disciple understands. At that moment, Qingju interjected, Disciple believes this is inappropriate. The young man's physique had yet to fully mature, his features still retaining a youthful innocence, yet his expression was resolute, his eyes deep and composed. Elder Han Shang paused, his expression a mixture of complexity. He remained silent, merely observing him. Qingju paid no heed to Han Shang's countenance, continuing unabated. The disciples of the Tao sect have not been negligent in their daytime cultivation. The senior brother merely called upon everyone to relax together in the evenings, which is not an act of misguidance. Noticing Han Shang's expression darkening further, GCI thought it prudent to avoid escalating matters, discreetly tugging at his junior brother's sleeve while kneeling. Ultimately, Elder Han Sheng merely sought an excuse to personally discipline him. Was it not merely kneeling? GCI had knelt before. Yet Qin Ju remained unfazed, asserting, moreover, the incident last night was provoked by the Sishio Academy.as disciples of the Dao sect, the foremost celestial gate. Should we not stand our ground? Disciple believes Elder's judgment this time is biased. The courtyard fell into an eerie silence. Is that so? Han Shang coldly regarded Qin Ju, concluding, since you also feel I am in the wrong, then let us kneel together. As his words fell, Qin Ju lowered his gaze and knelt beside GCI. GCI was taken aback, exclaiming, "What are you doing? Why are you provoking Elder Han Shang?" He pursed his lips and turned to Han Shang. "Elder Han Shang," Qin Ju merely spoke in haste. "I beseech you to retract your command." "No need," Qin Ju replied coolly. Disciple willingly accepts the punishment. Chapter 46. Kneeling together, GCI could hardly believe that his initial concerns had materialized, that Elder Han Shang had indeed compelled Qin Ju to kneel alongside him. Glancing at the youthful figure beside him, GCI felt a profound discomfort. As Elder Han Shang retreated indoors, no longer attending to them, GCI could no longer contain himself, saying, "What on earth prompted you to say such things? Did I not ask you to refrain from interference?" Qin Ju remained silent, his gaze lowered as if he had not heard. With matters having escalated to this point, GCI realized further protest was futile. He sulkily traced circles on the ground, occasionally stealing glances at Qin Ju, who remained perfectly poised in his kneeling position, exuding an air of elegance. GCI was at a loss for how to deal with him. As time ticked by, when noon arrived, GC's stomach faithfully expressed its hunger. Seizing the opportunity, he lamented, "Look at this. Had you not joined me in this punishment, you could have fetched me a meal by now." Qin Ju sighed in resignation, replying, "Senior brother, you have already undergone fasting. Logically, you should not feel hunger." GCI was momentarily speechless, then retorted, "But I feel hungry. My stomach is growling." After uttering this, GCI felt somewhat guilty and absurd. Indeed, had he not been fasting? Why did he still feel hunger at regular intervals? How curious. Could it be that he had yet to fully acclimate to the identity of a cultivator? Perhaps he was not truly hungry, but merely felt psychologically so? GCI blinked, lapsing into silence. Fortunately, the disciples of the Dao sect were remarkably loyal. Aware that the senior brother and junior brother were both being punished, they stealthily prepared lunch and delivered it. The disciple who brought the food wore a large hat that obscured much of his face, relying on his spiritual sense to navigate as he scaled the wall. "Ji Shixiang, Xiao Shidi, I have brought you lunch." Upon hearing this, GCI, who had been boredly doodling, lifted his head, and Qin Ju, who had been resting his eyes, opened them as well. Qin Ju found it somewhat astonishing. Had the disciples of the Dao sect truly forgotten about fasting after mingling with GCI for so long? The disciple tiptoed over, placing the food containers on the ground, then opened them, arranging meals for both of them. There were 2 portions, and the disciple claimed they had prepared them together, boasting of their exquisite taste. GCI expressed his gratitude profusely, causing the young disciple's face to flush. Once the disciple departed, GCI eagerly opened his portion. The wooden container revealed an abundance of dishes, featuring meat, soup, vegetables, rice, and a large chicken leg, visually appealing and undeniably a labor of love. GCI relished it, hastily opening Qin Ju's portion as well. However, upon opening it, he was taken aback. "Why is there no chicken leg in your lunch?" GCI glanced at his junior brother's meal, then back at his own, murmuring, "It must be a mistake. This portion is yours." With that, GCI reached to swap their containers, but just as he moved, he was halted by Qin Ju. "This is how it was distributed. You keep it." Upon hearing this, GCI was momentarily bewildered. What did it mean that this was how it was distributed? The Dao sect disciples had intentionally given him the portion with the chicken leg? Realizing this, GCI felt a wave of disorientation. "Is it really so?" he inquired. Qin Ju responded affirmatively. "The disciple who came to distribute the food avoided making eye contact with me." It was evident that after this episode, GC's standing among the Dao sect disciples would be elevated significantly, as reflected in this very meal. Yet, Qin had no particular thoughts on the matter. On the other hand, GCI was filled with pride. Ah, it seems my charm remains undiminished. Qin could not fathom how a mere 20-year-old could utter the phrase in the past, yet he chose not to correct him. Be why the time the sun set. GC's legs had grown numb, but compared to the last time he had knelt in the frigid cold, this experience was significantly more bearable. He could even manage to stand and jump a few times. As the sun completely dipped below the horizon, a cool breeze swept through, chilling him to the bone. After a brief respite, GCI reached out to support Qin, who seemed to be faltering as he stood for the first time after this punishment. Observing this, GCI promptly lifted him onto his back. His swift action took Qin by surprise, and his voice, tinged with astonishment and a hint of anger, rang out, "What are you doing?" GCI looked at him in confusion. "What do you mean? I'm carrying you, of course. Just see if you can even walk. Once we return to the courtyard, I will tend to your knees. They must be swollen and need some ointment." Qin clenched his fists. "You are injured too. You should know me by now," GCI chuckled. "I am a habitual offender. This isn't my first time being punished." As he spoke, he playfully jostled Qin. "GCI!" Qin exclaimed, exasperated. GCI laughed heartily. "Oh, come on, you disrespectful little brat, calling your senior brother by his name." Qin fell silent. GCI turned his head to glance at him and noticed the flush creeping up his ears, instantly finding it amusing. "So you are shy now? The last time you carried me, I was unfazed, yet you grow bashful when your senior brother carries you." Qin remained silent, his gaze fixed on their shadows, elongated and intertwined in the moonlight, creating a warm tableau as Qin's head rested on GC's shoulder. The two made their way back to the courtyard, and upon entering, GCI was surprised to find it filled with Dao sect disciples. He paused, slightly taken aback. "Why is everyone here?" The previously drowsy disciples suddenly roused, and upon spotting GCI, they eagerly pushed each other to awaken those who had dozed off, rushing towards GCI. "Ji Shixiang, we've been waiting for you. We secretly prepared roasted meat for you, ensuring this time the elder won't discover it." GCI looked at their excited faces, feeling a wave of exasperation. "You all just want to eat for yourselves, using me as an excuse." Instantly, they began to avert their gazes, before shoving a platter brimming with roasted meat into GC's hands. GCI did not accept it, stating, "You all should finish your meal and return promptly. My junior brother is injured, and I need to apply some medicine. He ought to avoid greasy food for now." Only then did they direct their attention towards Qin. The 16 or 17-year-old boy appeared pale and frail, evoking a sense of guilt among the Dao sect disciples, who resolved to prepare him a light soup the following day. GCI smiled and agreed. Once the courtyard settled into tranquility, he assisted Qin into a room and then rolled up his trousers. Instantly, he gasped in shock. Chapter 47. The second match. Until this moment, GCI had been unaware that Qin's knee had swollen significantly, even displaying hues of blue and purple, an alarming sight. GC's heart ached profoundly. "Why did you not mention it? Look at your knee. What has become of it?" In just a few days, the second round of the Shengyuan Grand Ceremony is set to commence. He fumbled through the ointments, at a loss for words, and with a stern expression, began to apply medicine to Qin. When he knelt there, Qin remained silent, his back straight throughout, leading GCI to believe he was not gravely injured. However, it now appeared that his silence was largely due to the unbearable pain he was enduring. GCI was nearly exasperated to death by Qin. "Elder Hanqing cares for you so deeply. Can't you just admit your mistake and soften your stance? Wouldn't that spare you such suffering?" As the words fell, Qin lifted his gaze to meet his. "So, you mean to suggest that I abandon you and let you face the punishment alone once more?" GCI furrowed his brows. "What's the big deal? It's just a day of kneeling. Look at me. I'm fine now." Qin's eyes were cold, and he eventually averted his gaze. "Regardless of the circumstances, I will never bow to them." Given the gravity of the conversation, GCI could hardly miss the implication. Upon reflection, he understood. Qin harbored a strong aversion to these elders of the Dao sect, a sentiment GCI knew all too well, though yield to Elder Hanqing over such a trivial matter would be utterly lacking in spirit. With this thought, GCI felt a wave of frustration wash over him. He applied the medicine to Qin with even greater care, his movements gentle, fearful of causing further injury. Qin lowered his gaze to observe the youth applying the ointment. The exposed nape of his neck was as white as jade, and he occasionally glanced up, his eyes filled with concern. Qin realized for the umpteenth time that this young man was entirely consumed with thoughts of him. After finishing the application, GCI instructed Qin to wait until the ointment dried before lowering his pant leg, to which Qin acquiesced. Subsequently, he took the remaining ointment from GC's hands, his voice slightly hoarse. "Sit still. I will help you with your medicine." GCI, mindful of his injury, grew anxious. "No need. I can manage it myself." Before he could finish, Qin had already pressed him down onto the bed. GCI was taken aback, and before he could react, a chill enveloped his lower leg. The youth sat at the edge of the bed, one hand encircling GC's ankle, cautiously applying the medicine. GCI felt an inexplicable flutter of anxiety. "Junior brother?" Qin raised his gaze to meet his, casually responding with an before continuing his task. The skin beneath his palm was fair and delicate, the limbs well-proportioned. GCI often remarked on Qin's delicateness, yet Qin believed that the truly fragile one was he himself. Qin suppressed the darkness in his eyes as he evenly spread the ointment. GCI, initially startled, eventually relaxed, leaning back against the headboard, tilting his head to watch the young junior brother under the candlelight. Flattery flowed easily from his lips, all praises for Qin's beauty and thoughtfulness. Qin regarded him with an inscrutable expression, ultimately saying nothing. He then arranged the bedding on the bed, and they embraced each other as they fell asleep. In the days that followed, GCI forbade Qin from walking, taking care of all matters himself, insisting on nursing Qin's leg back to health. During this time, aside from Elder Hansheng, the other two elders came to visit. They inquired not only about Qin's injury but also about GC's condition. GCI, taken aback by their attention, quickly reassured them that he was well and had no significant issues. Most notably, Elder Guohong later inquired about the spirit stone he had gifted. GC's mind went blank. He had packaged and sent that spirit stone to Mr. Zhang, and it was long gone. Furthermore, that spirit stone contained a worm. And Elder Guohong seemed intent on ensnaring him, perhaps even probing for the whereabouts of the weapon. GCI could only feign ignorance, saying, "The spirit stone gifted by Elder Guohong is safely stored away, placed in a dedicated wooden box, and has never been opened." Elder Guohong looked at him, repeating, "Never opened?" GCI nodded vigorously. What a joke. He hadn't touched that stone since, so he could still claim to have narrowly escaped disaster. If he carried it with him daily without any ill effects, it would be absurd for Elder Guohong not to notice something amiss. As GCI spoke, he could barely suppress his laughter. To his surprise, Elder Guohong's next request was for him to return the spirit stone. GC's first thought was that perhaps the elder regretted his actions, regretting harming such a charming and striking young man. Yet returning it was impossible, as he had already given it away. What could he possibly return? Thus, GCI firmly refused. "Elder Guohong, what sense is there in retrieving a gift once given? Moreover, this was the very first gift Elder Guohong has bestowed upon me. I must cherish it." Ultimately, he managed to bamboozle Elder Guohong with a torrent of nonsensical chatter. Once the elders departed, GCI remained shaken, realizing that past misdeeds would eventually demand recompense. In the following days, GCI cast aside all distractions, focusing solely on caring for his junior brother, and finally managed to nurse Qin's knee back to health just in time for the second round of the Shengyuan Grand Ceremony. At the very least, he could now walk and run without issue. The second round of the Shengyuan Grand Ceremony did not involve swordplay. The master of Jizongshan possessed a grand painting titled 1,000 Miles of Rivers and Mountains, which was no ordinary landscape but rather a secret realm. Contestants were required to enter this painting, traverse myriad challenges, and reach the exit. This time, the competition aimed to rank the top 500 participants. With only a little over 1,000 allowed to compete in the second round, and half being eliminated in each contest, the competition was fierce. GCI led Qin to the center of the square, where the immense painting unfurled, exuding breathtaking grandeur. GCI had initially intended to admire the artwork, but upon lifting his gaze, he was met with the ireful glances of the group from the Institute of Thought Cultivation, led by Qiu Chuan. Now, seeing them only irritated GCI, who instinctively wanted to respond with an obscene gesture but realized these ancient folk likely wouldn't comprehend its meaning. he settled for a throat-cutting motion. Exuding an air of defiance, one disciple from the institute even shivered at the sight. GCI recognizing him as the second disciple he had encountered when making that gesture on the rooftop. TSK, how timid. They did not linger outside for long, as this time the Tao sect elders refrained from unnecessary chatter. With a wave of their hands, over 1,000 participants were ushered into the painting. GCI instinctively reached for Qin Ju's sleeve, but his grasp met only air. The wave of dizziness overcame him, and when he regained his footing, he was confronted with a gory, severed head. Chapter 48. It appeared to be the head of a dog. The moment the head appeared, GC's reflexes outpaced his thoughts. Before he could fully comprehend, Zhilu had already flown from his hand. The already battered head was cleaved in two, rendering it even more grotesque. Regaining his senses, GCI steadied himself and summoned Zhilu. Surely, it cannot be the case I am the grand and orthodox competition of immortals. One might overlook the gruesome scenes, yet the atmosphere is undeniably surreal. GCI licked his lips, ultimately raising his hand and deftly severing a head with his Zhilu sword. The head, smeared with blood and eyes tightly shut, appeared remarkably fresh, likely having met its demise not long ago. As GCI observed this severed head, he noted the clean cut, suggesting it had been swiftly and decisively cleaved off. Glancing around the surroundings, GCI inexplicably recalled some primitive tribe's blood sacrifice ritual. With such thoughts, he resolved to seek out any distinctive structures or signposts nearby. GCI surveyed his surroundings and casually chose a direction. Proceeding forth, the tip of his Zhilu sword grazed the ground, etching a straight line in the mud, thereby ensuring his path remained linear. Occasionally, he would glance back to inspect the line he had carved. Yes, it was indeed straight, just as he was, without error. This path seemed promising, for as GCI walked on and turned to look behind him, he was baffled to find the line had inexplicably curved. Unbeknownst to him, he had begun retracing his steps towards the direction he had come from. GCI furrowed his brow, sensing an unseen force influencing him. He chose not to raise alarm, instead turning around to correct his course and continuing forward. Now more vigilant in monitoring the line he left behind. This time, GCI managed to venture quite far. He could vaguely discern a glimmer of light ahead, indicating he was nearing the exit of the desolate forest. Yet, he did not hasten his pace. Upon looking back, the line had indeed bent again, confirming that his perception was being manipulated. The light was clearly ahead, but as he silently found himself drawn back, a phantom light appeared in the opposite direction. This place possessed a certain potency. GCI dared not relax, frequently glancing back. Finally, after an indeterminate span, daylight burst forth. The barren trees had diminished significantly, and GCI took one last look behind him. The line was straight. He exhaled in relief and approached the altar ahead. The altar was remarkably rudimentary, adorned solely with human bones, the air thick with the stench of decay. GCI frowned slightly as he casually picked up a large bone from within. Carrying it with him as he moved forward, he stood at the threshold between sunlight and shadow, with the picturesque mountains and forests before him, while behind lay the eerie grove of severed heads. GCI felt an unsettling sense of disquiet, as though he had overlooked something. What could it be? He gazed at the Zhilu sword in his hand, then at the large bone he had affixed to his waist. Why had he taken a bone from the altar? Suddenly, a change washed over him, and he removed the large bone from his waist, casting it to the ground. Yet, after a moment's contemplation, he felt an urge to retrieve it. Placing the bone back upon the altar, from the very beginning, he had sensed he was ensnared in an illusion. But why did he believe that merely exiting the desolate forest would free him from it? It felt almost as if someone was deliberately instilling this notion in him, luring him deeper into the abyss. The silence of this place was profound. Not a bird chirped, nor an insect buzzed. The only sound possible was that of GCI himself. He sat at the edge of the altar, Zhilu sword in hand, fingers gliding along the sharp blade, his gaze fixed upon the nearby heads that hung gruesomely. Lost in thought, the blade sliced through his fingertip. This was indeed an illusion, GCI resolved with greater conviction. Rising to his feet, he positioned the Zhilu sword against his neck, lowering his head slightly. With a swift motion, the blade glided across his throat. GC's head was effortlessly severed, cascading into the altar below. This time, the light of day truly burst forth. Upon opening his eyes, GCI found himself in a sunlit valley. Surrounded by disciples clad in various school uniforms, he hastily turned around and, indeed, spotted Chinju right beside him. A wave of relief washed over GCI. He had distinctly remembered grasping Chinju's sleeve upon entering. So how could they have separated so abruptly? This place must be the starting point of the Qinli Jiangshan 2, where competitors lay ensnared in slumber and illusion, and Chinju appeared unfazed. GCI observed the sleeping Chinju for a moment before lifting him onto his back and proceeding onward. Meanwhile, a few elders outside, along with curious onlookers, began to murmur amongst themselves. The leader of Jiangshan expressed his astonishment. "Is this disciple of yours from the Daosong sect? Such loyalty is commendable. It has been many years since we witnessed such a scene during the Shangyuan Grand Ceremony." Upon awakening, rather than seizing the advantage to hasten towards the finish line, he chose to carry along a sleeping burden. Clearly, their bond was more than ordinary. Qingyu lowered her gaze, remaining silent, while the ever-watchful Han Shang continued to scrutinize the scroll. The Qinli Jiangshan 2 had long since transformed from its original form. The current scroll resembled a vast theatrical stage, showcasing the competitors as performers, allowing spectators to witness their every action. GCI advanced while carrying Chinju, but as he passed by another individual, he stumbled slightly and halted, scrutinizing the person for a moment. Eventually, he hoisted that individual onto his back as well, effortlessly continuing onward with one person on his back and another in tow. The leader of Jiangshan frowned slightly, studying the scene with astonishment. The person he was dragging along appeared to be his own son. Chapter 49. Can't you stop being such a rogue? GCI considered himself fortunate. As the first to awaken from the illusion, he not only found his beloved junior brother at once, but also encountered Tang Zicheng along the way. Truly, he was favored by the heavens. The rationale behind carrying Tang Zicheng was simple. The origin of the Qinli Jiangshan 2 was Jiangshan, and as its young master, Tang Zicheng was unlikely to have missed out on training within this scroll. Once Tang Zicheng awoke, GCI would coerce him into guiding the way. What a delightful prospect! However, dragging two individuals along proved somewhat taxing. With that thought, GCI sighed, giving Chinju a slight shake to adjust him and gripping Tang Zicheng's collar with renewed vigor. He ambled forward at a leisurely pace, unaware of how much time passed when suddenly, he felt a resistance. Simultaneously, Tang Zicheng's voice, laced with anger, rang out from behind. GCI, what are you doing? Hearing his name, GCI turned around to find Tang Zicheng, covered in dirt and fuming. Glaring at him, he grinned widely. I'm taking you to the finish line, can't you tell? Tang Zicheng was caked in mud. The forest floor was damp, and as he brushed his hand against his head, he found it coated in wet filth. The nauseating sensation almost made him retch. Tang Zicheng seethed. Is this what you call taking me to the finish line? What else? GCI regarded him with a bemused expression. Are you complaining about the mess? Have you seen the person on my back? Chinju, my dear little junior brother. Unless I have two backs or possess superhuman strength, there's no way I could carry both of you simultaneously. GCI spoke with an air of innocence. For my beloved little junior brother, I suppose I must inconvenience you a bit. You wouldn't want Chinju waking up looking all filthy, would you? At this, Tang Zicheng instinctively glanced at Chinju, who indeed lay clean and peacefully asleep upon GC's back. Tang Zicheng's voice softened. He's still in the illusion? Indeed. GCI affirmed while pulling Tang Zicheng to the front. No need to discuss that now. Since you're awake, you should be familiar with the Qinli Jiangshan 2, right? Lead the way. Tang Zicheng, caught off guard as GCI yanked him by the collar, flared up in embarrassment. Why are you dragging me like this? GCI replied nonchalantly. You're the only one with a clean collar. Should I be blamed for that? You? Tang Zicheng was exasperated. But why should I lead the way for you? GCI blinked innocently. I've carried you this far. Is it unreasonable for you to repay me by guiding the way? At worst, when we reach the finish line, I'll let you take first place. Tang Zicheng paused, astonished. Really? You'll actually let me take first place? GCI raised an eyebrow. Would I lie about such a thing? Once a promise is made, it cannot be rescinded. I, GCI, have never been one to break my word. After hearing this pledge, Tang Zicheng felt a flicker of belief. Furthermore, the fact that GCI could have made a swift exit but chose instead to carry him along as a burden spoke volumes of his character. Thus, he found himself believing even more, and so, Tang Zicheng agreed to lead GCI onward. GCI adjusted Qin Ju's position on his back and let out a soft whistle in his heart. Foolish boy, still too naive. GCI had never been a good person. He simply relished breaking promises. With a clear conscience, he followed Tang Zicheng as they progressed forward. Observing this, the leader of Zhangxin sighed. Qing Yu, your disciple GCI truly is a good child, but with such innocence and honesty, he will surely be taken advantage of in the outside world. You must keep a close watch on him. Hearing this, Qing Yu paused for a moment, recalling GCI's antics of secretly sharing barbecues with all the disciples of Daosong and attempting to bribe her. A smile crept upon her face as she gently replied, understood. Innocent, honest? In the verdant jade, a smile graced the lips of the silent figure. Within the confines of the painted scroll, GCI bore the weight of Qin Ju upon his back, exerting considerable force to hurl the Jialu sword away. The sword's tip pierced through the cranium of a ferocious tiger, claiming its life in an instant. The Jialu sword, resonating with a metallic clang, returned to GCI, who found it somewhat astonishing. Was there truly a tiger within this painting? Indeed, Tang Zicheng struggled to withdraw his own sword from the lifeless body of another tiger, and remarked, "This 1,000 miles of rivers and mountains appears merely as a painting, yet it conceals a sealed secret realm. The painting may be inanimate, but the realm is alive, teeming with all manner of beings. Exercise caution," GCI, habitually dragging the sword's tip along the ground, reassured him, "Do not worry. With me here, we shall encounter no grave troubles." Along their journey, a plethora of demonic beasts emerged, all felled beneath GC's blade. Although Tang Zicheng had long been aware of GC's formidable swordsmanship, witnessing it anew left him in awe. He cast a begrudging glance at his own weapon. GCI, however, paid little heed to Tang Zicheng's predicament. His mind was consumed by a singular concern. Why had his junior brother yet to awaken? After decimating another beast, blood splattered onto GC's garments, which he scarcely noticed as he turned anxiously to look at the sleeping Qin Ju upon his back. The youth's visage was peaceful. His long eyelashes casting delicate shadows, motionless in slumber. It was perplexing. Given Qin Ju's extraordinary talent and unwavering resolve and cultivation, he should not be ensnared by such a mere illusion. What, then, had gone awry? At that moment, they arrived at a tranquil lake. Tang Zicheng, filled with excitement, dashed to the water's edge, eager to cleanse himself of the mud that clung to him. Observing this, GC's mind raced. We are within this painting. Can those outside see us? Tang Zicheng answered nonchalantly, of course. GCI then scrutinized the disrobing Tang Zicheng and hesitated. So, you intend to streak before a vast audience? Even Ming Yuan, that zombie, understood the importance of avoiding such antics. Tang Zicheng retorted, he is not streaking. He still wears his undergarments. He merely wishes to wash his upper body and hair. Frustrated, he declared, I simply enjoy streaking. In response, GCI feigned admiration. By all means, proceed. After this exchange of banter, both felt a sense of relaxation, albeit momentarily. Just then, a whooshing sound cut through the air from behind. Instinctively, GCI sidestepped, narrowly dodging an arrow. Almost immediately, a figure darted forth from the opposite direction, snatching Qin Ju from GC's back. In an instant, the figure vanished. In his panic, GCI caught a fleeting glimpse of a corner of a garment, the uniform of the Sisho Academy. They had gone to great lengths to abduct Qin Ju? What a farcical drama of a dragon seizing a princess! The commotion drew Tang Zicheng from the lake, his shirt disregarded in his haste. What happened? Where is Qin Ju? GCI turned to him, suddenly whistling mischievously. Young man, your abs are quite impressive. Tang Zicheng paused, his face flushing crimson. What are you doing, GCI? Can't you refrain from such antics at this critical moment? Chapter 50. Awakening. The proceedings within the painting were laid bare to the onlookers outside, particularly to the elders occupying the prime viewing positions. The master of the 9 heavens erupted into laughter. My old friend, your disciple from the Tao sect is indeed quite amusing. It has been ages since I have witnessed such fervor in my son. Qing Yu offered a slight smile. Indeed, he is rather humorous. Yet, I was previously unaware of GC's roguish tendencies. His eyes, inscrutable, held a depth that concealed his emotions. Turning his gaze, he noted the furrowed brows of Gu Hong. Suppressing all bewildering thoughts, he focused intently on the scene within the painting. At that moment, GCI and Tang Zicheng hurried towards the direction the Sisho Academy had retreated. Tang Zicheng's clothes, having been inadvertently soaked, left him bare from the waist up, revealing a remarkably toned physique. As they walked, GC's gaze lingered on Tang Zicheng. The latter's face burned with embarrassment, the flush spreading from his ears to his neck. Finally, he could bear it no longer. "Can you stop staring at me? Our priority is to locate senior brother Qin." "Of course I am aware of that," GCI replied innocently. "I am equally anxious." However, Qinju is no fool, and with the Dao sect backing him, the Sisho Academy dares not truly harm him. If we follow this path, we are certain to find him. After a moment, GCI added, with a hint of defiance, "Besides, you do possess an admirable physique. I can't help but admire it. Is it not permissible to appreciate beauty?" Tang Zicheng, mortified, resolved to ignore him and hastened forward. GCI felt unjustly accused. He harbored no ulterior motives, simply an appreciation for aesthetics. To be candid, while Tang Zicheng was youthful, his six-pack abs were distinctly defined, and the musculature of his arms and back was impeccably honed. GCI envied him. Glancing at himself, he mused that four-pack abs were insufficient. He too desired a six-pack. His previous lack of definition stemmed from the original owner's negligence in training, and thus, GCI resolved to embark on a path of discipline henceforth. In stark contrast to GC's antics, the members of the Sisho Academy were nearly breathless from exertion. One disciple, unable to endure any longer, paused to rest, bearing the unconscious Qinju upon his back. Observing this, Qiu Chuan raised his hand, signaling the group to halt and regroup. They had awakened from the illusion at a slower pace than GCI, and upon regaining consciousness, they had frantically pursued him. As expected, when they arrived, GCI was indeed carrying the still slumbering Qinju. During this ceremony, it was universally agreed that Qinju would undoubtedly claim first place, as he had always been a paragon among the younger generation in the cultivation realm. Countless individuals had cultivated diligently, inspired by the name Qinju uttered by their mentors. Qiu Chuan and a few others conspired to abduct Qinju and sequester him in a remote location, allowing him to be forgotten, thus eliminating a rival. More importantly, they sought to provoke GCI. The mere mention of GCI ignited Qiu Chuan's ire. He tore a piece of jerky, casting a complex gaze upon the slumbering Qinju. "They say the Dao sect's junior brother is remarkably resilient, never having faltered in his cultivation. Yet, it seems otherwise," a nearby disciple chimed in. "Indeed, unable to escape such a trivial illusion, he hardly lives up to the title of the Dao sect's foremost youth." Their laughter echoed with disdain and mockery directed at Qinju. Qiu Chuan reveled in their scorn, relishing the moment. Among the laughter, no one noticed the disciple carrying Qinju had remained utterly silent throughout. His body was tense, trembling slightly in his hand. Qinju clutched a sharp shard of metal, measuring it against the disciple's neck, as if poised to strike at any moment. With a voice raspy from awakening, the youth murmured, "How did I end up here? Where is GCI?" The disciple trembled uncontrollably, his voice wavering as he stammered, "Our senior brother took you away." Qinju chuckled softly, taken from GC's grasp. The disciple nodded, shaking with fear. Understanding dawned upon Qinju. Though he felt somewhat weakened, he still possessed the strength to wield the shard. The realm of illusion had proven exhausting, draining much of his energy. From the outset, Qinju had recognized he was ensnared in an illusion. After all, he knew that at this juncture, his pious mentors would not dare to lay a hand on him. Yet, the illusion was alarmingly vivid. And as he had raised his sword, he found himself enraptured by the thrill of slaughter, reluctant to awaken. He sensed that his current state was precarious. The air around him was suffused with a murderous aura that would not dissipate easily. It was fortuitous that the members of the Sisho Academy had removed him from GC's presence. Had he awakened to unleash his fury upon GCI, his kind-hearted and gentle senior brother would scarcely withstand it. With a sigh, Qinju exhaled softly, the warmth of his breath brushing against the disciple's neck, intensifying his terror. Just then, Qiu Chuan sensed a disturbance on that side. "What are you doing?" The disciple's face contorted in panic as he extended a trembling hand towards Cho Chuan. Qin Ju slowly lifted his head from the disciple's back, a glimmer of crimson flashing in his deep-set eyes. In the next moment, amidst the however, it was already too late. In the next instant, Qin Ju slipped into the crowd like a wraith. His spiritual sword remained sheathed. He merely tapped the pressure points of the group with its scabbard. In an instant, a large number of them collapsed. Qin Ju did not strike lethally, yet the pressure points struck still caused considerable pain. He felt quite satisfied with his efforts, and then crouched down to observe Cho Chuan, who lay on the ground, howling in agony. With a gentle tone, Qin Ju remarked, having just awakened and feeling rather irritable, "I couldn't help but notice how much I find you displeasing. Care to relieve my frustration?" Cho Chuan, who had been wailing in pain, instantly fell silent, his lips trembling in fear. The tip of the sword descended, piercing Cho Chuan's shoulder, blood spilling onto the ground. In the end, Cho Chuan fainted. Qin Ju retained a semblance of rationality. He merely required a glimpse of blood to awaken his senses. And thus, he kindly applied medicine to Cho Chuan's wound. Finally, surveying the chaos around him, he impassively plunged the sword into his own shoulder, creating a wound of his own. Chapter 51. A good deed each day. When GCI and the others arrived, they found Qin Ju seated on the grass, his snow-white garments soaked in blood, an utterly pitiable sight. GCI gasped in horror and rushed over, exclaiming, "Little junior brother, what has happened to you? Speak to me. Don't frighten me." As he spoke, he anxiously examined Qin Ju's injuries. The gaping hole in his shoulder was alarming, causing GC's heart to tremble. At that moment, he wished to bind his formerly carefree self and slap himself for allowing such a bold act of violence to occur among the disciples of the Thought Cultivation Institute. Qin Ju, barely clinging to consciousness, lifted his hand to rest on GC's shoulder, leaning in to utter a few words with great difficulty. GCI leaned closer to listen, only to realize that he had been murmuring about the pain. With such a massive wound, how could it not hurt? GCI hurriedly retrieved medicine from his own robes, desperately pouring it onto Qin Ju's shoulder. "Do not fear. Once we escape, I will ensure the elders investigate this matter thoroughly. None of those from the Thought Cultivation Institute shall evade responsibility." Qin Ju leaned weakly against GCI, a faint smile gracing his lips, though his voice remained hoarse and pitiful. "I am fine." He had employed secret methods during the altercation, making it invisible to those outside, especially GCI, who had just arrived. GCI was incensed. "You've lost so much blood, and you dare tell me you're fine? Silence, do not speak." Qin Ju obediently closed his mouth. His gaze fell upon Tang Zicheng ahead, seemingly perplexed as to why this person was present, still unadorned in his attire. Qin Ju's expression suddenly turned cold, causing Tang Zicheng to feel as if he had been plunged into an icy abyss. Yet, when Tang Zicheng turned to look, Qin Ju still appeared to be gravely injured and lacking strength, leaving him feeling bewildered. Seeing GCI tending to Qin Ju's wounds, Tang Zicheng began to observe the surroundings alone. None of the disciples from the Thought Cultivation Institute had suffered fatal injuries. They had merely fainted, with one also having a shoulder wound that seemed to bleed slightly more than Qin Ju's, yet had been treated quickly. Tang Zicheng scrutinized the individual on the ground, sensing something was amiss. Wasn't it peculiar? This person had merely a hole in his shoulder, seemingly struck without resistance. All around were disciples who had been incapacitated, so how had Qin Ju sustained his shoulder injury? Furthermore, this person's wound had been treated. Even if Qin Ju lacked medicine, he could have utilized what was available on this individual. Why, then, did Qin Ju remain foolishly stationary, awaiting GC's assistance? Contemplating this, Tang Zicheng lifted his gaze to meet Qin Ju's. Coincidentally, Qin Ju was also observing him, his eyes dark as ink, filled with murderous intent. Tang Zicheng was momentarily stunned, his heart racing as he turned away, pretending to have seen nothing. Observing this, Qin Ju could not help but let out a derisive laugh. Such a lack of courage was even less than GC's. At that moment, GCI, ever perceptive, perked up his ears. "Little junior brother, are you laughing at me?" Qin Ju replied, "No, is that so? I find it rather hard to believe you weren't mocking me just now." GCI retorted, particularly sensitive to the insinuation. Qin Ju, maintaining an impassive facade, reiterated. No. GCI managed to suppress his unease and continued to care for the wound. Once Qin Ju's injury had improved slightly, GCI turned and hoisted him onto his back, calling out to Tang Zicheng, "What are you dawdling for? Lead the way. If we don't hurry, those behind us will catch up." Tang Zicheng swallowed hard, hastily responding, "Understood." He then avoided Qin Ju's meaningful gaze and swiftly moved to the front. As they passed the unconscious Zhou Chuan on the ground, GCI expressed concern, giving him a gentle kick. "He hasn't died, has he?" Qin Ju, resting against GC's back, cast a deep look. No. GCI observed for a moment before continuing onward, inquiring, "Did you inflict the injuries on Zhou Chuan?" Qin Ju's voice was tinged with grievance. "I had just awakened when he thrust his sword at my shoulder. I acted in self-defense. Besides, I was mindful and even applied medicine to him." GCI sighed. I see. I understand you are innocent in this. It is also my fault. I clearly had you by my side, yet allowed him to take advantage." Qin Ju softly replied, "You are not to blame." As they conversed, Tang Zicheng, leading the way with his sword, felt a surge of indignation. Did GCI truly notice nothing amiss? Was their relationship so amicable? He was disheartened, lamenting his beloved engaged in friendly banter with another, while reflecting on his bitter plight. The esteemed young master of the Nine Heavens had been reduced to clearing branches for others. How outrageous! Yet, regardless of Tang Zicheng's inner turmoil, he dutifully cleared the path. If a branch were to injure someone behind them, it would be dire. Tang Zicheng glanced back and caught sight of Qin Ju, languidly toying with GC's earlobe, seemingly bored. To his astonishment, GCI showed no resistance, allowing Qin Ju to playfully manipulate his ear. Tang Zicheng recoiled in horror, feeling as if he had stumbled upon a monumental secret, one that filled him with an uncontrollable sadness. Thus, the three hurried onward until they reached an open area. By now, night had fallen, and after a long day of travel, nearly everyone was weary. GCI spread a clean cloth on the ground and carefully assisted Qin Ju to sit upon it, before beginning to clear away the surrounding beasts and larger predators. Since awakening, the Jia Lu sword had seen blood for the first time. Though it was not human blood, the blade gleamed even more brilliantly. As if nourished, Tang Zicheng glanced at the Jia Lu sword and then at the spiritual sword in Qin Ju's hand, noting that both were shining brightly, clearly having been stained with blood. He shook his head, puzzled. Both individuals were relatively gentle in nature, yet their swords appeared increasingly ferocious. After GCI had dealt with the potential threats in the vicinity, more individuals began to emerge in the clearing. They were all contestants of the recent grand ceremony, and with a mere probe of their divine senses, they recognized that the area had been thoroughly cleaned. Thus, they spread out and began to rest. As the number of people increased, Tang Zicheng felt a surge of displeasure. He settled beside GCI, fuming, "Why do they get to rest without lifting a finger?" GCI, unfazed, replied, "This cloth is large enough for three to lie upon without crowding. I am a bit tired, so consider it an act of kindness. When we pass on, if Buddha inquires about our good deeds, you can mention this, and I assure you, he will be moved to tears." Tang Zicheng. He must be out of his mind to believe GCI could utter anything of substance. Just as GCI was on the verge of dozing off, a familiar voice suddenly broke through the stillness. "Ji Xiaoyu?" GCI reluctantly opened his eyes to find Wei Qi's face before him. With a flat expression, he turned away. "Stay away from me. I'm exhausted." Chapter 52. Ambushed despite being looked down upon? Wei Qi remained unfazed. He leisurely fixed his gaze on the drowsy GCI for a moment before waving his hand. The two companions accompanying him began to arrange a place suitable for rest in the vicinity. Tang Zicheng still appeared relatively spirited. He furrowed his brows as he scrutinized the individual before him, inexplicably finding him displeasing. Judging solely by appearance, this man was indeed rather ostentatious in this perilous jungle. He failed to dress appropriately, brazenly exposing a considerable expanse of skin, which was quite conspicuous. Tang Zicheng turned his head, oblivious to the fact that he was no different from Wei Qi, as he too had neglected to wear a top. The two were equally matched, yet they could not stand the sight of each other, neither realizing the irony of their own appearances. GCI was genuinely exhausted. He instinctively clutched one of Qin Ju's arms, only to find the voices around him somewhat familiar. Not just Wei Qi and Tang Zicheng, but others as well, though he couldn't quite recall where he had heard them before. It wasn't until the following day, when the sun was high in the sky, that GCI groggily awoke and, upon seeing a man and woman standing beside Wei Qi, he suddenly remembered. These two were precisely the couple he had witnessed an intimate embrace by the lake before the grand ceremony of Shengyuan. GC's expression turned complex as he observed Wei Qi engaging in casual conversation with them, his astonishment deepening. Unable to endure the situation, he turned to rouse Qin Zhu and Tang Zicheng, urging them to hasten their departure. Having gone to bed early the previous night, Qin Zhu had not noticed Wei Qi now. Waking up and unexpectedly encountering Wei Qi's face, his expression darkened instantly. GCI could tell he was displeased and quickly supported him to his feet. "Let us go. We should set off." Just as he attempted to lead Qin Zhu away, Wei Qi's mocking voice echoed from behind. "Oh, how is it that just a day apart has left you, Qin Xiaoyu, in such a disheveled state?" Qin Zhu's complexion paled, his fingers clenched tightly. Witnessing this, GCI felt a surge of anger and retorted bluntly, "Are we that familiar with you? Spare us your nonsense." Upon hearing this, Wei Qi's expression stiffened. The curly-haired man behind him frowned. Such arrogance at such a young age. What manners? GCI chuckled lightly. "At your age, still competing in the same arena as us youngsters. Do you not feel any shame?" The curly-haired man was furious. "You enough." Wei Qi raised his hand, compelling the curly-haired man to silence. His vivid green eyes fixed intently on GCI, then he revealed a smile. "It seems Ji Xiaoyu is not in the best of moods today, so I shall not intrude further. We can arrange to meet another day." With that, he led his companions in another direction. At this moment, the open space was nearly devoid of people. GCI, feeling that his mood was indeed less than splendid, stood in place for a moment before deciding to hoist Qin Zhu back onto his back. However, Qin Zhu stopped him, saying helplessly, "No need. I'm feeling much better now. I can walk on my own." GCI, somewhat concerned, asked, "Really? Your shoulder? I wanted to tell you yesterday. It's my shoulder that's injured, not my legs. I can manage on my own." Qin Zhu replied, pressing his hand against his shoulder. Seeing this, GCI reluctantly set the matter aside, gathered his belongings, and called for Tang Zicheng to set off together. The sun was bright overhead, and GCI glanced around, feeling anxious. Why is everyone up so early? They seem so full of energy. Tang Zicheng shot him a resentful look, resembling a wronged wife. They travel straight to their destination and sleep afterward. Unlike us, who must expend great effort to clear out the demon beasts. Naturally, they sleep well enough to continue their journey. GCI nonchalantly averted his gaze, muttering, "You really are dull." Tang Zicheng thought to himself that he must have been incredibly unfortunate to be paired with such a living bodhisattva. He sighed, "Don't worry, I've traversed this landscape many times before. Beyond this point, it won't be as simple. It's mostly populated by formidable demon beasts. I've always avoided them directly." He estimated that they would likely lose a significant number of people. At this, GCI became intrigued. What kind of demon beasts? Seeing that he had successfully piqued GCI's curiosity, Tang Zicheng felt a sense of pride and huffed. "You'll see for yourself when the time comes." GCI considered him petty and wandered over to Qin Zhu to play. "What are you doing?" GCI brushed a leaf off Qin Zhu's shoulder, noticing he looked rather glum. Qin Zhu's gaze fell on him, then shifted to Tang Zicheng, who was forging ahead, whispering, "Since when did your relationship with him become so amicable?" GCI blinked. "He is useful." Then, as if recalling something, he added, "Don't worry. No one can replace my dear little junior brother in my heart." Upon hearing this, Qin Zhu paused for a moment, then remarked meaningfully, "Don't flirt indiscriminately." GCI was somewhat puzzled by his words, so he casually plucked a wild grass by the roadside and, in a carefree manner, said, "Be good and stay back there. I'll go ahead and clear the path for you." With that, he unsheathed the Zhelu sword and dashed forward. As they ventured deeper into the wilderness, the demon beasts became increasingly rampant. GCI swung his hand, dispatching a large number of them, only to notice a silver-white spirit sword materializing beside him. Turning around, he saw Qin Zhu standing not far behind, his spiritual power surging as he controlled the spirit sword to dance freely. Sensing the presence of a kindred spirit, the Zhelu sword sang with excitement. GC's lips curled into a radiant smile as he charged forward, wielding the silver-white spirit sword. The further they traveled into this landscape, the more enchanting the scenery became. GCI even spotted an unusually large and vibrant mushroom. Its bright colors strikingly beautiful, however. Before he could admire it further, Tang Zicheng swiftly severed the mushroom's stem with a sword, urging GCI and Qin Ju to flee quickly. What was that? GCI glanced back. Panting heavily, Tang Zicheng, clearly fatigued, replied, I don't know, but I encountered it the first time I entered this place. I lingered beneath that mushroom for quite a while and ended up fainting from its effects. With lingering trepidation, he continued, that type of mushroom constantly emits a substance that induces euphoria. Inhaling too much can lead to unconsciousness. Upon hearing this, GCI was intrigued. So you just cut it down? A glimmer of pride flashed in Tang Zicheng's eyes. Once it's severed, the euphoric substance will disperse even more, and we can escape while it distracts others. Nodding in agreement, GCI praised Tang Di. What a brilliant strategy. Too much flattery, Tang Zicheng retorted. As the three rushed onward, Qin Ju lagged behind. Suddenly, he perked up. Stop, there are people ahead. Chapter 53. The first blood indeed, there were people. Almost immediately after Qin Ju spoke, a cold arrow shot forth from the front. The arrow shimmered with a silver-blue light, and GCI recognized that it was poisoned. Acting faster than his thoughts, GCI instinctively pulled Qin Ju behind him. And they both dodged to the side, leaving Tang Zicheng to evade in the opposite direction. He looked at the entangled GCI and Qin Ju with a bewildered expression. Have you forgotten I'm your teammate too? GCI pretended not to hear, focusing on shielding his junior brother. Tang Zicheng, exasperated and filled with anger, charged forward to confront the ambushers. Left behind were GCI and Qin Ju, GCI wielding the Zhilu sword. Unable to leave as he had to keep an eye on Qin Ju, a sudden gust of cold wind brushed past him, prompting GCI to swiftly turn and block with his sword. Deftly slicing through an assailant's shoulder, brothers, employing such underhanded tactics is quite unethical, don't you think? GCI remarked, as he kicked the attacker away. The group wore matching light green attire, indicating they hailed from the same sect. However, GCI did not recognize their garments, and their ambush tactics had entirely tarnished his impression of them, leading him to deem further inquiry unnecessary. Tang Zicheng's swordsmanship was decent, but against so many adversaries, he found himself at a disadvantage. Gritting his teeth, he shouted, This group is outnumbering us. Come help me. GCI hesitated. But what about my little junior brother? Seeing GCI still concerned about that troublesome little brother at such a critical moment, Tang Zicheng was consumed with anger, and for the first time, he felt that Qin Ju was a burden. He yelled, Does he have no arms or legs? At his age, does he still need your protection? Even if his shoulder is injured, he still has spiritual power to use. I'm in such dire straits, can't you just spare me a glance? Hearing this, GCI found some validity in his words. He casually offered a few words of caution before rushing forward with his sword. When he reached Tang Zicheng's side, he cheerfully remarked, You scolded my little junior brother. You're in trouble now. He won't like you anymore. Tang Zicheng gritted his teeth and replied coldly, Who cares if he likes me? Oh, is that so? You said it yourself, GCI said, deftly wounding an opponent's arm and tossing him aside. Just don't let me catch you entangled with my little junior brother. Tang Zicheng remained silent, his expression frigid. What if it was you who became entangled? This sentence is indeed inappropriate. Tang Zicheng suppressed this subconscious thought and concentrated on facing the enemy. This group of people was relentless in their killing, not uttering a single word, behaving like professional assassins, particularly pretentious. Furthermore, as the battle dragged on, GCI inevitably realized that this group had come with lethal intent. Showing no mercy whatsoever, GCI blocked the sword aimed at his neck. Isn't this inappropriate? It's merely a competition. Why go to such lengths? The man did not respond, continuing his fierce assault. The reason these individuals were relentless was that they relied on the fact that GCI and Tang Zicheng would not resort to lethal force. And after being repelled, their injuries were not severe, allowing them to return time and again, brazenly so. GCI, feeling genuinely annoyed, after repelling another attacker, raised his gaze coldly towards them, decisively severing one man's arm. The man let out a tremendous howl. GCI slightly curled his lips. Does it hurt? Do you still want to charge forward? The man, his eyes bloodshot, scoffed. Disciples of the Tao sect are known for their integrity and benevolence. But in my view, they are no different. He had never expected to lose an armed GCI, was almost amused by the absurdity. Just because the disciples of the Tao sect are benevolent? Does that mean I must surrender my life to you here? That is utterly unreasonable. Due to GC's earlier strike, these men felt some trepidation and did not advance further. GC's gaze fell upon this group. Flicking the blade of his Jalio sword. Perfect, this spiritual sword has not tasted blood since it joined me. Encountering you all is just the occasion it needs to sharpen its edge. The expressions of the group shifted. Are you not afraid of tarnishing the Tao sect's reputation? GCI looked at him with great interest. Is the Tao sect's reputation more important than my own feelings? I now feel that unless I rid the world of scum like you, I shall never find peace in my life. With that, the Jalio's sword flew forth, cleanly severing a head. It was decisive and without the slightest hesitation. Even Tang Zicheng looked at him in astonishment. Are you serious? Do you believe that if they do not see blood today, they will cease their assault? GC's Jalio was exhilarated, eager to charge forward. Only just restrained by GCI. The only way to halt the killing was with more killing. Hearing this, Tang Zicheng fell into silence. Meanwhile, the group realized the situation was beyond their control and began to flee. Yet they had not fled far when a greenish-blue soft sword sliced through their throats, ending their lives on the spot. Simultaneously, silver flashed silently, claiming the lives of several others. The grand ceremony of Shengyuan. I shall see how you maintain your standing in the Tao sect after this. GCI despised hearing such words. There's still a place for him within the Tao sect. What place is there? Those elders are inherently corrupt. Had it not been for the system's mandate compelling him to remain here, even if Qinju were to ascend to heaven, he would not want to endure such indignities. Now, with others bringing it up, GCI felt a surge of anger, resulting in even more ruthless attacks. Tang Zicheng, still young and coddled within the sect, merely made a token gesture of slitting a few throats and refrained from further action. Among the 40 individuals present, half were slain by GCI, while the other half fell to Qinju's silvery sword, leaving the ground strewn with corpses, all dispatched with a clean slash to the throat. Tang Zicheng felt a bit flustered. GCI, standing at the center, was inevitably splattered with blood, his face marked with spatters, his expression cold and alien, evoking a sense of strangeness. Just as Tang Zicheng hesitated whether to approach and speak, GCI suddenly changed his expression and stumbled to the side, clutching a tree, retching. While retching, he exclaimed, "Why does this group's blood smell so foul? How disgusting, Tang Zicheng." GCI felt a bit ashamed of himself. His bravado lasted but 3 seconds. He had tried to give them the most merciful deaths, slitting their throats, in hopes of maintaining some semblance of decorum. Nearby, Qinju handed him a handkerchief, his voice slightly hoarse. "Wipe yourself." "Thank you." GCI took the handkerchief, wiped the blood from his face, and disdainfully tossed it aside. He had actually taken a life. It was truly incredible, though think that he, a paragon of filial piety, would now resort to taking lives, left GCI in a daze. While he was lost in thought, Qinju quietly pulled GC's arm, leaning him against himself and said, "Prepare well for our exit. I suspect a multitude awaits outside to pass judgment on us." For the first time in thousands of years, dozens had perished at the Shengyuan grand ceremony. This matter could not simply be brushed aside. Chapter 54. The exit outside. A tumultuous uproar had indeed erupted. Several elders of the Tao sect bore inscrutable expressions, while the master of the 9 heavens wore a serene demeanor. Before them stood an elderly man clad in greenish-blue robes, angrily chastising. "Your disciples have slain nearly 40 of my sect's members. This matter cannot be overlooked." The master of the 9 heavens leisurely regarded him. "One cannot say it like that. It was clearly your Bayou Pavilion's disciples who struck first, I believe. Had they not initiated the attack, this incident would not have occurred." The head of the Bayou Pavilion knew this logic all too well. However, his disciples had acted without consulting him. Now that the deaths had occurred, if he could not extract some compensation from the Tao sect and the 9 heavens, the loss would be too great. He clenched his fists and said, "Life is paramount. I only know that nearly 40 of my outstanding disciples perished at this grand ceremony. Do you not owe us an explanation?" The master of the 9 heavens burst into laughter. "Outstanding disciples? Do not jest. Nearly 40 esteemed disciples fell to the hands of 3 juniors? That is simply preposterous. You? The head of the Bayou Pavilion was so enraged that his beard quivered. Just as they reached an impasse, Qingyu raised a hand to stop them, his voice gentle. All right, everyone. Please remain calm. We must wait for the juniors to emerge before we can ascertain the truth. Upon hearing this, the head of the Bayou Pavilion begrudgingly calmed down and took a seat in the corner. Qingyu lowered his eyelids, absently fiddling with the jade ring on his finger, remaining silent. This grand ceremony had stirred up far too many incidents. First, Elder Gu Hong was inexplicably implicated. Then the segment of the painting in the 1,000-mile river and mountains that belonged to Qinju suddenly went dark. And finally, nearly 40 disciples of the Bayou Pavilion had all perished. One event followed another, as if someone had deliberately instigated chaos. Yet, it was merely a trivial competition. Regardless of the outcome, it would only yield a hollow title. Who would be so bored as to orchestrate such affairs? Moreover, Qingyu furrowed his brow. GCI had actually resorted to violence. For the first time, he realized that the youth he had always perceived as carefree and gentle was not merely a soft pushover. The commotion outside did not affect the 1,000-mile river and mountains painting. As they progressed, the number of disciples around them dwindled, likely due to many of those unable to contend with advanced monsters having burned their talismans and been eliminated early. GCI had yet to attend to the blood on him. In fact, there was no place for them to clean up. After such a long journey, they had not come across a single lake. GCI clicked his tongue, then sighed. The blood on him was rather excessive, sticking to him in a particularly uncomfortable manner. Tang Zicheng, still harboring a grudge from earlier, heard the sigh and mockingly remarked, "Oh? Are you disappointed you can't run around naked?" GCI. He pretended not to hear and continued to stroll leisurely. Qinju walked beside GCI, remaining silent, only occasionally offering reminders. His consciousness was extensive, allowing him to sense the unknown dangers ahead. Along the way, they encountered a few hurried disciples, all displaying anxious expressions. When they noticed the blood on GCI and Tang Zicheng, they often chose to quicken their pace and distance themselves. GCI, feeling anxious, asked, "Have we been walking for quite a while? Are we falling behind?" Earlier, they had even woken late and been ambushed on the road. Just as Tang Zicheng was about to offer comfort, Qinju spoke first. "No, do not worry." The youth had not had a drink for a long time, and his voice was slightly hoarse from his infrequent speech. Hearing this, GCI inquired, "Why are you so certain?" "Well," Qinju raised his gaze towards the front, "we have encountered numerous monsters along our journey, as you have seen. Since the competitors ahead of us did not eliminate them, it indicates they lack the ability to deal with these creatures. Therefore, they have only two choices. Either burn their talismans in a crisis and withdraw, or take a longer route. If they choose the latter, it will take them twice as long to reach the finish line." After hearing this, GCI nodded. "I understand." While they were engaged in pleasant conversation, Tang Zicheng, who had originally intended to explain something to GCI, lowered his gaze, feeling inexplicably disappointed. GCI suddenly recalled something. "Wait. You seem to know a lot about the 1,000-mile river and mountains painting? How do you know about the longer route?" Someone like him, who knew nothing, would hardly even know how to navigate. Qinju replied casually, "I studied it before." Upon hearing this, GCI paused for a moment. "Oh, you studied it? That's good." He spoke little, but internally he was rather uncertain. The painting of 1,000 miles of rivers and mountains had always been in the 9 heavens. Where exactly had Qinju obtained his understanding of it? Was it in the 9 heavens? This painting, after all, could be considered a treasure, so it wouldn't be lent out so easily, would it? GCI could not comprehend this. So he chose to cast all these thoughts aside. The urgency of their journey took precedence. The three of them pressed onward, finally reaching the exit before the sun dipped below the western mountains. The area was sparsely populated, with a thick layer of fallen leaves carpeting the ground. Upon seeing this, GCI couldn't help but recall the illusion he had experienced upon first entering the painting of 1,000 miles of rivers and mountains. The stark contrast between the ultimate desolation and ultimate lushness made this place seem particularly lonely. GCI gazed up at the towering trees that obscured the sky, allowing a smile to escape his lips. Tang Zicheng stepped forward, brushing aside the vines that covered the dry well before him, and said, "The exit is just below." GCI glanced ahead, questioning, "Is that true?" "Indeed," replied Tang Zicheng. GCI pressed his lips together. Peering into the dry well, feeling an unnerving depth and eeriness emanating from within. He then suggested, "You are the great benefactor. Why not jump in first?" Tang Zichen scoffed at this, muttering coward before leaping into the well. Soon, there was not a sound to be heard from the bottom, nor a shadow to be seen. GCI exchanged glances with Qin Ju before finally taking each other's hands and descending. After a brief bout of dizziness, they both dared to open their eyes only when their feet touched solid ground. GCI surveyed his surroundings and realized they had returned to the entrance of the grand ceremony. With the massive painting of 1,000 miles of rivers and mountains looming behind them, simultaneously, a large platform fashioned from a magnificent spirit stone began to reveal their respective rankings. GCI placed fourth, while Qin Ju earned the fifth position. GCI was quite pleased with this outcome. Turning to Qin Ju, still holding her hand, he remarked, "I am so tired. Let us return to our quarters to rest." No sooner had he spoken than the previously aloof and downcast little junior brother suddenly raised his hand and pulled GCI aside. At that moment, a surge of spiritual energy struck the very spot where GCI had been standing, sending up a plume of scorched black smoke. Qin Ju's expression turned grim as she lifted her gaze. Zi frowned as he looked over. In the air materialized a figure clad in blue, who bellowed, "You brash youngsters, what will you offer to repay the lives of the 40 members of my sect?" Chapter 55. Sect Master, what can we offer to repay? Gold, silver, rations, and shellfish, perhaps. This is utterly ridiculous. GCI glanced at the figure above and nudged Qin Ju's elbow, pointing at the figure and saying, "Little junior brother, look, a green turtle." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of amusement appeared in Qin Ju's eyes. Indeed, it bears some resemblance. Those who cultivate immortality possess keen senses. How could they possibly overlook their conversation? The face of the leader of the Bayou Pavilion shifted rapidly from pale to flushed with anger. Presumptuous. How can a sect master of my stature be humiliated by these youngsters? Is this the conduct of Dao's sect disciples? It's laughable. GCI regarded him with bemusement, replying, "Do not moralistically bind me. While it is true that I am a disciple of the Dao sect, it has no bearing on my lack of decorum." It does not. As soon as he finished speaking, the voice of Elder Qingyu rang out not far away with a cough. GCI paused, then added, "Of course, it does have some relevance. Dao sect disciples never harm others without reason. From your words, those 40-plus assassins were members of your sect?" The more he spoke, the more fluent he became. Concluding with a smile, "It seems you, old sir, must be stricter in your discipline. Otherwise, should you raise a sect of murderers, it would hardly reflect well." The leader of the Bayou Pavilion was incensed. Puffing in fury, "Nonsense! My disciples of the Bayou Pavilion have never harbored malicious intent. Otherwise, how could they have surrounded the three of you without a single scratch upon you?" Hearing this, GCI found it utterly absurd and directly mocked. "I say, old sir, is it so difficult to admit that your disciples are incompetent? Bayou Pavilion? Humph, I have never even heard of it. What kind of obscure sect is this?" "You, do not go too far." The leader of the Bayou Pavilion drew his sword, preparing to charge at GCI. Qin Ju summoned her spirit sword, but before she could make a move, a surge of spiritual energy came from afar, effortlessly dismantling the leader's attack. Qingyu stood nearby, wearing a gentle smile. "Sect Master Lu, do not be angry. The youngsters are impetuous and lack decorum. They mean no offense. I hope you can forgive them." The spiritual energy was exceptionally robust. Upon striking, the sword trembled, causing the leader's hand to tingle. A flicker of trepidation crossed his face, prompting him to take a step back. Yet he remained unyielding. "Elder Qingyu, my 40-plus disciples cannot simply perish in vain. In that case, Dao's sect must part with a quarter of its spiritual veins, and I shall no longer pursue this matter." Spiritual veins are the most crucial resource for cultivation sects, as they nurture spiritual energy, which is essential for practitioners to refine their qi and establish their foundations. The more abundant the spiritual energy, the deeper the cultivation of those practicing within. Dao's sect is the foremost sect in the world, and Jinghu is a mountainous region abundant in spiritual veins. The peaks of Jinghu are countless in their spiritual veins, making Dao sect's geographical position exceptionally advantageous. A quarter of a spiritual vein is but a trivial matter for Dao sect. Upon hearing Sect Master Lu's words, GCI understood his intentions all too well and sneered. "Sect Master Lu? What a clever scheme you have devised. This was probably your plan from the beginning, sacrificing over 40 disciples in exchange for a quarter of Tao sect's spiritual veins, thereby ensuring Bayou Pavilion's recruitment for at least a century. After all, the banner of Tao sect's spiritual veins carries significant weight. The leader of the Bayou Pavilion appeared somewhat guilty, yet he still would not allow these youngsters to undermine his authority. Rebuking them harshly, utterly lacking in decorum, GCI retorted, "If you were reasonable, I would naturally understand decorum, but I have always detested those who rely on age to assert superiority while possessing no true capability." The leader of the Bayou Pavilion, exasperated, was about to unleash a torrent of insults when he heard Elder Qingyu gently interject, "Xiao Ci, do not speak further." Upon hearing this, even GCI was taken aback. Xiao Ci? To whom is he referring as Xiao Ci? A chill ran down GC's spine, and he genuinely felt overwhelmed. Simultaneously, Qingju discreetly pinched GC's arm. The pressure was slight, yet GCI still winced. Looking at her in confusion, Qingju bit her lip, averting her gaze from GCI. The sensation of having something dear to oneself coveted and sullied by another was truly unpleasant. Qingyu stepped forward slowly, his expression as gentle as ever, yet now imbued with an unspoken firmness. A quarter of the spiritual veins is something Tao sect cannot accept. The leader of the Bayou Pavilion, successfully drawn in, inquired, "Why not? Does Tao sect truly lack this bit of spiritual veins?" Qingyu smiled slightly. "How could we not lack it? Tao sect occupies a vast area with thousands of disciples. Our cultivation relies entirely on these continuous spiritual veins, and they are barely sufficient," he sighed softly. "To demand a quarter of the spiritual veins from Tao sect is indeed a grievous loss." The leader of the Bayou Pavilion's expression darkened. "If Tao sect cannot afford to part with the spiritual veins, then what do you plan to use to repay the lives of the 40 disciples from my sect?" Upon hearing this, Qingyu, surprisingly, asked with genuine interest, "Why must we repay?" This statement caused the leader of the Bayou Pavilion's eyes to bulge with rage. Is Tao sect seeking to renege on its obligations? With so many witnesses at the grand ceremony, do you intend to make Tao sect the laughingstock of the world? Qingyu replied nonchalantly, "I merely believe that anyone with eyes can discern where the true fault lies." Although he did not use particularly insulting language, his nonchalant demeanor infuriated the leader of the Bayou Pavilion. GCI found amusement in the situation, leaning against Qingju and pointing at the leader, muttering a steady stream of disparaging remarks. Ultimately, even the master of the 9 heavens stepped in. "Enough, at your advanced age, why stoop to quarreling with youngsters? I understand that Bayou Pavilion is in a difficult position. Thus I, the 9 heavens, will grant you several money houses. How does that sound?" The leader of the Bayou Pavilion immediately abandoned his argument with Qingyu and turned to him. "Is that true?" The master of the 9 heavens smiled. "Naturally, we 9 heavens are affluent. A mere few money houses are trivial to us, so consider it a gift." The leader of the Bayou Pavilion, elated, ceased to mind GC's transgressions and jubilantly rushed to seek the master's seal of approval. That green turtle moved with surprising speed, yet GCI felt a growing sense of dissatisfaction. Just like that, they were permitted to take dozens of money houses without consequence? What nonsense! Why should this be allowed? However, since the decision had already been made by the 9 heavens, as a disciple of the Tao sect, he could not overstep his bounds. GCI was agitated, intending to pull Qingju over to greet Elder Qingyu. Before he could approach, however, a powerful pressure blocked his path. GCI froze, struggling to catch his breath. Qingju sensed it too. Her expression shifted as she instinctively shielded GCI behind her. At the same time, Qingyu, sensing something, turned toward the source of the pressure and slightly bowed. "Master Yun." It has been a long time. In the not-so-distant foreground, a young man wielding a whisk stood with an ethereal beauty, his demeanor cold as ice, clad in garments of purest white, strikingly reminiscent of Qingju's attire. GCI cast a curious glance in his direction and suddenly recognized him. It was Yun Shi, the current leader of the Sanqing Tao sect. Chapter 56. Punishment from the moment he appeared. Qingju remained on high alert. He steadfastly shielded GCI behind him, his gaze betraying an unmasked vigilance. GCI found himself momentarily at a loss, his fingers resting lightly on Qingju's shoulder as he gently patted it twice. Then softly called out, Xiao Ju. Though Qin Ju did not respond verbally, he visibly relaxed a fraction at GC's soothing gesture. Yuan Shi stood before them, his expression impassive, yet imbued with a sorrowful divinity. His gaze fell first upon GCI, who was shielded by Qin Jue. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, GCI felt a sudden ache in his head and hurriedly averted his gaze. Oddly enough, it seemed as if Yuan Shi's eyes bore some hidden torment. After diverting his gaze, the headache did indeed lessen considerably. Now standing directly before them, Qin Ju tensed and slowly greeted Yuan Shi. "Is this GCI?" To GC's surprise, instead of inquiring about Qin Ju, Yuan Shi shifted the focus to him. His voice was remarkably clear, reminiscent of meltwater trickling from snow in early spring, causing GC's ears to tingle. Just as he prepared to respond, he felt Qin Ju subtly grasp his arm, applying slight pressure. GCI winced in pain, obediently sealing his lips. Qin Ju remained resolutely positioned before GCI, unyielding, and redirected the conversation. "Why has the sect leader returned so early?" Yuan Shi's lips curled into a faint smile, though it did not reach his eyes. "I heard that Xiao Ju has grown, so I thought to return early to take a look. It is regrettable that the medicinal herbs I previously sought for you seem unnecessary now, given your lively demeanor." Qin Ju lowered his gaze. "Thank you for your concern, sect leader. It seemed that news of Qin Ju's recent rebellious actions had reached Yuan Shi's ears through the elders, prompting his return earlier than in previous years." Although Qin Ju regarded Yuan Shi with disdain, the presence of GCI compelled him to consider matters more carefully. Their exchange meandered through trivial, contentious banter, and GCI observed with growing understanding. If Han Shang, Qing Yu, and Gu Hong were merely minor antagonists, then this Yuan Shi, the sect leader, was undoubtedly the ultimate adversary, formidable and not easily dealt with. As GC's thoughts wandered, Yuan Shi finally grew weary of the back and forth with Qin Ju and addressed the matter at hand. "Speaking of which, GCI is indeed a fine seedling I personally brought back from Daliang, yet I have regrettably lacked the time to mentor him. Decades have passed, and he has matured into an adult. Your attention is entirely focused on Qin Ju. How can you possibly notice him?" GCI silently grumbled in his heart but dutifully replied, "The sect leader is busy with important matters, and the disciple understands." "Is that so?" Yuan Shi's smile vanished as he spoke. "I witnessed today's Shengyuan Grand Ceremony. As a member of the Dao sect, your excessive bloodlust is inappropriate." Taken aback by his words, GCI paused momentarily but maintained his composure. Responding, "Is the sect leader suggesting that I should be punished?" Surprised by GC's calm demeanor, a flicker of astonishment crossed Yuan Shi's eyes before he continued, "That is indeed the case. However, rest assured, I do not intend to place blame on you. This punishment is merely a means to extinguish the bloodlust within you, enabling you to face the Sanqing ancestors in the future." His demeanor was gentle, unlike the aggressive approaches of Gu Hong and Han Shang, giving the impression that he genuinely cared for GCI. Yet GCI remained acutely aware of the underlying motives. If he truly had GC's best interests at heart, he should have simply dismissed the incident from the Shengyuan Grand Ceremony. Those 40-odd individuals were hardly virtuous. Their deaths served to protect the populace. It baffled GCI why a man who had lived for millennia would linger on such trivialities. With disdain in his heart, GCI feigned compliance, stating, "As you say, sect leader, I shall accept the punishment." Yuan Shi regarded him. "Let us commence this now." He surveyed the surroundings. "With so many citizens witnessing the previous match, your transgression is laid bare for all to see. It must be rectified swiftly." GCI pressed his lips together. "But the Shengyuan Grand Ceremony has not yet concluded. I thought, GCI, this is an order." Yuan Shi's tone remained calm yet carried an undeniable chill, sending shivers down one's spine. GCI longed to defend himself further, but then he heard Qing Yu speak up from beside him. "Sect leader Yuan, GCI has not erred. I implore you to reconsider the matter of punishment." Surprised, GCI glanced at Qing Yu. Was he truly speaking up for him? How remarkable. Their eyes met, but Qing Yu merely averted his gaze in silence. Yuan Shi appeared equally taken aback. He regarded Qing Yu with a complex expression. "What do you think, dear brother?" Qing Yu lowered his gaze. "The blame lies solely with Bu Pavilion, and moreover, the Lord of the Nine Heavens has already compensated him. It would be better to let this matter pass." As his words hung in the air, an awkward silence enveloped the venue. After a prolonged moment, Yunsher chuckled softly. GCI was uncertain what amused him, but he sensed that after this laughter, he would likely face dire consequences, as anticipated. Yunsher casually dismissed Qing Yu's suggestion. Brother, you jest. This matter requires no further discussion. With that, he extended his hand toward GCI, palm inward, beckoning him closer. Come here. Damn it, do you think you're calling a dog? GCI inwardly cursed Yunsher, begrudgingly approaching him. Yet barely a few steps in, Qin Ju seized his arm, his dark eyes fixed intently on Yunsher as he spoke in a hushed tone. I too have crossed the threshold of killing. I will share the punishment with my senior brother. Upon hearing this, GCI felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. Not this again. Qing Yu could not contain himself and called out GC's name. Qin Ju remained unresponsive. The atmosphere fell unusually silent. Yunsher chuckled. Of course, when brothers err together, they must share the consequences. He turned away. Come with me, both of you. Qing Yu stepped forward, urgency in his voice. But the Shangyuan Grand Ceremony, their achievements are void. It is merely one grand ceremony. Not participating is no great matter. Yunsher's tone was laced with a smile, yet upon closer inspection, it bore a hint of resignation. It is merely a matter of superficial reputation. With those words, Yunsher, along with GCI and Qin Ju, vanished from sight, leaving Qing Yu standing alone, his posture erect yet his expression grim. In the next instant, GCI found his feet upon the pristine white marble tiles. He recognized this place as the main hall of the Sanqing Dao sect, the usual venue for the elders' discussions. As GCI lifted his gaze, he saw Yunsher, adorned in garments of pure white, seated regally upon a high dais, looking down upon him. According to protocol, he was expected to kneel. However, GCI had no intention of doing so. He had knelt too many times already and was loath to continue this practice. He looked up at Yunsher, his voice clear and resolute. Since the sect leader is determined to punish me, let it commence now. Chapter 57. Ghostly schemes quite spirited, Yunsher remarked coldly, his voice dripping with disdain in the absence of Qin Ju. To be honest, GCI found it perplexing what Yunsher had to be proud of. Was he boasting about being old enough to be Qin Ju's great-grandfather? GCI suppressed his internal musings, lowering his gaze and remaining silent. He thought of Qin Ju. Where's my junior brother? Yunsher chuckled lightly. Xiao Ju is ignorant and has been punished to reflect in solitude on the cliff of contemplation. As for you, I shall personally administer your punishment. GCI replied earnestly. Sect leader, your words are reminiscent of a true villain. The hall fell silent. It was clear that Yunsher did not grasp the meaning of villain. He brushed aside the topic and stated directly, I must admit, I was surprised that Qing Yu would intercede on your behalf. GCI casually replied, Qing Yu is kind-hearted and benevolent. Yunsher closed his eyes briefly. Flattery will get you nowhere. How coincidental, GCI thought. Elder Gu Hong had also remarked on his smooth tongue. The two seemed to share an uncanny rapport. At this moment, GCI merely wished to hasten through the punishment and return home. If possible, he wanted to visit the cliff of contemplation. What if his resilient little white flower junior brother felt frightened while confined alone? Yunsher, seemingly aware of his thoughts, chose to ignore them and continued. Qing Yu is one matter, but I was astounded that Gu Hong also sent word, indirectly advocating for your clemency. This revelation shocked GCI. He inquired, who? Yunsher had a habit of not repeating himself. After a moment of silence, he tossed a letter down to GCI. GCI picked it up and examined it. The content of the letter indeed contained a plea for leniency, yet the signature at the bottom was unmistakably Gu Hong's, which left GCI utterly bewildered. Gu Hong would be so kind-hearted. Impossible. GC's disbelief was evident as he asked, Does the sect leader wish to keep this letter? Yunsher replied, This letter holds no significance for me. Oh. Without hesitation, GCI tore the letter in two and tucked the pieces into his sleeve. There was certainly something amiss. Elder Gu Hong would never advocate for him, as Yunsher bore witness to the unfolding events. He suddenly found himself perplexed by GC's demeanor. Are you not afraid of me? Yunsher inquired. GCI lifted his gaze to meet Yunsher's eyes, only to be overwhelmed by a familiar throbbing pain in his head. Hastily, he averted his gaze and confessed, I am afraid. I fear that if I maintain eye contact with you for too long, my brain might just explode. A flicker of confusion danced in Yunsher's eyes. How could a mere excursion for herbs result in such a transformation? not only in Qinju but also in GC's peculiar behavior. GCI, however, felt no fear towards Yunshi. He had resigned himself to his fate. It seemed that in this world, where everyone revolved around the captivating figure, there was no place for GCI to belong. With a sense of reckless abandon, he resigned himself to whatever fate awaited him. After casting one last glance at him, Yunshi raised his hand, and GCI found himself standing beside his throne. From Yunshi's vantage point, he could only see the young man's long, delicate eyelashes. GCI appeared somewhat out of sorts. After a moment's daze, he raised his head, meeting Yunshi's gaze with his clear eyes, only to lower his head again as if unable to endure it. His pristine neck was revealed, an unspoken invitation. Yunshi felt a twinge of irritation in his teeth and spoke coldly. "Is this how you seduce Qingyu and the others?" Upon hearing this, GCI, already somewhat dazed, became even more bewildered. He furrowed his brow, suspecting that Yunshi might be unwell. Deciding to remain silent, he closed his mouth. Immediately, a cold chuckle echoed above him. A shimmering glass mirror suddenly materialized before GCI. But instead of reflecting his image, it displayed a vivid scarlet HUIN the next instant. A pair of frigid hands seized the nape of GC's neck and hurled him into the depths of the mirror. In that fleeting moment, GCI felt neither panic nor fear. Instead, he couldn't help but curse under his breath at the old rogue. That fool Yunshi had not only grabbed him by the neck, but had also dared to touch him twice. As if he thought GCI hadn't noticed. When GCI regained consciousness, he was immediately met with a blinding crimson expanse. Before him loomed a grotesque head, gaping wide, as if to devour him whole. Maintaining his composure, GCI instinctively checked his waist and was relieved to find his Shalu sword still in place. With a swift motion, he unleashed a wave of it that moment. A young disciple stumbled over, breathlessly announcing, "Master Yun, Senior Brother Qin has arrived." Yunshi's voice was cold and sharp. "Weren't you instructed to stop him?" The young disciple replied in a pitiful tone, "I am of no use. I couldn't hold back Senior Brother Qin." Before the words fell, a tremendous surge of spiritual energy flooded into the Taiji Hall, obliterating all the opulent decorations in its wake. Qinju stepped through the hall's entrance. His countenance was as frigid as ice, his dark, brooding eyes locked onto Yunshi atop the high platform. His voice was grave as he inquired, "Where is GCI?" Yunshi remained silent, observing his agitated disciple below, and suddenly broke into a smile. "Is Xiaoju truly intent on severing ties with your master?" He regarded Qinju with an air of intrigue, his expression unexpectedly gentle. "Does this matter to you?" Qinju stepped forward, his demand clear. "I want GCI." Yunshi, with his long fingers gripping the armrest, rose to his feet, his voice laced with pure bewilderment. "You would turn against your master for an outsider?" Without responding, Qinju's silver blade clattered to the ground as he walked, the sound piercing the silence. He ascended the steps, pressing the blade against Yunshi's neck, his voice cold and filled with unyielding ferocity. "I did not wish to unveil your fade so soon. But you have all forced my hand. Do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." As he pressed the blade downward, a shallow cut marred Yunshi's neck. Qinju's wrist trembled uncontrollably as he rasped, "Where is GCI?" Even with the blade poised at his throat, Yunshi exhibited no sign of fear. Instead, his gaze lingered with interest on the silver blade, a smirk gracing his lips as he replied softly, "You care for him so deeply? Willing to harm your own master?" Qinju's voice was heavy with malice. "You are unworthy of the title master. A hypocritical individual such as you does not deserve such reverence." A flicker of intrigue passed through Yunshi's eyes as he lowered his voice unintentionally. "You know, do you?" Qinju remained silent, pressing the blade lower, its edge slicing through the fragile skin of Yunshi's neck. Blood trickling down his collar. Yet Yunshi appeared impervious to pain, fixating on Qinju for a moment before bursting into laughter, his body shaking as if he had heard something exceedingly amusing. Yunshi grasped the blade, pushing it away, his eyes shimmering with a sickly glow, and shifted the topic. "Would you like to know where GCI has gone?" The crimson hue in Qinju's eyes deepened. With a wave of his hand, Yunshi summoned a crystal mirror, the frost on its surface having vanished unbeknownst to him, revealing a gruesome scene within. Leaning closer to Qinju, he spoke gently. "Isn't it GCI you seek? He is inside, but whether he lives or dies, I cannot say. Chapter 59. Do not look back at midnight. GCI felt the passage of time elude him, the pain of the thunder tribulation serving as the only reminder of his existence. The stench of blood filled his nostrils as silence enveloped the surroundings. Something cold nestled beside him, settling close. The entity radiated an icy aura, devoid of the warmth of life. Such a trait would typically evoke fear, yet oddly, GCI felt a strange sense of comfort in this proximity. As the final bolt of lightning descended, GC's head swam, and he sensed his strength waning. Fortunately, the overwhelming spiritual force within his mind forcibly roused him, revealing a vast expanse of verdant fields. With a sliver of consciousness, he ventured forth, unexpectedly discovering a refreshing sensation. The thunder tribulation had passed, signifying GC's breakthrough to the transformation realm in a daze. He opened his eyes to behold a familiar crimson hue, surrounded by the bodies of small ghosts. The scene grotesquely bloody. Turning his head, he found Ming Yuan slumbering beside him. This thunder tribulation lasted 3 days and nights, during which Ming Yuan had vigilantly guarded GCI, vanquishing countless malevolent spirits that sought to attack during this vulnerable time. It was only when he sensed GC's awakening, the aura of a transformation realm powerhouse emanating from him, causing the remaining evil spirits to flee, that he finally nestled beside GCI and succumbed to slumber. GCI struggled to muster a smile of gratitude as he gathered Ming Yuan into a spatial ring. Supporting himself against the wall, he raised his hand only to discover his garments were missing. Likely incinerated during the thunder tribulation, he now found himself clad only in a pair of makeshift shorts, akin to running naked. His expression inscrutable, GCI felt a twinge of annoyance. It seemed he had an inexplicable affinity for such embarrassing situations. Never mind, he resolved. I must find something to wear. After searching extensively with his sword, he discovered that all the clothing in this place was stained with blood and bits of flesh, exuding a foul odor. He contemplated washing a garment by the river, only to find the water tainted with a noxious liquid as well. GC's face turned green with disgust, and he couldn't help but curse under his breath. In frustration, he seized a lurking malevolent spirit nearby and swiftly dispatched it with his sword, yet it did little to assuage his vexation. Standing at the riverbank for a long while, he sighed, resigning himself to the fact that in this forsaken ghost realm, it mattered little whether he wore clothes or not. The spirits, devoid of humanity, were fixated solely on consuming flesh. Even if he danced naked, it would garner no interest from them. With this thought, GCI felt a sense of relief and continued on his path. Surely, there must be an exit from this ghost realm, and ahead seemed to buzz with activity, perhaps a clue to an escape. The aura of a transformation realm powerhouse radiated from him, compelling ordinary spirits to steer clear, while those who fancied themselves formidable met their end at GC's blade. He single-handedly carved a path through the ghost realm, leaving a trail of defeated spirits in his wake. Even GCI couldn't help but marvel at his own prowess. If only he had been clad in proper attire, he mused, he would have appeared even more striking. Lost in thought, GCI stepped into the heart of the ghost realm, the bustling copper-bone city. He ran his fingers along the stone monument at the city's entrance, noting that even in this den of spirits, the signposts remained intact. It seemed even the ghosts required directions. The city was indeed vibrant, bustling with vendors selling all manner of wares. Here resided high-ranking spirits, literate and capable of speech. Striding through in his bare state, GCI felt a twinge of embarrassment. He sought to purchase clothing, only to find the female ghost proprietor demanding a finger for a mere garment. GCI would not suffer such a loss. Promptly refusing her offer, he had no intention of sacrificing a digit for a piece of clothing. He would remain naked if need be, for the spirits had no interest in his bare form. Despite his resolve, GCI felt a twinge of despair as he scavenged for an abandoned sack, intending to wrap himself within it. Reduced to donning a burlap sack, he felt a profound sense of indignity. With a pinch of his nose, GCI dusted off the sack and wrapped it around his upper body, feeling considerably more at ease. In this city overrun by spirits, he was the sole living soul. The spirits, wary of GC's transformation realm prowess, dared not approach, allowing him a moment's respite. He sought out an inn, desiring a place to rest for the night. The innkeeper, a rotund ghoul, was frantically devouring food. Upon noticing GC's arrival, his gaze greedily fell upon GC's head, licking his lips as he remarked, "You can stay, but your head must remain here." GCI ignored him, smiling instead as he inquired, "Is there anyone in charge of this ghost realm?" The starving ghoul drooled, "This ghost realm is lawless. We do as we please. Here, strength is the only currency." Upon hearing this, GCI nodded thoughtfully, "I understand." He then unsheathed his sword, swiftly severing the ghoul's head. Startled, the spirits nearby lunged at GCI, but he remained unfazed, cleaning the dust from his blade as he murmured, "No one in charge? How delightful." With a swift motion, the handsome youth, still bearing traces of fresh blood, pierced the heads of all spirits that had attacked him. The inn was soon filled with the lifeless bodies of those who dared to confront him. Dragging his sword, GCI made his way to the inn's interior. This had resolved his predicament. The entire establishment was now his. Rubbing his aching temples, GCI recited the heart purification mantra within himself. Here, he had no choice but to slay both man and spirit, yet he must not succumb to the allure of bloodlust, lest his heart falter and he fall into madness, as he journeyed toward his room. GCI encountered a trembling little spirit. He paused, observing the quaking creature as it prostrated itself in fear. GCI, however, paid it no mind. After a moment's scrutiny, he discerned no malice within the spirit and asked, "Can you serve a person?" The little spirit raised its head, stuttering, "I can." "A little dot," GCI commanded. "Fetch me a basin of warm water and a clean set of clothes." Upon hearing those words, the little ghost felt as if a great pardon had been bestowed upon him. He hurriedly complied and dashed outside. Once the little ghost had run far away, GCI let out a sigh of relief. He casually pushed open a guest room door and stepped inside. Intending to sit on the bed, however, recalling the dirt that clung to his body, he hesitated and slowly settled onto the floor instead. Better to sleep on the ground than risk soiling the bed. With this thought in mind, GCI gradually lay back down. Positioned at this angle, he faced away from the bed, and after a brief moment of rest, he felt somewhat uncomfortable and turned over. To his surprise, he found himself staring into a pair of pitch-black eyes. It was the face of a child, calm and still, with a striking contrast between the whites of the eyes and the dark pupils, a sight that was unsettling in its abruptness. GCI froze momentarily, then thought expressionlessly, "Don't turn around at midnight. Horror films do not lie." Chapter 60. A handsome little boy. The two of them locked gazes for what felt like an eternity without any movement. GCI gripped the Jalou sword tightly, waiting for the little ghost to make the first move. Should this little ghost dare to attack him, he would show no mercy under his blade. However, after a prolonged silence, the child beneath the bed remained utterly still. Gradually, GCI calmed himself and reached down to pull the little ghost out from beneath the bed. The moment his hand made contact with the child's skin, GCI was taken aback. To his astonishment, the little ghost's skin was warm to the touch. Leaning closer to check for breath, he was further shocked to discover the child was indeed alive. In an instant, GCI was left bewildered. It turned out there were living beings amidst these ghostly apparitions. With this realization, GCI quickly adjusted his hold on the child, placing him properly on the bed. Throughout this entire encounter, the child remained motionless, not even blinking. Only those deep, dark eyes followed GC's movements with a certain intensity. Truthfully, the sight was somewhat frightening. GCI mused to himself, "Surely this child isn't too frightened to respond?" With that thought, he reached out and pinched the child's cheek. The child's eyes darted, and then he fiercely grabbed GC's arm, baring his teeth in a menacing manner. Seeing this, GCI couldn't help but chuckle, quite fierce. Indeed, he searched around, tore a piece of cloth from the bedding, and wiped the child's dirty face, saying, "Little friend, how did you end up here?" The child recoiled slightly, remaining silent. After a moment of contemplation, GCI answered his own question. "Could it be that old Bai Ding sent you here too? Truly cruel." Once this thought crossed his mind, he felt a sense of certainty. After all, Yun Shi was a more depraved and twisted individual than even Gu Hong. And it seemed like something he would do, cast a 5-year-old child into a ghostly abyss. GCI sighed, reached out to smooth the child's hair, and gently said, "Just wait here for me, and do not make a sound." He then wrapped the bedding around the child and stepped out of the room. As he turned his back, The child on the bed lifted his dark eyes, gazing at him with a contemplative expression. In those depths lay a ferocity and malevolence that no child of that age ought to possess. On the other side, once GCI exited the room, he extended his consciousness outward. A cultivator at the transformation stage could project their awareness quite far, easily enveloping the entire inn. He accurately located the busy little ghost within the inn. The ghost he had instructed to procure clothing and hot water was currently squatting by the well in the backyard. Laboriously drawing water, GCI felt relieved. It hadn't fled, which was a good sign. A few moments later, the little ghost returned, carrying a water jug and a bundle of clothes, hurriedly approaching GCI. Upon seeing him at the entrance, it was startled, trembling as it set down the water basin and clothing before scurrying away. "Wait!" GCI called out lazily. The little ghost halted, returning with a look of despair. GCI tested the water temperature. It was pleasantly warm. Satisfied, he nodded and instructed, "Go fetch another basin of water, and while you're at it, find a garment suitable for a 5-year-old child." The little ghost nodded, somewhat dazed, and GCI thought it was obedient enough. He raised his hand and patted the little ghost's nearly hairless head. The ghost's face turned suspiciously red, and it walked away with slow, reluctant steps. GCI found the situation amusing, bringing the basin of water into the room. He gently lifted the child from the bed, ready to undress him. The child froze for a moment, exclaiming, "Impudent," before beginning to struggle violently. GCI clicked his tongue and admonished, "At such a young age, don't mimic adults. When I tell you to undress, you undress. When I say to bathe, you bathe. There's no need for all this fuss." The child remained obstinate, his face flushed, writhing even more vigorously, growing increasingly annoyed. GCI swiftly removed the child's clothing and delivered a sharp slap to the child's bare bottom. The sound rang out clearly. The child was momentarily stunned, gazing up at GCI in disbelief. Noticing this, GCI smiled and suddenly plunged the child into the water, cheerfully declaring, "So, you want me to be firm, do you? You little rascals just need a lesson." The child glared at him fiercely and retorted, "I'm not a little rascal." GCI glanced at his slender, carrot-like form and teased, "Oh, of course, you're not a child." He playfully patted the child's head, saying, "Little man, can you wash yourself? If you can, do it yourself. Don't think of bothering me. I've never served anyone before." The child maintained a stern expression, beginning to wash himself. GCI sat on the bed with his sword, feeling somewhat fatigued. Days passed in this manner. After the child had cleaned himself, the little ghost knocked on the door, delivering fresh hot water. GCI accepted it, and the little ghost looked up, softly saying, "If you need anything, just let me know." It then closed the door behind it as it left. GCI observed the door it had just closed and realized that even within this ghostly realm, there were benevolent spirits. He unfolded the clothing the child had brought and was surprised to find it was a patchwork skirt. He paused, contemplating whether the child would even be willing to wear it. GCI approached to place the skirt over the child's head, but the child indeed resisted once more, struggling fiercely. Growing weary, GCI delivered another slap to the child's bottom and firmly pressed the skirt onto him. "This is all there is. Either wear it or run around naked." The child pointed at his original clothing on the floor, defiantly saying, "I want to wear that." "It's filthy," GCI replied, adjusting the child's position and stating impassively, "If you keep fussing, I might just slap you again." Faced with this threat, the child finally quieted down, ultimately donning the patchwork skirt with a glum expression. The child was quite fair-skinned, and the skirt suited him surprisingly well. GCI lifted the child like a doll, turning him around before teasing, "What a handsome little boy." The child, with eyes like dark grapes, glared at GCI, filled with an expression that seemed to say, "You will pay for this." GCI found it amusing and asked, "What is your name?" The child, clutching the hem of his skirt, begrudgingly replied, "Ashung." "Very well, Ashung," GCI said, placing the child back on the bed. He then gathered his own change of clothes, preparing to wash up, and turned back to say, "From now on, I will protect you in this ghostly realm. If you wish to leave, I will take you with me." With that, GCI hummed a tune and carried the wooden basin behind the screen to bathe. In truth, GCI was quite pleased to have found a living companion to converse with in this realm filled with spirits. After all, prolonged solitude could lead to complications, and having someone around was rather comforting. With this thought, He examined the clothing the child had found. It was a complete set, with a pristine white inner garment paired with a vibrant red outer robe. Quite lovely indeed, GCI whistled, thinking that the little ghost had quite an eye for aesthetics. Chapter 61. The groom. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye, and all the spirits with any form of cultivation in this ghostly realm became aware of the presence of a transformation stage cultivator. While the transformation stage itself was not particularly rare, what was remarkable was the swordsmanship of this cultivator. It was said that whenever a cold green light flickered, a ghostly head would roll to the ground. And he had even taken over the inn of Manager Lee, claiming the vast establishment as his OWN. In this ghostly realm, the only living person with profound skills was untouchable, leaving others to lament their fate. GCI, however, was oblivious to his newfound notoriety. At that moment, he was holding Ashang's hand, navigating through the ghostly realm in search of an escape. Yet, no matter how hard he tried, he could not step a foot outside this city. GCI even returned to the small path he had entered through, hoping to retrace his steps, but it felt as though an invisible barrier stood before him, preventing any exit from the city. He looked down at Ashang beside him and asked, "Did you also find yourself unable to leave this city after entering?" Ashang, his face still cold, replied, "No, I opened my eyes and was already in that inn." Upon hearing this, GCI raised his eyebrows slightly. Had all past memories been forgotten? How terribly Klitsch. Upon hearing these words, Ashang rolled his eyes, unwilling to engage. For the past half-month, GCI had taken excellent care of Ashang, treating him to delightful meals and drinks, not for any other reason but to have someone to converse with. The little boy had a decent temperament, yet his cowardice was lamentable. Though obedient, he trembled and could hardly stand whenever GCI spoke to him for too long. Thus, GCI could only resign himself to this reality. Yet, this child was quite delightful, capable of running and jumping, often displaying a sour demeanor towards GCI and relishing their playful banter. How splendid indeed! After a moment of reflection, GCI took Ashing's hand and returned to the city, sitting by the window of the inn, gazing at the crimson spectacle below. It was already deep into the night. Yet the streets remained teeming with specters, adorned in red, with skin as white as snow and hair as dark as night. GCI held Ashing in his embrace, pressing his head down to compel him to look, saying, "Behold, the procession of 100 ghosts. Is it not magnificent?" Ashing, with his chubby fingers, grasped GC's sleeve, exclaiming, "Are you out of your mind?" As soon as the words left his lips, GCI burst into laughter. In this eerie place, a touch of madness was perhaps welcome as he spoke. His gaze fell upon a ghost at the pawnshop, raising the last 2 fingers to lift half a human bone. Joyfully beginning to gnaw at it, blood flowed freely as it feasted with unrestrained glee. The wave of irritation surged within GCI, prompting a sigh. "I miss my little junior brother." Ashing lifted his head to look at him. "You can't mention your little junior brother enough. Did he cast a spell on you?" "What nonsense!" GCI chuckled, ruffling Ashing's hair. His eyes lowered. "Why, little junior brother is handsome, kind-hearted, and possesses great cultivation. There isn't a soul in the realm of cultivation who doesn't adore him." Upon hearing this, Ashing felt a twinge of displeasure. "Do you fancy your little junior brother too?" "Of course," GCI replied casually. His nonchalant tone made Ashing realize that GC's notion of affection was vastly different from his own. And thus he fell silent at that moment. A sudden commotion erupted in the street. GC's eyelids flickered slightly. With a wave of his hand, the willow blade at his waist instinctively fell into his palm. He cradled Ashing in one arm while gripping the sword in a posture of vigilance. Peering down, GCI noticed a flower palanquin slowly approaching, surrounded by drumming and ghostly figures draped in red silk. The street alive with festivity, he relaxed, intrigued, and remarked, "This ghostly realm even boasts a ghostly bride." Ashing remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on the palanquin outside the window. GCI observed the spectacle. The matchmaker suddenly emerged from the palanquin, shrieking with a sharp voice, "The groom! The groom is missing!" The surrounding ghosts erupted in laughter. "The groom has fled. He doesn't want his bride anymore." The matchmaker, furious, twisted her pale face, painted with red rouge. "What nonsense! The groom is merely hiding. He is playing hide and seek with my bride." A ghost in the crowd chuckled. "Then pray tell, where has the groom gone?" the street fell abruptly silent. For reasons unknown, GC's heart tightened. He was about to close the window and retreat when he suddenly saw the matchmaker raise her head, spotting the corner of GC's red garment, and screamed, "There! The groom is over there!" The street erupted once more into chaos, filled with screams and laughter, a cacophony both jarring and dissonant. GCI cursed under his breath, immediately hearing the tumultuous footsteps approaching from below the inn. Among them, the matchmaker's piercing voice rang out, "Quickly, catch the groom! Bring him back to Mary. Damn it, who would want to marry a ghost?" The door was flung open by a ghostly figure, and in the same instant, the willow blade flew forth, severing several ghostly heads in one swift stroke. However, the sheer number of ghosts was overwhelming. It seemed as if the entire city was engaged in a game of seeking the groom. They surged into the inn en masse. For every ghost GCI dispatched, 2 more appeared. This could only end in futility. Damn it, did these ghosts lack eyes? How could he possibly resemble that so-called groom? After much contemplation, GCI leapt from the window with Ashing in his arms, forming a hand seal with one hand while rapidly reciting an incantation. Then biting his fingertip to fling a droplet of blood. Break! In an instant, the blood coalesced into flames, swiftly engulfing the entire city, igniting everything in its path, especially the inn. This fire was no ordinary blaze. It could easily incinerate ghosts. The ghost city was consumed by flames, and any specter that came into contact with the fire would ultimately meet their demise. GCI cursed inwardly. I never intended for a citywide massacre. Ashung, his little face as pale as a ghost, felt nauseous. Sensing this, GCI warned, "If you vomit on me, I'll toss you into the flames as well." This was his only outfit. Ashing hurriedly covered his mouth. Striving to suppress any sound, he looked up and saw GC's handsome face illuminated by the crimson glow of the fire, his features appearing even more profound and striking than usual. Ashung turned away. If he were to vomit, he couldn't fathom the strange expression that might grace GC's beautiful face. GCI raised his hand, retrieving the little ghost who had aided them from the flames and cradling it in his arms. Just as he was about to leave, a corner of a bright red curtain appeared amidst the billowing smoke. GCI paused. Was it the flower palanquin? How could it still be intact? Just as he hesitated, the matchmaker emerged, reduced to nothing but a skeleton, fleeing from the inferno. Upon seeing GCI, the skeleton emitted a series of incomprehensible sounds. The noise entered GC's ears, causing a dizzying sensation. He was unsure of what was happening. The sound of bones clattering and a child's heart-wrenching cries filled the air. Yet, GCI did not falter, slowly ascending the palanquin. Inside, it was empty, save for a bridal veil resting on the seat. In a daze, GCI placed the veil upon his head. The groom had become the bride. The matchmaker outside finally ceased her shouting, and the palanquin began to move forward on its own. Beneath the veil, GC's face was ashen, devoid of color, his eyelashes trembling as he silently counted the beats of the drum outside. 1, 2, 3. Chapter 62. The bride GCI was unaware of his condition. He felt as though he were ensnared by an inexplicable force, completely devoid of control over his actions. He could only follow the compulsion to sit in the palanquin, awaiting the decree of fate. This sensation was far from pleasant. A throbbing pain assaulted his head. Cautiously, he extended his hand, encountering a source of warmth. It was Ashung, the 5-year-old child he had rescued, now striving to get closer to him. Realizing this, GCI relaxed slightly. He embraced Ashung, longing to speak, yet no words would come. Thus, he remained silent. GC's hand gripped the willow blade, his consciousness relentlessly battling against the arbitrary restraints binding him. He sensed that the issue lay with the matchmaker outside. The palanquin itself was also problematic. Logically, no ghost could survive the 3 realms true fire of the Tao sect unless the matchmaker possessed extraordinary skills or wielded a life-preserving talisman. Otherwise, there would be no explanation for how she could emerge from the fiery inferno, still traversing the ghostly realm ablaze with the 3 realms true fire. Where was this matchmaker taking him? Surely, it could not be to wed him? GCI lowered his gaze, contemplating his strategy. He had to protect not only himself, but also Ashung and the little ghosts who had assisted them numerous times. With this in mind, GCI exhaled softly, tightening his grip. The immediate priority was to buy time. GC's consciousness was exerting itself to break free from the bindings. Although the effects were minimal, it was not entirely hopeless. He could even feel that each of his efforts was gradually weakening the power of the restraints, as long as he could unravel the bindings before the matchmaker acted against him. GCI could extricate himself from this predicament. Having come to this realization, GCI felt invigorated. Time passed, though he could not discern how long, when the palanquin suddenly came to a halt. A jolt shook GCI, causing Ashung, who was unsteady on his feet, to cling to his leg. Covered by the veil, GCI was unable to see. All was a vibrant red. However, the abrupt stop of the palanquin clearly signified trouble. The atmosphere grew increasingly chilly. The night breeze swept through the window, causing the golden bells on the veil to chime with a crisp sound. Yet in this eerie setting, the sound felt particularly sinister. Soon after, someone grasped his wrist. It was unmistakably not Ashung, whose hand was not this large. This hand was bony, pressing down with an uncomfortable grip, and GCI instantly recognized its owner, the matchmaker. Her voice echoed with an unsettling hollowness. The auspicious time has arrived. Bride and groom stepped down from the palanquin. A cold sweat broke out on GC's back. Where was this groom? Where was this bride? He was utterly unclear about whether he was playing the role of the groom or the bride. GC's throat stirred slightly as he struggled backward with all his might while the old woman urged him forward. The surroundings fell into an immediate hush. Even Ashung ceased to clutch his thigh, likely startled into silence. GCI swallowed hard, then whispered, "Granny, I'm hungry and cannot move." As soon as the words left his lips, he felt a chilling breeze brush against his veil, as though the skeletal head of the old woman loomed before him, with the hollow sockets still capable of exhaling. GC's fingers twitched. Indeed, the old woman's voice echoed almost directly in his ear. "What nonsensical words does the bride speak? You haven't consummated the marriage yet. How can you eat?" Her tone was sharp and frigid, imbued with a hint of malevolence. GCI gritted his teeth. "But I cannot move right now. If I don't eat, I won't be able to descend from the bridal sedan, unless Granny carries me." Another silence enveloped the space. Meanwhile, GCI intensified his mental assault against the bindings. It was close, so very close. He had to hold on. Was he truly out of strength? The old woman's voice lowered ominously. If she deceived the groom, she would face severe punishment in the underworld. GCI swallowed again. "I am truly famished. I haven't eaten anything since I began my preparations this morning." After a long pause, the old woman straightened up. "Very well. Once you've eaten and regained your strength, the bride can descend from the sedan herself, lest you miss the auspicious hour." GCI replied, "Yes." The sound of her footsteps receded, presumably in search of something for him to eat. However, it was evident that in this ghostly realm, there was nothing suitable for human consumption. In recent days, GCI and Ashung had been foraging for wild fruits and hunting in the outskirts of the city. He had to break free from this damned binding before the old woman returned. His mental energy surged within his spirit realm, colliding violently against the restraints, causing a backlash that injured his internal organs. Blood spilling from the corners of GC's lips, the crimson liquid dripped down to his collar, merging with the vibrant fabric, yet caught by Ashung's keen eye. He immediately embraced GCI. "Brother, you're bleeding." "Yes," GCI replied softly. "Sit here. When that skeleton returns, you must hide beneath the chair. Understood?" Ashung nodded tremulously. Once silence reclaimed the space, GCI lifted his hand to wipe away the blood at his lips. In the next moment, a powerful surge of spiritual energy erupted within the spirit realm, shattering the mysterious bindings into disarray. The control of his body gradually returned to GCI. Realizing this, he promptly lifted his veil. Simultaneously, the skeletal old woman entered the bridal sedan, lifting the curtain with a food box in hand. GC's gaze sharpened, and the willow blade responded, piercing straight toward the old woman. Unsatisfied, he unleashed Ming Yuan from the mustard ring. One person, one sword, one corpse, all converging upon the old woman. The skeletal figure creaked as if attempting to raise a hand to block the attack, but under such overwhelming force, it had nowhere to defend or escape. After taking a blow, the old woman turned her head, her hollow eyes locking onto GCI. That familiar sensation of binding returned. GCI shook his head and stepped forward, gripping the willow blade to decisively sever the skeleton's head, commanding Ming Yuan to trample the remains to dust. Only a pile of milky white powder remained. He raised his eyes and surveyed the surroundings, realizing that he was no longer in the ghostly realm but atop a high mountain. Turning back, he saw the bridal sedan hovering eerily in the air. Just as he pondered, Ah Shang and the little ghost tumbled out of the sedan. GCI instinctively embraced them. At that moment, the sky was suddenly rent with a gaping tear, silver light flashing through, followed by the appearance of an exceedingly familiar frost-colored spiritual sword before GC's eyes. He exclaimed in astonishment, "Qinju?" GCI turned to see Qinju kneeling in the distance, sword in hand, blood-soaked robes, disheveled hair, gazing intently at him. Chapter 63. There are no living people in the ghostly realm. What are you doing here? GCI rushed toward Qinju. He helped him to his feet, glancing around. Aren't you under confinement at the reflective cliff? How could Yunshe bear to send you here? Or did you come in on your own? You being reckless again. Before GCI could finish his sentence, Qinju wrapped his arms around him. GC's voice faltered. Qinju looked extremely weary, burying his head in GC's neck, warm breath brushing against GC's collarbone. The young man's form was still not fully matured, and in this posture, he resembled a fledgling seeking the protection of a guardian. Overwhelmed with paternal affection, GCI embraced Qinju tightly. As for Ah Shang and the little ghost, they had already been inadvertently pushed aside by Qinju. Qinju's eyes, as dark as ink, asked hoarsely, "What have you experienced?" "Senior brother?" GCI gently patted Qinju's back. Recalling the events, he replied, "I broke through the ghostly realm, advanced to the transformation stage, and just narrowly escaped being seized by the ghostly bride to marry." At the mention of the last incident, Qinju stiffened. He withdrew from GC's embrace, lowering his gaze to GC's attire. GCI, feeling somewhat awkward, tugged at his clothes. "Is there a problem, senior brother? Are you wearing bridal garments?" Qinju reached out to touch the silk cloth at GC's neck. His hand was icy, sending a shiver through GCI as it grazed his skin. GCI shuddered, hastily grasping Qinju's wrist to pull his hand away. "It's not bridal attire, just a red garment." Upon hearing this, Qinju seemed a tad disappointed. "Is that so?" He lifted his gaze toward the bridal sedan not far away. Suddenly smirking and softly remarked, "Senior brother, do I look like I'm here to abduct a bride?" At this, GCI looked at Qinju, then chuckled softly, teasingly saying, "Who else would come looking so disheveled to abduct a bride? I might as well be the one abducting you." Qinju grasped a strand of GC's hair. If only that were true. His expression turned resolute. "Rest assured, senior brother, I will not allow you to face such perils again." Hearing this, GCI couldn't help but laugh. "Why would I need your protection now? I've already reached the transformation stage," and he sensed the energy in his spirit realm and thoughtfully added, "It seems I am on the verge of another breakthrough." Casting aside those chaotic thoughts, GCI remarked, "By the way, you still haven't answered me. Aren't you supposed to be in confinement at the reflective cliff? How did you end up here?" Qinju closed his eyes briefly. "I fought with Yunshe, I knew it," GCI sighed, pushing Qinju away from him. "You were reckless again. You wouldn't have gotten hurt so severely otherwise." A flicker of bitterness crossed Qinju's eyes. "He aimed to take your life, but I'm still alive, am I not?" GCI retrieved a handkerchief from his pocket, carefully wiping the blood from Qinju's handsome face, which was now revealing its sharp features. Hearing his nonchalant tone, Qinju's voice tinged with grievance. "Why must you say such things, senior brother? Do you not think that your current demeanor is disrespectful of my intentions?" At his words, GCI was taken aback, then helplessly replied, "No, don't overthink it." Qinju pursed his lips and fell silent. Concerned that he might spiral into unwarranted thoughts again, GCI proactively offered an embrace, soothingly saying, "All right, we've finally reunited, and you still want to sulk in front of me? That's rather dull. You have no idea how much I've missed you these past few days." Hearing this, Qinju couldn't help but curl the corner of his lips. "Have you been thinking about me all along?" "Yes," GCI nodded, then glanced at the gaping tear in the sky. "Is that the exit?" Qinju intended to ask more, but once the topic shifted, returning to it felt forced. He suppressed his thoughts and nodded. "Yes, this was the agreement I made with Yunshe before our fight. Let us leave quickly." With that, Qinju began to lead GCI away. GCI was tugged a couple of times before he paused. Wait, there are others. GCI hurriedly shook off Qinju's hand, lifting Ah Sheng into his arms, while the little ghost was drawn into the mustard ring. The young man's movements were cautious, cradling the 5-year-old child as though he were a fragile porcelain doll. Qinju's gaze darkened. Senior brother, who is this? A child I found in the ghostly realm, GCI replied, stepping onto the blade of the willow sword while holding Ah Sheng. The child, shy and reserved, had kept his head down since Qinju's arrival, now buried in GC's chest, silent. The joy of their reunion was overshadowed, and Qinju pressed his lips together. There are no living beings in the ghostly realm. GCI frowned slightly, but Ah Sheng is alive. Perhaps he is merely an illusion, Qinju suggested. Nonsense, GCI patted Ah Sheng's head, then shot a warning look at Qinju. Don't speak carelessly. Children are sensitive and think too much. Although he had never been particularly serious in front of Ah Sheng, now that he had found Ah Sheng, he would take full responsibility. When Qinju saw GCI insist on taking the child outside, he no longer hindered him, though his expression remained rather grim. Two spiritual swords soared into the sky, breaking through the rift. In the next moment, the horizon began to lighten. The ghost realm was perpetually shrouded in dark red hues. And having lingered there for so long, GCI suddenly found himself unaccustomed to the sight of verdant waters and lush mountains. His eyes ached a little, and upon landing, he slowly crouched down. Covering his eyes, damn, this ghost realm is truly no place for a human to dwell. GCI raised his gaze to behold the exquisite scenery of Jingzhou and exhaled a deep breath, as if the long and terrifying days had been nothing but a dream. Yet, the blood-stained clothes on his body served as a grim reminder that it was all too real. But a voice filled with concern came from beside him. Senior brother, are you all right? I'm fine, GCI replied with forced nonchalance. He stood up and suddenly realized an emptiness in his arms, then froze. Where is Ah Sheng? At this, even Qinju furrowed his brows. Weren't you holding him all along? Of course I was. He was just in my arms. How could he just vanish? GC's anxiety mounted, and he even contemplated re-entering the ghost realm to search for him. Qinju hastily blocked his path. Senior brother, don't act rashly. I've told you before, there can be no living beings in the ghost realm, that Ah Sheng is either a spirit or a ghost. Meanwhile, at the back mountain of the Dao sect, amidst a grove of green bamboo, Elder Han Sheng slowly opened his eyes. He sat up from the stone bed, a look of confusion clouding his gaze, as if he recalled something, a dull pain blossoming at his temples. Just then, footsteps echoed from outside the cave. Qingyu, clad in a blue robe, looked at him with concern. What caused you to faint so suddenly? I didn't even have the chance to check on what Master Yun was doing. Do you remember what happened before? Where did your spirit leave your body this time? Was it in the ghost realm? Chapter 64. Why are you alone here in the morning, with a gentle breeze wafting through? GCI felt that he could no longer participate in the grand ceremony. Having missed one round, rejoining would entail a cumbersome process, and he was disinclined to expend energy on it. His sole concern at present was Ah Sheng. Where, indeed, had Ah Sheng gone? GCI changed into a set of dark attire and reclined in a bamboo chair, his expression one of bewilderment. Qinju emerged from the room holding a bowl of porridge, sighed and said, Senior brother, do not overthink it. Upon hearing this, GCI sprang up, feeling vexed, but I cannot simply disregard it. Ah Sheng was found by me in the ghost realm, and I promised to bring him back. How could he suddenly disappear? As soon as the words left his mouth, he noticed Qinju opening his lips. GCI immediately covered his mouth. You must not speak. I am certain Ah Sheng is a living being. The warmth of his palm enveloped Qinju's lips, which he pressed together, brushing against GC's hand. Lowering his gaze, he found it somewhat amusing, replying, Since you insist, I can do nothing about it. GCI fixed him with a steady gaze. Ah, the classic lines of a scoundrel. Qinju looked at GCI, speechless, then reached out to touch GC's forehead. Senior brother, you are becoming increasingly peculiar. After saying this, he handed over the porridge. Have your breakfast first. Don't let yourself go hungry, though. GCI responded, taking the porridge, stirring the mung beans and glutinous rice within, and fell into thought. Ever since leaving the ghost realm, his junior disciple had been significantly gentler and more indulgent towards him. Although Qinju was a few years younger, GCI felt this was an appropriate description. Perhaps he had been frightened by the ordeal in the ghost realm, GCI mused, taking a sip of the porridge. But what did it matter, now that Chinju had become so considerate and domestic? It was GCI who reaped the benefits, with Ashing's situation still unresolved. He realized that brooding over it would yield no progress. Cradling the porcelain bowl in his hands, GCI suddenly had a thought. Quickly finishing the porridge, wiping his mouth with a handkerchief, and then said, "Junior disciple, I'm stepping out for a bit." Upon hearing this, the corners of Chinju's mouth straightened somewhat. His tone was somewhat flat. "Where are you going?" GCI keenly sensed his mood was less than favorable and quickly clarified. "Nowhere in particular, just wandering around the sect." Chinju set down the book he had been reading and repeated the question. "Just wandering around the sect?" "Yes." GCI leapt from the bamboo chair, pinching the boy's cheek. "You? Why are you suddenly concerned for your senior brother?" "Rest assured, I'm merely going for a stroll to get some fresh air." Chinju's cheeks flushed slightly from the pinch, and he lowered his gaze, watching GCI retract his fingers, then looked away stubbornly. "You can get fresh air in the courtyard too, as he said this." GCI was busy tying back his deep blue hair ribbon and found it amusing. "By your logic, those women confined to their grand estates all day would also be considered free, right?" Chinju hesitated, gazing at him, but ultimately remained silent, his lips pouting in a stubborn yet pitiful manner. GCI found this utterly adorable. He swiftly tied his hair into a messy ponytail, then embraced Chinju. Patting his back, Chinju instantly stiffened, not daring to move. GCI observed him leisurely, noticing the boy's ears and neck had turned as red as a ripe fruit, unable to suppress a smile. All right, it was just a trip to the ghost realm. Look at how frightened you are." GCI patiently reassured him. "Your senior brother here slayed all those monsters with my sword and even broke through to the transformation stage. Nothing happened to me." As he spoke, he pinched Chinju's chin, lifting his head to look around. Discovering the boy still had his eyes shut, appearing unwilling to communicate, GCI felt not anger but rather found this version of Chinju more innocent than before, to be far cuter. Softening his tone, he pretended to ponder for a moment before saying, "Actually, I did sustain some injuries." This. Chinju's eyes flew open in alarm. He saw the handsome youth with a slight smile playing on his lips. "Whenever I have a moment to spare, I find myself hugging Ashung and saying how much I miss my dear junior disciple, thinking about how I can't eat or sleep." As the words fell, he noticed Chinju's face turning even redder. "Really?" Chinju asked in a soft voice. GCI raised an eyebrow. "Of course it's true." He released Chinju from his embrace, looking at his flushed face and chuckling. "All right, enough sentimentality. It's time to let your beloved senior brother go out and have some fun, shall we?" Chinju gazed at him, his dark eyes deep and inscrutable, ultimately saying nothing but nodding in acquiescence. Thus, GCI took his sword and merrily slipped away. Chinju watched his departing figure, his gaze lingering for a long while before lowering his eyes. The innocent, shy, bashful, and wronged expression washed away like the tide, leaving only indifference. The youth cradled the porcelain bowl that his senior brother had used, fingertips brushing the spot where GC's lips had touched, feeling a searing heat ignite in that place. Ever since emerging from the ghost realm, Chinju had resolved not to allow his senior brother to fall into such dangerous situations again. From now on, everything his senior brother cherished and held dear would be subjected to his rigorous scrutiny. A sickly obsession and madness flickered in Chinju's eyes before being thoroughly concealed. He returned the porcelain bowl to the kitchen and took up his sword to practice. Ai wandered aimlessly within the Tao sect. Truth be told, he felt somewhat at a loss on how to face this sect that had raised him. Yunshe, as the sect leader, had sought to end his life, and that relationship alone was enough to render GCI uncomfortable. Since emerging from the ghost realm, he had not attended classes at the Mountain Sea Hall for several days. Although Chinju reassured him that it was of no consequence, GCI still felt uneasy. Should he leave the sect without a second thought? After all, he had already mastered the techniques and swordplay of the Sanqing Dao sect, and there was no need to remain here any longer. His mother country, the Daliang dynasty, was waiting for him, and he could explore it alongside Chinju. Wait, would Chinju be willing to leave the Sanqing Dao sect with him? Just as GCI was mulling this over, he suddenly heard the faint sound of footsteps behind him. GCI turned in surprise. The figure before him wore a moon-white long robe and stood 5 paces away. It was Elder Han Sheng. GCI pressed his lips together, recalling that not long ago, he had been punished by the elder alongside Qin Ju to kneel, and thus he bowed respectfully. Disciple greets Elder Han Shang. Han Shang remained silent, his gaze fixed upon GC's face. He had looked down upon this face countless times before, each time struck by its beauty, and now, upon seeing it again, he found GCI even more captivating. Han Shang averted his gaze, his tone indifferent. What brings you here all alone? Chapter 65. What a calamity hearing this. GCI felt a complexity of emotions. I am not alone here. Unless, of course. You mean a half-person is here? Han Shang is deliberately trying to make things difficult for him. Isn't he? GCI takes a deep breath, a smile gracing his face as he empathetically states. I merely came to appreciate the scenery. If Elder Han Shang does not wish to see his disciple, I shall take my leave. With that, he attempts to depart. Han Shang pauses momentarily, seemingly taken aback by the turn of events. His brows furrow slightly as he speaks in a low voice. Wait, as his words resonate. GCI halts once more, turning around with a polite yet distant inquiry. Does Elder have any further matters to discuss? He presents himself with a demeanor entirely befitting a common disciple of the Tao sect encountering an elder, composed and solemn, yet devoid of admiration or intimacy. It is evident that he was not this way just moments ago. Han Shang's irritation intensifies, his gaze fixating on GCI as he slowly approaches. Upon sensing the elder's movement, GCI experiences a fleeting moment of shock, instinctively retreating 2 steps. The elders of the Tao sect are notoriously unpredictable. Who knows what astonishing actions they might take? GCI speaks earnestly. Elder Han Shang, have I erred once again? At his words, Han Shang halts. What? GCI raises his eyes, his phoenix-like gaze earnest as he reiterates. Elder Han Shang, have you come today to punish your disciple? Han Shang's lips tighten. Why would you think that? Why even ask? GC's expression reflects his vexation. If the elder did not believe he had committed a transgression and had come specifically to address him, then what other purpose could there be? Surely, it cannot be a mere attempt to rekindle old ties. The mere thought of such a scenario sends a shiver down GC's spine. Noticing GC's silence, Han Shang's expression darkens further, his voice cold and low. Is this how you perceive me? Sensing his impending anger, GCI instinctively recalls his previous punishments, his knees aching at the memory, and he quickly denies. Of course not. Then how do you view me? GCI hesitates. Does perverted count? Why must he articulate this? Surely, Elder Han Shang cannot genuinely believe he holds a favorable image in GC's mind. GCI licks his lips, ultimately offering a respectful yet formal response. Naturally, you are the esteemed elder of the Tao sect, renowned for your noble character. Ha! Aside from the title of esteemed elder, the preceding descriptors are mere fabrications. Surprisingly, upon hearing this, Han Shang appears dissatisfied. He scrutinizes GC's expression, remaining silent. After a lengthy pause, he slowly inquires, and what do you think of Qingyu? At this, GCI falters. Qingyu. He glances at Han Shang with cautious curiosity. Why bring up Qingyu? While not a paragon of virtue, compared to Han Shang, Gu Hong, and Yun Shi, Qingyu is relatively acceptable. GCI does not particularly dislike him. He replies honestly, Elder Qingyu is a good person. Indeed, this response earns full marks. Yet, Han Shang remains unresponsive. GCI grows increasingly impatient, thinking, what is this mute doing, wasting my time? Just as he is about to speak again, Han Shang suddenly grasps his hand. GCI. Instinctively, he begins to struggle, but Han Shang's grip is formidable. No amount of resistance proves effective. Just as GCI contemplates using his spiritual power to escape, fearing the elder might break his fingers, he suddenly feels a chill at his wrist. With a chime, GCI furrows his brow, noticing Han Shang slipping a jade bracelet onto his wrist. It is a brilliant green, exquisite in quality. He turns to Han Shang, hesitantly asking, what is this? Han Shang avoids his gaze, an apology gift. Upon hearing this, GCI is momentarily stunned. For me, an apology? Han Shang purses his lips before nodding. This. GCI is utterly bewildered. Why would Han Shang apologize to him? Surely, it cannot be a sudden pang of conscience for having treated him harshly before, seeking to make amends. Absolutely not. A sense of unease washes over GCI. Could this be a ruse? Perhaps a slap followed by a sweet date, only for Han Shang to knock him unconscious once he lowers his guard. As GC's mind races, the expression on his face reveals his thoughts. Han Shang, noticing this, closes his eyes and sternly admonishes, "Stop overthinking, GCI." Oh. Gazing at the jade bracelet on his wrist, he finds it increasingly displeasing. "Elder Han Shang, if there is nothing further, I shall take my leave." This time, Han Shang does not impede him. However, GCI can feel the elder's gaze lingering on him, sending shivers down his spine. He quickens his pace, hastily departing. Han Shang stands still, resembling a lifeless puppet, his fingers unconsciously fiddling as if reminiscing. Once away from Han Shang, GCI feels the air grow fresh again. He glances at the jade bracelet on his wrist, finding it more irksome by the moment. Just as he contemplates removing it, a sudden chill envelopes him. Turning his head, he finds himself staring at Yunshi, a figure that causes a shudder of cold sweat to break over him. He abandons thoughts of the bracelet and steps back, bowing in greeting. "Master Yun." Before him stands Yunshi, hair cascading loosely, clad in white robes, the hem stained with dark red. Perhaps blood. A smile dances on his lips. His gaze towards GCI filled with intrigue. Noticing GC's wary demeanor, he raises an eyebrow. "What, are you frightened of me?" Hearing this, GCI forces a smile, albeit it is strained. "Not at all. I hold Master Yun in the utmost esteem." What a lie! Han Shang and the others are mere peculiarities, but Yunshi is a superlative oddity. He had been thrust into the abyss of ghosts. And before being cast in, Yunshi had even dared to touch him. How utterly revolting! Yet Yunshi seems oblivious to GC's discomfort. He leans in closer, playfully caressing GC's cheek, his voice brimming with enthusiasm. "You seem to have grown more beautiful, or is it merely my illusion?" GCI. "It must be the latter." Yunshi ponders for a moment before decisively stating, "No, you have indeed become more beautiful. Let me guess, did you break through to the transformation stage in the abyss of ghosts?" With the mention of the abyss, GC's expression darkens considerably. He raises a hand to brush Yunshi's hand away. Stepping back once more, "I apologize for disturbing you, Master. I shall take my leave." Just as he turns to exit, he is suddenly yanked back. The whirl of motion leaves GCI feeling weightless, his back sinking into the softness of a quilt. His hair, hastily styled, cascades down as he struggles to comprehend the situation, bewildered as he gazes up to find Yunshi watching him with a smile, his eyes filled with a predatory interest. Meeting GC's gaze, Yunshi raises an eyebrow with playful mischief, pressing down on GC's throat. "Scream, and even if you shout until your throat is raw, no one will come to your aid." GCI, what is wrong with this person? Chapter 66. Confrontation. It becomes evident that Yunshi indeed has issues, and they appear to be quite severe. GCI attempts to push him off, but the elder remains steadfast, like an immovable rock. No amount of effort proves fruitful. In his frustration, GCI considers biting him, but as he struggles, he catches a glimpse into Yunshi's deep, alluring eyes, revealing an unmistakable hint of desire. Fearing the consequences, GCI finally manages to regain his composure. "Master Yun, what are your intentions?" Yunshi leans over him, idly toying with GC's disheveled hair. The dark, silky strands entwine around Yunshi's long fingers, creating an intimate scene. GCI turns his head to escape the elder's breath, realizing he is currently in Yunshi's inner chamber. The walls are adorned with a colossal luminous pearl, and the air is perfumed with the fragrance of sandalwood from the incense burning in the nearby stove. At this moment, the master of the inner chamber, the leader of the Tao sect, Yunshi, is sprawled over GCI. GCI is struck with alarm. How old is Yunshi? Surely over 1,000 years. It is an absurdity for someone of his age to pursue someone so young. GCI, barely 20, is in the prime of his youth. How can he be sullied by Yunshi? Realizing the situation, GCI musters his strength to shove Yunshi aside, his face flushed with agitation. "Master, please conduct yourself with propriety." Yunshi regards him with a leisurely gaze, his eyes dripping with desire. "I merely find you rather intriguing." GCI watches him warily, remaining silent. His appearance is undeniably captivating. With his strikingly handsome features, he now bears a flush in his eyes and his lips pressed in humiliation. Yun Sure observes this and suddenly feels more exhilarated than when gazing upon Qinju. Contemplating this, he smirks, "I never expected you to return alive. The abyss of ghosts is perilous. Those who enter rarely return. You went in, broke through to the transformation stage, and yet you emerged unscathed." Yun Shure's tone carries a hint of disbelief as he reaches out to caress GC's face. But before contact is made, GCI slaps his hand away. GCI feels an overwhelming sense of dread. What is this absurdity? If he wants him dead, why not be straightforward? Why bind him to the bed and impose such a situation? He is a straight man, utterly unwavering. Upon this realization, GCI felt an overwhelming surge of anger. He cast a cold, indifferent gaze upon Yun, stating, "Master Yun, let the ghostly ordeal be deemed a punishment you have imposed upon me. Once this punishment has been served, I shall have no further association with that matter. There is no need for you to persistently pursue me, lest you lose your grace." In response, Yun chuckled lightly. "How could that be? I find you quite intriguing." The man's gaze lingered on the faint blemish on GC's nose, his eyes sparkling slightly. "At such a tender age, you have already attained the realm of transformation. You are indeed a paragon among the younger generation of the cultivation world. It is a pity you did not attend the grand ceremony. Otherwise, your reputation would surely have soared." Hearing this, GCI felt an absurd mix of anger and amusement. Was it not due to this very individual that he had missed the grand ceremony? How dare he bring it up? GCI fell silent, curious to see what further pearls of wisdom might emerge from this dog's mouth. Yun's gaze softened as he playfully tousled GC's hair, his voice deep and mellifluous. "Would you care to join me, little CI? I could personally instruct you." The final phrase was deliberately drawn out. Imbued with an air of tantalizing intrigue, GCI felt a tingle of irritation at the suggestion. His lips parted before he managed to stammer, "Master Yun, do you have a cello stuck in your throat?" Yun appeared momentarily perplexed. "What? Nothing," GCI replied curtly, clearing his throat. Observing that Yun had relaxed somewhat, he cautiously sat up from the bed and said, "Master Yun, I appreciate your goodwill, but I have made up my mind to leave the sect soon and travel the world. It would be best not to waste any more of your time on me." As his words fell, an uneasy silence enveloped the chamber, the surrounding air seeming to thicken. Yun's voice carried a hint of menace. "You wish to leave the sect?" "Indeed," GCI answered, rising from the bed, clutching a deep blue ribbon tightly in his palm. His expression was earnest. "The sect rules state that once a disciple reaches the transformation realm, they may depart to seek their own path. Therefore, my intention to leave is entirely justified. In truth, had his situation within the sect remained as it once was, he might not have been so eager to depart." However, both Yun and Han Shang had given him an unsettling impression that he could not quite articulate, yet it left him feeling distinctly uncomfortable. He sensed that remaining within the Dao sect would likely lead to a fate even worse than before. As anticipated, the smile had vanished from Yun's face. His gaze remained fixed on GC's visage, unabashedly bold. GCI met his scrutiny with composure, and for a time, neither spoke. After what felt like an eternity, Yun slowly inquired, "Have you not found your time within the Dao sect to be satisfactory?" He lifted his gaze. "You must understand, there is perhaps no place more suited for cultivation than the Dao sect. Do you truly wish to stagnate at the transformation realm your entire life?" GCI found some merit in Yun's words, yet it was only a fraction of the truth. For him, escaping this den of peculiarities with his junior brother was far more pressing than mere cultivation. His confrontation with Yun today solidified his resolve to leave. GCI lowered his gaze. "Master, my decision to depart is resolute." As his words echoed in the chamber, the atmosphere plummeted to an icy stillness. Yun's gaze lightly settled upon GCI, and for reasons unknown, GCI felt a chill run down his spine. He discreetly gripped the hilt of the willow's sword at his waist, contemplating his next move. If Yun were to make an aggressive move against him, he would not hesitate to retaliate with his sword. Just as these thoughts crossed his mind, a voice from outside interrupted, "Master Yun, Elder Qingyu seeks an audience." This diversion caused the tension in the chamber to dissipate. Elder Qingyu had arrived. The thought eased GC's tension, and he gradually relaxed his grip on the sword hilt. He looked at Yun, bowing politely. "Since Elder Qingyu has come to discuss matters, I shall take my leave." Without awaiting Yun's response, he promptly turned to exit the hall. Behind him, Yun's voice rang out, cold and stern. GCI, should I disagree? No matter your abilities, you shall not leave the Sanqing Dao sect. GCI paused for a moment, yet remained silent as he continued toward the door. As he crossed the threshold, he collided directly with Qingyu. Upon seeing him, a flicker of surprise crossed Qingyu's eyes, and he hurriedly called out, GCI, halt! Feigning ignorance, GCI continued walking. Qingyu glanced back at the hall, deliberated for a moment, and ultimately pursued GCI outside. The young attendant, who had witnessed the entire exchange, looked on in astonishment, casting a panicked glance at Yun. Master Yun, Elder Qingyu. Enough. You may leave, Yun interrupted, his tone brooking no argument. As the attendant fell silent and exited. Yun's hand lit a lantern, casting a warm glow upon his striking features, yet there was an inexplicable chill in the air. His voice was hoarse, laced with an unsettling thrill. GCI, how fascinating. Chapter 67. Elder Brother. Do not be angry. Having narrowly escaped Yun's clutches, GCI felt an overwhelming sense of relief wash over him. Even the air seemed fresher. He had seemingly encountered Elder Qingyu upon his exit, but that was of little consequence. What mattered was that he needed to return and discuss his departure plans with his junior brother. However, before he had taken more than a few steps, Elder Qingyu hurriedly grasped his arm. GCI halted momentarily, a smile curving his lips as he turned, feigning surprise. Elder Qingyu? Weren't you meant to discuss matters with the master? Why are you here now? Today seemed to have stirred the nest of elders. Why was everyone converging upon him? GCI felt weary, yet he maintained his smile. Qingyu lowered his gaze, gradually releasing GC's arm. I heard you recently ventured into the ghostly ordeal? At this, GCI nodded. Indeed, it was a punishment imposed by the master. As a disciple, I dared not defy it. Upon hearing this, Qingyu's eyes clouded with a hint of regret. If only I had been able to persuade him further at that time. Let us not dwell on that. Little CI, are you injured? He reached out, intending to examine GC's condition. GCI quickly recoiled, blocking Qingyu's hand. Thank you for your concern, Elder, but I have nearly recovered. His gaze fell on Qingyu's halted hand before casually diverting his attention. Elder Qingyu, your visit must pertain to more than just my injuries, no? As he spoke, he noticed Qingyu's demeanor shift, a hint of avoidance in his expression. Such subtleties did not escape GC's keen perception, and he internally scoffed, men. After a brief pause, Qingyu hesitantly began. It is this. Little CI, did you happen to see a child, perhaps 5 or 6 years of age, during your time in the ghostly ordeal? Startled, GCI blinked, stepping closer. What child? Please clarify. Seeing his eagerness, Qingyu's lips curled slightly. He cleared his throat. A rather handsome young boy, somewhat aloof, dressed in tattered clothing. GC's heart raced at the description. It bore a striking resemblance to Ashang. Did Qingyu know him? He was uncertain. Furrowing his brow, GCI asked warily, what prompted this sudden inquiry, Elder? At his words, Qingyu's eyes flickered. My nephew suffered greatly recently. His soul was drawn into the ghostly ordeal. He awoke just yesterday, insisting on finding his brother. GC's heart leaped with excitement. Yet he was perplexed. Elder Qingyu, you have a nephew? Of course, Qingyu replied with a smile. I deduce that the brother he speaks of must be you. Hence my visit. GCI proceeded to inquire further, asking about their shared experiences in the ghostly ordeal. Qingyu answered with remarkable accuracy regarding their encounters, from battling tigers to gathering fruits. With a resolution forming in his heart, GCI smiled gently. Since Ashang is your nephew, I can rest assured. With you to look after him, he will be in good hands. I shall take my leave now. With that, he bowed respectfully and turned to depart. Qingyu seemed poised to say more, but his lips parted and closed without a word. After a considerable pause, a calm voice followed. GCI, Ashang has quite an admirable name. Han Shang regarded him with a frosty gaze. Flattery. 2 individuals stood still, ensconced in silence. Within the Taoist sect, it seemed as though some subtle transformation had quietly taken place, yet none could articulate the reasons behind it. After evading a few elders and Yun Shi, GCI hastened towards home atop the Zhiliu sword. He counted on his fingers. Yun Shi, along with Han Shang and Qingyu, comprised the 4 most influential figures within the sect, and with the exception of Gu Hong. He had encountered them all today. Their demeanor had been inexplicably peculiar. A sense of trepidation fluttered within GCI, for he was acutely aware that with his current level of cultivation, he was utterly incapable of contending with them. As for Ashang, he could not shake the feeling that something was amiss. In any case, it would be prudent to sever ties with those individuals as soon as possible. With this thought, he arrived at his junior disciple's courtyard. Since Qinju's awakening and GCI taking on the responsibility of caring for him, he had not returned to his own quarters. Upon entering, GCI chanced upon Qinju busily attending to the stove. He paused momentarily, then approached, saying, "You were cooking when I left. How is it that upon my return, you are still at it?" Qinju added another handful of firewood to the stove, preparing to respond. But as GCI leaned closer, his expression shifted. The youth tossed aside the firewood and grasped GC's hand. Feeling it, GCI, somewhat bewildered, swallowed the words he intended to say. "Junior disciple." Qinju did not reply but pulled him closer. Lowering his head to inhale the scent of GC's hair and neck, a shadow clouded the youth's eyes as he spoke in a husky voice. "Senior brother, you smell quite foul," GCI retorted. "Can you not speak?" "Qinju, do not presume that my affection for you grants you the liberty to act as you please." Before he could finish, Qinju interrupted, "You went to Yunshi's palace." This was not a question. GC's admonitions faltered instantly. He stood there, momentarily stunned, then raised his arm to sniff, perplexed. "Do you have a dog's nose?" Qinju remained silent, his gaze icy, his tone laced with fury. "Why did you seek him out?" Realizing that his junior's emotions were askew, GCI hastily raised his hands in defense. "This is a misunderstanding. I was taken by him." Speaking thus, GCI flashed a conciliatory smile at Qinju, adding, "Yunshi insisted on dragging me along. How could I possibly resist him?" Qinju's voice was as cold as jade. "Yet you still shared his bed," GCI exclaimed. "Damn it, this wretched sense of betrayal." He banished the troubling thoughts from his mind and sincerely vowed, "Junior disciple, my heart has always belonged solely to you. This sentiment is as eternal as the heavens and earth. Should mountains crumble and the heavens unite, I would still dare to sever ties with you." As GCI continued, he became increasingly engrossed, unleashing a torrent of overly sentimental declarations. Qinju's brow twitched. He raised a hand to cover GC's mouth, his voice low and grave. "Do not jest." GCI fell silent, his eyes sparkling with mirth, watching Qinju with keen interest, as though he were the only person in the world. Startled, Qinju averted his gaze. Returning to his task at the stove, GCI observed him tending to the firewood. He recalled Qinju's earlier gesture and suddenly realized something was amiss. "Wait, have you washed your hands?" Qinju paused momentarily before casually replying, "Senior brother, you should wait outside. The lotus leaf chicken will be ready soon." GCI, irate, retorted, "Do not change the subject." "Wait, lotus leaf chicken?" Qinju retrieved the nearly cooked dish from the stove, a graceful smile adorning his face. "Indeed, I specially prepared it for you, senior brother. Do not be angry." Chapter 68. You may capture zombies, but to observe a zombie bathing? Regarding the matter of leaving the sect, GCI found a moment to confer with Qinju. Qinju's movements in polishing his sword halted. He regarded GCI with a somewhat profound gaze. "Leave the sect? Senior brother, why do you harbor such thoughts?" GCI fiddled with a stray blade of grass beside him, responding, "Well, because I do not feel particularly comfortable here. To be blunt, it was due to the fact that many of the elders here are quite perverse, causing him a sense of physiological discomfort, particularly that Yunshi, who had been finding various excuses to encroach upon his space, touching him inappropriately. GCI was thoroughly vexed. Eventually, he chose to remain in his junior disciple's courtyard. Avoiding the outside world altogether, those elders perhaps refrained from appearing before GCI, likely out of consideration for his junior. Nevertheless, GCI still felt a gnawing unease. He sensed that events were spiraling beyond his control. In truth, GCI was not alone in this sentiment. Qinju shared his concerns. Observing the troubled expression of his senior brother, Qinju's eyes softened slightly. "Senior brother, the matter of leaving the sect is not urgent. When the time comes, I will accompany you." Hearing this, GCI felt a measure of relief. They exchanged a few more casual words before GCI made his way to the courtyard. Checking the time, it should now be the conclusion of the Shangyuan Grand Ceremony. GCI mused that he could consider himself somewhat of a genius. Had it not been for so many unforeseen circumstances, he might have emerged from the ceremony with great renown. Alas, it seemed fate had conspired against him, presenting him with an array of challenges. Sighing, he pondered whether he ought to curse the heavens for being a tormentor. As GCI lost himself in thought, his hand instinctively brushed against the mustard seed ring. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He quickly released Ming Yuan from confinement. The large zombie, having been trapped within the mustard seed ring for an extended period, appeared momentarily dazed upon release. Its pale, bluish eyes fixed upon GCI for a moment before emitting a faint hissing sound from its throat. Recalling how Ming Yuan had vigilantly guarded him in the ghostly labyrinth, GCI felt a surge of compassion. Thus, he resolved to perform an exceedingly meaningful act for Ming Yuan. GCI patted Ming Yuan's shoulder, and amidst the latter's puzzled gaze, he solemnly declared, "Ming Yuan, wait here. I shall treat you splendidly." Having said that, GCI hurried to fetch hot water, dragging out a large wooden basin, adding soap pods, ensuring the water was at the perfect temperature, and then beckoned Ming Yuan over. "Ming Yuan, come, it's bath time." In a moment of reverie, GCI seemed to see the once dull eyes of the zombie begin to gleam with light. GCI thought to himself, indeed, Ming Yuan is a zombie who loves cleanliness. Ming Yuan's dry hand grasped GC's sleeve, hissing something from its throat. Although GCI could not comprehend the words, it did not hinder his understanding of its intent. GCI reassured it. "Do not worry. I have prepared clothes for you. Once you finish bathing, I will ensure you are dressed to the nines." Upon hearing this, Ming Yuan was immensely satisfied. It ushered GCI into the room, disallowing him to watch, and began to undress for its bath. As GCI entered the room, he collided with Qin Zhu. Seeing him about to leave, GCI quickly grasped his arm. "Junior disciple." "Do not." Qin Zhu halted, puzzled. "Why not?" "There is someone bathing outside. They are quite shy and will be mortified if you go in." GCI spoke earnestly, yet Qin Zhu fell silent. After a long pause, he finally inquired, "Why would there be someone bathing in our courtyard?" GCI regarded him, explaining seriously, "It's Ming Yuan." Qin Zhu furrowed his brow slightly and asked, "Who is Ming Yuan?" GCI widened his eyes in disbelief. "How could you not remember Ming Yuan?" Qin Zhu's tone was cold. "Should I know him? Is he yet another kind-hearted person you met outside?" The youth's lips were pressed tightly, his dark eyes deep as ink, betraying no sign of recognition. GCI frowned. "Your memory is truly poor," and no sooner had he spoken than Qin Zhu, disregarding GC's attempts to stop him, strode into the courtyard. GCI was taken aback, quickly pulling him back. "Wait." Qin Zhu grasped GC's hand, dragging him along. He was determined to discover who possessed the audacity to intrude silently and bathe in their home. Qin Zhu's demeanor was frigid as he approached the courtyard, where he beheld Ming Yuan, pale and bluish, scrubbing its body. Its fangs protruded, and its nails were sharp. Having been dead for so long, flesh continued to peel away upon contact with water. Just then, Ming Yuan froze mid-scrub, locking eyes with Qin Zhu from afar. Qin Zhu inhaled sharply, preparing to speak, but GC's teasing voice echoed from behind. "Peeking at a zombie bathing, junior disciple. How could you be this kind of person?" Qin Zhu's brow twitched. "Be quiet." However, GCI was too engrossed in the spectacle to remember that Ming Yuan harbored an intense disdain for Qin Zhu. Once it recognized the latter, Ming Yuan immediately began to howl at him. Its gaze was vicious, and its nails seemed to lengthen ominously. GCI realized the precariousness of the situation and hurriedly concealed Qin Zhu behind himself. Ming Yuan, who had nearly lunged forward to attack, suddenly halted, its voice hoarse and displeased as it glared at GCI, issuing unintelligible hisses. Recalling how Ming Yuan had risked its life to protect him in the ghostly labyrinth, GCI found it difficult to be stern. Merely urging, "Enough. Did you not want to bathe? If we delay any longer, the water will grow cold." Upon hearing those words, Ming Yuan's body stiffened, his pale lips tightly pressed together as if caught in a moment of hesitation. Ultimately, after much deliberation, he concluded that taking a bath was of greater importance. With a threatening hiss directed at Qin Zhu, who stood behind GCI, he plunged himself entirely into the bathing tub. Qin Zhu remained expressionless, his gaze dripping with disdain. He averted his eyes, planning to dispose of the tub once Ming Yuan had finished his bath. GCI turned to look at him, a perplexed expression on his face. How strange. Why doesn't Team Mingyuan like you? Although they had clashed and even fought during their first encounter, GCI had explained that Qinju meant no harm and was only trying to enlighten him. Yet, every time GCI mentioned this, Mingyuan would crouch down, covering his ears as if to block out the words, and sometimes, if pressed too much, he would emit an impatient grumble from his throat. Qinju's expression grew melancholic as he idly toyed with GC's fingers, remarking, "I don't know. Perhaps it's because I'm not likable." GCI furrowed his brows in concern, his heart aching. "What nonsense are you spouting? How could you possibly?" Before he could finish, a familiar scream echoed from above. Tang Ziqing lay sprawled across the courtyard wall, his face a mask of terror as he beheld Mingyuan bathing. Then shifted his gaze to GCI and Qinju, incredulous. "You guys are catching a zombie, and yet you're watching it bathe?" GC's temples throbbed. "Are you looking for a beating, or what?" Chapter 69. Let the junior brother handle this in the end. Tang Ziqing was knocked off the wall by a brick thrown by GCI. Teetering precariously, he lost his balance after taking a blow to both his arms and legs, plummeting to the ground with an astonishing crash that made one wonder if his bones had shattered. Fortunately, Tang Ziqing was tough-skinned, and after the fall, he suffered no serious injuries, limping over to GCI and sitting down. He still looked somewhat dazed. "So why exactly did you want to watch a zombie bathe?" GCI thought the boy was simply asking for a beating, feeling an urge to curse him out, but ultimately restrained himself. After much contemplation, GCI decided to shift the blame onto Qinju. "He insisted on watching, and I couldn't stop him, so I stood in front of him." Behind them, Qinju slowly formed a question mark. His voice was dry, disbelief evident. "Senior brother?" GCI replied amiably, "Senior brother is here." After saying this, he chose to ignore it, instead taking Tang Ziqing inside to avoid disturbing the corpse's bath. Qinju lingered for a moment, gazing at Mingyuan with inscrutable intent before following them into. GCI poured a cup of hot tea for Tang Ziqing and inquired, "So, what brings you here all of a sudden?" Cradling the warm cup in his hands, Tang Ziqing took a sip, his mood lightening slightly as he said, "I heard that the Dao sect's leader punished you, and I was a bit worried. So I came to check on you." Upon hearing this, GCI raised an eyebrow. "Well, thank you for your concern, but I was already punished by the time you decided to visit." Tang Ziqing coughed a couple of times. "That's because I was busy attending the Shengyuan Grand Ceremony. I simply didn't have the time to come see you. GCI replied noncommittally, then asked, "So, did you win first place at this year's Shengyuan Grand Ceremony?" Tang Ziqing lifted his chin slightly, exuding pride. "Naturally." Then, as if recalling something, he added, "By the way, after you were taken by the Dao sect's leader, that person who doesn't like to wear clothes came looking for me." GCI took a couple of seconds to remember who the unclothed individual was. "Oh, Wei Qi." He rested his fingers on the edge of his cup, speaking slowly. "What did he want from you?" "He first asked where you went, then told me to give you this." As he spoke, Tang Ziqing pulled a token from his sleeve and placed it before GCI. GCI took it, examining it and realizing it appeared to be a pass for the Pingqiang sect. The cool, white jade felt smooth and delicate to the touch. GCI looked at it for a moment. "Does he want me to go to the Pingqiang sect?" He paused, then continued, "Why should I go to the Pingqiang sect? Does that kid think I'm someone he can just summon with a token?" GCI weighed the token in his hand, a spark of inspiration striking him as he poked Tang Ziqing's arm. "Is this material good?" Qinju glanced down at it. "It's acceptable." GC's eyes lit up. "Can it be sold?" Qinju. After a moment of silence, he replied, "Senior brother, if you need money, my purse is at your disposal." Upon hearing this, Tang Ziqing fell silent. What kind of relationship did these two have that GCI would be entrusted with Qinju's purse? GCI felt no sense of awkwardness, saying, "I don't need money, but this token is a burden in my hand. I want to sell it." This was the truth. The token was rather large, about the size of 1.5 palms, and it was inconvenient to put anywhere. Qinju sighed. Such items with clear identifiers cannot be sold. Hearing this, GCI looked at the token with even more disdain. "Then what use is it?" Saying this, he pushed the token back towards Tang Ziqing. "You take it. I don't need this." Tang Ziqing looked at the token, shaking his head. "I don't need it either." Fearing GCI would push it onto him, he quickly leaned back. "This thing is for you. I can't take it." Tang Ziqing still remembered the way Wei Qi had given him the token, his face smiling yet his expression eerily cold. He swallowed hard, his anger flaring. Passing the trouble to me? You really are something. In the current cultivation world, the Central Plains were dominated by the Sanqing Dao sect and the Jichangshan, while the western regions were ruled solely by the Pingqiang sect. The two sides rarely interacted, but should a conflict arise, the outcome remained uncertain. If you don't want it, then don't take it. I'm not forcing you to. ASGCI spoke. He tossed the token to Qin Zhu. Find a place to store it. All right, Qin Zhu replied, smoothly tucking the token into his sleeve. Observing their familiarity, Tang Ziqing felt a pang of discomfort. Simultaneously, he realized something was amiss. Clearly, Qin Zhu was the object of his affections for many years. Yet for some reason, ever since he climbed that courtyard wall, his gaze had been fixated on GCI. Tang Ziqing furrowed his brows, holding the teacup in both hands, remaining silent. They chatted idly for a while longer. GCI suddenly remembered something and asked, by the way, did you really give the Wangba sect a dozen or so banks? Tang Ziqing blinked in pure confusion. Wangba sect? Noting his lack of understanding, Qin Zhu coolly interjected, Bu Pavilion. GCI raised his brows. Yes, Bu Pavilion. A smile danced at the corners of the young man's eyes. Indeed, my little junior brother knows me best. Tang Ziqing scoffed. A dozen banks is nothing. It doesn't amount to much for us Jichangshan. He lifted the corners of his lips in a smug grin. Besides, I've checked those banks. They basically all defunct, with no money flowing in or out. Just empty shells. It would be a miracle for Bu Pavilion to reap any benefits from them. Tang Ziqing was aware that GCI had not left the Dao sect recently, so he elaborately shared tales of the outside world. He noticed the young man's serious eyes fixed on him, a slight smile playing on his lips, causing Tang Ziqing's heart to flutter as he intentionally prolonged the conversation. The Zixiyuan was wiped out? Splendid! GCI clapped his hands in delight. He wished to hear more amusing stories from Tang Ziqing when suddenly, the sound of dragging footsteps echoed from outside. GCI turned around and was immediately taken aback. Mingyuan? Brother? Standing at the door was indeed Mingyuan. Zombies are not particularly adept at wearing clothes, and he had put on GC's meticulously prepared outfit in a rather disheveled manner, though he appeared much cleaner than before. GCI approached and discovered that Mingyuan no longer carried any strange odors. Instead, he smelled pleasantly of soap. He nodded approvingly. Not bad. Let me help you get dressed properly. As soon as the words left his mouth, two voices, one high and one low, rang out in unison. No, don't. GC's hand froze, perplexed as he glanced at Qin Zhu and Tang Ziqing. What are you two shouting about? Tang Ziqing, blushing, fell silent. While Qin Zhu remained relatively calm, he stepped forward, grasping GC's hand, his voice tense and gritted. How can such a crude task as changing clothes be left to senior brother? Qin Zhu's eyes darkened with a shadowy hue as he coldly glared at Mingyuan, then methodically pulled GCI behind himself. Let this matter be handled by the junior brother. Chapter 70. Transformation. Qin Zhu insisted on dressing Mingyuan, and he truly went ahead with it. Regardless of how much GCI urged him otherwise, in the end, GCI could only watch helplessly as Qin Zhu dragged the still howling Mingyuan into the inner room. Mingyuan was decidedly displeased with Qin Zhu's touch. Yet, having been warned by GCI not to be aggressive towards Qin Zhu, he could only emit a growl of frustration from his throat. As he was pushed into the inner room, Mingyuan clung desperately to the doorframe, extending his pale, trembling arm towards GCI in despair. Having come to terms with the situation, GCI was pleased to see the improvement in their relationship and chuckled. Rest assured, brother Mingyuan, my little junior will not harm you. Mingyuan let out a series of urgent sounds from his throat, but before long, he was forcibly pulled inside by Qin Zhu. Observing this, GCI felt a sense of satisfaction. Both Qin Zhu and Mingyuan held a special place in his heart, and their relationship could not remain so rigid forever. GC's mind was racing with plans, completely oblivious to the astonished expression on Tang Ziqing's face. Eventually, unable to contain himself, Tang Ziqing inquired, Mingyuan? Is he the one from the Li family in Jinghu town? GCI glanced at him, recalling the details, and replied, indeed. I had meant to tell you that my little junior and I had already made contact with Mingyuan before you arrived. Upon hearing this, Tang Ziqing appeared momentarily dazed. He seemed to ponder something before asking with a complex expression. So, it was you who annihilated the entire Li family? At this, GCI nearly spat out his tea in disbelief. How could that be? We are disciples of the righteous path. After a brief pause, he added, moreover, even if we had done it, the Lee family brought it upon themselves. He'll resort to such vile methods as using living beings for sacrifice. They ought to have foreseen this day. Simply put, those who do not commit wrongful deeds need not fear the knocking of ghosts at their door. With that thought, GCI leisurely took a sip of his tea. Tang Zicheng, sitting across from him, bore an inscrutable expression. The fact that you would utter such words indicates that you have surmised this matter is inextricably linked to you, hasn't it? As silence enveloped the room, GCI set his cup down on the table, producing a crisp sound. His youthful brows arched slightly as he spoke earnestly. Young man, some matters are best left unexamined, for they can greatly affect one's mood. Tang Zicheng did not appreciate GC's condescending tone, retorting, I prefer to see things clearly. I am not like you who feign ignorance. As he reached the end of his statement, his voice trailed off. Why should Qinju receive such unfettered favoritism from GCI? According to the information he had gathered, Qinju and this esteemed senior brother of the Dao sect were not particularly close before. With a vague expression, Tang Zicheng muttered, indulge him if you wish. He will eventually become insufferable. Hearing this, GCI chuckled, as for my people, they shall indeed be spoiled by me. Even if Qinju wishes to ascend to the heavens and pluck stars from the sky, I shall support him unconditionally. This was an exaggerated claim. Upon reflection, GCI believed his little junior was not entirely blameless, but possessed a heart that was undeniably pure and innocent. The destruction of the Li family was justified, and Qinju would not act without reason. Yet, this did not prevent Tang Zicheng from feeling disheartened. Oh! Noticing his lack of enthusiasm, GCI paused momentarily in his fiddling with the cup and then said eagerly, Oh, what do you mean bio? Why don't we discuss why you object to me changing Ming Yuan's clothes? His tone rose in pitch, laced with a teasing undertone, yet he remained oblivious to the implications. Upon hearing those words, Tang Zicheng pressed his lips together, his ears flushed with embarrassment. He spoke hurriedly. What do you mean why? How can you change someone else's clothes? Won't you see everything? At this, GCI blinked innocently. Why not? Aren't we all men? As soon as those words left his lips, GCI suddenly remembered the nature of his surroundings. This was a world where men freely embraced their desires. In light of this, it was only natural for Tang Zicheng to feel so flustered and on edge. Realizing this, GCI smiled. Oh, I understand now. But rest assured, I do not fancy him and, this revelation, it was Tang Zicheng's turn to be taken aback. You don't fancy men? He could scarcely believe his ears. If he didn't fancy men, then why maintain such a close relationship with Qinju? The expression on Tang Zicheng's face was all too readable, prompting GCI to click his tongue. Do not tarnish my relationship with my little junior with such sordid implications. As soon as he spoke, the sound of the door opening interrupted them. Qinju emerged, pushing out the zombie, his voice calm. What sordid relationship? Nothing. GCI smoothly retracted his words. He then disregarded Tang Zicheng and approached Ming Yuan. Once cleaned, Ming Yuan's pale face displayed remarkably handsome features. Had he still been alive, he would have undoubtedly been the epitome of charm. GCI scrutinized him with keen interest, causing Ming Yuan to shyly retreat. Why are you so bashful? GCI inquired. Seizing him and noting the exposed fangs, could you try retracting your teeth? Otherwise, you resemble a wild boar. Ming Yuan understood and was thoroughly displeased to be compared to a wild boar. He emitted a subtle growl. Retracting his fangs, observing this, GCI stepped back a few paces to appraise Ming Yuan from a distance. Quite handsome, he remarked appreciatively. Ming Yuan's gaze lowered, his fingers curling slightly, and he appeared genuinely pleased. GCI patted Qinju's shoulder. Well done. The youthful exuberance on GC's face dispelled any lingering dissatisfaction Qinju felt about dressing the zombie. Qinju regarded GCI with a deeper gaze, nodding in acknowledgement, as long as brother is satisfied. Not far away, Tang Zicheng silently observed them, feeling out of place and deciding to take his leave after offering a polite farewell in recent days. GC's presence within the sect had grown increasingly pronounced. Not only did fellow disciples flock to him seeking his company, but even several elders would often cross paths with him unexpectedly. Each encounter was accompanied by gifts of trinkets, Particularly, Elder Han Shang had taken to presenting GCI with various curiosities. After discovering that GCI had not worn the bracelet he gifted him, Elder Han Shang inquired whether GCI disliked it. GCI neither confirmed nor denied, instead deflecting the conversation. However, Elder Han Shang lacked the patience for idle chit-chat, often leaving in a huff only to return the next day with even more extravagant gifts for GCI. Though GCI had never used these items, he found it challenging to return them, leading him to stow them away in a cabinet. Fine jewelry and treasures lay untouched in that cabinet. Gathering dust for years. Chapter 71. Still under the care of my junior brother? As spring gave way to autumn, it was now the 5th year of GC's stay at the Tao sect. Considering his age, he was now older than in his previous life. Reflecting on this, GCI sighed, lamenting the swift passage of time and the inevitable fading of youth. Yet, he merely spoke these words. If he were to truly gaze into a mirror, he would exaggerate, exclaiming, "What a handsome fellow!" At that moment, the said handsome fellow was resting in a tea house. GCI held a folding fan in his hand. Identical in style to the one he had before, black silk adorned with golden bamboo motifs, exuding an air of elegance and luxury. This fan was a gift from Qin Zhu during his training excursion last year. GCI cherished this folding fan as if it were his very life. Bringing it wherever he went, he took a sip of tea, folding the fan and resting it against his palm. The young man lounged in his chair, leaning back casually, his phoenix-like eyes glimmering with a relaxed smile. He appeared less like an orthodox disciple of cultivation and more akin to a carefree young master without a care in the world. On the table, a storyteller recounted tales of the Tao sect, featuring none other than GCI himself. The storyteller animatedly narrated how the esteemed disciple of the Tao sect was favored and adored. Whenever the elders ventured out, they would inevitably select rare treasures to bring back for the legendary disciple. The tea patrons listened with rapt attention, while GCI himself found little enjoyment in the tales. What was so captivating about such stories? Moreover, the elders did not seem particularly fond of him. While they did present gifts, they would leave immediately afterward, offering not a single word of inquiry about his well-being. Aside from their monthly deliveries of rare items, they seemed to avoid him like the plague, which was quite dull. However, this suited GCI just fine. He had no desire to engage in pleasantries with those bothersome individuals. Just as he pondered this, the curtain of the private room was lifted. GCI turned leisurely, raising a hand in greeting. "Old Zhang, it has been a while." The newcomer was none other than the storyteller who had previously come to GC's aid. Mr. Zhang, whose full name was Zhang Xiaoyuan, was somewhat greedy but a decent fellow, known for his loyalty. "Since I am a few years your elder, you ought to call me brother, don't you think?" GCI feigned ignorance. Responding to the familiar calls of old Zhang with a delightful smile, Zhang Xiaoyuan, unable to contend with his antics, promptly directed the conversation to the matter at hand. "What about the task I entrusted to you?" GCI cheerfully replied, "Of course." With that, he produced a golden token from his sleeve and tossed it to him. "With this, you may freely enter and exit the Grand Liang Imperial Palace." Some time ago, Zhang Xiaoyuan had sought GCI's assistance in gaining entry to the Grand Liang Imperial Medical Institution. The specifics were left unspoken, but GCI had never been one to concern himself with such details. Since Zhang Xiaoyuan had asked for his help, he was more than willing to oblige. Besides, it was hardly a monumental task. The original owner of his body had been the eldest son of the Grand Liang Emperor. After all, such a small favor was easily within reach. Zhang Xiaoyuan expressed his heartfelt gratitude, and the two, sharing a harmonious rapport, spent a considerable time gossiping by the window. Was the crown prince of the Qingming kingdom truly not the biological offspring of the sovereign? Surely, there could be no doubt. Having traversed the world for many years, such tidbits of information were hardly elusive. Hence, it was said that the empress herself had been keeping a young paramour outside. Not merely that, she had established a villa on the outskirts of Qingming, housing all her favored suitors. How thrilling! As the sun dipped below the horizon, a homing pigeon fluttered into the room, cooing insistently at GCI, prompting them to reluctantly cease their lively discussion. Zhang Xiaoyuan expressed his discontent. "Your junior disciple is here to summon you back." GCI replied, reaching out to gently stroke the pigeon's head. Zhang Xiaoyuan hesitated before finally saying, "I must say, you're 25 now. Why are you still being managed by someone 3 or 4 years your junior?" "Isn't that a bit embarrassing?" GCI raised an eyebrow. What do you know? My little junior disciple is quite dependable. He worries for me, which is why he keeps an eye on me. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaoyuan found it even harder to comprehend. You are on the verge of breaking through to the great ascension stage. He must be blind to worry about you. And so what? My little junior is also at the pinnacle of the transformation stage. Zhang Xiaoyuan could not help but curse. Why is everyone cultivating so rapidly? Because I am a genius, GCI declared as he rose, exuding youthful exuberance, his lips and eyes shimmering with mirth. Zhang Xiaoyuan looked on, soon bursting into an exasperated chuckle. Very well, since your junior disciple is already looking for you. You ought to return promptly. They exchanged little more than pleasantries as the pigeon hopped impatiently around GCI, urging him to leave. It was not appropriate for him to linger any longer. The Three Clear Tao sect remained largely unchanged from 5 years prior. Though if one were to be specific, it had become significantly more infused with warmth and camaraderie. Under GC's leadership, the disciples diligently practiced their cultivation while also indulging in revelry without restraint. Along the way, many greeted GCI. Some even daringly joked, "Oh, our senior brother is still being managed by his junior disciple." In response, GCI, still upon his sword, let his hair flow freely as he laughed and scolded. "You think you're so clever?" Laughter erupted among the crowd. Upon finally reaching the courtyard, GCI chose not to enter through the main gate. He dismounted his sword and casually hung it upon the courtyard wall. His gaze playfully fixed on Qinju, who was watering the vegetables below. Noticing Qinju's lack of response, GCI plucked a few fruits from the ginkgo tree, which towered over him, and tossed them down. The ginkgo fruit landed squarely on Qinju's shoulder. The young man paused, looking up at the disheveled figure on the wall, his eyes indulgent, and sighed. "Senior brother, why don't you ever use the front door?" GCI remained silent, leaping down from the wall and landing directly in Qinju's embrace. They shared a warm hug, Qinju slightly bowing his head, his nose brushing against GCI's temple in a display of tenderness. GCI playfully pushed against his chest, a smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "You are not watering the vegetables at the front door, so why should I enter through it?" He had gone to great lengths to reach the wall merely to tease his little junior disciple. Qinju, slightly amused by GCI's words, shook his head but ultimately said nothing. GCI withdrew from his embrace, his gaze meticulously tracing Qinju's features, his brow slightly furrowed. "How is it that, in just 5 years, you've grown taller and more robust than I?" The young man before him was strikingly handsome, with high cheekbones and deep-set eyes, exuding an aura of resolute integrity. If previously Qinju had possessed a touch of youthful charm, he had now transformed that charm into a subtle yet potent allure, mature, composed, handsome, and trustworthy. GCI appraised their shoulders, feeling somewhat disheartened, muttering softly, "The child has grown. 1 punch could easily destroy 10 of me." Qinju, hearing this, felt a tremor in his eyelashes. He set down the watering can and took GCI's wrist, leading him toward the inner room. "Senior brother, you should wash up." His voice was low. "Have you been around too many people again? You smell of others." Chapter 72. Have you truly never worn it even once? Smell of others? GCI felt a twinge of annoyance. "What are you, a bloodhound?" Qinju did not deny it, instead responding with a nonchalant his demeanor rendering GCI speechless. GCI pinched Qinju's cheek, a playful smile tugging at his lips. "Why have you become so thick-skinned as you've grown?" Qinju held GCI's wrist. "I learned it from you." GCI protested. "Why do you blame everything on me?" Qinju flatly denied. "I didn't you did," GCI asserted confidently. "The child has grown. He no longer needs his mother." With that, he feigned a sob. Qinju sighed deeply, leading GCI back to the inner room, where he began pouring hot water into the bath. As steam began to rise in the room, GCI wiped away the tears that had almost spilled from his eyes, thinking to himself how his little junior disciple's cleanliness obsession had intensified. After merely stepping outside, he was being dragged off for a bath, all honesty. GCI had only returned from his outing the previous day and had already been pushed into the bath. Who takes a bath every day in the golden autumn of September? Yet, with Qinju resolutely determined to prepare the water, GCI had no choice but to acquiesce. Once Qinju had everything ready, GCI removed his outer garment, casting a sideways glance at him, scoffing. So finicky, as he continued to undress, he muttered about Qin Ju's idiosyncrasies. Qin Ju lowered his eyelids, ensuring he saw nothing, and softly agreed, "Yes, I am. If you need anything, just call me. I'll go cook first." At that moment, GCI stepped into the bathing tub, settling down in the warm water, his long hair becoming damp. A faint blush gracing his cheeks as he smiled. "Wait a moment." Qin Ju paused, his eyelashes fluttering, turning back. "Did you call for me, senior brother?" GCI supported his head with one hand and playfully splashed water with the other, lazily inquiring, "Where's Mingyuan? I didn't see him when I came back. Where has he run off to?" Qin Ju slightly lifted his gaze, his focus lingering on GCI's wet hair. Responding, "This morning, when you mentioned wanting to eat roast chicken, he went to the back mountain to catch some chickens." I was taken aback for a moment before bursting into laughter. "That rascal? I was just joking. How could he take it seriously? He always listens to you." Qin Ju shifted his gaze to GCI's face, his breath momentarily faltering, his tone taking on an inexplicable urgency. "Senior brother, the stove outside is still on. I need to go cook." Without waiting for GCI to respond, he hurriedly turned and exited the room. "Hey?" GCI still had words left unspoken, splashing his hand in the water, sending droplets flying. The noise caused Qin Ju, just outside the door, to stumble slightly before he hurriedly fled the scene. GCI gazed blankly at his retreating figure, somewhat perplexed. Was he shy? Could he truly feel bashful in the presence of his senior brother? GCI pondered for a moment, eventually deeming it quite normal. After all, Qin Ju was the protagonist of the crispy duck narrative. He surely needed to be more cautious. Yet, as this thought crossed his mind, GCI grew somewhat puzzled. Had the Qin Ju of the original story been this sturdy? Well, not exactly sturdy. Rather, Qin Ju's physique was now remarkably muscular, with defined abs visible beneath his clothing. Mingyuan nodded. Subsequently, his gaze fell upon GC's attire, and he slightly furrowed his brow. "It's cold. You should dress appropriately," GCI, allowing the words to flow in one ear and out the other, replied. "All right, I'll change shortly." After saying this, he took the chickens and ducks to find Qin Ju, requesting him to handle the matter. Mingyuan observed him, aware that GCI was unlikely to change clothes, and thus stepped into the inner room to help him find something to wear. 5 years had passed, and while Mingyuan's stature had not noticeably increased, he had certainly become much cleaner and had learned how to navigate the human world with relative ease. GCI gazed at him languidly. "Our Mingyuan truly is the most obedient little zombie in this world," he mused, nodding with satisfaction. His current life was exceedingly comfortable, residing at his junior disciple's place. He hardly had to worry about daily necessities, living like a leisurely aristocrat, idly waiting for death. Occasionally, Tang Zichen would receive assignments in this vicinity and drop by to check on him, only to look down upon his way of life. GCI would retort that at least he hadn't neglected his cultivation, which was sufficient. In the world of immortals, strength was paramount. Even stepping beyond this small courtyard, GCI, relying on his own cultivation, found many eager to serve him. This, Tang Zichen had no rebuttal and never returned thereafter. GCI relished his leisurely existence, devoting his days to cultivation and fishing, living as blissfully as a celestial being. After dinner, he sat in meditation, circulating through several cycles of qi before retreating to his room for sleep. Now, Qin Ju was no longer inclined to share a bed with him, a fact GCI understood. However, after sharing a bed for about 4 years, he still found it somewhat disconcerting to sleep alone. In the dead of night, as was his custom, GCI found himself unable to sleep, lying on the bed with his eyes wide open. Counting sheep as he counted, a pale face suddenly appeared before him. Startled, GCI drew his sword from beneath his pillow and thrust it forward with force. A muffled groan resounded before him. Realizing it might be a person, he rose to inspect, only to discover it was Han Shang. The latter clutched his chest where blood seeped through his fingers, the usual coldness in his eyes now revealing a hint of vulnerability. GCI was momentarily taken aback, and after a long pause he spoke every word with excruciating slowness, each syllable dripping with poignant emotion, appearing profoundly sincere. GCI bit down on his own tongue, feeling a flicker of irritation. Just as he was about to utter something, the door to the side chamber was suddenly flung open. The familiar sound of footsteps echoed from beyond the screen. GC's heart raced. He was intimately acquainted with all things related to Qinju. The measured pace of those footsteps unmistakably signified his approach. GCI hurriedly rose from the bed. Han Sheng paused for a moment, instinctively reaching out to grasp him, but before he could act, his own arm was seized by another. He lifted his gaze to find Qinju's cold and piercing eyes fixed upon him, a silent threat emanating from his unwavering stare. Chapter 74. As long as it is given by my senior brother, I cherish it beyond measure. GCI seemed oblivious to Han Sheng's darkened expression, excitedly calling out, "Junior brother?" "Yes, I am here," Qinju said lightly, casting a fleeting glance at Han Sheng before finally releasing his grip and stepping forward to GC's side. He first took it upon himself to smooth out GC's slightly disheveled hair, then slowly turned around and inquired, at such a late hour, "What brings Elder Han here?" Han Sheng narrowed his eyes slightly, retorting, "1/5 of the Dao sect falls under my jurisdiction. Why should I not come?" Qinju paused momentarily, then replied with an air of indifference, "There is no need for the elder to be angered. The disciple merely states facts. After all, at this hour and in this location, your presence is rather inappropriate." His words were steady and composed, contrasting sharply with Han Sheng's growing agitation. Han Sheng's feelings towards Qinju were complicated, given their history. He averted his gaze and turned back to GCI, only to find the youth's countenance strikingly fair and handsome, a carefree smile dancing on his lips. After making eye contact, GCI slightly raised his brows, displaying an expression of both curiosity and vivacity. It seemed that GCI had never been this relaxed in his company. Reflecting on this, Han Sheng's brows knitted together, the tumult within him nearly overwhelming. Certain emotions he had long refused to confront surged forth, filling his heart and causing a dull ache in his chest. His eyes darkened as he directed his gaze towards Qinju, asking, "And what of you? What brings you here at this late hour?" "You woke me," Qinju replied, lowering his gaze as his fingertips delicately traced the strands of hair at GC's temple. Following the sound, who could have anticipated witnessing such a scene? Quite amusing. Indeed, the last word dripped with sarcasm. Han Sheng's face turned ashen. They stood in opposition, neither willing to yield. GCI glanced between Qinju and Han Sheng, then silently grasped Qinju's fingers, pulling them away from his hair. "Enough now, it is late, and I need my rest." GCI turned to Han Sheng, offering a warm smile. "Elder Han, you've worked tirelessly these past few days. You must be utterly fatigued. It is indeed late, and you should return to your peak for some much-deserved rest instead of wasting time here with your disciple." As he spoke, an idea struck him. He hopped off the bed and rummaged through the cabinet, retrieving a small lantern he had woven from vine grass several days prior, placing it into Han Sheng's hands. "In truth, I have always felt guilty for receiving gifts from the elder, as I possessed nothing of value to offer in return. Thus, I crafted this lantern, and among many, this is the only one that might catch your eye. If the elder does not find it lacking, I implore you to accept it in the art of dismissing guests before presenting gifts." GCI truly was a little genius. His bright eyes gazed earnestly at Han Sheng, filled with genuine hope. Han Sheng looked down at the small grass lantern. It was a round, delightful creation, with a tiny iron platform inside to hold a candle, serving as a quaint and delicate trinket. While it was not an extraordinary gift, it was significant as GC's first offering to him. Han Sheng felt a flicker of emotion stir within him. His expression softened as he accepted the small lantern, murmuring, "It is not lacking." Upon seeing this, GC's smile widened. "In that case, Elder Han, please return swiftly, lest you suffer from poor sleep. I recall you have important sect matters to attend to tomorrow." At this, Han Sheng was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, he looked at GCI, his gaze now gentle. "Then I shall take my leave. Do take care of yourself and ensure you rest well." Yes, GCI replied cheerfully, while internally lamenting, "Who, pray tell, decided to climb in through the window in the dead of night, disrupting my sleep? How could he have the audacity to say such things?"